Chapter 1. Breathing to Become Stronger. Having traversed realms, Chu Mo found himself beset by a throbbing headache as a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his consciousness, rendering him disoriented. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the nature of his surroundings. He was still on Blue Star, yet it was a markedly different Blue Star from the one he had previously inhabited. Over a century ago, a cataclysmic transformation swept across the land, leading to astonishing changes. Flora burgeoned uncontrollably, fauna mutated into fantastical beasts, and humanity underwent an evolution that enabled them to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, commencing their journey of cultivation. Through decades of relentless refinement, a comprehensive cultivation system emerged. By practicing breathing techniques, humans could attain superhuman capabilities, immense strength, formidable physiques, and resilience against any adversity. There were even tales of individuals capable of obliterating mountain peaks with a single punch. However, the majority remained ensnared within the realms of martial apprentices and great martial apprentices, with ascending to the rank of martial master proving as arduous as scaling the heavens. For instance, in the city of Fuzhou, with a population exceeding 1 million, nearly 100,000 were martial apprentices, yet fewer than 1 in 100 could ascend to the rank of martial master. Above the martial master lay the realm of the great martial master, a status that conferred significant prestige within Fuzhou. Reports indicated that the entire city boasted fewer than 1,000 great martial masters. This world is indeed a marvel, Chu Mo mused, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a neighborhood reminiscent of a slum, with numerous onlookers gathered around him, likely due to his prior unconsciousness. "Young man, are you all right? We almost thought you had perished," inquired an elderly woman leaning on a cane. "Oh, I'm fine, thank you," Chu Mo replied hastily, scrambling to his feet and glancing at the familiar street. He pushed through the crowd and made his way home. The original owner of this body was also named Chu Mo, who had collapsed while on an errand to buy groceries, coinciding perfectly with Chu Mo's arrival. Chu Mo's family was not well off. His father worked as a chef, and his mother served in a restaurant. Their meager salaries were barely sufficient to support his education, leaving them with little left over. Even the scant funds that remained were mostly spent on nutritional supplements for him. Chu Mo had suffered from poor health since childhood, frequently falling ill, and as he grew older, he occasionally experienced fainting spells. Unfortunately, they could not afford to consult renowned physicians, and ordinary doctors were unable to diagnose his condition, forcing them to purchase supplements in the hope that his health might improve. Upon returning home, his mother had been waiting in the kitchen for quite some time. "Why did you take so long to come back?" his mother, Li Fei, queried as she accepted the bag of groceries from Chu Mo. I was delayed on the way," Chu Mo replied, his mind wandering. Before his traversal, his parents had passed away early, leaving him to navigate life alone in a familiar yet lonely city. In pursuit of marriage, he had toiled relentlessly, working 72 hours straight without rest, ultimately succumbing to a heart attack in the office. Now, in this second chance at life, the warmth of familial affection stirred within him, igniting a ripple of emotion in his heart as he drew upon the original owner's memories. "Why don't you sit on the sofa for a while? Dinner will be ready shortly," Li Fei instructed, bustling about in the kitchen, the sound of clattering utensils filling the air. Seated on the sofa, Chu Mo and his father, Chu Zhigua, watched television, where news regarding the upcoming martial arts examination was being broadcast. The martial arts examination is in 10 days. "I've heard there are many exceptionally talented martial apprentices this time, Master Chenjie. Do you think there will be any surprises?" Chu Zhigua asked, his interest piqued by the news. Becoming a martial artist was a dream cherished by all, though some were constrained by limited talent and were ill-suited for the path of martial cultivation. As he observed the news report, Chu Mo noted that among the exceptionally talented martial apprentices featured was a classmate of his named Chen Haoran. "Isn't that Chen Haoran your classmate?" Chu Zhigua inquired. "Yes, I never expected him to make it onto the news," Chu Mo replied, somewhat surprised. Though Chen Haoran was the most likely candidate from their class to pass the martial arts examination, he hadn't anticipated that he would garner media attention. "That's impressive. At just 18, he has the potential to become a martial artist. If you have the chance, try to befriend him," Chu Zhigua remarked wistfully. "I'll do my best," Chu Mo replied noncommittally. If Chun Haoran truly became a martial artist, many would undoubtedly vie for his friendship, leaving the question of whether he would even consider associating with Chu Mo. Chu Jigwa sighed as he regarded his son. He had placed all his hopes on Chu Mo, wishing for him to become a martial artist and escape the life he had endured. Yet his son had been frail and sickly since childhood, with doctors declaring it impossible for him to embark on the path of cultivation. "Come, it's time for dinner," Li Fei announced, having prepared the meal without him realizing it. With the college entrance examination approaching in a couple of days, the family's meals had noticeably improved. Chu Mo sat at the table, gazing at the spread before him, and it struck him that it had been years since he had experienced the warmth of a family meal. "Moer, do you have confidence in the upcoming examination?" Li Fei asked, placing a piece of braised pork in Chu Mo's bowl. "I should be fine, as long as the questions aren't too difficult. I feel hopeful," Chu Mo said, his mouth full. "Haha, that's great. Although your health is not robust enough to pursue the path of a cultivator, excelling academically and gaining admission to university will ensure a good life for you," Li Fei responded, her face lighting up with joy. "Yes, I will do my utmost," Chu Mo affirmed. "Come, eat more," Li Fei insisted, piling meat on her son's plate. "Mom, I can serve myself." "You and Dad should eat too," Chu Mo protested, looking up. "We're grown-ups, we've had our share of meat. You are still in your growth phase and should eat more," Chu Jigwa replied dismissively. Though his father appeared unconcerned, Chu Mo understood that due to his health issues, their family seldom enjoyed such lavish meals. Only during special occasions or holidays did they indulge in abundant feasts, and this thought brought moisture to his eyes. After dinner, Chu Mo retreated to his room under the pretense of studying, but in truth, he lay on his bed lost in thought. This world of martial artists is so captivating. Why am I denied the opportunity to become a cultivator? He lamented, gazing at his frail body beneath his clothes. Would he once again lead a life of mediocrity, just as he had in his previous existence? The image of his father's hopeful gaze while watching the news pierced his heart, and he questioned why he could not cultivate. Refusing to succumb to despair, he retrieved a foundational cultivation manual, a widely circulated text that anyone over the age of 16 could begin studying. Typically, those with exceptional talent could become initial-stage martial apprentices within a year, but reaching the martial artist level required extraordinary aptitude, and without it one might toil for 3 to 5 years without even touching the threshold. Chu Mo had attempted the basic cultivation techniques before, however. His meridians felt frozen, and he could not channel any energy. The original owner could not cultivate, but that does not mean I cannot. Regardless, I must at least give it a try. Chu Mo steadied his mind, closed his eyes, and began to focus on the breathing techniques detailed in the foundational manual, seeking to sense the energy around him. Half an hour passed in silence, the stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop, until Chu Mo exhaled a breath of stale air, shattering the tranquility. Once again, he had failed. He had lost count of how many times he had attempted the foundational techniques, yet each time, he could not perceive the presence of energy. According to others, he seemingly possessed no talent for cultivation whatsoever. Yet it was not just he who lacked this gift. Thinking of his classmate Chun Haoran, frustration welled within him. "No, even if I cannot cultivate now, as long as I persist, I refuse to believe I cannot become a martial apprentice in my lifetime." Chu Mo resolved to press on, his determination to become a cultivator only intensifying. Ding! Host binding system successful. System user manual. As long as you breathe, you can grow stronger. By silently focusing on attributes, the host can observe their own information. Just as Chu Mo was lamenting his lack of cultivation talent, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 2. Ascending to Martial Apprentice. As long as I breathe, I can grow stronger? Has my golden finger finally arrived? A tempest of emotions surged within Chu Mo. He had thought that his only means of changing his life would be through excelling in university. Yet unexpectedly, a system had manifested just as he teetered on the brink of despair. View attributes. Eager to ascertain the state of his body, Chu Mo commanded. Vitality, 7 average person, 8. Physique, 6 average person, 8. Strength, 35 kilograms average person, 45 kilograms. Speed, 8.2 milliseconds average person, 9 milliseconds. Mental power, unknown. Comprehension, 23 average person, 10. Mental strength, 21 average person, 9. Swiftly, the attribute panel materialized before Chu Mo's eyes. As he scrutinized the various attributes, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It turned out his physique was so feeble. His comprehension was evidently above average, significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. So why was he unable to cultivate? Warning. Host has 1 month of life remaining. Please become a martial artist as soon as possible. The ethereal voice startled Chu Mo, leading him to believe he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. What did you say, system? I only have 1 month left to live, he exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed, but rest assured, as long as you become a martial artist, your lifespan will naturally extend, the system clarified. Chu Mo clenched his fists tightly. If he had previously aspired merely to become a martial artist, he now found himself compelled to embark on the arduous path of cultivation. Yet, he was utterly incapable of cultivation. How could he possibly become a martial artist within a month? Was he destined to lead such a mundane existence and perish upon his arrival in this world? He even began to envision, a month hence, his mother cradling his lifeless body, tears streaming down her face. They had pinned all their hopes on him, only for the outcome to yield nothing but disappointment for his parents. System, how can I become a martial artist? Please, you must assist me, Chu Mo implored within his mind. Rest assured, once the binding is successful, the system shall exist in tandem with the host. With this system in place, the host will surely become a martial artist, the system reassured him. With the system's affirmative response, Chu Mo's anxious heart calmed somewhat. He recalled the system's instructions. Breathing could enhance his strength. Did this mean that as long as he breathed, his attributes would improve? Upon this realization, he examined his own attributes once more, and indeed, his vitality had surged to 7.1 in just a few minutes. System, may I inquire how I can begin my cultivation? Chu Mo asked, voicing his most pressing concern. To cultivate, your vitality must reach at least 9. Currently, the host's vitality is too low. You must simply wait, the system explained. Now it made sense. No wonder he had failed to cultivate despite multiple attempts. It was due to his insufficient vitality. Since his vitality would increase over time, he needed only to be patient. He lifted the cup by his bedside and drained it in one gulp, then sat on the edge of the bed, anxiously awaiting the passage of time. After nearly 2 hours, his vitality finally reached 9. Chu Mo's heart raced with excitement. Those 2 hours felt like a century. Let's see if I can cultivate. He quickly closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began the familiar process of inhaling and exhaling according to the basic cultivation method. This time, he finally sensed something different. A wave of coolness flowed into his body with each breath, intensifying until he felt a gentle, white light merging into his dantian. The previously stagnant dantian began to warm, and as the white light particles multiplied, the once desolate dantian experienced a rebirth. Boom! The shackles within his body seemed to shatter instantaneously, and Chu Mo suddenly perceived the presence of the white light particles. If he was not mistaken, this was the essence of a cultivator, the power of vital energy. Have I succeeded? Chu Mo's heart soared with joy, and his entire being felt as if it were leaping for joy, as though the original owner's spirit rejoiced silently alongside him. Now possessing vital energy, Chu Mo did not relax. Instead, he continued to guide the energy through his meridians. At that moment, he discovered that all his meridians were completely blocked. It seemed an arduous task to clear them. However, given the circumstances, how could Chu Mo possibly give up? He wielded the vital energy to relentlessly eliminate the obstructions within his meridians. Despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and persisted in silence. Before his crossing, he had come to understand a fundamental truth. No matter how exceptional one's talent, without diligent effort, achieving greatness would remain a distant dream. For the sake of marriage and providing a happy life for his girlfriend, he had even worked tirelessly for 72 hours straight, an endurance rare among ordinary people. As the obstacles in his meridians were gradually dismantled, the vital energy within him grew stronger. Once he cleared a single meridian, he could no longer hold on. and withdrew the energy back to his dantian. Phew, this body is truly abysmal. Were it not for the system's assistance, I would likely never have been able to cultivate. Even until death, Chu Mo thought, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Surely, I must now be considered a martial apprentice. He glanced at his attributes. His vitality had now reached 28.6, a full 4 times what it had been before. Chu Mo stood and stretched his limbs. If his body had previously been frail, it now bore a semblance of strength. His muscles, though not overly pronounced, had developed a pleasing definition thanks to the cleansing of vital energy. There was no doubt that his strength had significantly increased. The alarm rang, and as Chu Mo glanced at the time, he realized it was already 6:30 in the morning. Immersed in cultivation, he had lost all sense of time. Noticing the scent of sweat clinging to him, he rose to take a shower, then donned a clean yet simple outfit. "Mower, breakfast is ready." His mother had long since risen to prepare breakfast for her son. Upon seeing the fried egg in the bowl, Chu Mo felt a pang in his heart. "Mom, aren't you eating eggs?" "Oh dear, we're all grown up now. What need is there for eggs? You're still in your growth phase, and nutrition is essential. Your studies have been particularly demanding these past few days, so hurry and eat," Li Fei urged. "Okay." Chu Mo lowered his head to savor the taste of his mother's cooking. He finished a bowl of noodles in no time, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Mom's breakfast is truly never tiresome. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, offering praise. In his previous life, he had nearly forgotten the flavor of his mother's meals. Now, experiencing it once more, he cherished it deeply. "Are you full?" Li Fei asked with concern. "I'm full, Mom. I'm off to school now." Chu Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder and bid farewell. "Be safe on your way," Li Fei called after him. "Got it, Mom?" Chu Mo waved his hand as he stepped out the door. The warm sunlight enveloped him, providing a delightful sensation. For the first time, Chu Mo truly immersed himself in the atmosphere of this world, feeling as if he were reborn. The school in Floating Continent City was located on the most bustling street, teeming with people and home to many aspiring martial artists. As he observed the envious gazes of others, a smile crept onto Chu Mo's lips. It wouldn't be long before he, too, would swiftly become one of them. "Chu Mo, good morning," a familiar voice called from behind. Turning, Chu Mo saw his good friend, Zhang Feiyu. "Morning. You usually arrive right on time. What brings you here so early today?" Chu Mo greeted. "Today's graduation day. This is our last day in school, so I figured I ought to make the most of it," Zhang Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Chu Mo shook his head in exasperation. Zhang Feiyu's family was also quite ordinary, yet he was fortunate enough to possess a talent for cultivation. Thus, despite his poor grades, he need not worry excessively about his future. As long as he became a martial artist, he would receive national recognition and a monthly economic subsidy of 10,000. "Did you see the news yesterday? Chen Haoren has become famous," Zhang Feiyu said, resting his arm on Chu Mo's shoulder and pointing to Chen Haoren sitting in the front row of the classroom. At that moment, a group of girls surrounded Chen Haoren, and it was easy to discern their intentions, to draw closer to him, with the hope of becoming his girlfriend. "Of course I saw it. What? Are you envious?" Chu Mo glanced at him. "Absolutely. If he becomes a martial artist this time, he might just ascend to the talented youth list." Zhang Feiyu marveled. The talented youth list was a ranking in Floating Continent City that assessed the cultivation talent and strength of young martial artists, often a topic of casual discussion among the populace. "Don't be disheartened, who knows? You might make it onto that list one day as well. If you become a martial artist on the talented youth list, don't forget about me," Chu Mo chuckled, patting Zhang Feiyu on the shoulder. "Sure. Just for your words, if that day truly comes, they'll treat you to a feast." Zhang Feiyu began to fantasize about the wonderful life he would lead as a martial artist on the talented youth list, buoyed by Chu Mo's compliments. Just him? If he can match even half of Chen Haoren's prowess, that would be impressive. Chen Haoren is a high-level martial apprentice, while Zhang Feiyu is merely at the beginner level. A mocking voice rang out, drawing the attention of the entire class. Chapter 3. The Talented Ones lists. Several girls surrounding Chen Haoren turned their heads, discovering that Chu Mo and Zhang Feiyu were engrossed in a discussion about the Talented Ones list. They couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Everyone in the class knew that although Zhang Feiyu was a martial apprentice, his talent was rather mediocre, making it unlikely for him to become a martial artist within a few years. As for Chu Mo, he performed well academically, but lacked any cultivation talent. Even if he were to be admitted to university, he would only have the option of pursuing liberal arts, which paled in comparison to the rewards of being a martial artist. The fact that the two were discussing their future aspirations to be on the talented ones list provoked hearty laughter among their peers. What is so funny about having a dream? Unlike you, who have no chance of seeing yours realized, Zhang Feiyu retorted, his tone unabashed. You should just give up. The fact that you might become a martial artist is already a stroke of luck, let alone being on the talented ones list. Do you even know who makes it onto that list? The class monitor, Zhao Feifei, interjected that I only know that those who can make it onto the talented ones list are exceptionally skilled. But how skilled exactly, I'm not quite sure, Zhang Feiyu admitted sheepishly. Chu Mo nodded in agreement, equally curious about the prowess of the martial artists on the list. Monitor, do you perhaps know some insider information? Another girl inquired eagerly. Zhao Feifei beamed with pride. Of course. My father is a mid-level martial artist. Although he has never made it onto the talented ones list, he undoubtedly knows more than most. Oh, come on, Monitor. Don't keep us in suspense. Just spill the beans, the crowd urged. All right, I'll enlighten you on the remarkable abilities of the martial artists on the talented ones list so that you don't embarrass our class by claiming you'll be one of them in the future. After a brief pause, Zhao Feifei began to explain the ranking of the talented ones list. The talented ones list comprises 50 ranks, determined by the cultivator's innate talent and combat prowess. For instance, if a cultivator only becomes a martial artist at the age of 30, they are certainly unqualified for the list. The minimum requirement is to have achieved martial artist status by the age of 20, which reflects their innate talent. Next, we assess combat prowess, which is divided into standard testing and performance in slaying exotic beasts. If a newly minted martial artist can slay a mid-level second-tier exotic beast, their strength qualifies them for a spot on the talented ones list. However, such martial artists would only occupy the last position on the list. The top 10, however, are a different breed altogether. Not only do they possess formidable combat skills, some have even awakened psychic abilities, allowing them to battle across tiers. Only cultivators of this caliber can truly be called talented. Zhao Feifei's words echoed in her classmates' minds that in the eyes of common folk. Exotic beasts are categorized into 5 tiers, corresponding to the ranks of human cultivators: martial apprentices, martial artists, great martial artists, martial masters, and grandmasters. Among these, the first, second, and third tiers of exotic beasts correspond to junior, intermediate, and advanced martial artists, respectively. Typically, intermediate martial artists can easily overpower junior martial artists, making it exceedingly difficult for a junior martial artist to slay a mid-level second-tier exotic beast. Yet, those who can only rank at the bottom of the talented ones list. Is it really so outrageous? What kind of prodigies occupy the top 10 on the talented ones list? Surely a martial artist could slay a third-tier exotic beast. Zhang Feiyu exclaimed in disbelief. Pretty much. Now you understand the gap between you and those cultivators on the talented ones list, right? Even if you become a martial artist in the future, you will never qualify for the talented ones list. Of course, if Chen Haoran manages to pass the assessment this time, he might just squeeze into the bottom of the talented ones list. Zhao Feifei glanced at Chen Haoran, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Turns out Chen Haoran has such remarkable talent. While our class 125 is about to have a genius, many girls began to exclaim, their gazes towards Chen Haoran tinged with admiration. Ahem, I haven't even become a martial artist yet. It is a bit premature to say all this, Chen Haoran said, attempting to be humble, though the proud expression on his face betrayed his true feelings. With thousands of martial artists in Fuzhou City, only 50 ranks exist on the talented ones list, making it a significant honor to be included among thousands. Even though he had yet to pass the martial artist assessment, his father, Chen Hao, had already asserted that with his current strength, it would be no issue for him to secure a place on the talented ones list upon becoming a martial artist, and no wonder he was mentioned in the news yesterday. It seems his cultivation talent is indeed impressive, Chu Mo mused, astonished. However, at that moment, his mindset had undergone a substantial transformation. With the System S assistance, as long as he exerted himself diligently, surpassing Chen Haoran wouldn't be exceedingly difficult. It appears that the talented ones list is not in my destiny, but that is all right. As long as I can become a martial artist, I'll be assured of a life free from want. Although Zhang Feiyu felt somewhat disheartened, he quickly regained his composure. What are we chatting about? Class is about to start. Everyone sit up straight. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom without anyone noticing. Upon seeing the teacher, the students hastily returned to their seats. Today marked their final day at school, and many had already let their minds wander elsewhere. Only the top few students remained focused, ensuring they made the most of every second of class time. They understood that without cultivation talent, their only path was to study diligently, gain admission to university, and pursue liberal arts. This was the best alternative to becoming a martial artist. The day swiftly passed, and as the evening light bathed their desks, the bell rang, signaling the end of their last day at school. With a beaming smile, the homeroom teacher stepped onto the podium. Students, from this moment on, I must bid farewell to your high school life. As your homeroom teacher, I can only silently wish you all the best in your upcoming college entrance exams. That, of course, for some students, the college entrance exam may not be the best choice. The homeroom teacher began a lengthy speech, yet this time, no student displayed signs of impatience. Chen Haoran, you are the last student in our class who might pass this martial artist assessment. That I also wish you success in the assessment. Becoming a martial artist, when that time comes, the entire school will take pride in you. Upon suddenly mentioning Chen Haoran, all the students turned their envious gazes towards him. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely pass this martial artist assessment. Chen Haoran smiled confidently. The homeroom teacher nodded, shared a few more words, and finally announced their graduation. Chu Mo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been ages since he had experienced the feeling of graduating high school. Reflecting on his past high school life, he couldn't help but fall into a reverie. What are you thinking about? We've finally graduated. Are we going to celebrate together tonight? Zhang Feiyu leaned over, jolting Chu Mo from his thoughts. That I think I'll pass. The day after tomorrow is the college entrance exam, and I need to hurry home to study. Chu Mo declined the invitation. I knew you'd say that. At this rate, you'll become a bookworm for sure. Fine, I won't disturb you any longer. Bye. Zhang Feiyu waved goodbye and left the classroom. Chu Mo shook his head slightly. His refusal was not merely for studying, but rather, he was eager to return home and begin his cultivation. As the day passed, his vitality surged significantly, and he believed that with one more night of cultivation, he would be one step closer to becoming a martial artist. With that thought, he hastily packed his belongings and rushed home. Upon returning home, Chu Mo was surprised to find his parents had come back early from work. Mom, Dad, why are you home so soon? Chu Mo asked as he set his backpack down. Oh, we just came back to prepare something delicious for you. Li Fei smiled. However, Chu Mo sensed a hint of bitterness in her smile, though he couldn't quite place why. Thank you, Mom, I'll just head to my room for a bit. Feeling the unusual atmosphere at home, Chu Mo retreated to his bedroom, then cautiously peeked through the door crack to observe the living room. Since our son is back, we'll discuss it tomorrow. Chu Jiguo whispered from the sofa. It's all my fault, sigh. Li Fei shook her head as she began preparing dinner. Chu Mo, eavesdropping from his bedroom, felt utterly perplexed. What was going on? Had the family encountered some difficulties? Chapter 4, Liberal Arts College Entrance Exam. Half an hour later, a sumptuous dinner was served at the table. Chu Mo sat quietly at the dining table, eating his meal. Noticing his mother's worried expression, he wanted to inquire about what was troubling them several times, but the words caught in his throat. With his parents' concerns surrounding him, he finished dinner and promptly returned to his room to begin cultivating. Thanks to yesterday's experience, tonight's cultivation went much smoother. His previously blocked meridians expanded further, and by the time he finished cultivating, it was already 2 in the morning. Wow, my vitality has actually reached 50. Chu Mo felt a surge of joy as he sensed the strength within his body. The minimum standard for a martial artist is a vitality of 200. At this rate, he would soon become a martial artist. Just as he was about to take a shower and head to bed, Chu Mo suddenly heard hushed voices coming from his parents' room. Curious, he tiptoed outside to eavesdrop. You should take a leave of absence and rest. Tomorrow I'll think of a way. If it doesn't work out, I'll borrow some from the boss that we've worked at the restaurant for so long. It shouldn't be a problem to ask for an advance on our wages. Chu Jiguo's voice drifted through the door, causing Chu Mo's brows to furrow as he continued to listen. But I'm worried I might lose this job. The doctor said I need to rest for half a year after my illness is cured. Our son is going to university soon. How can you support this family alone? Li Fei protested. That's not acceptable, that if you delay your illness any longer, it won't get better. Chu Jiguo excitedly said. Let's discuss it later. This matter must not be disclosed to Amoer. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly forego attending university, the Li Fei reminded her husband. And upon hearing this, Chuemo realized that his mother was ill. A pang of anxiety seized his heart. It was evident that his mother's illness had arisen suddenly. To allow him to concentrate on his studies, she had been concealing her condition from their conversation. It appeared that the treatment would require a considerable amount of money. Yet in her determination to see him through to university, his mother was unwilling to rest at home, instead striving to work tirelessly to earn the funds necessary for his education. While the annual tuition for university was not exorbitant, it represented a significant burden for a family in financial straits. Should his mother opt for treatment, his father alone would have to bear the financial responsibilities, which would inevitably collapse the family's support system. This was the reason for his mother's reluctance to pursue medical care. After a while, the conversation between his parents gradually faded into silence. Chuemo sighed. His parents had sacrificed so much for him that if his mother continued to work, her health would surely deteriorate under the strain of her illness. No, I cannot simply proceed to university like this. Chuemo thought to himself. The expenses of attending university would only exacerbate the family's burdens. The best solution for allowing his mother to recuperate in peace was to become a martial artist. By achieving this status, he would not only receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000, but also be exempt from all tuition fees. This would not only assist in reducing family expenditures, but also alleviate their financial pressure significantly. I must reach the martial artist standard within 9 days and then pass the martial artist assessment. Once I secure the financial aid, my mother can rest at home without worry. Chuemo resolved instantly. To become a martial artist, one needed to achieve a vitality value of 200, a condition that was not overly challenging for him at present. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly took a shower and returned to his room to continue his training. The following day, Chuemo immersed himself in his practice, no longer preoccupied with the impending college entrance examination. Given his current academic standing, gaining admission to university was undoubtedly within his reach. However, compared to the martial artist assessment, the priorities were abundantly clear. Thus, his vitality value steadily increased, alongside significant enhancements to his other attributes that on the day of the college entrance examination, Chuemo stood at the school gate with his backpack, his parents accompanying him. Go for it. I believe you will succeed, shouted Chu Jigua from behind, while his mother encouraged him with a warm smile. Dad, Mom, you should head to work now. I'll bring you good news soon, Chuemo said confidently. Following his training, his memory had improved considerably, allowing previously unclear knowledge to come into sharp focus. That it was only after watching his son disappear into the crowd that Chu Jigua and Li Fei left the school. The college entrance examination spanned 2 days, with the first day dedicated to liberal arts and the second to martial sciences. Most martial students, like Zhang Feiyu and Chun Haoren, would choose to take the martial examination. Unfortunately, the original owner had not registered for the martial sciences exam. However, this did not hinder his participation in the martial artist assessment. Inside the examination hall, each candidate exerted their utmost to tackle the papers before them. Some wore furrowed brows, while others remained composed. Chuemo merely smiled at the paper in his hands. The original owner's academic performance had been outstanding, and combined with his own knowledge, these papers posed no challenge. Aside from a few questions regarding weapon design that he answered less satisfactorily, he felt confident about his performance in the other subjects. 2 days swiftly passed, and upon completing the final examination, Chuemo set down his pen and exhaled deeply. The tension surrounding the college entrance examination was universally palpable, regardless of the realm. Even though he had resolved to become a martial artist, he approached each exam with utmost seriousness, a gesture of gratitude towards the original owner's spirit. How did it go? Upon returning home, Li Fei eagerly inquired that it was okay, although the questions were somewhat challenging. I managed to grasp most of them. Chuemo responded truthfully, That's wonderful. Today, I bought a chicken. Tonight, we shall feast. Hearing her son's positive report, Li Fei's smile broadened that a great fortune awaits. Tonight, we dine on chicken? For some inexplicable reason, Chuemo suddenly recalled this phrase. That night, Chuemo wasted no time and continued to seclude himself in his room for training. His parents believed he was preparing for his future university coursework, unaware that their son had embarked on the path of a cultivator. They merely noticed a change in him over the past few days, as he appeared considerably healthier. 2 days later, Chuemo's vitality value finally broke through the 200 threshold. Ecstatic, he opened his attribute panel. Vitality. 200.2 physique. 50.3 strength. 423 kilograms speed. 19.2 ms mental power. Unknown comprehension. 31 spirit. 30 in just a few days, his vitality value had surged from 7 to 200. If this were to be shared, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm of cultivators in Fuzhou. I have finally met the martial artist standard. My lifespan should have significantly improved now. Chu Mo inquired of the system. Host remaining lifespan, 1 year and 1 month. The system replied, 0.1 year. System, why has my lifespan only increased by such a small margin after becoming a martial artist? Chu Mo asked in astonishment. Having expected that achieving martial artist status would align his lifespan with that of ordinary people, only to discover it had merely extended by a year. Due to the unique nature of the host's soul, the lifespan will be considerably shorter than that of an ordinary person. That as long as the host continues to enhance their strength, their lifespan will naturally increase. Understanding this, Chu Mo pondered for a moment, wondering if it was related to his transmigration. Congratulations, host, for reaching a vitality value of 200. A martial technique has been awarded. The system's voice echoed again, and a surge of memories flooded into Chu Mo's mind. He had received a martial technique. Martial technique. System. I adore you. Chu Mo exclaimed, thrilled as he examined the martial technique in his mind. Such techniques could significantly amplify a martial artist's power, with some formidable techniques even enabling cultivators to battle beyond their rank. However, each martial technique came at a considerable cost, accessible only to those from affluent families. The technique granted by the system was named Void Fist, consisting of 9 strikes, each additional strike exponentially enhancing its power. According to the technique's description, unleashing all 9 strikes could result in cataclysmic devastation. Without hesitation, Chu Mo commenced his training, fully absorbing the first layer of the technique by the end of the night. Early the next morning, he eagerly rushed to the martial artist assessment registration point. The assessment location was situated within the martial artist building in Fuzhou City, where transactions among martial artists took place. Upon entering the martial artist building, Chu Mo quickly located the registration point. Hello, may I inquire about the requirements for registering for the martial artist assessment? Chu Mo politely asked. The young girl responsible for registration glanced at him before handing him a guide for the martial artist assessment. To pass the assessment, you must meet the criteria listed on this paper. Check if you meet the requirements. If you are confident, you may register. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the registration fee. Additionally, the registration fee is 2,000. Once you decide, just hand me your ID. The girl explained that there's a registration fee. Chu Mo felt a wave of distress. Where on earth am I supposed to find 2,000? Glancing at the basic requirements for the martial artist assessment, he noted 2 points. First, strength must reach 500 kilograms to pass. Second, speed must hit 20 ms. That meeting these 2 criteria and defeating a combat robot during the assessment would qualify him as a prospective martial artist. Assessing his attributes, he found himself slightly lacking in both strength and speed. However, there were still 4 days until the assessment, and he calculated that by then, he should meet and even exceed the standards. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Void Fist technique, he would far surpass the basic requirements. The only dilemma remained: how to acquire the 2,000 registration fee. He considered asking his parents, but with his mother currently unwell and the family already in a tight financial situation, he was reluctant to add to their burdens. That it appeared he would have to borrow some from Zhang Feiyu. After thanking the girl, Chu Mo left the martial artist building. Chapter 5. Registering for the martial artist assessment after calling Zhang Feiyu. He was astonished to hear that Chu Mo intended to register for the martial artist assessment, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. What are you thinking? Is your performance in the college entrance examination not up to par? Zhang Feiyu expressed his concern that no, I did quite well this time, but I aspire to become a martial artist. Chu Mo clarified. You better not act impulsively and rush to register. With your physique, you won't even pass the basic test. Zhang Feiyu advised. You know my character well. I'm serious about this, Chu Mo replied, half amused. However, this reaction was typical. No one who knew him believed he would pursue the path of a martial artist. All right, enough talk. Where are you? I'll come find you, Zhang Feiyu promptly asked, and I'm right outside the martial artist building. Okay, just wait there. Zhang Feiyu hung up and hurried over to the martial artist building. 20 minutes later, Zhang Feiyu arrived at the martial artist building and, seeing Chu Mo waiting outside, shook his head in resignation. Chu Mo? Zhang Feiyu rushed over to greet him. You finally made it. Tell me, do you have the funds? I need it urgently. Chu Mo approached him and inquired, I have the money, but I don't want you to waste it unnecessarily. Zhang Feiyu, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, do you have any idea how difficult the warrior assessment is? It is not something one can pass casually. You aren't even a martial apprentice. How could you possibly succeed in the warrior evaluation? I advise you not to waste your money, that if you don't perform well in this examination, you can always repeat a year. Zhang Feiyu continued, it's not as you think that in fact, I've already begun my training, that I just reviewed the assessment criteria and feel confident that I should be able to pass. Chu Mo, caught between laughter and tears, explained, you, training? Zhang Feiyu scrutinized Chu Mo, and upon closer inspection, he noticed something remarkable. Previously, Chu Mo had a frail constitution and was often ill, appearing quite weak. Now, it seemed that he had become considerably more robust without anyone noticing. When did you start training? Zhang Feiyu exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world that, it's been a while, Chu Mo casually replied. Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to train. That is truly fantastic. However, the warrior assessment is no trivial matter. Come, let me test your abilities first, that I'm a mid-level martial apprentice, and if you can defeat me, I'll lend you the money to sign up. Zhang Feiyu assumed a combat stance, which is a common posture among martial apprentices. This is what you suggested. Without hesitation, Chu Mo agreed, as he was also eager to gauge his own strength. You may strike first to avoid any claims of bullying. Zhang Feiyu, observing Chu Mo's stance, suspected that he had not adequately practiced combat techniques. Allowing Chu Mo to attack first would lend credibility to his victory later, should he win. Are you sure? Chu Mo asked. His expression peculiar. His strength had already reached that of a high-level martial apprentice. Zhang Feiyu's request for him to strike first seemed quite unfair. Come on, don't dawdle. Zhang Feiyu urged. All right, here I go, to be careful. Chu Mo responded, and without further ado, he unleashed a punch. Zhang Feiyu, who had been contemplating how to console Chu Mo after their match, was suddenly startled by the unexpected speed of the punch. Wow, that was fast. He quickly raised his hands to block, but a tremendous force knocked him down to the ground. Are you all right? Seeing Zhang Feiyu toppled by his punch, Chu Mo rushed over to assist him. I am fine, Zhang Feiyu gasped, his breath uneven, his mind a whirlpool of emotions. Chu Mo's strength had clearly reached that of a mid-level martial apprentice. He had never imagined that Chu Mo had been training in silence to reach such a level. Goodness, you actually ambushed me. If I hadn't T-blocked in time, I might have sustained internal injuries. Zhang Feiyu complained that, weren't you the one who told me to strike first? Chu Mo replied sheepishly. Having never engaged in combat before, he had momentarily failed to control his strength. Despite having tempered his power significantly, it still reached mid-level martial apprentice standards. Well, what do you think? I wasn't lying. Right? My strength should be sufficient to register for the warrior assessment. Chu Mo inquired, pulling Zhang Feiyu up. Your strength is decent, but it's only comparable to mine. That is certainly not enough to pass the warrior assessment. I strongly advise against wasting your money. Zhang Feiyu rubbed his arm and remarked. Actually, I held back earlier because I was afraid of hurting you, Chu Mo explained. What? You were holding back? Zhang Feiyu exclaimed. His expression one of disbelief. Seeing that Chu Mo was not joking, he grew increasingly curious about Chu Mo's true strength. Come, let us test your strength, Zhang Feiyu declared, pulling Chu Mo towards the warrior building. Before long, the two arrived at the warrior hall. In addition to the assessment registration point, there was a machine to test strength, currently surrounded by a number of individuals that go on. Give it a punch. Zhang Feiyu encouraged. Chu Mo gazed curiously at the strength testing machine, pondering whether the readings it produced would align with the attributes displayed on his system's panel. Soon, it was Chu Mo's turn that he stood before the machine, held his breath, and with a mighty shout, infused his vitality into his arm, delivering a powerful blow to the machine. Thud! Thud thud! The display on the testing machine fluctuated rapidly, soon surpassing 200 kg. The sound continued, and before long, it reached 400 kg. Those observing the screen gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that this seemingly ordinary student could generate such formidable strength. When the numbers finally stabilized at 412 kg, the machine's beeping ceased. Wow, Chu Mo, you're incredibly strong. No wonder you wanted to register for the warrior assessment. I can't believe you kept this from me for so long. Zhang Feiyu was left speechless, realizing that 400 kilograms was already the strength of a high-level martial apprentice. One more step, and he would meet the standards of a warrior. Chu Mo, however, was dissatisfied with his punch. The power displayed was lower than what his system panel indicated. He silently inquired with the system, which informed him that his punching technique had limited his output. I at my punching technique that is flawed. Chu Mo pondered, recalling the void fist technique he had practiced the previous day. If he utilized that combat skill, how much more power could he unleash? He decided to give it another shot. With this thought, Chu Mo assumed the starting stance of the combat technique that moment. It felt as if his vitality transformed. As it coursed into his right arm, an explosive energy filled his entire limb. Boom! When the energy peaked, he swung with all his might towards the testing machine. As a thunderous crack echoed, the machine's numbers skyrocketed. Zhang Feiyu was about to inform Chu Mo that his strength was still insufficient to pass the warrior assessment, but before he could utter a word, the explosive force of Chu Mo's punch struck the machine. Staring at the numbers displayed, Zhang Feiyu's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and no wonder Chu Mo had claimed he had held back earlier. The machine now registered an astonishing 804 kg. Chapter 6. Graduation gathering. With that punch, the surrounding martial apprentices were left utterly astonished. They had initially believed Chu Mo to be an ordinary martial apprentice. And even a strength of over 400 kilograms was impressive. Little did they know that his subsequent punch would leave them in disbelief. Was this truly the might of an 18 or 19-year-old? Surely, the machine must have malfunctioned. A soft murmur arose, but Chu Mo merely smiled silently, choosing not to refute the doubts. Let us go. Why are we still standing here? Don't let them gawk at us like monkeys, he urged, pulling Zhang Feiyu away, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered martial apprentices. Soon after, two figures clad in combat attire entered the vicinity outside the warrior building. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be from the Infinite Martial Academy. Is it really necessary for you to come in person, Elder Bai? A slightly younger man inquired of the middle-aged figure beside him that if we don't secure a genius early, others will snatch them up. It is not often that a cultivator capable of entering the celestial ranking emerges. Shall we simply allow others to take them? Elder Bai admonished. Your words ring true. The younger man nodded, though his gaze and demeanor suggested otherwise. In his view, what did it matter if someone was a genius? The Infinite Martial Academy was the largest and floating prefecture city that if someone were truly talented, would they choose another academy over the finest? These youngsters are full of vitality. Look at how many are gathered here to test their strength, he added. Elder Xiao, let us go take a look, Elder Bai suggested, noticing the throng of martial apprentices around the testing machine. His arrival instantly stirred the many cultivators within the warrior building. Elder Bai Qingyang was a senior figure in the Infinite Martial Academy, already a high-level grand martial artist. With just one more step, he could transcend to the martial master realm. Even the head of the Infinite Martial Academy in floating prefecture city was merely at the martial master level, placing Elder Bai among the most powerful individuals in the region. Upon reaching the testing machine, Elder Bai casually glanced at the displayed figures that, not bad. Which warrior produced such strength? It has already reached mid-level warrior standards. He scanned the crowd but did not notice any older cultivators, implying that the individual who delivered that punch must be quite young, that if the talent were commendable, perhaps they could be recruited into the Infinite Martial Academy. The cultivator has already left, but it seems he is not yet a warrior. A martial apprentice who overheard the conversation with Chu Mo and Zhang Feiyu interjected. They left. Elder Bai responded without much concern, but soon he realized the implication. What did you just say? I said the cultivator has already left. The martial apprentice replied, puzzled by Elder Bai's sudden intensity. Not that part. The next part. Elder Bai fixed his gaze on the martial apprentice. The next part. Oh, he seems to not yet be a warrior. The apprentice stammered. How do you know he isn't a martial apprentice? Elder Bai asked, his excitement mounting, the aura of a high-level grand martial artist inadvertently emanating from him. He was mentioned by his friend, who said something about signing up for the warrior assessment, which is why he came to test his strength, the apprentice explained, his voice trembling under Elder Bai's imposing presence, struggling to breathe. Where is he? Elder Bai urgently pressed, sensing he might have encountered a genius. They have left. Left? Elder Bai suddenly came to a realization. The other party had informed him from the very beginning that the practitioner being tested had already departed. Elder Bai, what is the matter? Xiao Ning inquired. Nothing, Just a pity. Elder Bai expressed a sense of regret upon realizing he could not locate the owner of the formidable punch. Tio wields such immense power even before participating in the martial artist assessment. This disciple's talent for cultivation must be extraordinary. However, Elder Bai did not make a concerted effort to search. He gave Xiao Ning a few instructions before proceeding to meet the prodigious practitioner he had previously arranged to see. After completing his registration, Chu Mo intended to return and dedicate himself to rigorous training, but Zhang Feiyu insisted on dragging him to a gathering. Isn't the results about to be announced? The class monitor said we should celebrate. Who knows when we'll have another chance to meet? You absolutely have to come, Zhang Feiyu urged, pulling Chu Mo into a taxi. All right, I'll go, Chu Mo replied with a resigned shake of his head. Zhang Feiyu had just lent him 2,000 yuan. Refusing would seem rather inconsiderate. This is more like it. Recently, that Chen Haoran has been stealing the spotlight, surrounded by those female classmates every day. If they knew how impressive you are, just imagine their expressions. Zhang Feiyu said eagerly that if the classmates found out that the Chu Mo they had underestimated had actually signed up for the martial artist assessment, they would surely be just as astonished. Let us not. Chu Mo declined that I haven't even passed the martial artist assessment yet. What does that matter? 800 kilograms of strength. How many people participating in the martial artist assessment can achieve such high numbers? If I don't show off a little, I might just burst. Zhang Feiyu exclaimed anxiously. Ever since he learned that Chu Mo was a practitioner, he had been eager to share the news with the entire class. Chu Mo sighed, realizing that this guy was truly a blabbermouth. For him to keep this matter under wraps would likely be more painful than a death sentence. Fine, let him be. It's not exactly a bad thing. Chu Mo decided not to dwell on it any longer. Zhao Feifei's family was well off. She had chosen a very upscale venue, Silver Lake Villa, to host this gathering. Even before noon, many classmates had already arrived at the villa. Upon seeing Chu Mo and Zhang Feiyu, they simply greeted them with smiles. The class monitor has such a good sense of style in choosing the venue. Zhang Feiyu marveled at the villa's decor. Due to the rampant presence of exotic beasts, space within the city was quite limited. Although the living conditions in Chu Mo's area were poor, the rent was exorbitant. Some financially struggling civilians had to either live in filthy, chaotic environments or venture outside the city to find their own shelter. Over time, numerous grassroots organizations had formed outside the city, establishing defense teams to guard against beast invasions and becoming a resting place for mercenaries. However, observing the entirety of Silver Lake Villa, the artificial lake alone occupied a vast area, with greenery covering an impressive 60 to 70%. Tio have established such a large villa within the city. It must be said that the owner behind the villa possessed considerable financial strength. Since it's still early for lunch, why don't we play a game of billiards first? Chu Mo suggested, eyeing the students playing billiards in the lounge. You know how to play billiards? Zhang Feiyu looked at Chu Mo with surprise, as if he were meeting him for the first time. That IT feels like you become a different person after just a few days. Let us find out, shall we? Chu Mo replied with a mysterious smile. The original owner of this body had devoted himself entirely to studying and had no experience with such recreational activities. But having been born in the 21st century, how could he not be familiar with these forms of entertainment? All right, but let me make it clear. No using your energy, Zhang Feiyu stated. Not an issue. Let us go, Chu Mo agreed. The two then began their competition at the billiards table. Half an hour later, Zhang Feiyu, with a dejected expression, tossed his cue aside and plopped down on the sofa. Did you secretly sign up for a tutoring class behind my back? He complained. How could that be? It's called talent, you know, Chu Mo said, exerting a slight force in his arm to sink the final black ball. You must have been practicing in secret, trying to amaze everyone. That I'm so frustrated. I can't even beat you at billiards. Zhang Feiyu exaggeratedly lamented. Just as the two were chatting, a commotion erupted outside. It seems Chen Haoran has arrived, Zhang Feiyu observed excitedly. Let him come. I'm not interested, Chu Mo replied, showing no enthusiasm. Don't be like that. Let us go take a look. Zhang Feiyu insisted, dragging Chu Mo outside. Chapter 7. The top of the class, Chen Haoran's arrival immediately captured everyone's attention, and even Zhao Feifei joined the throng around him. Hauge, you've finally made it? Everyone has been waiting for you to start the meal. Sun Yang was the first to rush over. Surely not. With so many people waiting for me, I feel quite embarrassed, Chen Haoran laughed heartily. What is there to be embarrassed about? In the future, Howard will undoubtedly be one of the most formidable practitioners in Fuzhou City. Waiting for a bit is only right. ISNT at class monitor. Sun Yang chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Your words are as sweet as honey. Zhao Feifei shot Sun Yang a glare. Since everyone is mostly here now, let us start the meal. Chen Haoran, who was not fond of being surrounded by too many people, walked directly toward the villa's private room. Zhao Feifei glanced at the time. It was just right for lunch. She called for a waiter to serve the dishes and then entered the room as well. Once everyone was seated, the classmates began to inquire about Chen Haoran. Haoran, I've heard that the martial artist assessment is approaching. And many martial arts schools are already recruiting talented practitioners ahead of time. Is a talented practitioner from our school? I'm sure many have approached you, right? Please share with us, a fashionable female classmate prompted. Not much, really. The Infinite Martial Arts School has reached out to me, but for now, I still intend to prioritize my studies. While the benefits at Infinite Martial Arts School are appealing, I'm still contemplating which school to join. Chen Haoran replied. Haoran, how did you fare on the martial arts examination? Zhao Feifei asked curiously that I'm not sure yet. The results aren't out, but I feel confident that I should make it into the key class for martial arts at Fuzhou University. Chen Haoran stated confidently. The key class for martial arts only accepts advanced martial disciples. Chen Haoran has already reached the pinnacle of advanced martial discipleship. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will surely be assigned to the key class. Other classmates began to ask questions, and the atmosphere grew lively. Wow, the results are out. A classmate who had been closely monitoring the examination results suddenly exclaimed. Really? Let me see. Upon hearing the results had been released, everyone quickly pulled out their phones to check their scores. Some wore smiles while others furrowed their brows upon seeing their results. The exam results are truly out, but what a pity. I only scored a little over 400 in the liberal arts. I really am not cut out for it, Zhang Feiyu commented, not particularly surprised by the score displayed on his phone. The full score for the liberal arts examination was 700, while Zhang Feiyu's score was subpar. It wasn't entirely dreadful. What about your martial arts score? Chuimo asked with curiosity. Wait a moment. Let me check. Martial arts score, 316, just barely passing, Zhang Feiyu shouted excitedly. The full score for martial arts is 500. Historically, achieving 300 points is sufficient to enter university. Zhang Feiyu's luck seems to be quite good, exceeding the threshold by a bit. By the way, Chuimo, what about your score? Zhang Feiyu suddenly remembered to ask. I haven't looked yet. Can you check for me? Chuimo requested, providing his identification information to Zhang Feiyu. Soon, the phone displayed Chuimo's examination score. Wow, 668? You must be cheating, Zhang Feiyu exclaimed in astonishment. With 7 subjects in the liberal arts, each worth 100 points, achieving such a score in the examination surely made Chuimo the top student in the class. That is true. Chuimo scored so well. The classmates turned their attention to Chuimo upon hearing the news of his score. If you don't believe it, take a look. Zhang Feiyu handed his phone to the others, and upon confirming Chuimo's score of 668, their gazes toward him shifted. Though Chuimo was not a practitioner and could not enroll in martial arts, attaining such a score to enter university meant that his future achievements would not be far behind those of ordinary martial artists. Haoge, what about your score? Sun Yang suddenly asked. It dawned on the classmates that they had yet to inquire about Chen Haoran's results. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Haoran made a regretful expression. Not too great. I only scored 462.462. The classmates gasped in disbelief. That what you call not too great. Indeed, geniuses enjoy a bit of modesty. They murmured among themselves. .462 should certainly secure a spot in the top 20 of Fuzhou City. Who would have thought our class would produce 2 geniuses at once? Truly commendable. Come everyone, let us raise a toast to them. Zhao Feifei smiled as she lifted her glass. All right, let us toast together. The classmates filled their glasses, and although the toast was meant for the 2 of them, most classmates only clinked glasses with Chen Haoran, leaving Chuimo feeling somewhat awkward. Chuimo, congratulations. If it weren't for Chen Haoran's exceptional score, you would surely be the focus of the class, Zhao Feifei said, stepping forward to offer her toast. Thank you, class monitor. Chuimo remained indifferent to these matters. He too had embarked on the path of cultivation. Regrettably, he had not applied for the martial arts examination previously. Otherwise, his results might have surpassed those of Chen Haoran. After downing a drink, Zhao Feifei immediately took a seat beside Chen Haoran, engaging in lively conversation, while the others finally began to eat. The dishes at Yinishan Manor were vibrant in color and fragrant, and many had long been unable to suppress their desire to taste the food. "Brother Howard, have you registered for the martial artist assessment?" Sun Yang suddenly inquired amidst the meal. "That of course, I have registered," Chun Howard replied, nodding as he picked up some food. "Brother Hao, what are the chances of you passing this assessment?" The others asked curiously. "IT should be fine. My punching power has already exceeded 500 kilograms. And with the enhancement of my combat skills, there should be no significant issues." Chun Howard contemplated for a few seconds before responding. "Brother Hao is truly impressive. Once you pass the martial artist assessment, you must treat us to a meal." Sun Yang preemptively celebrated, and the others began to shower him with compliments. "Absolutely. Wait for my good news." Chun Howard beamed at the flattery, his smile unwavering. Zhao Feifei, seated nearby, gazed at Chun Howard with a hint of admiration. "That I truly envy you, Chun Howard. Wherever you go, you are the center of attention." "Chu Mo, when will I become such a remarkable person?" Noticing Zhao Feifei's apparent interest in Chun Howard, Zhang Feiyu sighed. Aside from being the class monitor, Zhao Feifei is also exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, she is a cultivator, though her talent pales in comparison to Chun Howard's. That as long as you diligently cultivate, you may not necessarily lag behind in the future. If you wish to draw attention, become a martial artist as soon as possible. Chu Mo encouraged. Becoming a martial artist is no easy feat. I would be grateful if I could become one within 5 years. Unlike you, who can already register for the martial artist assessment, Zhang Feiyu lamented. Upon hearing Zhang Feiyu mention his registration for the martial artist assessment, Chu Mo felt a sense of helplessness. This guy truly couldn't keep his mouth shut, perhaps even doing it intentionally. Sure enough, upon hearing this, their classmate Li Yi, who sat nearby, immediately reacted. "Martial artist assessment. Are you drinking fake alcohol, Zhang Feiyu?" Li burst into laughter. "Fake alcohol? Do I look like I'm drunk?" Zhang Feiyu retorted immediately that you're saying you haven't been drinking. It's more plausible that you're talking about Chun Howard. Li continued to jest. "Exactly. Zhang Feiyu, if you can't hold your liquor, just drink less. We wouldn't want you to make a scene." Sun Yang chimed in with teasing that, "Oh, you all still don't believe it, but it's true. When I first found out, I had the same reaction as you. But now it's fine to tell you. Chu Mo is indeed a cultivator and already possesses martial artist strength. He will definitely pass the assessment this time," Zhang Feiyu declared proudly, as though he himself were the one registering for the martial artist assessment. Chapter 8. Void Fist Technique. Zhang Feiyu's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Chu Mo is actually a cultivator. How is that possible? They vaguely remembered that Chu Mo had taken several leaves of absence due to health issues. As a cultivator, how could his physique be so frail? Zhao Feifei instinctively observed Chu Mo, inexplicably feeling that the aura around him had become somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be that he has truly become a cultivator? She wondered in astonishment, but quickly dismissed the thought that if Chu Mo were a cultivator, why wouldn't he choose to register for the martial arts program? Zhang Feiyu, are you talking nonsense? Everyone knows what condition Chu Mo is in. I recall during our enrollment, the school tested and found that he had no talent for cultivation, Sun Yang interjected. Recalling the aptitude test from their enrollment, the classmates began to think Zhang Feiyu was joking. Indeed, if he truly had talent for cultivation, it would have been discovered back then that I knew you wouldn't believe it. Our Chu Mo is simply too low-key. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might still be in the dark. Zhang Feiyu finally revealed this secret, eager to witness everyone's astonished expressions. However, their reactions were quite different from what he had anticipated. Many even began to stifle their laughter. Zhang Feiyu, I have to admire you. Only you could make such a joke. Chu Mo, you too. Why are you playing along with him? Jokes about cultivators are not something everyone can make. Lu Jia, the goddess ranked second in class, expressed her dissatisfaction. What do you mean by joking? Chu Mo is indeed a cultivator. Zhang Feiyu hurriedly clarified. All right, enough of this nonsense. Everyone, let us eat quickly before the food gets cold, Zhao Feifei reminded. Yes, let us eat quickly. The flavors here are truly delightful. With Zhao Feifei's prompt, everyone soon forgot the earlier jest. Seeing that no one believed him, Zhang Feiyu grew anxious. Such a significant secret should not be known by him alone. Didn't they understand that Chu Mo was the genius of this class? All right, let us eat, he finally conceded. Seeing Zhang Feiyu still wanting to explain, Chu Mo tugged at his arm that no, if I don't tell them, I'll feel quite uncomfortable. You know what it's like to keep a secret all to yourself. Zhang Feiyu was reluctant to stop, that I don't like being the center of attention. Chu Mo whispered. All right. Zhang Feiyu relented, realizing he could not press the issue further. After all, Chu Mo was participating in the martial artist assessment. Soon everyone would know. The others merely regarded Zhang Feiyu's earlier remarks as a jest. For if Chu Mo could truly cultivate, he would certainly have registered for the martial arts assessment, a matter of great importance for his future. Zhao Feifei glanced at Chu Mo a few times, no longer focusing her attention on him. Brother, how come? Let me toast you again. With Sun Yang starting to raise his glass, others quickly followed suit, reveling in the merriment. These fellows truly had no sense of propriety. Zhang Feiyu did not join them. He was seated next to a martial artist, so why bother toasting the others? Keep it down, he suggested. The happenings within the private room seemed unrelated to Chu Mo, who focused solely on the delicious cuisine before him, as opportunities to dine at such a luxurious manner were rare. After more than an hour of dining, Chu Mo bid farewell to the group. He still needed to return home to inform his parents of his college entrance examination results. They would undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn that he had been accepted into Fuzhou University. Are you not attending the gathering in the afternoon? Zhao Feifei asked in surprise. That I think I'll skip the afternoon gathering. I have some matters to attend to at home, Chu Mo explained. All right then, with your results, getting into Fuzhou University should be a piece of cake, though we'll have other opportunities to meet at school. Zhao Feifei exchanged a few polite words. Upon returning home, Chu Mo found that his parents had not yet finished work. He wasted no time and immediately began his cultivation. The days leading up to the martial artist assessment were growing shorter, and to succeed, he needed to be fully focused that he had practiced the void fist technique gifted by the system before. But when testing his punching power, he had clearly not unleashed the full might of the combat skill. Today, he would continue honing the void fist technique. Chu Mo selected a secluded outdoor area and set his training goals for the day. The void fist technique was immensely powerful, capable of directly doubling his strength, that if he could master it completely, he would surely be able to strike with 1,000 kilograms during the martial artist assessment. With that thought in mind, he took a deep breath, envisioning the essence of the void fist technique in his mind over and over again. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his vitality flowing through his meridians and coalescing in his right fist. With a mighty shout, his punch surged forth like the wind into the empty air. The atmosphere crackled with sound, and a distant boulder was instantly shattered into pieces by Chu Mo's punch. Continue. Chu Mo meticulously recalled his previous exertion and launched another punch that as time passed, the power of the void fist technique grew, increasingly formidable. Finally, as dusk approached, his parents returned home, weary from their day. Upon seeing Chu Mo reclining on the sofa, their eyes lit up, and they hurried over to Mo. The results of the college entrance examination should be out today, that I've heard so many people talking about it in the restaurant. How did you do? Li Fei asked, her eyes filled with anticipation that it went well. Getting into Fuzhou University is definitely not a problem, Chu Mo replied, revealing the results he had prepared in advance, seeing the score of 668 displayed on the phone. Li Fei was momentarily in disbelief. What happened? Let me see. Zhang Jigua, noticing his wife's expression, assumed their son had not performed well. When he seized the phone and saw the content, his mouth fell open in shock. Is this really your score? Zhang Jigua inquired, astonished. Though he knew his son usually did well academically, this score was astonishingly high. The maximum score for the college entrance examination was 700, yet his son had achieved 668. How many could score so high in the entire Fuzhou? Dad, college entrance examination scores cannot be faked. This is definitely my result. Chu Mo felt a surge of pride as he observed his parents' astonished expressions, having the memories of 2 lifetimes combined with the diligent study of the original owner. It would have been odd if he had not performed well. Good. A smile of contentment spread across Zhang Jigua's face. Old Wang was boasting to me about his son scoring over 560. Tomorrow I'll have something to brag about. Chu Jigua, filled with excitement, exclaimed, you just love to show off these things. I only hope that Moer can gain admission to Fuzhou University, although Li Fei was pleased. Her eyes betrayed a hint of inexplicable helplessness, that it was a foregone conclusion that her son would enroll in university. She merely wished for her health to hold out a little longer, until her son completed his studies, at which point her burdens would lighten considerably. The worry in her mother's gaze did not escape Chu Mo's notice. He was acutely aware of her concerns. The thought of his mother toiling tirelessly for his sake made him clench his fists involuntarily. "Mom, rest assured, I will not let you down," Chu Mo vowed silently. This time, he was determined to excel in the martial arts assessment. Chapter 9. Has Chu Mo registered? In the following days, Chu Mo sequestered himself in his room, diligently practicing. With the enhancement of both the system and his own training, his strength grew daily. Finally, on the last day, he assessed his attributes: health, 372.2 physique, 82.6 strength, 615 kilograms speed, 23.2 milliseconds mental power, unknown comprehension, 35.2 spirit, 36.1 after days of training. His strength had far surpassed the basic assessment standards for martial artists. With the added advantage of his combat skills, he was confident that a punch could easily exceed 1200 kg. Clenching his fists, a series of satisfying cracks emanated from his joints, observing his toned yet unexaggerated muscles. He nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow is the martial arts assessment. I should rest well tonight. Chu Mo relaxed his mind, aiming to optimize his state. Through relentless practice, his combat techniques had improved significantly, yet he remained uncertain about his ability to defeat the testing robot. The following day, Chu Mo rose early, eagerly eyeing the freshly made noodles on the table, which he promptly moved in front of himself. "Slow down, no one is competing with you," Li Fei lovingly advised as she watched her son devour his meal in haste. "It's fine, Mom, I like eating this way." Chu Mo mumbled, "Did I in just 3 minutes?" He had finished his breakfast. "Mom, I'm stepping out." Chu Mo grabbed his martial arts assessment certificate and slipped on his shoes. "Were you off to so early?" Li Fei inquired, noticing her son's hurried exit. "Isn't today the martial arts assessment?" "I want to go see," he explained. "You can go watch, but remember, do not engage in any conflicts with those practitioners. Understand?" Li Fei cautioned. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm off." Chu Mo waved dismissively as he hurried toward the martial arts building. Upon arriving at the martial arts building, he was met with a sea of people. The martial arts assessment takes place twice a year, attracting not only participants but also numerous spectators, particularly from various martial arts schools that place great importance on each assessment. "Chu Mo, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing the voice, Chu Mo turned to see Zhao Feifei. "I came to join the excitement," he replied with a smile, "that I thought you were actually here to participate in the martial arts assessment," she said, momentarily taken aback before realizing she was being overly suspicious. Since Zhang Fei mentioned that Chu Mo had registered for the assessment, she had felt that he was hiding something from everyone. "Would you like to come in with me? If you're interested, I can take you inside," Zhao Feifei offered, producing an entry ticket with a smile. Surprised that Zhao Feifei had a ticket, Chu Mo felt a bit taken aback, but then remembered her status and relaxed. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought that she would see him during the assessment. Forget it, she'll find out sooner or later. If she sees, she sees. Chu Mo chose not to dwell on it. Entering the examination area, he made his way directly to the assessment point. "Feifei, you made it." Chen Haoran spotted Zhao Feifei and nodded with a smile. "Good luck. I believe you will pass the martial arts assessment." Zhao Feifei encouraged her. After she spoke, she turned her head to look for Chu Mo. "Where's Chu Mo?" Upon hearing that Chu Mo was also present, Chen Haoran looked surprised that he seems to be over there. He pointed toward the assessment point, and Zhao Feifei followed his gesture, indeed spotting Chu Mo verifying his information. What is he doing there? Could he really be participating in the martial arts assessment? Zhao Feifei thought, recalling Zhang Feiyu's earlier words. Just then, Zhang Feiyu rushed in, panting heavily. "Zhang Feiyu, you're here too. Did you register for the martial arts assessment?" Chen Haoran asked, suppressing a chuckle, "That I know my own capabilities. I'm not even a high-level martial apprentice, so how could I participate in the assessment?" Zhang Feiyu shook his head in denial. "Then why are you here?" Chen Haoran questioned, puzzled at the see Chu Mo. "He registered." Zhang Feiyu pointed at Chu Mo, shouting, "Chu Mo registered?" Chen Haoran was astonished. Anyone from their class could register for the martial arts assessment, but Chu Mo was the least likely candidate. Everyone knew that Chu Mo had a frail body since childhood and could not cultivate at all. This is absurd. The martial arts assessment is not something anyone can just sign up for. Thankfully, he won't pass the preliminary tests. Otherwise, he would surely be severely injured by the testing robot. Someone should tell him to give up. Zhao Feifei frowned with concern. Indeed, the martial arts assessment is no trivial matter. Who knows how he managed to register? Chen Haoran began to advise as well that don't worry. If he can register, he must have some confidence. Zhang Feiyu said with a sly smile, that I told you last time. But you didn't believe me that if you see Chu Mo become a practitioner, it will surely shock you even more than my initial revelation. Zhang Feiyu thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the expressions of both of them when they learned that Chu Mo was indeed a practitioner. This must be your terrible idea. Zhao Feifei shot Zhang Feiyu a glare. However, after some thought, she concluded that since Chu Mo would likely not pass the preliminary tests, he wouldn't have the opportunity to face the testing robot. Just wait and see. I'm going to sit over there, she declared, while Zhang Feiyu made his way to the audience area without further explanation. After passing the identity verification, Chu Mo quietly took his seat in the preparation area. Before long, Chen Haoran joined him, casting a glance in his direction without speaking. Half an hour later, at 9 in the morning, all participants had entered, and the martial arts assessment was about to commence. Suddenly, a screen at the highest point of the assessment venue lit up, displaying a stern-looking middle-aged man. Welcome, everyone, to this martial arts assessment. I am Zhao Zhongmin, the official examiner for this event. I will now announce the testing content. As Zhao Zhongmin's voice reverberated through the hall. Silence fell over the venue. The preliminary martial artist assessment consists of 3 rounds. The first round is a strength test, with a requirement of 500 kilograms to pass. The second round is a speed test, with a passing speed of 20 ms. The third round involves our testing robot, where you must either endure for 3 minutes or defeat it to become a true martial apprentice. However, becoming a martial apprentice does not mean you are a martial artist. True martial artists grow through battling fierce beasts. Only through rigorous assessments can you earn the title of martial artist. Is everyone clear on the assessment content? Understood. The candidates in the preparation area shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the venue. Zhao Zhongmin nodded in satisfaction. This batch of candidates exhibited commendable spirit. As he surveyed the nearly 1,000 candidates in the preparation area, he cut to the chase and declared, "Let the martial arts assessment begin." Chapter 10. Basic testing in the assessment arena. Several testing machines stood silently in place. Zhao Zhongmin issued a few commands, and soon, several examiners began calling out the names of participants. "Zai!" One of the examiners shouted toward the preparation area. Immediately, the named candidate sprinted out from the preparation area. A young man in his early 20s, with short hair and dressed in a simple white t-shirt, approached with a sharp gaze. "Let us begin. You have 3 attempts," the examiner nodded. Zhang's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached the testing machine. Without much preparation, he bellowed, and his fist struck the testing machine with force. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as red numbers quickly appeared on the testing machine. 637 kg. Not bad. Proceed to the next round. The examiner signaled for Zheng Yahue to continue. Observing the result, the candidates in the preparation area began to murmur among themselves. Zheng Yahue, a student from Fuzhou University. He became a martial apprentice last time, but his speed fell short. I wonder if he can pass this time. He definitely can. Yes, my senior. He already reached a speed of 21 milliseconds while in school. Another chimed in. Students from Fuzhou University are indeed impressive. I believe he just finished his first year. This is nothing. You haven't seen the geniuses from Fuzhou University. Many of them passed the martial arts assessment before even entering the university. That's so incredible. Chu Mo listened quietly to their discussion and learned that several prodigies at Fuzhou University had passed the martial artist assessment even before entering the school. He was somewhat astonished. It seemed that Fuzhou University was indeed a hidden gem teeming with talent, that he wondered about the capabilities of those listed on the genius rankings. What are you afraid? Chen Haoran suddenly interjected upon noticing Chu Mo's expression. Oh no, I was merely contemplating the remarkable abilities of those prodigies at Fuzhou University. Chu Mo replied candidly. He had only managed to participate in the martial artist assessment with the aid of a system, while those prodigies had no such assistance. Thus, their cultivation talents were evidently impressive. Are you truly a cultivator? Chen Haoran inquired with curiosity, having observed Chu Mo for quite some time, that he noticed that the previously frail-looking Chu Mo now exuded a slight sense of pressure. Yes, I've been practicing for some time, but I encountered an unexpected incident earlier, which is why I did not enroll in the martial sciences. Chu Mo explained. That's so. I must have misjudged you. Chen Haoran remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice, although he did not react too strongly to his view. Even if Chu Mo had become a cultivator, it was likely that his experience was limited. He assumed that Chu Mo had merely come to partake in the event for the sake of it, with no real hope of passing the assessment. After a brief conversation, the assessment instructor suddenly called out Chun Haoran's name. Chun Haoran, are you present? Here. Chun Haoran immediately stood up. I will go participate in the test now. I wish you good luck. He slightly bowed his head to Chu Mo. All right. Give it your all. Chu Mo watched him with anticipation. Chun Haoran was deemed one of the most likely candidates to make it onto the genius rankings, and Chu Mo was eager to witness just how formidable a cultivator could be who achieved such a status. In the audience, upon seeing Chun Haoran take the stage, Zhao Feifei instantly perked up. Most candidates had succumbed in the second round of tests, and those who managed to pass all 3 rounds were exceedingly rare. That candidate is Chun Haoran. I believe he was featured in the news recently, someone remarked. Yes, I heard he has a strong chance of making it onto the genius rankings. I wonder how he will perform in the tests. The audience buzzed with curiosity regarding Chun Haoran's capabilities. The strength test may now commence, announced the assessment instructor. Chun Haoran did not hesitate. He gathered his energy and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The testing machine trembled slightly before them, and all eyes turned to its display. 712 kg. My goodness, that's astonishing. The crowd gasped in shock. This was the highest score recorded at the assessment thus far, with no one else managing to surpass 700 kilograms. Isn't Chun Haoran merely 18 years old? At such a young age, he has already surpassed the average martial artist by such a margin. No wonder he is said to be a potential candidate for the genius rankings. His cultivation talent is indeed formidable, exclaimed a middle-aged man in astonishment. Everyone turned to the middle-aged man, who was none other than Elder Bai Qingyang from the Infinite Martial Arts School. Elder Bai. His presence here surely indicates an attempt to recruit Chun Haoran. If Chun Haoran joins the Infinite Martial Arts School, he will undoubtedly attain a position of considerable stature in the future. As they observed Elder Bai's admiration for Chun Haoran's cultivation talent, the crowd realized that Chun Haoran's rise to prominence was inevitable. Hearing the murmurs, Chun Haoran merely smiled slightly. This punch was purely based on vital energy. If he were to employ combat techniques, the data might well exceed 1,000. Excellent. The strength test is passed. Let us now proceed to the speed test. The assessment instructor wore a satisfied smile as he regarded Chun Haoran's results. During the second round of testing, Chun Haoran took a deep breath as the testing machine prepared. He propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! In mere seconds, he reached the finish line. 22 ms, the testing machine announced, and once again the crowd was astonished by Chun Haoran's performance. No need to look further. Chun Haoran will undoubtedly pass the third round of tests, a candidate beside Chu Mo confidently asserted. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo felt a significant reduction in his anxiety, but he was acutely aware of his own strength. And if Chun Haoran was capable of passing the tests, he too would have no issues. Very well. Would you like to take a break or proceed directly to the third round of testing? The assessment instructor inquired. Let's begin right away. Chun Haoran replied nonchalantly as he approached the testing combat machine. All right, the third round of testing commences. At the instructor's command, the combat robot launched an immediate strike. Standing 2 meters tall and constructed from a special alloy, the robot was equipped with an intelligent chip to facilitate accurate judgment in combat. Unperturbed by the robot's assault, Chun Haoran sidestepped effortlessly. The combat robot, noticing Chun Haoran's remarkable reaction speed, increased its force of attack, gradually reaching a level commensurate with an average martial artist. That all you've got. Chun Haoran clearly demonstrated his specialized training, and instead of evading the robot's fierce strikes, he counterattacked, colliding with tremendous force that sent the robot staggering back several steps. How impressive! While others sought to avoid the robot's attacks to buy time, he boldly pushed the testing robot back. All eyes were glued to Chun Haoran, captivated by his every move. Not bad at all. Take another punch from me. As his vital energy surged, a faint azure glow enveloped his arm. Boom! The two clashed once more, and without fail, the combat robot was once again forced back. That if not for its unique structural design, a single blow from Chun Haoran would have surely injured an ordinary person. However, the battle was far from over. Chun Haoran seemed to treat the robot as a training partner, his footwork fluid as he rained down punches upon it. In less than a minute, the robot lay defeated on the ground. Remarkable, seeing Chun Haoran dispatch the combat robot with such ease, Chu Mo could not help but marvel. You have successfully passed the third round of testing. I hereby announce that you have achieved the status of a provisional martial artist. Please remember to attend the next martial artist assessment on time. The assessment instructor presented Chun Haoran with a badge, signifying his new status. Thank you, instructor, Chen Haoran replied, feeling a surge of excitement. This was his first ever assessment. And despite his considerable strength, he could not help but experience a wave of emotional tumult. Is passing a basic test really such a cause for celebration? Is it merely about having hands? An untimely voice suddenly pierced through the air. Chen Haoran frowned and turned to the crowd, spotting a short-haired man in black combat attire who regarded him with disdain. Chapter 11. Chu Mo takes the stage. The assessment instructor, hearing the voice, also turned his head. Upon recognizing the man's face, he shook his head in resignation. Who is this fellow? Those beside Chu Mo speculated about the man in black. Chen Haoran's strength was evident to all. How could this man dare to speak such words unless he was either foolish or genuinely powerful? I recall now, he is also regarded as a strong contender for this year's Genius Rankings. His name is Lu Zi, a candidate who followed martial artist news closely remarked. Lu Zi, is it really him? Upon hearing the name, numerous candidates turned their heads in unison. Lu Zi, age 19, had been cultivating for 3 years. It was said that a year ago, he had already reached the level of a senior martial artist. What his current strength was, however, remained uncertain. This is intriguing. This fellow is also here for the martial artist assessment. I wonder how he compares to Chen Haoran. A cultivator beside Chu Mo mused with curiosity. Chen Haoran cast a few glances at Lu Zi. He was certainly aware of who Lu Zi was. Having heard his name before, Lu Zi's father was a martial master who had instilled martial arts principles in him from a young age, and he began cultivating at the age of 16. With such advantageous familial conditions, his progress had been rapid. However, Chen Haoran's background was not to be underestimated. He was not necessarily weaker. Lu Zi, it seems you are quite confident that I just wonder if your test results will be inferior to mine. Chen Haoran provocatively challenged, Did I guess that's so? Just open your eyes and see. Lu Zi retorted with unwavering confidence, seemingly dismissive of Chen Haoran's accomplishments. Very well. Since you insist, why don't you go first? The assessment instructor, intrigued by Lu Zi's strength, made an exception and allowed him to test early. Perfect. I've been waiting impatiently. Lu Zi replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he stepped into the center of the testing area. Let us begin, the instructor stated without delay. Lu Zi was already prepared. As the instructor's voice fell, he unleashed a powerful punch against the testing machine. Thud, thud, thud. The digits on the machine fluctuated rapidly before finally settling at 782. This fellow. Chen Haoran's pupils constricted. Although he anticipated Lu Zi's strength, he was taken aback by how formidable it truly was. 782 kg, he noted, realizing that Lu Zi had not employed any combat techniques. This meant that Lu Zi's true strength was likely even greater. Hiss! The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Chen Haoran's own impressive results had already been fearsome, yet Lu Zi surpassed him. Were all the martial artists of this generation so extraordinary? Not bad. You're almost catching up to Chu Mo, Lu Zi remarked with a hint of mockery. Zhang Feiyu was not as astonished as the others. He had witnessed even higher figures before. Although Lu Zi delivered a force of 782 kilograms, it still paled in comparison to Chu Mo's capabilities. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feiyu, Chu Mo had previously utilized combat techniques during his testing, while Lu Zi's punch was merely a demonstration of fundamental strength. This individual is remarkably strong. Chu Mo took note of Lu Zi's name. His own previous full force strike had barely surpassed this figure, and he could discern that Lu Zi had not exerted his full potential. Teacher, may we commence the second round of testing? Lu Zi inquired at O. Certainly. You may begin, the assessment instructor replied, momentarily taken aback. Although there were 3 opportunities, given how much Lu Zi had already exceeded expectations in the first round, there seemed little point in prolonging the proceedings. Subsequently, within a mere 2 minutes, Lu Zi effortlessly passed both the second and third rounds of testing, achieving such speed that it left onlookers dumbfounded. Well done. Here is your martial artist badge, the instructor announced, handing Lu Zi a badge. Upon receiving it, Lu Zi cast a cold snort in Chen Haoran's direction before exiting the testing arena. Chen Haoran's expression soured. But he quickly regained his composure. That it was only natural that someone with more training experience would possess greater strength. For ordinary individuals, the age of 16 is typically the threshold for training, as it allows sufficient time for the body to acclimatize to the transformation wrought by the energy of heaven and earth, making it the most suitable age for cultivation. However, Chen Haoran was only 18 this year. Still a tad short of 19, that with diligent effort, it remained uncertain who would ultimately prove to be more formidable. Taking a seat in the audience, Chen Haoran settled beside Zhao Feifei. Feifei, shall we leave? Just a moment. I wish to see Chu Mo's test results, Zhao Feifei replied. Then let us watch together. Chen Haoran, intrigued, nearly forgot that Chu Mo was also among the candidates. You won't regret staying. Chu Mo's strength will undoubtedly astonish you, Zhang Feiyu eagerly remarked. Seeing Zhang Feiyu so animated only piqued Zhao Feifei and Chen Haoran's interest further. They were keen to discover just how formidable this previously unassuming cultivator, Chu Mo, truly was. After 30 minutes, it was finally Chu Mo's turn that he stood, adjusted his attire, and strode purposefully to the center of the testing ground. Chu Mo? The assessment instructor regarded him with surprise, as Chu Mo had never participated in the martial apprentice test. Leaving his profile virtually blank in the instructor's records. Teacher, it's me, Chu Mo nodded. Very well. You may begin your test, the instructor said, stepping back to observe. Approaching the testing machine, Chu Mo assumed an initial stance, contemplating whether his full power strike could reach 625 kg. After a night of breath work, his strength had significantly increased, now reaching 625.7 kg. However, unless he adhered to the proper exertion standards, it would be challenging to achieve such a high figure. As the energy coalesced within his fist, Chu Mo meticulously recalled the sensation from his prior strike. With a swift whoosh, his fist struck the testing machine like iron. 619 kg. The instructor was momentarily stunned by the displayed figure. He had not anticipated such strength from this seemingly unfamiliar candidate. This year's cohort is truly extraordinary. A student without any martial apprentice records is this formidable. Could it be that our region is on the cusp of a resurgence? The instructor mused. This fellow. Chen Haoran's pupils contracted sharply. 619 kg. Is this truly the force produced by Chu Mo? Zhao Feifei echoed his astonishment. She had always assumed that Chu Mo excelled solely in academics, never considering that someone with nearly zero talent for cultivation could wield such power. Moreover, she pondered why, if Chu Mo were indeed a cultivator, he had chosen not to enroll in the martial arts examination. Did he not realize the vast disparity between martial and academic disciplines? This thought filled her with regret. For Chu Mo, would you like to continue? The instructor asked, noticing that Chu Mo had not departed. I'll give it another try, Chu Mo replied, somewhat dissatisfied with his result. Though he had practiced for a while, he felt his punch still lacked its full potential. Let me attempt a combat technique. He inhaled deeply, channeling energy into his arms. What is he doing? Zhao Feifei wondered, perplexed by Chu Mo's actions, that he must be dissatisfied with his previous punch. Just watch. This time will surely astonish you, Zhang Feiyu exclaimed. Recognizing Chu Mo's intentions with excitement. Chapter 12. First place, could it be that Chu Mo had not unleashed his full strength earlier? Zhao Feifei thought in disbelief. Had someone told her that Chu Mo would participate in the martial artist assessment, she would have never believed it. Yet now, after 3 years as classmates, she felt she hardly knew him at all. Chen Haoran's mouth twitched. The strength Chu Mo displayed had already exceeded his expectations. And the thought that this was not even his limit left him wondering if Chu Mo could ascend the ranks of the exceptional. Soon, Chen Haoran would grasp the true extent of Chu Mo's abilities. Void Fist. As all his energy converged into his right arm, it could only be described as a Kirin arm, a testament to his explosive strength. Boom! A colossal punch struck the testing machine, and the digits on the screen fluctuated wildly. After a prolonged moment, the machine finally presented a figure, 1212 kg. This was the most powerful punch recorded in this assessment. Swish! The eyes of everyone in the arena were glued to the testing machine, the sound of the impact resonating throughout the testing ground. They could hardly believe their eyes. 1212. Was this the force generated by a candidate in the martial artist assessment? A true monster. The assessment instructor was equally taken aback by this figure. While others might suspect a malfunction, he felt the raw power emanating from Chu Mo up close. This individual's cultivation talent likely surpassed even Chen Haoran's. Could it be him? Seated in the audience, Bai Qingyang's pupils narrowed. He immediately recalled the elusive cultivator he had failed to locate during his last visit, that time. The figure of over 800 kilograms had already astonished the crowd, yet he had been unable to find the source. Now, seeing the display on the testing machine, his instincts told him that this candidate was indeed the one he had missed before. He must recruit him into the Infinite Martial Arts School. Bai Qingyang's heart raced with anticipation. He could hardly wait to engage with this candidate. Yet, with the assessment still ongoing, he could only suppress his excitement and await Chu Mo's completion. See, I told you. Chu Mo's strength is far beyond mere appearances that I just never imagined he was hiding it so well and had improved so significantly. Zhang Feiyu gazed enviously at Chu Mo in the arena. He felt he would never have the chance to enter the ranks of the exceptional, yet Chu Mo could. Zhao Feifei found herself at a loss for words to articulate her shock. Although she anticipated that Chu Mo's second punch might be somewhat extraordinary, this was beyond any realm of normalcy. I must take my leave. I still need to return to my training, Chen Haoran said. Feeling utterly defeated, the self-proclaimed genius found it intolerable to be surpassed by a previously overlooked classmate, someone considered incapable of cultivation, but he estimated that even with combat techniques, his full-force strike would barely reach around 900 kilograms. While Chu Mo's figure stood at a staggering 12-12, the disparity of 300 kilograms in power was unfathomable. How on earth had he trained? Did he perhaps have a hidden mentor? Let us just wait a bit. It's almost over, we can head back together, Zhao Feifei suggested. All right then, Chen Haoran replied, rising briefly before sinking back into his seat in frustration. Chu Mo regulated his breathing, glancing at the data displayed on the testing machine. Feeling quite satisfied. Teacher, may we begin the second round of testing? He turned to say. Very well. The instructor, regaining composure from the shock, announced the commencement of the second round. Fortunately, this round's results were not excessively remarkable, remaining within the realm of acceptability for the spectators. However, with a time of 23 ms, he outpaced many, for the faster one is, the more challenging it becomes to enhance their speed. Finally arriving at the third round of testing, Chu Mo steadied his mind in preparation for the confrontation with the testing robot. This was his first battle against such a machine, and he felt a twinge of apprehension, as he had not undergone specialized training and was even less proficient in combat. Reflecting on the robot's previous combat style, he formulated several strategies in his mind that I wonder if it hurts when it hits. Chu Mo pondered. There is a saying, the best defense is a good offense. If Chen Haoran could defeat the testing robot with just a few punches, surely, with his current strength, he could do the same. Yes, I'll initiate a combat technique right away, not allowing the robot a chance to strike me. Chu Mo resolved. Now commencing the third round of testing. As the instructor's words fell, the testing robot lunged toward Chu Mo, this time moving significantly faster than in previous tests. What is happening? Why didn't he perceive it as this quick before? Chu Mo was taken aback, unaware that the instructor had intentionally ramped up the robot's capabilities to assess him more rigorously. This ought to challenge you a bit. The assessment instructor contemplated that although this approach might be somewhat against the rules, the repercussions seemed minimal. Regardless of the final outcome, he resolved to allow Chu Mo to pass the test, and as he narrowly evaded the onslaught of the testing robot, Chu Mo hastily adjusted his stance. However, the opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to react. Just as he dodged one punch, another swiftly approached. Chu Mo quickly raised his arm to block, the metallic fist striking his forearm with such force that he nearly cried out in pain. How could it be this strong? Am I truly so weak? A wave of terror gripped Chu Mo. No, I cannot continue like this. I must give it my all. He recalled the void fist technique he had been practicing over the past few days. The technique comprised 9 levels, each one doubling the power of the previous. After several days of training, he had grasped the second level of the void fist, and although he was not yet proficient, unleashing half of its power should pose no issue. As he endured several more punches, Chu Mo sought an opportunity to strike decisively. Yet the relentless attacks from the testing robot left him with no respite, preventing him from executing his combat technique. This young man has shown remarkable resilience, managing to withstand for 2 minutes under such circumstances that if he can hold on for another minute, I shall allow him to pass. The assessment instructor was greatly pleased with Chu Mo's performance. Under his control, the testing robot had reached the level of a mid-tier martial artist, and for someone to endure such prolonged engagement was no small feat. Meanwhile, as Chu Mo struggled to hold his ground, the spectators were left astonished. This defies logic. Why is Chu Mo being so thoroughly dominated? Zhang Feiyu exclaimed anxiously, given the prowess Chu Mo had previously displayed. Should he not be overpowering the testing robot? No, the robot's punching speed has significantly increased. It must have been adjusted, Chen Haoran deduced. Could it be that Chu Mo has offended the assessment instructor? Upon hearing Chen Haoran's words, Zhang Feiyu grew even more tense. Rest assured, if Chen Haoran can discern this, so too can the other instructors. The martial arts assessment is exceptionally fair. I suspect the instructor is deliberately testing Chu Mo's capabilities in this manner. Zhao Feifei speculated, "Oh, that's the case. You scared me." Zhang Feiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief that as he dodged another attack. Chu Mo felt a surge of urgency. To know more of this, I must counterattack. Gritting his teeth, Chu Mo resolved to absorb the impact with his body, hoping to create an opening to unleash the Void Fist technique. Chapter 13. A bit challenging almost there. I can declare him as having passed. The assessment instructor glanced at the timer. Chu Mo had endured for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Just as he prepared to command the robot to cease its assault, Chu Mo's actions caused him to instinctively pause. What is he intending to do? The instructor's confusion deepened as he watched Chu Mo completely abandon defense, facing the robot's onslaught head-on, disregarding the punches entirely. Has he given up? The instructor sighed inwardly, realizing that while Chu Mo possessed exceptional talent, his mindset still required refinement. Once the assessment concludes, I must have a serious talk with him that a martial artist should always forge ahead, never yielding. That is the essence of being a martial artist. Only by adhering to this principle can one progress further along the path of cultivation. After enduring so many blows, it is time for you to experience the taste of a fist. With newfound determination, Chu Mo timed his movements perfectly. After taking a punch from the testing robot, he quickly leveraged the momentum to create space. Now is the moment. Void Fist, second level. The energy within Chu Mo surged under the influence of the second level of the Void Fist, causing his arms to swell with explosive power that disrupted the surrounding energy flow. Smash. The once seemingly frail arms transformed into sinewy strength. The assessment instructor's eyes widened in realization. Now he understood why Chu Mo had chosen to forego blocking that punch. It was for the sake of executing his combat technique. Boom! 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 The punch struck the testing robot like a missile, producing a resounding crack. The robot was sent hurtling backwards several meters, its chest armor caving in upon impact. Crack! As the testing robot soared through the air. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Even the assessment instructor momentarily forgot to halt the test. Without the command to pause, the robot attempted to rise, only to be engulfed in a shower of sparks. Amidst the billowing smoke, the testing robot inexplicably shut down. Phew, teacher, does this count as passing? Chu Mo gestured toward the incapacitated robot lying in the distance. The assessment instructor was left speechless. You managed to make the robot emit smoke. What do you think? Simultaneously, he marveled at Chu Mo's immense strength. The testing robot was crafted from a special alloy, yet under that single strike, it almost crumbled beyond repair, an achievement only possible for high-tier martial artists. After a brief moment of exasperation, the assessment instructor reluctantly declared Chu Mo as having passed the test, awarding him the badge of a prospective martial artist. Huzzah! Upon receiving the badge, Chu Mo's face lit up with joy. Although he was not yet a fully fledged martial artist, acquiring this badge signified that he was on the cusp of achieving that status. With one final trial remaining, he would soon possess the emblem that represented a martial artist. While my strength surpasses that of Chen Haoran, my overall prowess pales in comparison. Chen Haoran defeated the testing robot in a mere minute, while I barely managed to prevail after exerting every ounce of effort. Clearly, I must strive harder. Chu Mo did not allow the acquisition of the prospective martial artist badge to inflate his ego. He observed that both Chen Haoran and Lu Zi had dispatched their testing robots with apparent ease. Yet it was only through genuine experience that one could comprehend the robot's true strength. Unbeknownst to him, the robot he faced was on par with a mid-tier martial artist. Let us go. I knew Chu Mo would undoubtedly pass the test. Zhang Feiyu laughed heartily upon witnessing Chu Mo complete the 3 rounds of assessment. Little did he notice Chen Haoran's contorted expression, his face a mask of disbelief. The power exhibited by the testing robot earlier was certainly not that of a novice martial artist. Judging by its speed and strength, it had undoubtedly reached the standards of a mid-tier martial artist. That a mid-tier martial artist? Chu Mo managed to defeat a testing robot of mid-tier martial artist strength before even becoming a martial artist himself. Could it be that he has been pretending to be weaker than he truly is? This thought deepened Chen Haoran's discomfort that he had the guidance of a father at the martial master level, while Chu Mo's parents were mere ordinary workers with no cultivation talent to speak of. For someone born into such an unremarkable family to achieve such feats, could it be that his talent surpasses mine? Chen Haoran found it hard to believe. Impossible. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity that led to this sudden surge in power. As long as I work hard, I will surpass him eventually. Chen Haoran clenched his fists in determination that he refused to believe that with the backing of his martial master father, he would fall short of someone like Chu Mo. Outside the martial artist building, Zhang Feiyu greeted Chu Mo with a beaming smile, while Chen Haoran wore a stern expression, and Zhao Feifei regarded him with a complex gaze. "What is with you all?" Chu Mo inquired with a smile. "You certainly kept your cards close to your chest, Chu Mo the martial artist." Zhao Feifei finally spoke up that, if I were to say it wasn't intentional, would you believe me? Chu Mo replied sheepishly. Zhang Feiyu immediately made a comical face that To believed that you weren't being deliberate would be akin to believing a sow could climb a tree. Zhang Feiyu jested. "Actually, I recall that the golden flower pig can indeed climb trees." Zhang Feiyu, you should brush up on your textbooks, Chu Mo stated earnestly. "Come on, I just momentarily forgot." Zhang Feiyu retorted, somewhat exasperated. The golden flower pig, a mythical beast with wings, is said to have evolved from wild boars. With its pair of wings, ascending trees is certainly no challenge. All right, enough of that. It's just passing the martial artist test. Speaking of which, this assessment turned out to be quite challenging. During the third round, I nearly failed. Hey, Chen Haoran, how did you manage to dispose of the testing robot so effortlessly? Chu Mo suddenly asked. Chen Haoran nearly stumbled at the question. Did he really not notice that the robot's strength had been adjusted to that of a mid-tier martial artist during his test? What's wrong? You don't look well. Did you sustain an injury earlier? Chu Mo asked with concern upon seeing Chen Haoran's grim expression that no, I'm fine. My father is waiting for news, so I must take my leave. Chen Haoran, not wishing to remain, quickly concocted an excuse to depart. Observing Chen Haoran's hasty exit, Chu Mo felt puzzled. What was that about? Could it be he truly got hurt during the third round? Forget whether he is hurt or not. Today, you passed the martial artist test, so you absolutely must treat me to a feast. Zhang Feiyu insisted, draping an arm over Chu Mo's shoulder. How can I afford that? You've forgotten that I borrowed the registration fee from you. Chu Mo promptly declined, that I don't care. It's not like we're dining on anything extravagant. A hot pot should be manageable. Zhang Feiyu disregarded Chu Mo's refusal that a hot pot. Chu Mo pondered the balance in his phone, reluctantly agreeing that don't worry, I want to take advantage of you. You still need to participate in the final round of trials. And with your combat awareness, you're quite lacking that I'll introduce you to a teacher who can help you. Studying under him for a few days will make your assessment much easier. Zhang Feiyu seductively inquired, really? Upon hearing this, Chu Mo felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, his combat awareness was not on par with those who had the guidance of a teacher, that if someone were to mentor him, his chances of passing assessments would undoubtedly increase significantly. Oh right, class monitor, are you going? Zhang Feiyu continued. Today, we must ensure that Chu Mo indulges in a lavish feast, that he did not forget to turn to Zhao Feifei beside him. Spare Chu Mo, will you? He's a classmate of ours. Allow me, the class monitor, to treat this hot pot meal, Zhao Feifei suggested. How can I let you do that? I can afford a meal of hot pot. Chu Mo quickly declined, feeling it inappropriate to let the class monitor bear the expense that, it's merely a small sum. You wouldn't be suggesting we dine at a roadside stall, would you? Zhao Feifei teased. Chu Mo fell silent, as he indeed harbored such thoughts. All right then, it's settled that I shall treat today, and I will choose the venue, Zhao Feifei decisively declared. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Zhang Feiyu urged, excitement bubbling within him. Just as the three were about to leave, a middle-aged man called out to them from behind. Zhang Feiyu turned to see it was Elder Bai from the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 14. The invitation from Bai Qiang. Chu Mo regarded the middle-aged man before him with some confusion. After observing him for a few seconds, the intangible aura he exuded left Chu Mo somewhat stunned. This middle-aged man was no ordinary individual, Chu Mo mused. You must be Chu Mo, the middle-aged man said, seemingly oblivious to Chu Mo's scrutinizing gaze, wearing a smile as he extended his hand. That's me. May I ask who you are? Chu Mo reciprocated the gesture politely. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elder Bai from the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. That I observed your performance during the test today and wish to discuss a few matters with you. Do you have a moment? Elder Bai spoke with a friendly demeanor, entirely devoid of any airs of superiority. Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Chu Mo paused. The Infinite Martial Arts Academy was the most formidable martial arts institution in Fuzhou City. Why would an elder from such an academy seek him out? Surely, if Elder Bai were looking for him, it must be something significant. Zhang Feiyu noticed Chu Mo's bewilderment and promptly spoke on his behalf. Casting him a few meaningful glances, "Oh, hello, Elder Bai," Chu Mo finally responded. Child, for not I have come to discuss a favorable opportunity with you," Elder Bai said, his expression enigmatic. Favorable opportunity? Chu Mo remained puzzled, unaware of the implications of Elder Bai's visit. This was understandable, for his understanding of martial artists was not as profound as Zhang Feiyu's. He did not realize that his performance had already attracted considerable attention. Many promising cultivators who participated in the martial arts examination often received invitations and goodwill from various factions. His remarkable test results made it entirely normal for someone to approach him. "Elder Bai wishes to extend an invitation to you," Zhao Feifei remarked astutely, discerning Elder Bai's intentions. "Haha, this isn't the place for such discussions. It's also time for a meal that I know a great spot. Shall we go there to talk?" Elder Bai suggested, using the excuse of dining to invite the three, that upon hearing Elder Bai's invitation to Chu Mo, Zhang Feiyu could scarcely contain his envy. Bai Qingyang was a high-ranking martial artist. The level of strength he possessed was something Zhang Feiyu could scarcely fathom reaching in his lifetime. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Chu Mo hesitated. "What could possibly be inappropriate? I greatly admire your abilities. Consider it an opportunity to make a friend." "Come, my vehicle is over there," Elder Bai said, not allowing Chu Mo a chance to refuse. Directly leading the way. Seeing no alternative, Chu Mo followed Zhang Feiyu and Zhao Feifei behind Elder Bai. As they trailed after Elder Bai, Chu Mo quietly inquired of Zhao Feifei, "Class monitor, what did you mean earlier when you said Elder Bai wanted to invite me?" Zhao Feifei burst into a melodious laugh. "You genuinely don't know? I do question whether you're truly a martial artist. Elder Bai, being an elder of the Infinite Martial Arts Academy, naturally seeks to select talented individuals to join the academy. And you are one of those he has set his sights on. In simpler terms, you are quite fortunate. Elder Bai wants to invite me." Chu Mo finally grasped the significance of Elder Bai's appearance. "Indeed. Are you feeling pleased now?" Zhao Feifei teased. Chu Mo merely touched his nose, choosing not to respond. A large business vehicle was parked by the roadside. Its doors swung open, revealing luxurious interior decor that left both Zhang Feiyu and Chu Mo gaping in awe. The starry blue flooring paired with a celestial-themed ceiling, the seats crafted from the pelts of exotic beasts and designed for massage, exuded an air of utmost sophistication. Most astonishingly, from the outside, one could scarcely imagine such expansive space within. 5 spacious and comfortable seats were arranged, with a table set for tea in the middle. This truly just a vehicle. It could easily serve as a reception lounge, Chu Mo thought. "Please take a seat. It will take us some time to reach our destination," Elder Bai invited. "Thank you, Elder Bai," Zhang Feiyu said, overwhelmed with trepidation as he pulled Chu Mo to sit down. In ordinary circumstances, such an opportunity to interact closely with Elder Bai would have been inconceivable. If not for Chu Mo, Zhang Feiyu doubted he would ever have such an encounter in his lifetime. After expressing his gratitude, Chu Mo sank into the seat, which was as soft as a sofa, nearly eliciting a moan of comfort from him that he had never experienced such luxurious seating before. Not even the expensive sofas from his past life could compare to in this new life. It was his first time indulging in a lifestyle befitting someone of Elder Bai's status. Zhao Feifei, however, appeared unperturbed, quietly settling into her seat. "These chairs are made from the hides of the spirit sheep, a rarity that few can experience," Elder Bai noted as he closed the car door. "Spirit sheep?" Chu Mo mentally acknowledged. Spirit sheep were typically farmed exotic beasts, either used as mounts or for their pelts and textiles. These domesticated beasts, despite being of only second-tier strength, surpassed many martial artists in prowess. It seemed that Elder Bai was even more remarkable than Chu Mo had anticipated. As the business vehicle commenced its journey, it glided smoothly without any jolts, as if levitating. After approximately 20 minutes, Chu Mo sensed the vehicle gradually decelerating. Peering out the window, he observed that they had arrived at a farmstead that is this Fuyun Manor. Zhao Feifei exclaimed, astonished, seemingly taken aback that Elder Bai would bring them to such a location. Indeed, the young lady is quite perceptive, Elder Bai remarked, surprised that someone would recognize the place, that my father has brought me here a few times. Only martial artists are permitted entry. Zhao Feifei inadvertently revealed her family's considerable background. Correct. However, with me here, they will not trouble you, Elder Bai assured as he exited the vehicle, striding confidently inside. What an eye-opening experience this is, Zhang Feiyu whispered, realizing from Zhao Feifei's introduction that this place was extraordinary. A venue accessible only to martial artists. What kind of powerful individual must be behind it? Chu Mo grew, increasingly curious about Zhao Feifei's family. Was her father perhaps a formidable martial artist as well? Following Elder Bai into Fuyun Manor, Chu Mo discovered it was a Chinese-style building designed as a garden. Given it was mealtime, the establishment was bustling with patrons. Chu Mo sensed the distinguished auras of the customers around him. Indeed, most were martial artists, and even the waitstaff carried the essence of cultivators. You wish to have hot pot, correct? This hot pot establishment is among the top 3 in Fuzhou, aside from certain private restaurants. It is likely the best. Elder Bai provided a brief overview of Fuyun Manor specialties. Point 1 could easily deduce that a place catering solely to martial artists would boast exceptional ingredients and flavors. Elder Bai, you have arrived, a server greeted upon spotting Elder Bai, immediately approaching to assist. Prepare a private room for me. I am bringing them to experience the hot pot, Elder Bai instructed. Certainly, I will arrange that for you immediately, the server replied, casting a surprised glance at the group following Elder Bai before leading the way. Before long, they settled into a semi-open room on the second floor. Feel free to order whatever you like. They have a variety of specialties here, Elder Bai said, handing the menu to Chu Mo upon glancing at the menu. Chu Mo felt a jolt of shock at the prices listed. Chapter 15. The benefits of the Martial Arts Academy Premium Golden Blood Chicken. 2,300. Premium Tender Beef, 3,500. Spirit Chi Beef Tripe, 2,900. Just a single glance at the menu left Chu Mo aghast. Every dish was priced no lower than 1,000 yuan, enough for him to enjoy several hot pot meals. Many of the dish names were ones he had never even heard of before. Though what's wrong? Are you not planning to order anything? Elder Bai inquired, noticing Chu Mo's dazed expression. That it's just that. Everything here is exceedingly expensive that it feels quite inappropriate for you, Elder Bai, to bear such costs, Chu Mo explained. Haha, I was wondering what was amiss. It's merely a hot pot meal. Not only can I treat you once, but if you pass the martial arts examination, I could easily invite you here every week. Elder Bai chuckled. Bai Qingyang laughed heartily. After hearing this, Chu Mo still refrained from ordering any dishes. Elder Bai, one must not receive rewards without merit. This dish is far too expensive for me to indulge in, he said, returning the menu to the server. You rascal, fret not. I brought you here for a trivial matter. Bai Qingyang directly instructed the server. Serve the dishes as per my previous preference. Chu Mo's demeanor left him somewhat astonished. He realized that Chu Mo was a person of considerable principles, that if it were anyone else visiting this establishment, they would hardly ponder such matters. Elder Bai, perhaps you might enlighten me as to the reason for your invitation? Otherwise, I must admit, I feel rather uneasy about this meal, Chu Mo said with a hint of embarrassment. I see you possess commendable cultivation talent. What aspirations do you harbor upon becoming a martial artist? Bai Qingyang inquired as he poured a cup of tea. Chu Mo's expression grew serious, understanding that the matter at hand had arrived. Elder Bai, my participation in the martial artist assessment is primarily to benefit from the university's favorable policies. That it is said that possessing a martial artist badge exempts one from all tuition fees at the university. Should I succeed in the assessment, I would likely choose to enroll at Fuzhou University. That he laid out his plans, joining the martial artist assessment solely for the purpose of tuition exemption. Bai Qingyang's lips twitched. Hearing such words from Chu Mo made it seem as though martial artists were all too commonplace. Zhao Feifei shared a similar sentiment. Could it be that if martial artists were not able to waive tuition fees, Chu Mo would not consider the assessment at all? She pondered curiously. Attending university is commendable, but do you harbor no other ambitions beyond that? Bai Qingyang continued to inquire. Other ambitions? I have not truly contemplated anything beyond that. I wonder if Elder Bai has any superior suggestions, Chu Mo replied. Surely you are familiar with the Infinity Martial Arts Academy. Of course, the Infinity Martial Arts Academy is the largest in Fuzhou. Well known to all. Would you be interested in joining our academy? Bai Qingyang asked, his gaze fixed on Chu Emo. Are you genuinely extending an invitation to me? Chu Emo felt a wave of anxiety. He had originally intended to pursue his studies at the university, yet Bai Qingyang's invitation caused him to hesitate. After a lengthy contemplation, Chu Emo ultimately reached a conclusion. Elder Bai, I regret to inform you that I have already enrolled at Fuzhou University. So, I fear I may not have the opportunity to join your academy. Huh? Who told you that attending university precludes one from joining a martial arts academy? Bai Qingyang chuckled heartily at Chu Mo's words. Is it really possible to join a martial arts academy while attending university? Chu Mo was taken aback. You are truly quite ignorant. How could you not know this? Zhao Feifei interjected, unable to contain herself. Have you never kept up with news regarding martial artists? Is that not the case? Chu Mo asked, perplexed. Not at all. While you must attend mandatory courses at university, you will still have ample free time. In fact, many universities collaborate with martial arts academies. For instance, the martial arts department at Fuzhou University often invites instructors from various academies to teach. Thus, you need not worry about being unable to join an academy after enrolling at university. Current universities are very supportive of students pursuing martial arts education, Zhao Feifei explained. Bai Qingyang nodded in agreement. What this young lady has said is accurate. Our academy has numerous collaborations with Fuzhou University, and many graduates from the martial arts department choose to join Infinity Academy. Chu Mo, I wish to invite you to join Infinity Academy. Would you accept? Bai Qingyang finally revealed his intentions that if I need not abandon my university studies, then I would be willing. Chu Mo responded directly, did Dio bear in mind? Joining Infinity Academy means you will be affiliated with us henceforth, and you must decline invitations from other academies, Bai Qingyang cautioned. Isn't Infinity Academy the largest in Fuzhou? Since it is the largest, why would I even consider other academies? Chu Mo queried, momentarily speechless. Bai Qingyang had not anticipated Chu Mo's perspective, and he burst into laughter. That is indeed a valid point, but some academies may offer conditions that far surpass ours to entice talents like you. Are you certain you have thought this through? He asked again. Could you elaborate on the benefits of joining the academy? To this day, I am still unaware of the reasons for joining. Chu Mo did not respond immediately. I must apologize for my lapse in memory. I completely forgot to mention the benefits of joining Infinity Academy. Once you become a member, you may freely study the introductory combat techniques within the academy, provided you accumulate sufficient contribution points. Furthermore, upon joining Infinity Academy, once you become a martial artist, you will not only be entitled to an assigned department, but also receive a monthly training stipend of 5,000 yuan. Given your exceptional cultivation talent, I can increase that stipend to 10,000 yuan. Additionally, I can offer you a vehicle valued at up to 500,000 yuan. Bai Qingyang laid out the conditions of Infinity Academy. Members of Infinity Academy receive assigned apartments and a monthly training stipend of 10,000 yuan. These terms are exceedingly generous. Chu Mo realized just how little he understood about martial arts academies. Moreover, the academy can provide rare herbs that assist in breaking through cultivation barriers, which are quite difficult to procure on the market. Bai Qingyang continued to extend his offer. Chu Mo felt a stirring of interest at Bai Qingyang's propositions that he glanced at Zhao Feifei, hoping she might offer some guidance. Zhao Feifei nodded and spoke up. Elder Bai, you have seen Chu Mo's cultivation talent. Not only is it possible for him to become a martial artist, but even attempting to break through to a martial master may not be out of reach. However, with such conditions, is it not a tad too advantageous? I am merely addressing the conditions for him as a martial artist. Should he break through to a great martial artist, the benefits would undoubtedly differ. Bai Qingyang replied with a smile. Very well, I am willing to join Infinity Academy, Chu Mo declared without further hesitation. Excellent. When you have the time, come directly to Infinity Academy, and we shall sign a contract then. Bai Qingyang said, clearly delighted. Chu Mo's cultivation talent rivaled that of those on the talent rankings, and recruiting such a genius would greatly benefit the Academy's future development. Elder Bai, since the Academy offers benefits, there must be obligations as well. Could you enlighten me on what I would be required to do upon joining? Chu Mo inquired. Indeed, there are obligations, though we will discuss this further after your graduation. Since you wish to know in advance, I shall share some details. Bai Qingyang began to explain just as the hot pot was finally served. Thus, the group enjoyed their meal while discussing matters regarding the academy. Chapter 16, Arrival at Infinity Academy. While joining the academy certainly offers commendable benefits, including a monthly training stipend. These are not without conditions. After becoming a martial artist, to receive these stipends, one must either become an instructor at the academy or complete assigned tasks. Regardless of the method, contribution points can be earned, and as long as one maintains a minimum of 100 contribution points each month, they can enjoy these benefits that if I were to become a martial artist now. Would I still need to earn contribution points while at university? Chu Mo asked, puzzled. For university students, we do offer stipends. After all, at your age, it is the optimal time for cultivation that if you miss this opportunity, your future potential may be irrevocably limited. Here's the deal. Should you pass this martial artist assessment, I promise that during your time at university, even if you do not earn contribution points, you will still enjoy these benefits. However, the Academy has numerous valuable resources, making it advantageous to accumulate as many contribution points as possible. For instance, some intermediate combat techniques require a significant number of contribution points for exchange. Bai Qingyang explained while savoring the hot pot. Intermediate combat techniques. Chu Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, he possessed only one combat technique, known as the Void Fist technique. While the Void Fist technique was formidable, it was simply insufficient. It seemed he would need to earn a considerable amount of contribution points after joining the academy. Chu Mo mused inwardly. Absolutely. However, in light of this assessment, I have come to realize that my combat skills are rather lacking. Elder Bai, do you have any suggestions in this regard? Chu Mo inquired eagerly, his excitement evident as he looked toward Bai Si, to others. Bai Qingyang was a revered elder, but for Chu Mo, who had traversed from the 21st century, he was merely a valuable resource to be tapped at this moment. Failing to extract some benefits from the situation would be doing a disservice to himself. Indeed, you are correct that I noticed this same issue while observing your performance against the testing robot. Your ability to identify your shortcomings demonstrates a commendable mindset. However, defeating a testing robot at the level of a mid-tier martial artist is no small feat if you can effectively combine your strength with appropriate combat techniques. You could even contend with higher-level martial artists. The final round of the martial artist assessment is still a month away. When you come to Infinity Academy, I will introduce you to an instructor for personalized training. Bai Qingyang promised. Personalized training. Chu Mo's eyes lit up. He had just realized that the testing robot he had faced was indeed of mid-tier martial artist strength, and no wonder he had been overwhelmed. He had approached the challenge incorrectly. Both Bai Qingyang and Zhang Feiyu had offered to introduce him to an instructor, but it was evident that Bai Qingyang's offer for personalized training was far superior. Once he joined Infinity Academy, the instructor would undoubtedly be more diligent in their guidance. Thank you, Elder Bai, that I will come by tomorrow. Chu Mo exclaimed with excitement. There's no need for courtesy. Once you grow, the Infinite Martial Arts Hall will certainly require your assistance. Bai Qingyang waved his hand, signaling everyone to hurry and enjoy the hot pot. The gathering around the hot pot lasted nearly 2 hours, and after bidding farewell to Bai Qingyang, Chu Mo and the others prepared to return home. Chu Mo, you've made it big. Others must complete tasks to join the Martial Arts Hall, yet you've been directly invited. Along the way, Zhang Feiyu expressed his admiration for Chu Mo without reservation. Once you reach the martial artist level, you too can join the Infinite Martial Arts Hall. Chu Mo replied with a smile. Of course, the fact that joining the Infinite Martial Arts Hall comes with a complimentary apartment is truly remarkable. Such benefits are befitting the largest martial arts institution. Zhang Feiyu's family circumstances were considerably better than Chu Mo's, but who could resist the allure of a free apartment coupled with the National and Martial Arts Hall training subsidies? Providing for a family would be effortless. All right, I'll head back first, that I need to prepare for tomorrow, that I wonder what the instructors at the Infinite Martial Arts Hall will be like, Chu Mo expressed with anticipation. The Infinite Martial Arts Hall is not only the largest in Fuzhou City, but also ranks among the top in the entire country. With the guidance of its instructors, your strength will undoubtedly improve significantly. Zhao Feifei remarked with a complex expression. Only now did she realize that Chu Mo had no instructor guiding him. His previous training had been entirely self-taught. What transformation might he undergo after a month of solitary training? Zhao Feifei was equally eager to find out. Goodbye, class monitor. Farewell. The group then parted ways. Upon returning home, Chu Mo retrieved his prospective martial artist badge to examine it. The badge was silver, engraved with a dragon's head, beneath which the words prospective martial artist floated elegantly. In Fuzhou City, there were many prospective martial artists. They either dared not participate in the final round of assessments or had failed to become true martial artists. This indicated that the final assessment for martial artists was no simple task to increase his chances of success. He needed to train diligently over the next month to elevate his strength. That evening, his parents returned home. Seeing their son back early, they wore smiles of contentment. "Mom, I've already bought the groceries and put them in the kitchen," Chumo indicated. The money that was originally intended for entertaining guests had been saved due to Bai Qingyang's appearance. "Just in time to supplement the household expenses." "Very well. You and your mother can watch some television. Today, your father will cook." Although Chu Zhiguo was somewhat fatigued, the sight of his son invigorated him. Chumo was taken aback by his father's unusual willingness to cook that in the dining room. His mother served as the waitress while his father was the chef. Yet at home, his father rarely cooked, claiming he wanted to savor his wife's culinary skills. In truth, he simply wished to avoid the kitchen after a long day's work. However, today's peculiar behavior from his father made Chumo sense something was amiss. Could it be that his mother's health had begun to deteriorate? Chumo pondered. Glancing at the strands of white hair hidden near his mother's ear, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Although he had not experienced the warmth of family over the past decade. Without his parents, he might have never known the essence of familial love. "Mom, rest assured, once I pass the martial artist assessment and obtain the badge, I will ensure you can focus on your treatment," Chumo vowed. Early the next morning, Chumo hurriedly made his way to the Infinite Martial Arts Hall. It was only upon stepping outside that he realized he had no knowledge of its location. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the Infinite Martial Arts Hall is?" Chumo inquired of a passerby. "You don't know this?" The passerby looked at him with an incredulous expression. After providing directions, Chumo shook his head in resignation. "Forget it. I'll just take a taxi." After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to hail a cab. Upon arrival, he reluctantly handed over 20 yuan and, raising his eyes, beheld the martial arts hall. The Infinite Martial Arts Hall was an imposing structure, sprawling across several tens of thousands of square meters. Its minimalist decor exuded an aura of martial prowess, imparting an immediate sense of unique authority. "So, this is the Infinite Martial Arts Hall," Chumo mused, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of joining such an esteemed institution. Upon entering, he found the hall still relatively empty, as he had arrived shortly after it opened. "Hello, may I assist you?" A young lady in a black uniform approached him gracefully. "I'm here to see Elder Bai," Chumo stated plainly. "Looking for Elder Bai?" The young lady paused momentarily, casting a few inquisitive glances at Chumo. Uncertain of the young man's connection to Elder Bai, "Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? No. Elder Bai merely mentioned I should come by tomorrow. There was no mention of an appointment," Chumo replied awkwardly, recalling various stories of protagonists being turned away at the door. "Oh, I see. You must be Chumo. Elder Bai informed me about you. Please, follow me," the young lady responded immediately upon realizing. "Thank you," Chumo sighed in relief. Had it not been for Elder Bai's prior notice, he would have been at a loss for words. At the same moment, the young lady regarded Chumo with curiosity, eager to discern what about this seemingly ordinary young man had garnered such attention from Elder Bai. Chapter 17. Selection of Combat Techniques, arriving in an elegantly decorated hall. The young lady brought forth 2 cups of tea. "Hello, my name is Lin Wei. I presume you are still a student. You may call me Wei Jie." Lin Wei placed the tea before Chumo, offering a sweet smile. "Hello, Wei Jie. Elder Bai summoned me to discuss my joining the martial arts hall." Chumo explained his purpose. "I understand. Here is our contract. Feel free to review it." Lin Wei produced a sleek tablet and handed it to Chumo. Upon taking a look, Chumo noted that the terms regarding joining the martial arts hall were identical to what Bai Qingyang had mentioned. There were no hidden pitfalls. The benefits at the Infinite Martial Arts Hall are truly exceptional. Chumo reflected that if you have any questions, feel free to raise them now as long as they are reasonable. We will do our utmost to accommodate. After all, we offer excellent treatment for university students, Lin Wei stated confidently. "There's no issue. I just need to sign here, correct?" Chumo asked, pointing at a blank space. "Indeed, once you sign, you will officially become a member of the Infinite Martial Arts Hall. However, do keep in mind that joining means you cannot accept requests from other martial arts halls unless you withdraw from the Infinite Martial Arts Hall." "Have you considered this?" Lin Wei advised. "I've thought it through. I'm quite satisfied," Chumo replied without hesitation, signing his name. The contract took immediate effect, and a sweet smile spread across Lin Wei's face. Congratulations, Mr. Chumo. You are now a member of the Infinite Martial Arts Hall. I will send you a copy of the hall's manual. You will find many surprises within. After adding Chumo to her contact list, Lin Wei sent over the manual. Thank you, Chumo quickly replied, eagerly opening the manual. Noticing his focused attention, Lin Wei slowly rose from her seat. That I won't disturb you any further. Take your time reading. That if you need anything to eat, simply call for a server. Thank you for your help. Chumo expressed gratefully. Once Lin Wei departed, Chumo began to meticulously study the manual. After joining the Infinite Martial Arts Hall, there were numerous appealing benefits, including the opportunity to learn all basic combat techniques. However, basic combat techniques were not commonplace. Aside from being able to choose one upon joining, acquiring additional techniques would require contribution points. There were various ways to earn contribution points, such as becoming a martial arts hall instructor or completing tasks for the hall. Completing tasks yielded the most substantial contribution points. Basic combat techniques range from 100 to 500 contribution points, while intermediate techniques required between 5,000 to 10,000 points. To obtain advanced techniques, one would need an astounding 50,000 contribution points. Chumo was taken aback by the requirements for exchanging combat techniques, that if one were to become an instructor, they would earn 500 contribution points each month, with the amount increasing based on their rank. Even at a rate of 1,000 contribution points per month, it would take 5 years to exchange for an advanced technique. Moreover, to achieve 1,000 contribution points, one would need to be at least a great martial artist. How many individuals in Fuzhou City could reach that level? However, the contribution points from task completion were quite generous. As for the specifics, it would depend on the difficulty of the tasks. Wait, now that I've joined the Infinite Martial Arts Hall, I can learn one basic combat technique for free. Chumo exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Who wouldn't relish free techniques? With that thought in mind, he was eager to exchange for a combat technique. Finding Lin Wei, he expressed his desire to exchange for a combat technique. Do you want to exchange for a combat technique right now? Lin Wei furrowed her brow slightly. Is it not possible to exchange for a combat technique now? Chumo asked, puzzled. That it's not that it can't be done, but since you've just joined the hall, there are many things you are still unfamiliar with. That I wouldn't recommend rushing into exchanging for a combat technique just yet. After all, having just joined the Martial Arts Academy, one only has a singular opportunity to choose a combat technique. It is imperative to select one that is well suited to oneself in order to maximize the benefits of this chance. Lin Wei elucidated, while Chumo inwardly chastised himself for his foolishness, having overlooked such a simple principle. Oh, how should I choose a combat technique that suits me? Chumo continued to inquire. By your appearance, it seems you have not received any guidance from a teacher. Well, I have always practiced on my own, Chumo replied with a hint of embarrassment. Haha, that's quite all right. Many practitioners who join the Infinite Martial Arts Academy are in the same predicament. They join primarily for the Academy's benefits, but also to seek a good mentor for a more systematic learning experience and to identify their own shortcomings. My suggestion would be to first select a teacher. Once you have learned sufficiently and recognized your weaknesses, you can then choose the combat technique that will be of the greatest assistance to you. Lin Wei's words enlightened Chumo. However, teachers do not offer their guidance for free. We have 2 types of courses, public classes and private instruction. While the public classes yield decent results, they cannot compare to the meticulousness of private instruction. Our public classes taught by martial artists cost 10,000 yuan per month. While private lessons are priced at 100,000. Of course, you may also exchange contribution points. The conversion rate at the Infinite Martial Arts Academy is 1 contribution point for 100 yuan. Which option would you prefer? Lin Wei elaborated. Upon hearing these prices, Chumo was momentarily taken aback. 10,000 for public classes and 100,000 for private lessons. That's the monthly fee. This academy is quite lucrative. Moreover, this is merely for teachers of martial artists. How exorbitant must the fees be for teachers of great martial artists? Isn't this a bit too high? I recall that the monthly salary for a teacher of great martial artists is merely 1,000 contribution points. Chumo expressed his confusion. Haha, teachers of great martial artists certainly earn more than that in contribution points each month. That if it's a private lesson, half of the fee goes to the teacher as commission. Meaning even the most ordinary great martial artist can earn hundreds of thousands in a month. Lin Wei chuckled. I see. It seems the contribution points teachers receive are quite substantial. Chumo finally understood the operational model of the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. So, Have you made your decision? Lin Wei inquired. Elder Bai mentioned that he would introduce me to a teacher for free. May I seek them out? Chu Mo felt embarrassed about his empty pockets. But fortunately, Bai Qingyang had already arranged a teacher for him, or he would truly be at a loss. Did I ask that so? Elder Bai has designated a teacher for you. Lin Wei asked, slightly surprised. This young man seemed to have caught Elder Bai's attention. Could he possibly have some background? Do you know the name of that teacher? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wei posed the question, but he did not disclose it to me. Chu Mo replied, awkwardly touching the tip of his nose. Never mind, I will inquire on your behalf. Seeing that Chu Mo was unaware of any details, Lin Wei, feeling somewhat disinterested, made a phone call to Elder Bai. Her expression grew increasingly peculiar. That it's confirmed. I will arrange it immediately. Lin Wei glanced at Chu Mo with a strange demeanor as she listened to Bai Qingyang's instructions. That so, who is the teacher designated by Elder Bai for me? Chu Mo asked curiously after Lin Wei hung up the phone. I can't tell if you are fortunate or unfortunate. It turns out the teacher assigned to you is her. Lin Wei replied, her curiosity about Chu Mo's identity intensifying. Who exactly is she? Is she formidable? Chu Mo hurriedly responded. Rest assured, this teacher's prowess is undoubtedly impressive, though her demeanor might be somewhat unconventional. Lin Wei gestured toward the adjacent corridor, indicating for Chu Mo to follow. Somewhat unconventional? Chu Mo pondered, perplexed. Could she possibly be akin to a strict military instructor from university training? His curiosity piqued as he hastened to catch up, eager to see the true face of his teacher. Chapter 18. The teacher within the elite training grounds of the academy. The morning was already filled with the sound of vigorous activity. The commotion reverberated throughout the training hall, prompting Chu Mo to marvel at the diligence of those who had arrived to practice. So early did as he traversed the corridor, he finally beheld the true nature of the training arena. The elite training ground spanned over 10,000 square meters, akin to a football field, but instead of the usual grass, the ground was composed of a remarkably hard material that, if he was not mistaken, the entire training area was paved with composite metal. The training space was replete with an array of equipment and weaponry, including testing robots that Chu Mo recognized. However, the testing robots in this training area appeared to be of a significantly higher grade than those used for martial artist assessments. Capable of demonstrating the strength of great martial artists, at the center of the arena, a woman clad in a red, form-fitting suit with a fiery ponytail was darting about, creating the tremendous noise that had captured Chu Mo's attention. Who is this woman? She seems incredibly formidable, Chu Mo marveled, captivated by her fierce combat style. Each of her movements was deceptively simple and efficient, as if every action was solely for the purpose of destruction. This is the teacher that Elder Bai has assigned to you, Lin Wei remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. What? She is my teacher. Chu Mo's mouth fell agape. He had considered many possibilities, but never imagined that his mentor would be a woman. Do not underestimate her. There is no one in our academy who can defeat her at the same level of strength, Lin Wei stated, admiration flickering in her eyes. That I am not underestimating her. It is just that she appears quite youthful. That is she truly suitable to be my teacher? Chu Mo expressed his skepticism. Lin Wei chuckled at Chu Mo's words. Iwa is already 23. How could she not be qualified as your teacher? Besides, in the martial arts world, teachers are not distinguished by age as long as one possesses sufficient strength. Even an old man could have a young student. Let's skip the old man. I fear I might inadvertently injure his bones during instruction, Chu Mo jested. All right, allow me to introduce you properly, lest you make a fool of yourself. Her name is Iruhua, a beginner great martial artist and one of the most promising talents in our academy. With such a stunning beauty as your teacher, you should consider yourself fortunate. However, do not rejoice too soon. It ultimately depends on whether she agrees. Lin Wei gradually approached Ruhua. Their arrival had already drawn Iruhua's attention, but she merely paused for a fleeting moment before resuming her training. When Lin Wei drew near, she halted her movements, breathing slightly heavier. There's something you need. Iruhua wiped the sweat from her brow and inquired, Did I brought him here? Elder Bai said he will be your student from now on. Lin Wei indicated toward Chu Mo. Iruhua acknowledged curtly, offering no further response. Well, I have delivered him. You two can discuss matters that I will take my leave. Lin Wei observed Iruhua's demeanor and tactfully excused herself. Soon the training ground was left with only Chu Mo and Iruhua. Uncertain of what to say, Chu Mo found the atmosphere rather awkward at Hello, teacher. He attempted to break the silence, noticing Iruhua's continued silence. Do not call me teacher. You are not worthy of being my student. Iruhua's words left Chuemo frozen in place, and no wonder Lin Wei had that expression. It appeared Iruhua was not an easy person to get along with. I was sent here by Elder Bai. Chuemo could only clarify that I know there is no need for you to invoke his name as leverage against me, Iruhua replied, turning her back to resume training, leaving Chuemo at a loss for what to do. Seriously, is her personality this peculiar? Chuemo racked his brain, striving to bridge the gap with Iruhua. After all, having a great martial artist as a mentor would undoubtedly lead to exponential growth in his strength. However, how could he alter her impression of him? Chuemo was unsure. It seemed Iruhua had a strong aversion to his presence. Was he to simply give up? That was not Chuemo's style. Having come this far, he might as well give it a shot. Chuemo observed her closely. Once Iruhua entered training mode, it was as if everything around her ceased to exist. Her focus was solely on the weapon in her hand. Iruhua wielded a large blade, a surprising choice for someone who appeared to be a delicate woman. Could it be that she had a penchant for violence? Chuemo speculated that Iruhua, however, paid no mind to Chuemo's thoughts. Her large blade sliced through the air with apparent chaos, yet there was an underlying rhythm to her movements. Gradually, Chuemo became entranced by Iruhua's swordsmanship. Each of her strikes was remarkably straightforward and effective, clearly embodying the principle of defeating an opponent with a single move, devoid of unnecessary motions. That is the prowess of a great martial artist. Chuemo felt the stark contrast between himself and Iruhua. Though her technique had not reached perfection, the skill and mindset she exhibited illuminated a path for Chuemo indeed. The essence of any combat technique is to vanquish the adversary. Many seemingly ostentatious movements are utterly superfluous. Much like my Void Fist, which requires merely a simple punch to shatter myriad techniques, as Chuemo gradually came to a realization. He gazed upon the multitude of training facilities in the training ground. No longer did he wish to squander his time. His intent for coming here was to enhance his skills. Since Iruhua was unwilling to acknowledge him, why not take the initiative to practice on his own? Without a mentor's guidance, progress might be slow, but he could continuously learn Iruhua's attacking techniques, which could be considered a form of indirect instruction. Resolute in his decision, Chuemo selected a fine sword from the weapon rack and began to strike at a metal post relentlessly. Although he could not strike with the precision that Iruhua demonstrated, he believed that with persistent practice, he could eventually reach her current level. That he executed horizontal slashes, vertical chops, and thrusts, recalling Iruhua's striking methods as he imitated her swordplay. It appeared somewhat clumsy at first, yet with the passage of time, the sword in his hand gradually became more fluid. With each swing, he exerted himself fiercely, the blade clanging against the metal post with a resounding clang. Gradually, the sounds of their practice filled the training ground, and those arriving at the martial arts school noticed Chuemo and Iruhua diligently honing their skills, eliciting expressions of astonishment. Who is that? How is he training with that icy woman? One martial arts apprentice inquired curiously. Who knows? Probably just another suitor, another apprentice remarked indifferently. They chose not to interrupt the two's training, but rather found a corner to practice themselves. After half an hour of wielding the sword, Chuemo was drenched in sweat. Each forceful strike against the metal post sent a jolt through his hands, causing a painful, yet pleasurable sensation. He had never trained in such a manner before, and, for a moment, lost himself in the experience. Who taught you that swordplay? At some point, Iruhua paused her training and approached Chuemo. He turned to see her standing behind him and sheepishly scratched his head. That no one taught me. I just learned it on my own, he explained. Utterly terrible. Iruhua scoffed. That my instructor advised me that before I selected a combat technique, I should first understand my weaknesses. Thus, I began practicing swordplay. That I must apologize for the embarrassment it brings to my instructor. Chuemo laughed. I told you. I'm not your instructor. If someone hears you, they might tear your mouth apart. Iruhua's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, indeed. But if I do not call you that, how should I address you? Chuemo inquired. Hearing this, Iruhua furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering the question for an extended period. It appeared to perplex her. Whatever you wish to call me. Did Elder Bai summon you? Yes, I just joined the Infinite Martial Arts School today. Chuemo nodded. With your capabilities, I wonder how Elder Bai came to notice you. To save his face, I shall teach you a technique. Whether you can master it depends entirely on your own efforts, Iruhua stated, suddenly raising her sword. Upon witnessing Iruhua's intent to teach him swordplay, Chu Mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately focused his attention. In comparison to ordinary martial artists, Iruhua appeared rather unremarkable without her sword, save for her cold demeanor. However, the moment she wielded the blade, Chu Mo sensed an unmistakable shift in her aura. A simple stroke of her sword gleamed with a cold light as it sliced through the air, causing Chu Mo's eyes to widen in astonishment. Under that stroke, it felt as though the very air had been cleaved apart by Iruhua. Despite the absence of any elemental energy, he had no doubt that a Tier 2 beast would meet a gruesome fate under such a strike. Focus on your training, Iruhua said as she sheathed her sword. Turning to leave and leaving Chu Mo with a contemplative silhouette, a knowing smile crept upon Chu Mo's face. Although Iruhua claimed she would not instruct him, her demeanor suggested otherwise. It seems I still have a chance, he mused that moment. He took a closer look at Iruhua. Her simple profile was strikingly defined. Even without the sword, she exuded an enchanting beauty. And merely her silhouette stirred his heart. It was only after Iruhua vanished from sight that Chu Mo regained his senses. Having such a mentor, he couldn't discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and began to recall Iruhua's earlier stroke. Although it appeared unremarkable, Chu Mo understood that if he imitated her technique, his strikes would undoubtedly lack the ferocity of her attacks. Countless times did he replay the image of Iruhua's movements in his mind. Finally, he opened his eyes, and the sword in his hand trembled in response to "Ha!" Chu Mo attempted to replicate Iruhua's stroke, but it merely resembled her form without capturing its essence. Again, after several attempts, he realized that Iruhua's stroke was far from simple. The brute force he employed was merely the most basic form of strength. Iruhua's movements incorporated additional power, including that of her wrist. I understand now. It's similar to playing billiards. Raw strength not only fails to harness the energy effectively, but also dissipates it. However, when combined with wrist movement and driven by the arm, the stroke becomes significantly sharper. After countless swings, Chu Mo finally grasped the principle behind her technique. Although he identified the root of the issue, practicing it was no easy feat. The nuances of force application and the sequence of movements required thousands of repetitions to master. With the realization of Iruhua's intent to instruct him, Chu Mo poured his heart into his sword practice, tirelessly striking. The morning swiftly passed, and once all the other students had departed, he finally set down his sword. The thousands of strikes left his arms aching, but the efforts were worthwhile. He felt a marked improvement in both the angle and force of his strikes. As he coordinated the movement of his arms and wrists, his technique no longer appeared juvenile, and he could faintly discern Iruhua's influence in his strokes. That's so exhausting. Yet the training results are quite evident, Chu Mo thought as he casually glanced at his attributes. To his surprise, he noticed an increase of 4 points in strength, significantly more than his usual training. Could it be due to the practice? He pondered. Countless swings had left him utterly fatigued, and his arms seemed to have reached their limits. This was akin to physical training. Continually pushing one's boundaries would inevitably lead to change. It seemed that this training method was far more effective than mere cultivation, though he suspected he would have little strength left for the afternoon. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that he had only just begun, and his arms felt on the verge of exhaustion. By common sense, he would likely be even more sore the following day. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he could alleviate the soreness in his arms by absorbing elemental energy, albeit at the cost of time, but that's enough for today. While I may not have made significant gains, it was still worthwhile. Hearing his stomach rumble, he left with satisfaction. That you're just leaving now? At the entrance, Lin Wei was preparing to eat when she spotted Chu Mo emerging from the training ground, her expression one of surprise. Yes, I just finished training and am utterly exhausted, Chu Mo replied with a smile. What about Sister Ruhua? Lin Wei glanced behind Chu Mo, unable to find Iruhua's figure. She left long ago, Chu Mo said. I wonder how Elder Bai could assign you such a teacher. Who doesn't know that Sister Ruhua detests interacting with men? I suspect Elder Bai is intentionally making things difficult for you. Haha, just don't tell him I said that, Lin Wei teased. Not at all. I think Elder Bai is quite commendable. What benefit could he possibly gain from doing this? Surely, he wouldn't stoop so low to target me. Chu Mo shrugged. I was merely joking. Elder Bai is indeed remarkable. Many of the top students in the martial arts school were discovered by him. His actions must have some reasoning behind them. I truly wonder what he sees in you. I can't discern anything particularly special about you, Lin Wei remarked. Scrutinizing Chu Mo, it was clear that someone of Elder Bai's caliber would not easily overlook exceptional individuals. Yet Chu Mo appeared exceedingly ordinary. Save for his slightly handsome face, there was nothing that stood out. I am just quite ordinary. You are overthinking, Chu Mo replied. To be by the way, aren't you leaving? Chatting with you made me forget to eat. Oh no, I must hurry, Lin Wei exclaimed, glancing at the time before rushing off. What an amusing woman. Chu Mo thought. He realized he could no longer continue training in his current state, yet this exertive training was far more beneficial than solitary practice. Chu Mo resolved to dedicate his mornings to exhaustive training and reserve the afternoons for cultivation, thereby balancing both endeavors harmoniously. It's time to eat. The depletion of his energy left Chu Mo feeling ravenous. Ever since becoming a cultivator, his appetite had noticeably increased. Without further hesitation, he bought groceries and returned home to prepare a meal. In the afternoon, at the martial arts school, Yiruhua entered the training ground with a blank expression. Noticing Chu Mo's absence, a hint of disappointment flickered across her otherwise impassive face. This minor setback too much for you? It seems I overestimated you. Easily as a painting, she harbored a sense of vexation within her heart. Bai Qingyang had requested her to become Chu Mo's instructor, and she certainly could not afford to appear too outrageous. Hence, upon her departure, she imparted to him a single knife technique. This seemingly simple maneuver was, in fact, a component of a certain advanced battle skill. Should he master it, it would prove to be of immeasurable benefit throughout his life. Yet, she refrained from elucidating the intricacies of the technique, preferring instead to assess Chu Mo's comprehension. If he were to grasp even a fragment of it, she would continue to guide him. However, now, gazing at the empty training ground, she surmised that Chu Mo had likely given up. After all, although the technique was classified as an advanced battle skill, it remained too challenging for an ordinary martial artist to comprehend, let alone for someone like Chu Mo, who was not yet a practitioner. Since he could not learn it, Bai Elder should not hold it against me, she thought. Dismissing her concerns, Yiruhua resumed her training. After a simple meal, Chu Mo gazed at the remnants on the table, letting out a satisfied burp. He had devoured 5 bowls of rice. Am I truly a glutton now? He mused self-deprecatingly. After a brief respite, he wasted no time and promptly seated himself in meditation, commencing his cultivation. Instantly, the surrounding essence surged towards him, as though his body were a famished giant and the ambient energy a delicate maiden, awaiting his consumption. His fatigued body absorbed the essence with remarkable efficiency, and he sensed an increase in his internal energy reserves. Indeed, this method of cultivation was correct. After a day had elapsed, Chu Mo's strength had significantly augmented. If he continued to progress at this pace, by the time of the final assessment for martial artists, his prowess might very well double. On the following day, Chu Mo arrived early at the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. This time he opted to run rather than take a taxi, treating it as a warm-up before training. To his surprise, Yiruhua had not yet arrived. Observing the vacant training ground, he paid it little mind, regardless of whether Yiruhua was present or not. It did not greatly concern him that he had yet to fully grasp her earlier technique, and even if she were to teach him another, he would struggle to learn it. Thus, he decided to continue his practice. Seizing the large knife, he approached the metal post and began to strike. He recalled Yiruhua's movements in his mind, striving to execute them flawlessly. Chapter 20. The Essence of the Knife Technique with a Fierce Shout. As Chu Mo swung his knife, the entire arena reverberated with a thunderous sound. The power seemed to have intensified once more. To his delight, he discovered that through relentless practice, his control over the technique had grown increasingly adept. Yet he still felt something was amiss. Of course. How foolish of me. Chu Mo suddenly chastised himself. In his previous attempts, he had exerted force from his wrist and arm simultaneously, neglecting the importance of posture in his waist and legs. For instance, during a break shot in billiards, the difference in penetrating power between a standard stance and an improper one is substantial. He had been concentrating solely on the strength of his wrist and arm. Yet the technique lacked the all-encompassing impact that Yiruhua had demonstrated. Until now, he had been unaware that the absence of coordinated force from his waist and legs was the reason for this discrepancy. After pondering for a while, he resolved to give it a try. This time, he swung the knife slowly, retracting it just as it seemed poised to fall. After countless attempts, a spark of realization ignited within him. He had found a feeling. Yes, this is it. Swinging the knife once more, he no longer hesitated. The blade descended with ferocity. Although he could not yet achieve the ability to cleave through all, it was undoubtedly more potent than before. Success! Chu Mo joyfully retracted the large knife. That last stroke had flowed effortlessly, as if it were meant to be. His method of exertion was correct, when his legs and waist coordinated their force. The strength of the knife strike had surged to an entirely new level. This is the sensation. Let me try again. Grasping the inspiration, Chu Mo continued to train, so engrossed that he remained oblivious to Yi Ruhua's arrival at the training ground. This fellow, unbeknownst to him, Yi Ruhua's typically indifferent expression was stirred by waves of astonishment as she regarded Chu Mo. How could this be? I have only taught him once, and he has already grasped the techniques of exertion so swiftly? Could it be that he is a prodigy of cultivation? Unbeknownst to her, Yi Ruhua's perception of Chu Mo had undergone a complete transformation. Initially, she had assumed Bai Qingyang was merely introducing a well-connected individual. Although Chu Mo's attire had not suggested such, she had not given it much thought. But now, she was utterly astounded by his talent. Tio nearly mastered an advanced battle skill in just a day, if he were given a little more time. Surpassing her would hardly be a challenge. Lin Wei, show me that person's information, she instructed Lin Wei. Who? Lin Wei momentarily failed to comprehend. The one from yesterday, Yi Ruhua replied succinctly. Lin Wei was taken aback. How could Yi Ruhua suddenly express interest in a man? The thought sparked mischief within her. Sister Ruhua, there were so many people yesterday. How could I know which one you meant? You mean the one Bai Elder introduced? Yi Ruhua retorted, rolling her eyes. What is the matter, Sister Ruhua? Do you wish to send him away? Lin Wei feigned surprise that no, just bring me his information, Yi Ruhua insisted, attempting to appear nonchalant, though inwardly, she was filled with embarrassment and anger. If Lin Wei were to discover her sudden desire to take on this student, would she laugh at her? Yi Ruhua was uncertain, yet all her expressions were noted by Lin Wei. Oh dear. Sister Ruhua, you needn't feel embarrassed that in fact, I already mentioned you were seeking a teacher for him yesterday, that I will send him over right away. Don't worry, he will not disturb you in the future. As she spoke, Lin Wei feigned the act of sending Chu Mo away. Upon hearing that another teacher intended to claim Chu Mo, Yi Ruhua's heart jolted. Who dares to take my student? Call him out. If he can defeat me, he may have the right to instruct him, Yi Ruhua declared loudly. Lin Wei was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing Yi Ruhua display such concern for someone. It's all right that if you truly don't want him, I can simply have a word with him. Here, this is his information. Take your time to review it. Lin Wei smiled as she handed the tablet to Yi Ruhua. Yi Ruhua swiftly accepted it, opening Chu Mo's profile at a glance. Only 18. Upon seeing Chu Mo's age, Yi Ruhua was once again astonished. She recalled that at 18, she was merely a martial apprentice. Utterly unable to comprehend advanced battle skills. Chu Mo, who on earth are you to possess such talent? How have I never heard of you before? Yi Ruhua pondered, recalling the most likely candidates for the Heaven's Pride rankings this year. None of whom included Chu Mo. After practicing for half an hour, Chu Mo felt he had grasped the essence of that one-knife technique, that if only Yi Ruhua could demonstrate it a few more times, he was certain he could learn its intricacies. Unfortunately, he sighed, if only she could teach me once more. What did you say? Yi Ruhua's voice suddenly emerged from behind him, causing Chu Mo's heart to race wildly. Had she overheard his musings? Feeling slightly embarrassed, he redirected the conversation. Teacher Yi, what brings you here? You are Chu Mo? Yi Ruhua inquired coldly. Yes, that's me. That last stroke was quite commendable. Alas, you are merely employing brute force and have no understanding of the correct application of power. If someone were to witness your knife swings, they might conclude that I, as your instructor, am inept. Yi Ruhua's words rendered Chu Mo momentarily speechless. Was she truly blaming him for not mastering it? Teacher Yi, please forgive my lack of talent, that I shall practice diligently to ensure I master this technique. Chu Mo apologized earnestly. Once you master it, my reputation will be tarnished. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate once more. Yi Ruhua drew forth a large knife, her presence suddenly radiant with authority. Chu Mo's eyes sparkled. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, and just when he contemplated his next move, assistants arrived, he immediately focused all his attention. meticulously observing every detail of Iruhua's knife technique, that a glimmer of cold light flashed, akin to a thunderclap resounding in Chu Mo's mind, due to his extensive practice. He rapidly discerned the differences between his technique and Iruhua's, that if his every strike had been fueled by sheer effort, then Iruhua's technique was characterized by a perfect balance. Indeed, after she sheathed her knife, Iruhua began her explanation. Your knife technique appears impressive, but lacks the understanding of how to apply force. While you have grasped the key points of exertion, you have overlooked a critical aspect. Knife skills do not merely hinge on strength. If sheer force were all that mattered, what would be the role of technique? What you need to do now is to wield 90% of your strength to achieve the same effect. If successful, you will have entered the realm of knife skills. With that, Iruhua departed the training ground without a backward glance. To wield 90% of my strength for the same effect. So this is the essence of that knife technique. Chu Mo suddenly realized something profound. Unable to contain the excitement within him, he immediately began his experiments. Before long, the training ground resonated with the sound of his diligent chopping. Chapter 21. By Qingyang S. Shock within the martial arts hall. Numerous students gazed curiously at Chu Mo. He resembled an indefatigable machine, tirelessly repeating a single stroke. Under his relentless refinement, this stroke began to embody the essence of a certain combat technique. Who is this? He doesn't seem very old, yet he trains with such dedication. He truly possesses perseverance that I wonder how long he has been at it, that I've been watching him practice this move for quite some time since early morning. This move seems somewhat familiar. Don't you think it resembles Iruhua's technique? Now that you mention it, there is indeed a resemblance. Could this lad be a student of Iruhua? But isn't Iruhua known for not taking on students? The crowd buzzed with speculation, intrigued by the connection between Chu Mo and Iruhua. What are you all gossiping about? Hurry back to your training. Bai Qingyang had appeared behind the students. Upon turning around and seeing Elder Bai, the students promptly dispersed to their respective training areas. These youngsters. Bai Qingyang shook his head, mumbling to himself that he was not angry. Rather, he feared they might disrupt Chu Mo's practice. After the warrior assessment concluded that day, Chu Mo had ranked first, surpassing all other talents, none of whom could break his record for strength. However, a few gifted individuals had not fully utilized their combat techniques to amplify their power, leaving their true capabilities uncertain. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that Chu Mo's talent for cultivation far exceeded that of ordinary prodigies. Bai Qingyang observed Chu Mo at the center of the training ground, noting how he would contemplate for several minutes after each stroke, adjusting his posture before executing the next. Witnessing his training, Bai Qingyang felt immense satisfaction that if one merely practiced the technique blindly, without seeking to identify mistakes in its application, genuine progress and strength would be arduous. How is it that this fellow's swordplay mirrors Iruhua's combat techniques so closely? After a few glances, Bai Qingyang suddenly realized that the move Chu Mo was executing was indeed the advanced combat technique exclusive to Iruhua. Confirming that he was not mistaken, Bai Qingyang felt he might have underestimated Chu Mo's abilities. Advanced combat techniques are termed as such due to their significantly greater power and training difficulty compared to intermediate and beginner techniques. Generally, students who acquire beginner techniques require at least 2 to 3 days to master a move. The difficulty of mastering intermediate techniques increases exponentially. It takes nearly half a month to even approach the threshold. Yet, Chu Mo was executing this stroke with remarkable proficiency that if paired with his vital energy and the cultivation method for advanced techniques, he would undoubtedly make rapid progress. This is an advanced combat technique. He recalls that Chu Mo had only arrived a day ago, so today marks merely 2 days. Has this fellow truly mastered the first move of an advanced combat technique in just over a day? Am I perhaps dealing with a prodigy? Bai Qingyang realized the situation might be more complex than he had anticipated. Chu Mo was more exceptional than any prodigy he had ever encountered. He chose not to interrupt Chu Mo. The stronger his demonstrated talent, the more beneficial it was for the infinite martial hall. After giving Lin Wei a few reminders, he quietly left the martial arts hall. Unbeknownst to Chu Mo, Bai Qingyang had already visited this moment. He felt as though he had melded with the great blade in his hand. Suddenly opening his eyes, a brilliant glimmer erupted forth. Ha! The blade twisted, and Chu Mo swung it forward. This time, the great blade moved seamlessly, without a hint of disarray, as if that stroke was destined to be executed thus. The blade struck the metallic pillar, leaving a white dent. The metallic pillars used for training in the martial hall were crafted from high-grade materials. Even a full-force strike from an intermediate warrior would only leave slight impressions. Yet, having just stepped into the warrior realm and exerting merely 9/10 of his strength, Chu Mo was able to leave a shallow mark on the metallic pillar. After executing the stroke, he felt a slight fatigue in his mental state. This final stroke not only showcased perfect bodily coordination, but also exhibited an intense concentration, achieving a state of perfection. Had it not been for this, he would never have been able to execute such a flawless strike. I suppose this counts as a success, Chu Mo thought, gazing at the mark on the metallic pillar. The imprint that previously required a full-force strike to create could now be made with just 9/10 of his strength. It seemed to align perfectly with Iruhua's expectations that I wonder if my learning speed is considered fast. Chu Mo muttered to himself that he had forgotten that his comprehension was far superior to that of ordinary individuals, thus naturally excelling in cultivation. Unfortunately, his previous master had been unable to cultivate due to physical limitations, failing to recognize the uniqueness of his comprehension. Glancing at the time, he noted that lunchtime was approaching. He recalled the sensations of power from earlier, pondering them further. Before leaving the martial hall, he practiced a few more times until he could execute the move flawlessly, and only then did he prepare to return home. Lin Wei, what a coincidence! As Chu Mo approached the entrance, he spotted Lin Wei busily packing her belongings. Surely you haven't been training all morning without a break, Lin Wei exclaimed, surprised by the fatigue evident on Chu Mo's face. More or less, a slow bird must fly early. Without a mentor to guide me, I have already fallen behind other practitioners. Chu Mo explained that you signed up for the warrior assessment too? Lin Wei asked. Astonished, she had never imagined that this young man before her could participate in the warrior assessment. Yes, the final round of assessments is in a month, and I need to quickly enhance my strength. Chu Mo replied that he felt no pride in knowing that the testing robot he battled was of intermediate warrior strength. After all, he had only been training for a short while, and compared to those who had trained since childhood under esteemed mentors, he was significantly behind. You actually passed the warrior assessment. Lin Wei realized then that Chu Mo was indeed extraordinary. Although she possessed detailed information about him, Chu Mo had never certified his identity as a martial apprentice. Thus his strength details were not included in the records. She had previously wondered why Elder Bai held Chu Mo in such high regard. It turned out he was a cultivation genius. To become a warrior at 18, how impressive! Elder Bai's discernment is truly remarkable, Lin Wei remarked with admiration. Haha, what is so special about that? I'm not the only one, besides, whether I can become a warrior is still uncertain. After all, assessments differ greatly from real trials, that in actual trials, one must battle fierce beasts. A moment's negligence could even cost one their life. That's so. Whether I can truly become a warrior remains to be seen. Chu Mo said, not allowing himself to become complacent. He had never encountered fierce beasts before. When the time came for the trial, he could not even be sure he would be courageous enough to face them. Don't worry, as long as you're not a coward, you will surely pass the trial, Lin Wei encouraged. Let us hope you're right. Are you ready? Shall we leave together? Chu Mo asked cheerfully. Just a moment, I'll be ready soon. Lin Wei hurriedly finished packing, and after a few seconds, the two of them left the martial hall together. Upon returning home, Chu Mo resumed his training regimen from the previous day. He was already looking forward to his meeting with Iruhua the following day, pondering how well he had grasped the sword technique and whether Iruhua would accept him as her student. Chapter 22. Exchange for Lingfeng's step. Early the next morning, Iruhua slowly walked into the martial hall. Has Chu Mo arrived? Iruhua inquired of Lin Wei that he arrived long ago. He should be in the elite training ground now. Lin Wei replied, her hands busy with tasks. Upon hearing that Chu Mo was already there, Iruhua quickened her pace. Sure enough, as she neared the training ground, the sound of a great blade being swung echoed from within. Iruhua did not immediately interrupt Chu Mo. Instead, she stood at a distance, observing intently. The more she watched, the more astonished she became. Chu Mo had managed to master the first move of the advanced combat technique without her guidance. If he were to combine this with the cultivation method, wouldn't he be able to use it directly? Although there were still some issues with the move, the fact that he achieved this without a teacher was remarkable. Could it be that his comprehension is truly this high? Iruhua found herself feeling less aversion towards Chu Mo. Stopped for a moment. Noticing that Chu Mo continued practicing, Iruhua spoke up. Teacher E, you've arrived. Upon hearing her voice, Chuemo quickly sheathed his blade and turned around, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Iruhua approach from behind. Well done. Your stroke is not entirely unworthy of my reputation. However, mere practice is insufficient to achieve the optimal execution of the move, Iruhua stated as she approached the weapon rack. Seeing this, Chuemo instantly perked up, knowing that Iruhua was about to demonstrate. Indeed, Iruhua casually picked up a great blade and performed a starting posture. Your footwork is overly light. Although your body coordination is decent, your footwork fails to establish my center of gravity, causing the power of your strike to diminish accordingly. More importantly, the direction your toes are pointed in relation to your target is crucial. Iruhua demonstrated a movement. For Chuemo, what appeared to be a simple stance from Iruhua revealed a seamless coordination among her arms, waist, and legs, devoid of any flaws. It seemed that every part of her body would instantly cooperate with her movements. Observe my footwork, the power of my strike, and the placement of my blade. The key lies in the footwork. Should your center of gravity be unstable during combat with an opponent, it is all too easy to expose vulnerabilities due to improper positioning. However, it is premature for me to address this now. You have already honed your blade skills to a considerable degree. In light of your diligence, I shall impart one more technique to you. After uttering these words, Iruhua swiftly executed a strike, demonstrating the second move of an advanced combat technique. Chuemo dared not blink, his focus unwavering as he observed Iruhua's movements. With each strike she made, her footwork shifted seamlessly, whether she was initiating or concluding the strike. Her center of gravity remained impeccably balanced, leaving no openings for her adversaries. Now, pay close attention and begin your practice. Once you have mastered this, return to Lin Wei to exchange for a basic movement technique. Choose the Ling Feng step. Iruhua instructed. Can I really select a movement technique? Chuemo inquired, momentarily taken aback. Of course, movement techniques are indeed a form of combat skill, though sometimes I find it tedious to distinguish between them. Iruhua replied, dismissing Chuemo's curiosity after demonstrating the technique. Unperturbed, Chuemo reflected on the second move he had just learned, swiftly analyzing the mechanics and methods behind it. After a morning of rigorous training, he had grasped half of the technique. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he set aside the large blade and headed to the resting area for a shower. Iruhua had long departed from the training hall, but Chuemo paid it no mind. He knew he would encounter his peculiar instructor again the following morning. It was time to redeem his basic movement technique. With renewed enthusiasm, Chuemo arrived at the hall. Calling out Lin Wei, I wish to exchange for a combat skill. Have you made your decision? Lin Wei asked. Yes, teacher, he has already helped me select one, Chuemo replied. Very well, please tell me the technique you wish to choose. Lin Wei prompted. The Ling Feng step, Chuemo stated promptly. That's a movement technique. Excellent choice, Lin Wei responded, not overly surprised. The Ling Feng step was indeed a commendable basic technique, albeit not without its challenges. Some martial artists with lower comprehension might take an entire month to even begin to grasp it. After entering some information into her computer, Lin Wei produced a smart tablet and handed it to Chuemo. I have downloaded all the content on the Ling Feng step. Take it home and study it at your leisure. I've heard this technique is quite difficult to master. I wonder if you'll be able to learn it. Chuemo raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. How hard could a basic movement technique be? Was Iruhua's recommendation a test of his abilities? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and returned home. Now faced with an additional task for the afternoon. Beyond his regular training, he needed to meticulously study the Ling Feng step. The Ling Feng step consists of 3 volumes, and mastering each volume would significantly enhance both speed and agility. The first volume contained an introduction followed by the essential principles and techniques. It didn't appear overly complicated. Following the descriptions, Chuemo attempted the training and, to his surprise, had mastered the first volume by the end of the day. Puzzled, he wondered how he had succeeded so quickly. Could there be a flaw in his training method? Otherwise, why would Lin Wei claim the technique was difficult? Determined to find out, he stowed the tablet and ventured outside. Channeling his energy, he focused it towards his legs and, with a swift motion, dashed forward like a wild hare. The wind whipped past his ears, and as he experienced the effects of the Ling Feng step, joy surged within him. His current speed was approximately 24 ms, but with the aid of the Ling Feng step, it could easily reach 26 ms. Such an increase in speed was indeed exhilarating. especially considering how challenging it typically is to achieve such improvements. After several attempts, Chu Mo felt immensely satisfied. Eagerly, he returned home to begin training the second volume. However, progress was not as smooth. By evening, he had only grasped the basics. It seemed he had underestimated Lin Wei. The second volume was indeed challenging, and he estimated it would take at least 5 days to fully master it. 5 days may seem long, but it is manageable. I hope to learn the third volume before the martial artist trial, so I have a measure of self-defense during the event, Chu Mo mused, plotting his upcoming training schedule. The following days were relatively uneventful as Chu Mo followed a routine, and as the martial artist trial approached, his abilities underwent a significant transformation. Teacher E, I believe I have mastered the fifth strike. In the training arena, Chu Mo swung his large blade forward with great force. Though he exerted only 7 layers of strength, a deep gash appeared on the metal post struck by the blade. Iruhua marveled inwardly, but maintained her composure. Not bad. You have nearly mastered this entire set of techniques that if you encounter a beast, I am confident that you will be able to escape unscathed using this skill. She turned and added, Come, I will take you somewhere. Where are we going? Chu Mo inquired, sheathing his blade as he hurried to catch up. Your training is nearly complete. It is time for some practical experience. Iruhua replied cryptically. Practical experience? Chu Mo quickened his pace, wondering if Iruhua intended to take him to slay a beast. Chapter 23. Confrontation with beasts. Upon exiting the training hall, Iruhua climbed into a sleek red sports car. What are you waiting for? Get in, she called, beckoning to Chu Mo, who stood momentarily frozen. Right, I'm coming. Chu Mo climbed into the luxurious vehicle for the first time, his curiosity piqued as he admired the interior. Yeah, this car is stunning. It must be quite expensive. He remarked that it's only a few million, but once you become a great martial artist, you too will be able to afford such luxuries. Iruhua replied nonchalantly. A great martial artist? That seems far off, Chu Mo mused, envisioning the lifestyle that accompanied such status. Observing by Qingyang's vehicle, he recognized it was like a mobile sofa, opulent and comfortable. Even the dining establishments he frequented were extravagant, often costing thousands for a single meal. Fortunately, the expensive ingredients were beneficial for their training, so the cost seemed justifiable. Where are you taking me for this practical experience? Chu Mo asked, redirecting his gaze. To a rather intriguing place that if luck is not on your side, you may very well find yourself in peril, Iruhua stated coldly. Peril? Chu Mo gasped, realizing Iruhua was not one to joke. This indicated that their destination indeed held life-threatening risks. Look at you, so timid. If you're afraid of death, you can exit the vehicle right now. Iruhua observed his uncertain expression. Not that, I just worry that I may not be adequately prepared. Chu Mo admitted, taking a deep breath. Half an hour later, the sports car arrived in a secluded suburban area. Despite being far from the city center, the architecture was lavish. The view revealed numerous standalone villas and artificial lakes, all displaying a trendy design. It was evident that the residents here were either wealthy or influential. Do you know where this is? Iruhua inquired. No, I do not, Chu Mo replied, shaking his head. This is the Meishi Bin Villa district. While outsiders perceive it as a high-end residential area, they are unaware of the secrets it harbors, Iruhua explained. Secrets? Chu Mo glanced at the villas, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Just wait and see. I hope you won't be frightened. Iruhua smirked, leading Chu Mo deeper into the area. Passing through 2 security checkpoints, they arrived at the rear of the villa district, where a small mountain loomed. Sounds of commotion emanated from behind it, creating a chilling atmosphere. It was then that Chu Mo realized what Iruhua meant by special. There were indeed individuals harboring beasts behind the villa district. Miss E, the security personnel greeted as they approached. Bring forth a second-tier beast of the lowest rank, the strongest one available, Iruhua instructed after exiting the car. Understood, please wait a moment. You may take a seat in the beast fighting area. We will bring the beast shortly. The security personnel replied without surprise. Yes, please bring it directly to the arena, Iruhua commanded. Certainly, the security personnel nodded and departed. Realizing Iruhua's intentions, Chu Mo felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of battling a beast. The area outside the beast fighting arena was lined with luxury vehicles. Before them stood a building encased in a special metal from which cheers erupted. Under Iruhua's guidance, they entered a private box. At this moment, Chu Mo had the opportunity to fully observe the arena's layout. The arena was rectangular, surrounded by a wall that enclosed the spectator seating. The box they occupied was positioned conveniently near the audience. A quick count revealed dozens of such boxes. This is a private beast fighting arena, and all transactions are sanctioned by the city lord. Prepare yourself. You'll be trying your hand at this shortly. With a casual remark, Iruwa reclined on the sofa to rest, while the attendant respectfully poured tea for the two and brought an assortment of fruits. Chuemo had intended to inquire further, but upon observing Iruwa's demeanor, he promptly abandoned his questioning. Before long, a knock sounded at the door of the private room. "Hello, the exotic beast has been arranged. Would you like to proceed now?" asked the security personnel. "Yes, now. How much is it? Just deduct it from here. Additionally, take him downstairs," Iruwa instructed, tossing a golden banknote to the security guard and pointing at Chuemo. "Understood, sir." "Please follow me," the guard replied. Chuemo took a deep breath. He was not afraid of encountering the exotic beast, as there were second-tier beasts during the martial artist trials. Yet this was his first direct encounter, and he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, it's just an exotic beast that there's no need to be afraid. Chuemo steeled himself, his gaze gradually firming up. Before long, he was led into a room filled with various weapons and armor, presumably provided for those participating in the beast fights. "Sir, the exotic beast is ready. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Please select your equipment swiftly," the security personnel said before exiting the room. With the door closed behind him, he found himself alone. Without hesitation, Chuemo donned suitable armor and approached the weapon wall, grasping the hilt of a large sword. As he gripped the hilt, a subtle transformation took place in his demeanor. The earlier anxiety began to dissipate, and the exotic beast seemed less formidable. That a few minutes later, a passageway suddenly opened in the room. Curiosity piqued, Chuemo glanced at it and then stepped inside. Emerging from the passage, he found himself at the center of the beast arena. The stands were sparsely populated, mostly filled with staff, and before him, the roar of an exotic beast echoed from behind a massive iron barrier. An exotic beast. Chuemo's gaze sharpened as he focused on the creature beyond the bars. A giant wolf was slowly approaching. That at Tsanglong? Chuemo instantly recognized its identity. The Tsanglong was one of the more common exotic beasts outside the city, typically possessing strength ranging from low to high second tier, relying primarily on clawing and biting as its means of attack. Then am I really going to fight this creature? Chuemo inhaled deeply, his palms sweating nervously. As the iron barrier opened, the massive Tsanglong lunged forward, leaving Chuemo no time to react. "Hey, did you skip a meal? You don't even give a warning before attacking." He had no time for contemplation and quickly activated his Lingfeng step to evade the strike. Seeing its attack fail, the Tsanglong swiftly adjusted its posture, lunging at Chuemo again. If caught, he would surely be grievously injured. Just an exotic beast? Perfect for practice. Chuemo had expected some pre-fight preparation, but the Tsanglong's lack of decorum left him no choice but to engage immediately. Drawing upon Iruwa's sword techniques that swirled in his mind, he raised the large blade, his expression turning serious. "Take this." The technique he had practiced countless times was unleashed with precision, the blade slicing cleanly through the Tsanglong. With a thud, the Tsanglong collapsed, blood spilling onto the ground. Under Chuemo's blade, the once fearsome beast now bore a half-meter-long gash in its abdomen. Chapter 24. Practical training. The Tsanglong howled in pain, its eyes glistening with tears. Yet Chuemo felt no pity. Showing mercy to an exotic beast would be cruel to himself, unless one was exceedingly confident in their abilities. Vigilance should never wane. The immense wound rendered the Tsanglong nearly incapable of fighting back, as it realized that this seemingly harmless young man was capable of such terrifying strikes. One blow to finish it. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chuemo leapt high, aiming his blade at the beast's neck. With tremendous force, he brought the blade down, and the Tsanglong raised its paw to defend, only to have its limbs severed by the sharp edge. And with it, a wolf's head fell. Blood gushed forth, pooling at Chuemo's feet as he stood in stunned disbelief. The Tsanglong, a second-tier exotic beast, had perished just like that. The difficulty seemed far less than he had imagined. Witnessing Chuemo's effortless defeat of the Tsanglong, many staff members exchanged bewildered glances. In terms of presence and age, Chuemo did not appear to be a formidable opponent. Yet this battle revealed that his combat prowess surpassed that of a novice martial artist. "Who is he?" I don't believe I've heard of him, that I don't know. He seems to be someone brought by Iruhua, that I suspect he is from the Infinite Martial Arts Academy, and no wonder. He must be a student from the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Truly, it is the foremost martial arts institution in Fuzhou, unmatched by any other faction. With such a young talent, the so-called genius rankings will surely pale in comparison. Not necessarily. This boy will likely make the genius list. But to break into the top 10 will be quite the challenge. The genius rankings are not as simple as you think. The discussions were ultimately concluded by an elder's voice. Chu Mo sheathed his large blade and returned to the private room, where Iruhua sat sipping red tea, seemingly unaffected by the events that transpired in the arena. That Ijie, I've taken care of it, Chu Mo announced. How do you feel? Iruhua inquired, crossing her legs. Not bad, I suppose. Initially, I felt a bit apprehensive about the exotic beasts, having heard tales of their terror since childhood. But after engaging in combat, it seems not so daunting. Chu Mo scratched his head, sharing his sentiments. Indeed, many martial artists harbor fear of exotic beasts to the point where they fail to perform to their full potential despite possessing strength. The reason I brought you here was to help you overcome that fear. You've done far better than I anticipated to your current level of strength. Passing the martial artist trials should pose no issue, provided all goes well. However, do not celebrate too soon. That Songlong was merely a low-tier, second-tier beast. Something any martial artist could defeat. You are just at the beginning of your journey. Iruhua stated bluntly that I understand. Chu Mo replied with a wry smile, noting Ejie's unrelenting candor. Now that you have taken this step, you will find it easier to face exotic beasts in the future. With several days left before the martial artist trials, we shall engage in sparring. That Iruhua rose to her feet. Spar with you? Chu Mo was taken aback by her words that Iruhua was a mid-level martial artist. His strength was barely at the entry level of mid-tier martial artists. How could he possibly challenge her? Rest assured, I will restrain my strength. Remember this. Exotic beasts are not the most terrifying foes. Humans are. You can never predict what methods your opponent might employ to defeat you. With those parting words, Iruhua exited the room, leaving Chu Mo alone to ponder. Wait, Ijie, you still need to take me back. Once Iruhua had walked a distance away, Chu Mo finally recalled that he was still at the beast arena. After a challenging chase, Iruhua did not leave him behind, and he realized he had worried for nothing. Prepare for tomorrow. Try to postpone any pressing matters that I fear you won't have the chance to worry about anything else. Iruhua remarked from within the car. What? Chu Mo momentarily failed to grasp Iruhua's meaning, assuming she merely wanted him to be ready. Upon returning home, Chu Mo's first action was to take a shower. Cleansing himself thoroughly, that he did not immediately practice, but instead lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's battle. Having spent a month in this world, it was his first time witnessing an exotic beast up close. The thought that 90% of the world was occupied by such beasts instilled a growing sense of dread for humanity, that if so many exotic beasts were to attack humans simultaneously, how many would survive? After pondering wildly for a while, Chu Mo had dinner and commenced his training for the day. That a day passed swiftly, and in the following days he finally grasped the meaning behind Iruhua's earlier words. From the outset of practical training, Chu Mo found himself thoroughly overwhelmed each day. The first day was particularly brutal, nearly leaving him unable to walk. Upon returning home, his parents believed he had been in an accident. He barely managed to concoct an excuse to placate them, only to endure the same ordeal the following day. At the martial arts training ground, Chu Mo sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Ijie, you're taking advantage of me. You said you would restrain your strength, but is being a high-level martial artist considered restraint? Chu Mo lamented helplessly. Your strength has reached mid-level martial artist status. And with the sword techniques I've taught you, ordinary mid-level martial artists are no match for you. That if I do not elevate my strength to challenge you, how will you improve? Iruhua ignored Chu Mo's complaints and commanded him to rise and continue training. Ijie, please let me rest for a moment, that I'm truly exhausted, Chu Mo groaned, massaging his sore shoulders. 10 minutes of rest. Then we continue, Iruhua decided, giving him no opportunity for rebuttal. Fine. 10 minutes is better than none. Though the break was brief, he had no choice but to accept, knowing he could not overpower Iruhua. That if you remain unconvinced, I can offer you an opportunity. Observing Chu Mo's demeanor as he allowed himself to be manipulated, Iruhua suddenly spoke up. What opportunity? Are we no longer required to engage in practical training? At once, Chu Mo perked up. Others would eagerly seize the chance to train with me. Yet you, my friend, do not appreciate it at all, do you? It seems I've been too lenient. Iruwa's expression darkened with mild anger as she retorted, That's not it, Ijie. Please let me explain that I simply didn't want to tire you out. After all, you've been training me tirelessly these past few days without a proper break. I was merely concerned for your well-being. Noticing the signs of Iruwa's anger, Chuemo hastily sweetened his words. This seemed to have a certain effect, as Iruwa shot him a glare before articulating her demand. If you wish to forego practical training, I can grant you a few days of respite. But only if you can defeat me. What do you say? Defeat you? Ijie, don't jest. You are now a powerful high-level warrior. How could I ever stand a chance against you? Chuemo quickly shook his head, indicating the impossibility. I haven't finished speaking. This time, I will restrain my strength to that of a mid-level warrior. Do you dare to accept this condition? Iruwa clarified, really, upon hearing that Iruwa would limit her strength to that of a mid-level warrior. Chumo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed. If you agree, I will allow you an hour's rest before we face each other that if you win, I will adhere to the terms I previously mentioned. However, should you lose, I will double your training, Iruwa declared coldly. All right, I accept. Chuemo immediately acquiesced. Chapter 25. I am going to cheat, so quick to agree. Iruwa regarded Chuemo with surprise, wondering if he truly believed that her limiting her strength would lead to his victory. If that was his line of thought, he was gravely mistaken. She acknowledged that Chuemo had indeed reached the mid-level warrior realm, but to assume that was sufficient to vanquish her was far from adequate. Unbeknownst to Iruwa, Chumo's mind was solely occupied with strategies for victory. He certainly did not entertain the notion of defeating her even at her restrained strength. Years of combat experience alone could easily subdue him, not to mention the seemingly simple yet lethal sword techniques she had taught him. How could she not be aware of his weaknesses? The reason he had agreed so readily was due to his trump card, the Void Fist technique. After nearly a month of breathing exercises, his foundational strength had surpassed the 1,000 kilograms threshold, and with the Void Fist, he wielded a formidable 2,000 kilograms of power, far beyond what Iruwa could withstand. Imagining the expression on Iruwa's face upon her defeat, he felt a surge of anticipation within. Sitting cross-legged, he entered a state of cultivation. The injuries from their earlier sparring quickly mended, and after a solid half-hour of practice, he finally opened his eyes. Are you ready? I can grant you more time. After all, your training will soon double, that if you don't take this opportunity to rest, you might not get another chance. Iruwa reminded him. No need. I have confidence in my abilities, Chuemo grinned, standing up. Confidence is commendable, but know this. In our upcoming sparring session, I shall not hold back, Iruwa stated, observing Chumo's unwavering self-assurance and choosing not to press further. It is fine that if you truly limit yourself to mid-level warrior strength, I will certainly manage. Chuemo replied that as he limbered up, his body crackled with energy. All right, arm yourself. Let us begin. Iruwa raised her great sword. Aiming it at Chuemo, I am ready. Chuemo assumed a starting stance, his focus sharpening instantly. With a commanding begin, Iruwa's aura transformed dramatically. She and her sword became one, embodying an indomitable blade aimed directly at Chuemo. Startled by the intensity of Iruwa's presence, Chuemo found it hard to fathom that, despite being of the same mid-level warrior rank, her aura exerted far greater pressure than any testing automaton. Indeed, the disparity between the two was utterly incomparable. As he pondered this, Iruwa made her move in an instant. Chuemo blinked, and Iruwa's sword was upon him. He hastily raised his blade to block, the overwhelming force pushing him back step by step. You dare to be distracted while facing me? Iruwa scolded, swiftly striking again, denying Chuemo any chance to respond. What a cunning angle! Under Iruwa's relentless assault, Chuemo found himself retreating progressively. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of strength. He simply had no opportunity to counter her. Each of her strikes was perfectly timed, aimed at his vital points. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. While he understood that Iruwa would not truly kill him, the sense of pressure was suffocating. You are disappointing me greatly, if this is all you have to offer. Then your training these past weeks has been in vain, Iruwa remarked, her disappointment evident as she noted Chuemo's inability to retaliate. With a wry smile, Chuemo could only evade her strikes, utterly incapable of countering her. Ling Feng step. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, he swiftly activated his movement technique to create distance. Yet Iruhua was not so easily deterred, as Chu Mo initiated his maneuver. Her own steps quickened, closing in on him. Take this! In that fleeting moment when Iruhua had him cornered, Chu Mo swung his sword. Seizing the opportunity, he could not let slip away today as the great sword swung toward her. She let out a cold laugh, shifting her footing and lowering her body, causing his blade to slice through the air above her. This very strike revealed a flaw in Chu Mo's defense. Iruhua seized the moment, using her sword to stabilize herself before launching a kick directly into Chu Mo's chest. Puff! The force of her kick struck him with great impact, sending a wave of blood surging to his throat. Truly impressive, Jie. Even in such circumstances, you can still counterattack. Chu Mo staggered backward, recalling that previous strike had been a calculated response after considerable contemplation, that he was acutely aware that Iruhua preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once he enacted his movement technique to create distance, she would undoubtedly pursue him, that if he executed this plan, it would play right into his hands, as his great sword had long been prepared. However, he had not anticipated that what should have been a certain hit would be evaded so deftly by Iruhua, who then retaliated with a kick that it was undeniable that her reflexes surpassed his by a considerable margin. As the two distanced themselves, Iruhua did not rush to attack. You are my student. Do you think I do not know your sword techniques? If this is all you can muster, you might as well concede. Iruhua stated calmly to Jie, don't be hasty. You possess the combat experience of a high-level warrior. How could I possibly compete? However, the battle has only just begun. I will now unleash my full strength. Chu Mo declared, flipping his sword to so you still have a trick up your sleeve. I shall see just how formidable your true abilities are. As she spoke, Iruhua launched another preemptive strike, intending to catch Chu Mo off guard. Having spent considerable time with her, he was well aware of her tendencies. Drawing on his vitality, he silently activated the Void Fist technique. Having practiced the Void Fist for over a month, he was uncertain of its rank. But its sheer power was undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary techniques. This time, he did not intend to unleash the technique through his fists. Instead, he merged it with his sword, channeling the Void Fist directly into the blade. Be cautious. The sound of clashing metal resounded as Chu Mo's sword, empowered by the Void Fist technique, surged forth like a tempest, swiftly closing the distance to Iru. So swift. Iruhua's pupils constricted. She hastily prepared to defend herself, feeling an overwhelming unfamiliarity with this strike. Though the execution appeared simplistic, it was riddled with flaws. Yet astonishingly, the speed was so great that she nearly failed to react. As Chu Mo's weapon neared her, she instinctively braced herself, while he couldn't help but smirk at the corner of his mouth. Iruhua's defensive posture was precisely what he had anticipated. He had no need to match her in swordplay or technique. The moment she began to defend, it would signal his victory. After all, she was unaware that his strength had already surpassed 2,000 k. Silently apologizing, the two blades clashed, and Iruhua's eyes widened in shock as the immense force reverberated through her, sending her crashing backward. She landed heavily on the ground, clearly in a state of disarray. Chapter 26. The Warrior's Trial. Jie. Are you all right? The power behind that strike, amplified by the Void Fist technique, had surpassed the limits of a warrior. Caught off guard, Iruhua suffered a significant setback and appeared quite disheveled. Chu Mo rushed forward to check on her, relieved to find that she had merely sustained minor injuries. When did you break through to the high-level warrior realm? Iruhua, having regained her footing, asked incredulously, and oh wonder Chu Mo was so confident. It turns out his strength is on par with that of a novice high-level warrior. Had I known, I would never have set such a rule. Jie, you misunderstand that my foundational strength is still just over 1,000. I have yet to reach the novice high-level warrior standard, Chu Mo explained. Impossible! The power behind that strike was already at 2,000 kg, that if you were not a high-level warrior, how could you? Iruhua's words trailed off as realization dawned upon her. Did you just use a martial technique? Haha, Jie, you caught me. Chu Mo smiled apologetically, and upon hearing his admission of having employed a combat technique, Iruhua was even more astonished. Just moments ago, Chu Mo had claimed that his foundational strength was a mere 1,000 kilograms. Yet under the enhancement of the combat technique, it had surged to 2,000. What could this possibly signify? Could it be that the combat technique he utilized was of a higher echelon? Moreover, wasn't this fellow merely 18 years of age? How could his prowess be so formidable? I must admit, I underestimated you. Since you possess a combat technique, the forthcoming martial artist trial should pose little challenge for you. Let us conclude the training for today. Should you wish to continue, I shall have to charge a fee next time. After leaving this remark, Iruhua turned and departed. What? Upon hearing that future sessions would incur a fee, Chuemo hurriedly chased after her. Wait, I'm eager to continue training. Yeah, you may consider my previous words as mere jest. Let us discuss it once you pass the martial artist assessment. Iruhua replied without looking back as she entered her sports car. Seeing this, Chuemo had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of training, that he resolved to focus on refining his skills at home for the coming days, preparing to face the martial artist trial in the best possible condition. That evening, after dining, Chuemo returned to his room to commence his training, unwilling to squander a single moment. Jigua, have you noticed that Imoa has been acting rather oddly lately? Li Fei remarked while tidying the dishes. Observing her son secluding himself in his room. Children grow up and inevitably harbor their own secrets that as long as they are not of a detrimental nature, it's best we refrain from unnecessary worry. Chu Jigua replied nonchalantly, to him. The spirited behavior of adolescence was merely a hallmark of their developmental stage. Have you not perceived the significant changes in our son recently? I sense that his vitality has notably increased. And he has not complained of any discomfort, Li Fei observed meticulously, having spent every day in close quarters with her son. Perhaps the supplements we purchased are finally taking effect. After all, they did cost us quite a bit. With Imoa approaching school age, we must expedite the arrangements for his tuition, she added. When the topic of tuition arose, a look of melancholy crossed Chu Jigua's face. University tuition is not inexpensive, and when coupled with monthly living expenses, the total would certainly reach tens of thousands over the course of a year. Suddenly faced with such a substantial financial burden, although both had been working steadily, it remained a daunting prospect. How is old Xie's situation? Has he agreed to lend us money? Li Fei inquired, pausing her tasks. Did I haven't broached the subject yet? Perhaps in a little while. Chu Jigua sighed, returning his attention to the television. If that fails, I shall devise alternative solutions. Regardless, we must secure his tuition at all costs out of course, Li Fei affirmed resolutely. All our toil thus far has been aimed at providing him with a better life. Having come this far, there is no reason to abandon our efforts. Unbeknownst to them, Chuemo remained oblivious to their conversation, his focus solely on his training. Days passed, and the martial artist trial finally commenced. Dressed in the combat uniform of the Infinite Martial Arts Academy, he arrived at the examination site, which was already teeming with participants that asked the final round of the martial artist assessment. This event drew the attention of nearly everyone in Fuzhou City. Once one becomes a martial artist, their status will soar, with various factions vying for their favor. The gathering point for the assessment was at the city gates, where Chuemo quickly located his fellow candidate. Chen Haoran. Haoran, long time no see. Chuemo greeted as he squeezed through the crowd. Upon recognizing Chuemo, Chen Haoran's expression tightened. Why are there so many participants for the martial artist trial? Do so many people become candidates each year? Chuemo queried that that's quite normal. The martial artist trial is not limited to just those participating this time. Previous candidates also take part in the trials to become official martial artists, so the large number is not surprising. Chen Haoran explained, possessing more insight than Chuemo. That explains it, and no wonder there seemed to be fewer people at the martial artist building before. Today's turnout is indeed larger, Chuemo realized. UV joined the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Chen Haoran suddenly noticed Chuemo's uniform. Indeed, joining the academy doesn't interfere with my plans for Fuzhou University, and the benefits are quite appealing. So I decided to enroll. Chuemo responded with a nod. What are the benefits like at the Infinite Martial Arts Academy? Chen Haoran asked with curiosity. That they're decent. They provide vehicles and housing, along with a monthly training stipend of 10,000. And with the subsidy for official martial artists, one could easily earn 20,000 a month. Chuemo replied, pleased. That is not bad, but the subsidies could be more generous that in my view with your potential. Becoming a high-ranking martial artist should be well within reach, possibly even breaking into the master realm. These benefits merely tie you to the Infinite Martial Arts Academy, making it appear that they are the true beneficiaries. Chen Haoran analyzed that, it's not a concern. After all, I'm not even a martial artist yet. When I become a grand martial artist, the benefits will surely improve, Chuemo remarked, unconcerned that he believed that one should receive treatment commensurate with their strength. If they were to offer him even better benefits, he might begin to worry about hidden pitfalls. As the two conversed, the time for the martial artist trial finally arrived. The rules for this trial were consistent with those of previous assessments. And the head of the trial, Zhang Daoming, personally addressed the participants to explain the regulations. That I am delighted to see so many cultivators participating in the martial artist trial. This indicates that you all have the potential to become martial artists or even more formidable individuals in the future. Now, allow me to outline the rules of the trial. This trial will last for a total of 5 hours, taking place at the training base outside the city. Within the base, there are first and second tier abnormal beasts. To pass the martial artist trial, one must accumulate 50 points. First tier abnormal beasts grant 2 points, while initial second tier beasts yield 10 points. Furthermore, there are several intermediate second tier beasts within the base. Killing one will directly award you 50 points as well as a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. However, I advise you to reconsider attempting the intermediate second-tier beasts if you lack the strength to face them. Zhang Daoming's words stirred a wave of murmurs among the aspiring martial artists. The requirement to accumulate 50 points to become a martial artist, while seemingly modest, necessitated the defeat of 5 second-tier beasts, a considerable challenge for ordinary martial artists. No wonder there were so many candidates. Yet only around 100 would become official martial artists each year. Now that the rules are clear, please prepare yourselves. At 10 o'clock, we will officially commence the martial artist trial. After finishing his address, Zhang Daoming glanced over the crowd before turning to leave. Wait, there's a reward of 10,000 for killing an intermediate second-tier beast? Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's eyes lit up, and he began to formulate a plan. Chen Haoran, did you hear that? We have to defeat 5 second-tier beasts to become official martial artists. Is the trial really that difficult? Chu Mo expressed his astonishment after Zhang Daoming had departed. The rules of the martial artist trial have always been this way. Although the requirement is 50 points, it's not overly challenging. After all, we have weapons, while the abnormal beasts do not. Additionally, the beasts vary in strength. With a bit of luck, killing 5 second-tier beasts is certainly achievable. Otherwise, wouldn't the official martial artists be commonplace? Chen Haoran, already familiar with the trial rules, was not overly concerned. Do you feel confident? Chu Mo inquired with curiosity. Absolutely. If I can't even defeat a second-tier beast, what is the point of my training? Chen Haoran replied matter-of-factly. Chu Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Haoran's strength was commendable among the aspiring martial artists. If even he struggled to succeed, the prospects for others would be even dimmer. Reflecting on this, Chu Mo glanced at his current attributes. Vitality, 1,134.7 physique, 375.6 strength, 1,126 kilograms speed, 26.8 ms psychic power, unknown comprehension, 41 mental strength, 52 after a month of training and breathing exercises. His attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a foundational strength exceeding 1,000 kilograms, he would undoubtedly evoke envy among numerous aspiring martial artists, whose strength typically hovered around 500 kilograms. Chu Mo was double their capacity. 5 second-tier beasts should be relatively straightforward for me. Given my current strength, even facing higher second-tier beasts shouldn't pose a problem. That I could even contemplate hunting intermediate second-tier beasts directly. Chu Mo mused inwardly. After a lengthy intermission, the clock struck 9:30. Under the guidance of the staff, the participants passed through the metallic gates and ventured outside the city. This marked Chu Mo's first exit from the city. He had always envisioned the outside world as perilous, rife with ferocious beasts, yet upon his arrival, it was not as terrifying as he had been led to believe. Although abnormal beasts roamed the outskirts, they did not approach the city walls, making the vicinity quite safe. After a 10-minute walk, the trial base came into view, revealing a massive mountain guarded by numerous soldiers. A formidable sight indeed. This mountain is colossal. Surely, there are no second-tier beasts within. Chu Mo expressed his apprehension. Rest assured, if they cannot manage this, those in charge of the martial artist trial would be dismissed, came the reassuring reply. Chen Haoran felt no concern. Over the years, the warrior trials had never seen a failure. The most formidable beasts encountered had only reached the high second tier. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim, for every mid-tier second-level beast was equipped with surveillance devices. Should any beast break through, the base's overseer would swiftly subdue or eliminate it. Therefore, the aspiring warriors participating in the trials had no reason to fear an uncontrollable situation. Everyone, the warrior trials are about to commence. Is there anything you do not understand? Zhang Daoming inquired. Nothing, the crowd responded in unison. All right, please line up to receive your smart wristbands. Remember, should a life-threatening situation arise, contact the base personnel immediately using the wristband. Should there be a delay that results in injury, we shall bear no responsibility. Point 1 last point. Once the trials begin, interspecies combat is strictly prohibited. Now come forward to collect your smart wristbands. Zhang Daoming issued a few more instructions before distributing the wristbands. After receiving his wristband, Chu Mo curiously examined it. The wristband, crafted from a special material, was incredibly flexible, featuring a small button in the center that if pressed for more than 5 seconds, it would automatically send a distress signal. With the wristband secured, Chu Mo was eager to enter the trial base. Finally, the clock struck 10, and the gates of the trial base swung open, with the crowd surging inside like a tidal wave. Upon entering, they were met with an array of cold weapons. Without hesitation, Chu Mo chose the broadsword he was most familiar with as his weapon of choice. Chen Haoran, would you like to join me? Chu Mo invited as he readied himself. What? Are you afraid? Chen Haoran asked, puzzled. Certainly not. Besides, the warrior trials do not prohibit team formations that I believe it would be much easier to deal with mid-tier second-level beasts this way. Chu Mo explained, revealing his plan. Upon hearing Chu Mo's intention to confront a mid-tier second-level beast, Chen Haoran's lips twitched slightly. Did this guy have no fear of death? The disparity between mid-tier and low-tier second-level beasts was not insignificant. If they were so easily vanquished, how could they be valued at 50 points? Are you certain you want to hunt a mid-tier second-level beast? Chen Haoran questioned skeptically. Absolutely. Additionally, I wish to ascertain the extent of the gap between myself and a mid-tier second-level beast. Chu Mo clarified. Hesitation clouded Chen Haoran's mind. Nearby aspiring warriors, upon hearing Chu Mo's declaration, cast him incredulous glances. I thought it was someone remarkable. You lot actually think you can hunt a mid-tier second-level beast. As Chen Haoran contemplated, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted. Chu Mo turned towards the source of the voice and recognized Lu Zi. What do you mean? Chen Haoran retorted. Nothing much, just a friendly warning. The foundational strength of a mid-tier second-level beast reaches 1,000 kilograms. Not to mention their defensive capabilities that I advise you to focus on low-tier second-level beasts. The mid-tier second-level beast is mine, so do not even think about it. Lu Zi declared before striding away with his broadsword slung across his back. Chen Haoran wished to retort, but he understood that he was not Lu Zi's match at this moment. Though his words were harsh, they bore truth. It would be more prudent to confront low-tier second-level beasts. Chu Mo's proposal does tempt me, but considering the risks involved, it seems unnecessary. After all, becoming a formal warrior is of greater importance to AS for hunting mid-tier second-level beasts. Opportunities will abound once I become a warrior. He mused. However, he also contemplated giving it a try. If he could indeed hunt one, the benefits would be considerable. Very well, then I wish you luck. Upon seeing Chen Haoran's reluctance, Chu Mo did not press the matter further. Low-tier second-level beasts posed little challenge for him. He resolved to seek out mid-tier second-level beasts instead. Of course, he vowed that his motivation was not the 1,000 yuan prize, securing the broadsword to his back. Chu Mo officially entered the trial grounds. Within the mountainous region, numerous beasts lurked in the shadows, unbeknownst to others. Many aspiring warriors chose to travel in pairs, cautiously searching for traces of these creatures. In stark contrast, Chu Mo swiftly traversed the mountains, unbothered by the possibility of being targeted by other beasts. Who is that, making such a commotion? Doesn't he fear being surrounded by beasts? Other aspiring warriors wondered as they observed Chu Mo's bold advance. To advance so brazenly in the warrior trials, one either possessed great confidence or was slightly unhinged. I think I've seen him before. Isn't he the one who punched out 1,000 kilograms during the last test? One aspiring warrior recognized Chu Mo, 1,000 kilograms. Is that true? The others gasped in disbelief, astonished by Chu Mo's strength. That of course it's true. I witnessed it firsthand. Come on, let us follow him. With him leading the way, we want to have to search inch by inch. The excited warrior urged his companions. Chapter 28. The deadly bear, unaware of the thoughts swirling around him, Chu Mo continued to navigate the mountains with purpose. Keenly searching for a mid-tier second-level beast, a small creature. Just the right opportunity for practice. Chu Mo paused, spotting a black-purple giant ant feasting on a carcass. The dark absolute ant, a low-tier second-level beast. Preferred damp environments. Its characteristics included sharp mandibles, a tough exoskeleton, and strength comparable to that of a mid-tier second-level beast. Chu Mo's mind quickly filled with information about the dark absolute ant among second-tier beasts. It was relatively formidable, possessing only one notable weakness: its sluggish speed, albeit this slowness was in comparison to other second-tier beasts. Even so, its speed still reached 21 ms. Drawing his broadsword, Chu Mo infused his arm with energy. The dark absolute ant sensed the threat and turned to meet Chu Mo's gaze. Hiss. The dark absolute ant let out a hoarse roar, its eyes filled with fury at the sight of this humanoid intruder. No-style sword technique, first form. Without hesitation, Chu Mo unleashed a technique he had diligently practiced. The no-style sword technique, imparted to him by Yi Ruhua, comprised 7 forms, each capable of fluidly transitioning and seamlessly connecting. At that moment, Chu Mo's broadsword appeared ordinary as it swung towards the dark absolute ant, yet the blade's edge aimed directly at the ant's joints. The ant's vulnerabilities lay in its abdomen and eyes. But its joints were also notably fragile. The dark absolute ant raised its massive pincers to defend, but just as the sword was about to collide with them, it suddenly redirected, striking firmly at the joint. With a resounding chop, Chu Mo's blade, fueled by immense strength, cleaved through the dark absolute ant's pincers as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. In a swift motion, Chu Mo reversed the sword and severed the other pincer. Before the dark absolute ant could react, having lost both pincers, fear flickered in its eyes as it attempted to flee. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Chu Mo seized the opportunity, his broadsword sweeping towards the ant's abdomen. Sensing imminent danger, the dark absolute ant attempted to evade, but the sword tip struck true, piercing its vital area. With a splatter of black blood, Chu Mo withdrew his blade, and the dark absolute ant collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Satisfied with his achievement, Chu Mo realized that should he target low-tier second-level beasts, he could complete his points task in less than an hour. However, his true objective lay elsewhere. Mid-tier, second-level beasts were what he sought. Determined, Chu Mo set off in a chosen direction. Meanwhile, the aspiring warriors who had followed him arrived at the scene, gazing in astonishment at the defeated dark absolute ant. Indeed, he was a master, the dark absolute ant. Known for its considerable strength and defense, had been dispatched with surgical precision to its weak points. Look, the dark absolute ant has no visible wounds on its back. It is evident that the warrior took it down with just a few strikes. One perceptive aspiring warrior analyzed. Upon hearing this, the others gained a renewed appreciation for Chu Mo's prowess. With such strength, he must be seeking mid-tier second-level beasts. Should we continue to follow? One warrior pondered. Let us not, we should search for beasts here instead. Venturing further would be perilous. With our strength, it would be easy to fall into a trap, the knowledgeable warrior suggested. All right, let us start our search for beasts from here. I believe I heard some commotion over there. The others readily agreed. While they engaged in idle chatter, Chu Mo detected the aura of a mid-tier second-level beast nearby. Such large footprints. The surrounding trees have been torn apart. It appears to be the deadly bear. Quickly deducing information about the mid-tier second-level beast in the vicinity, Chu Mo prepared to investigate further when he heard a scuffle not far off. Let us see what is happening, he murmured, moving towards the sound, soon arriving at the source that I asked at him. Upon discerning the cultivators engaged in battle, Chu Mo was taken aback. The man before him was none other than Lu Zi, whom he had encountered previously, while on the opposite side loomed the death bear. At this moment, Lu Zi exuded confidence, wielding his broadsword to press the death bear, seemingly gaining the upper hand. However, despite appearing to dominate, the death bear possessed immense strength and formidable vitality, with the broadsword merely leaving a few superficial wounds upon its formidable hide, none of which were fatal, without additional tactics. It was evident that over time, Lu Zi would not be a match for the powerful creature that you're holding up quite well. I wonder how long you can last, Lu Zi remarked nonchalantly, continuously maneuvering around the death bear. As the wounds on his body accumulated, the death bear, unable to endure the mockery, let out an enraged roar, its physique swelling dramatically. This was the death bear's berserk mode. Observing this transformation, Chu Mo immediately recognized that the creature was now serious, that in its berserk state, the Death Bear's strength would increase exponentially, and its destructive capabilities were nothing short of astonishing. Coupled with its massive size, it obliterated everything in its path. Lu Zi felt the pressure mounting, as the Death Bear, with its eyes glowing crimson, charged at him. He knew that if he were to be grazed even slightly, the consequences would be dire. After narrowly evading 2 attacks, Lu Zi realized that he could not continue in this manner. The Death Bear's high attack power and resilience meant it could afford numerous mistakes. But he could not afford even a single error. If he were to be struck, this trial would likely conclude prematurely. That I've played with you long enough. Now, let me witness the true extent of your berserk mode, Lu Zi declared. His expression hardened. That a month prior, during the martial artist assessment, his base strength had reached 780 kg, and after a month of training, it should now be over 800 kg. Yet, relying solely on this amount of strength to defeat a creature of intermediate second rank would undoubtedly fall short. The intermediate second rank corresponded to the strength of a mid-level martial artist, requiring a minimum of 1,000 kilograms in base strength. To vanquish the Death Bear, with only 800 kg, he would have to employ combat techniques. Indeed, Lu Zi's internal energy surged, and his broadsword emanated a faint red glow. Chu Mo was instantly captivated, for this was the first time he had witnessed another cultivator utilizing combat techniques. He was immensely curious about the differences between their techniques and his own. Blazing Fire Sword. Lu Zi's eyes glinted with fierce determination as flames suddenly engulfed his broadsword, raising the temperature in the vicinity. What kind of combat technique is this, infused with elemental attack? Chu Mo dared not blink, fearful of missing a spectacular moment. The flame-wreathed broadsword transformed into a fire serpent under Lu Zi's command, coiling toward the Death Bear. This was merely a feint, for the true lethal strike lay behind the fiery serpent, the razor-sharp blazing fire sword. The intense heat of the fire serpent instilled a hint of fear in the Death Bear, which raised its massive paw to shield its eyes from potential burns. As the fire serpent enveloped it, the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. The blazing fire sword lunged toward the Death Bear's chest. Bolstered by the combat technique, the force of this strike had reached an astounding 1,200 kg. With a sickening squelch, the blazing fire sword penetrated the Death Bear's fur and embedded itself within its flesh. A smile crept across Lu Zi's face. So what if it was an intermediate second-rank beast? It was easily dispatched with a single strike. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the Death Bear unexpectedly seized the sword embedded in its chest and, with a tremendous exertion of strength, dislodged it from Lu Zi's grip. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lu Zi hastily retreated, but it was too late. The pain in its chest drove the Death Bear into a frenzy. Already enraged, it became even more ferocious. Its massive paw descended upon Lu Zi's chest with lightning speed, sending him hurtling several meters away, crashing into the underbrush, unconscious and uncertain of his fate. Chapter 29. Stirring trouble from the sidelines. Chu Mo sensed that something was amiss. Lu Zi was likely to be severely injured. Fortunately, after delivering that powerful blow, the Death Bear collapsed heavily to the ground, seemingly at the end of its relentless assault. What a windfall! Oh no, I mean points. Chu Mo's eyes gleamed as he cautiously approached the injured Death Bear. Observing that Lu Zi had lost consciousness from the impact, he quickly made a decision. Apologies, but this is not my fault. You were the one who fainted first. If I don't kill it, it will be you who perishes. No need for thanks. Just call me Lei Feng. Chu Mo muttered a few words before claiming the life of the Death Bear. Just as he was about to leave, he reconsidered and returned to place Lu Zi in a safer location. After checking Lu Zi's injuries, he was relieved to find them not too severe. However, it would likely take some time before he regained consciousness. This is all I can do for you. Farewell. With everything arranged, Chu Mo set off deeper into the wilderness, but he was certain his points were sufficient. But it wouldn't hurt to slay a few more beasts for additional resources. Thus, with this thought in mind, Chu Mo swiftly located another intermediate second-rank beast, the Green Light Lion, known for its speed akin to lightning and exceptional pursuit capabilities. Having observed the earlier battle between Lu Zi and the Death Bear, he realized that intermediate second-rank beasts were not as easily dispatched as he had previously imagined, though his strength had reached the level of a mid-tier martial artist. The potential for a desperate counterattack from a dying beast posed significant risks. Therefore, the safest approach to eliminate an intermediate second-rank beast was to achieve a one-strike kill, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Rapidly analyzing the green light lion's vulnerabilities in his mind, he held his breath, activating his swift wind step, propelling himself like a tempest toward the lion's head. Upon hearing the commotion, the green light lion turned. Realizing a human was attacking, IT roared in defiance, preparing to swat him down with a paw, but suddenly, its fur bristled, sensing an overwhelming threat to its life. Before the green light lion could ascertain the source of this danger, a glint of cold steel had already arrived. With no time to react, it could only raise its paw in defense, a move that was precisely what Chu Mo had anticipated. Void Fist technique. Without hesitation, Chu Mo unleashed his most powerful combat technique. Empowered by the combined might of his no-formula blade technique and Void Fist technique, his strike had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. Delivering a force of 2,000 kilograms directly upon the green light lion's skull, the unfortunate creature barely had time to unleash its full potential before its head was severed, blood gushing forth. Mission accomplished. Chu Mo gazed at the lifeless green light lion, his heart racing with elation. Had he not seized the initiative, defeating the lion would have required considerably more effort. Yet, during his month of training at the Infinite Martial Arts School, he had been taught by Yi Ruhua to strive for a decisive kill, avoiding any unnecessary entanglement. That IT was precisely this style that enabled him to go all out and swiftly slay the green light lion. This was far less taxing than becoming embroiled in a protracted battle. Glancing at the kill record on his wristband, Chu Mo nearly burst into laughter. TO acquired 20,000 points so effortlessly. I wonder how many intermediate second-rank beasts are present in this trial area for me to slay. I must hurry to find the next target. Every minute wasted could mean a loss of several hundred points. Without pausing for rest, Chu Mo eagerly sought his next prey, oblivious to the fact that the unfortunate intermediate second-rank beast had already been marked as his quarry. In the base monitoring room, Zhang Daoming entered with a coffee cup in hand. How is the trial progressing? Chief, this trial is proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Several participants have already met the points criteria. However, there is one matter I must report. The soldier in charge of monitoring the scores replied, "So soon. Has someone completed the points task? It must be those promising geniuses on the Heavenly Talents list, right?" "Oh, what was it you wanted to report?" Zhang Daoming inquired. "I suspect someone is cheating. Look at this individual. Their score has reached 210. The soldier pointed to the score statistics displayed on the screen. "What? 210? Zhang Daoming nearly spat out his coffee. Glancing at the screen to confirm that the top score was indeed 210. "No, wait," he continued, as the numbers on the display shifted once more, now reading 260. "Who is this person?" "This person is named Chu Mo. He appeared suddenly a month ago. I checked his previous records, and there's no documentation of him becoming a martial apprentice." The soldier responded. "What was his performance on the martial artist assessment?" Zhang Daoming inquired urgently. His test results were quite impressive. While employing combat techniques, he achieved a score of 1212 kg. However, even so, it seems implausible for him to accumulate such a high score in such a short time. The soldier asserted. The score of 1,212 kilograms is indeed sufficient to challenge intermediate second-rank beasts, but it shouldn't allow for such rapid kills, unless he is concealing his true power or possessing some banned items. Zhang Daoming commanded, "Use my authority to activate the Hummingbird. I want to see how he is dispatching these beasts." Understood. Activating Hummingbird now. IT is en route to the target location and is expected to arrive in 1 minute. The soldier executed a series of operations on the keyboard, and several mechanical birds, no larger than sparrows, soared towards the location of Chu Mo. A minute later, Zhang Daoming beheld the entire scene. Chu Mo was sprinting through the forest, and directly in front of him lay a medium-level second-tier beast, the Black Armored Serpent. The Black Armored Serpent was entirely covered in black scales, rendering it nearly impervious to ordinary blades and firearms. Before long, Chu Mo detected the Black Armored Serpent ahead. He cautiously approached, silent as a whisper. The very moment the serpent sensed something amiss, Chu Mo was upon it like a tempest, arriving before the creature in an instant. With a swift motion, his blade cleaved the serpent's body in two. The Black Armored Serpent, still conscious, opened its maw to unleash a torrent of venom, only to quickly realize its dire predicament. "Where is my body? How did it suddenly vanish?" Agonizing pain shot through its nervous system. and the serpent finally comprehended that it had been severed in twain. What a staggering speed! Zhang Daoming watched in awe as Chu Mo effortlessly dispatched the black-armored serpent, his eyes alight with excitement. However, upon noticing the attire adorning Chu Mo, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Initially suspecting the young man of employing underhanded tactics, he was astonished to discover that Chu Mo's agility and swordsmanship were so refined, having already reached a minor mastery. Regrettably, this lad had joined the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, he would have done everything in his power to recruit him. The soldiers who had previously thought Chu Mo was cheating were equally astonished. To sever the black-armored serpent with a single strike required immense strength. Clearly, this young man had not revealed his true capabilities during the martial artist assessment. Otherwise, with merely 1,212 kilograms of power, it would have been impossible to execute such a clean and decisive kill. After a brief respite, Chu Mo resumed his actions. Zhang Daoming was rendered speechless upon witnessing the young man's intent to slay all the medium-level second-tier beasts within the trial base. Although his points had already surpassed the threshold, Zhang Daoming was perplexed as to why he continued. He swiftly ordered the retrieval of those medium-level second-tier beasts, fearing that if this individual continued his rampage, the base would suffer considerable losses. Moments later, the persistent buzzing sound behind Chu Mo caught his attention, and he turned to see the peak bird that had been following him for quite some time. What is this about? Why are they monitoring me? Are they concerned for my safety? Chu Mo pondered. Unsure if such behavior was typical during trials, he dismissed the thought upon observing the mechanical structure of the peak bird, reassuring himself that it could not pose a threat. Glancing at his points, he noted they had reached 310, equivalent to the bounty from 6 medium-level second-tier beasts, with the extra 10 points graciously attributed to the ant. With only 3 hours remaining until the trial concluded, he realized he needed to hunt more beasts, as his current tally was insufficient. Little did he know, due to his relentless hunting, the trial base was in the process of retracting all medium-level second-tier beasts. Why not just let him exit directly? A soldier questioned, perplexed. Zhang Daoming's lips twitched in irritation. Are you foolish? He has not violated any trial rules. How could I justify pulling him out? Others might think I am reluctant to part with a few medium-level second-tier beasts. After half an hour of searching, Chu Mo finally encountered another medium-level second-tier beast, which had not yet fled that in a mere 3 minutes. He dispatched it and plopped down on the ground to hydrate. For reasons unknown, medium-level second-tier beasts had become increasingly elusive. Could it be that the trial base's medium-level second-tier beasts have all been wiped out? Chu Mo speculated. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had led to the enforced withdrawal of all medium-level second-tier beasts from the area. After resting for a moment, he resumed his search. However, after an hour of fruitless pursuit, he cursed under his breath. This trial base has far too few medium-level second-tier beasts. It's simply insufficient for hunting. Originally aiming to earn a substantial reward, it now seemed impossible. With over an hour remaining until the trial's conclusion, he refused to squander this time and decided to seek out a first-tier beast for practice. Without hesitation, he sheathed his large blade and approached a saber-toothed boar. This time, instead of attacking, he focused solely on evasion that he achieved his training objective, while the unfortunate saber-toothed boar, in its futile attempts, collided with Chu Mo repeatedly. Utterly failing to make contact in the monitoring room, Zhang Daoming's expression darkened upon learning that Chu Mo had hunted so many medium-level second-tier beasts merely for a meager reward of 10,000. Does he not realize that each medium-level second-tier beast is worth 100,000? Zhang Daoming lamented. With Chu Mo's current score, he had incurred a loss of 700,000. Thank heavens I managed to recall the other medium-level beasts. Otherwise, if he continued for 5 hours, I'd be in dire straits. Finally, as 5 hours elapsed, Chu Mo felt the vibration of his wristband, signaling the end of the trial, that you've endured much. Now, it is time for your departure. As he drew his large blade, the saber-toothed boar's fur stood on end, and it turned to flee. However, the creature's speed paled in comparison to Chu Mo's, who swiftly positioned himself in its path. Apologies, a flash of cold steel, and the saber-toothed boar met its end. Well, it's time to return. After dispatching the boar, Chu Mo oriented himself and headed toward the entrance. There, a throng of aspiring martial artists had gathered, including Lu Zi, who sat on the ground, his expression dark and brooding. Lu Zi, you appear quite injured. How did your hunt for the medium-level second-tier beast fare? Chen Haoran inquired curiously, eager to assess the disparity between himself and Lu Zi. Upon hearing the mention of medium-level second-tier beasts, Lu Zi nearly spat blood in frustration. Reflecting on the arduous effort it took him to defeat a deadly bear, he was dismayed to discover that someone had beaten him to it. Had it not been for his considerable strength against several low-level second-tier beasts, he would have returned empty-handed from this trial. What is the matter? Why the long face? Did you fail to secure any kills? Chen Haoran savored Lu Zi's discomfort, relishing the prospect that Lu Zi might not be as formidable as he had imagined. Get lost, Lu Zi barked, refusing to engage further. Chen Haoran understood the implications. Had Lu Zi succeeded, he would not possess such a sour demeanor. Previously, Chen Haoran had contemplated hunting a medium-level second-tier beast himself, yet even with enhanced combat skills, he found it impossible to prevail. A stalemate could easily lead to mutual destruction. Witnessing Lu Zi's failure provided him with a sense of satisfaction. The gap between medium-level and low-level second-tier beasts was indeed vast, leaving him puzzled as to how those exceptional individuals had managed to slay them. What a shame. I cannot obtain that prize, Chen Haoran mused. Lu Zi clenched his fists, his anger simmering. Dare to snatch my medium-level second-tier beasts? I will ensure you pay for it. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance. Knowing that the reward for slaying medium-level second-tier beasts would soon be announced. Once the trial concluded and results were tallied, he would seek vengeance. Unbeknownst to him, had Chu Emo not appeared, he might have been forced to withdraw from the martial artist trial. Given his prior state, without Chu Mo's assistance, his survival would have been uncertain, that everyone accounted for. Zhang Daoming inquired of the nearby soldiers at the entrance. All have emerged. We can now announce the trial results. The soldier replied respectfully. Very well. Let us begin the announcement. Zhang Daoming nodded and addressed the assembly. Congratulations to all of you for successfully returning from the martial artist trial. The trial has now concluded. I invite Chief Supervisor Zhang Daoming to announce the results. Please, everyone, maintain silence. The soldier's words brought an immediate hush to the previously raucous crowd. Outside the throng, elders from various martial arts academies and leaders of other factions awaited the results with eager anticipation. Once the results were revealed, all successful martial artists would become potential recruits for them. When silence enveloped the crowd, Zhang Daoming ascended a platform with the list in hand. The martial artist trial has officially concluded. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all who have successfully completed the trial. Your courage and wisdom are an inspiration to us all. Now, I shall announce the list of individuals who have successfully passed the warrior trial. Those named henceforth shall officially become warriors. Zhang Hao, who has passed the warrior trial. Lu Xiang, who has passed the warrior trial. Zhao Weimin, who has passed the warrior trial. Zhou Xiaoli and Xiao Yang. As Zhang Daoming proclaimed the names, the crowd erupted in excitement. The individuals mentioned unable to contain their elation, shrieking with joy. Soon, Chu Emo also heard his name. His breath quickened, and his face lit up with exhilaration. To be a warrior, a profession long coveted by many. He had finally achieved this esteemed status through his relentless efforts. From this moment on, his standing would no longer align with that of an ordinary person, and he would enjoy the myriad privileges bestowed by the Martial Arts Academy. The days of his impoverished family were finally set to improve. Chapter 31. An overabundance of points that concludes the list of those who have successfully passed this warrior trial. The warrior badges will be distributed to you all in the coming days. Next, I shall announce the names of those who have successfully hunted medium-level second-tier beasts. The warriors who succeeded in this endeavor will be rewarded with a monetary prize of 10,000 yuan. Additionally, there is a mysterious gift awaiting them. At this juncture, Zhang Daoming's voice faltered slightly, for there were only two warriors who had successfully hunted medium-level second-tier beasts, Zhou Xiao and Chu Emo. Is it true that someone has successfully hunted a medium-level second-tier beast? Are they truly that strong? Upon hearing of the successful hunts, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of the newly minted warriors. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of medium-level second-tier beasts, knowing that even the weakest among them could vanquish 5 low-level second-tier beasts with ease. After all, their foundational strength far surpassed that of low-level second-tier beasts. Encountering such a beast would almost certainly spell doom for an ordinary warrior. In previous warrior trials, many cultivators were eliminated due to encounters with medium-level second-tier beasts. Yet this time, luck was on their side. With only a handful, merely a few dozen, being eliminated by such beasts, Lu Zi cast a cold gaze over the crowd, swiftly discerning who had usurped his chance at the medium-level second-tier beast. The two individuals who had successfully slain medium-level second-tier beasts were Zhou Xiao, who had slain one and earned a reward of 10,000 yuan, and Chu Mo, who had also slain one and received the same monetary reward. What? Chu Mo was taken aback upon hearing the announcement that he had clearly hunted 7 beasts. Why was only one counted? Had he known the reward would be limited to one instance, he would not have exerted himself so much. Disappointment washed over him, as he had hoped to receive a reward of 70,000 yuan. Chu Mo, he actually managed to kill a medium-level second-tier beast? Chen Haoren's expression grew complex upon hearing this. His initial target had been Lu Zi, yet here was Chu Mo displaying such formidable strength. Could this truly be the same Chu Mo who, once frail and incapable of cultivation, had transformed so drastically in merely 3 years? It was difficult to fathom that he had achieved so much on his own in such a short time. Chu Mo, I underestimated you. However, I shall not concede so easily. One day, I will surpass you. Chen Haoren vowed silently, the excitement of becoming a formal warrior fading away. How could there be 2 individuals? Lu Zi furrowed his brow. Zhou Xiao and Chu Mo had both successfully slain a medium-level second-tier beast. Yet he had no clue who had taken his deadly bear. He scrutinized both individuals, ultimately fixing his gaze on Chu Mo. He knew Zhou Xiao, having regarded him as a rival since childhood. His father was one of the few martial masters in Fuzhou. As for Chu Mo, he had never heard of him before. If Zhou Xiao had indeed slain a medium-level second-tier beast, then the only person left who could have claimed his prize was Chu Mo. With this thought, he resolved that his target for revenge would be Chu Mo. Allow you to revel in your victory, but when the warrior trial concludes, I shall make you pay. Lu Zi began devising plans to make Chu Mo suffer the consequences. Very well, the announcement of names has concluded. Zhou Xiao, Chu Mo, please follow me. After Zhang Daoming spoke, he declared the assembly dismissed, as various factions outside were eagerly rushing in to seize talent. Chu Mo and Zhou Xiao exchanged glances before proceeding to follow. Upon entering an empty room, Zhang Daoming had already prepared 2 cards. Zhou Xiao, Chu Mo, please take a seat. He gestured for them to sit, then looked at Chu Mo with a complex expression that it was this young man who had nearly eliminated all the medium-level second-tier beasts in the trial. While medium-level second-tier beasts weren't particularly rare resources, considerable effort was expended on them for each warrior assessment. Chu Mo, puzzled, looked at Zhang Daoming, unable to comprehend why he had only been credited with 1 beast when he had slain 7. Once both were seated, Zhang Daoming smiled. Zhou Xiao, you have indeed upheld your father's reputation. To hunt a medium-level second-tier beast during the warrior trial demonstrates that your cultivation talent surpasses that of the majority. What are your plans moving forward? Have you considered developing within the military? Chief Zhang, I appreciate your invitation. However, I do not have any such plans at the moment. Perhaps after I graduate from Fuzhou University. I will contemplate it, Zhou Xiao replied with poise. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Zhang Daoming still felt a twinge of regret. Very well, since you wish to prioritize your studies at Fuzhou University, I shall not hinder your academic pursuits. I believe you will carve out a realm of your own there. Here is the monetary reward for your hunt. The password is 6 zeros. Take it. Zhang Daoming handed the bank card to Zhou Xiao. Thank you, Chief Zhang. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Zhou Xiao accepted the card and inquired. Nothing further. You may go. I wish to have a proper discussion with Chu Mo. Zhang Daoming waved his hand. Once Zhou Xiao departed, Chu Mo could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a question. Chief Zhang, do you think something was overlooked in this warrior trial? I did not merely slay 1 medium-level second-tier beast. Did I? Upon hearing Chu Mo's inquiry, Zhang Daoming burst into hearty laughter. What are you blaming me? Not at all. I am simply curious about the reward system for the warrior trial, Chu Mo quickly clarified. Ha ha ha, no need to be overly anxious. Since it was stated that each slain medium-level second-tier beast warrants a reward, your compensation certainly will not be diminished, Zhang Daoming reassured him. But why? Chu Mo was perplexed as to why Zhang Daoming would misreport the number of beasts he had slain. That isn't it because you have accrued too many points? Do you wish to become renowned in Fuzhou? Zhang Daoming inquired. Upon this remark, Chu Mo instantly grasped Zhang Daoming's reasoning. given that Zhou Xiao, the most powerful individual in the trial, had only managed to slay one medium-level beast if it became known that he had slain 7. Various martial arts academies and factions would likely flock to his doorstep. With this realization, Chu Mo felt a surge of gratitude towards Zhang Daoming for his actions. Thank you, Chief Zhang, that I had not considered the implications thoroughly. Really, it is no great matter. Announcing your achievements without your consent would be somewhat unfair to you. However, one must remember that a tree that stands out in the forest will be the first to be felled. Sometimes, being too exceptional may not be advantageous, that if you believe my actions were inappropriate, I can certainly announce your achievements again. The choice is yours. Zhang Daoming presented the dilemma to Chu Mo without hesitation. Chu Mo agreed to Zhang Daoming's course of action, that I trust that Chief Zhang's decision will not harm me, that in truth, I do not place much value on such accolades. As long as my rewards are substantial, I leave the method of presentation to your discretion. You sly fellow. Observing Chu Mo's concern for the rewards, Zhang Daoming shook his head in exasperation. Rest assured, your reward will not be lacking. The money is all on the card. And the passwords are identical. Keep it safe. Zhang Daoming tossed the bank card to Chu Mo, who eagerly accepted it, unable to resist caressing the luxurious card in his hands. Why is this bank card golden? Chu Mo inquired, astonished. This card was unlike ordinary ones. It bore intricate and mysterious patterns. Noticing Chu Mo's confusion, Zhang Daoming chuckled. This is not an ordinary bank card. It is a Tianjiao card, granted only to those eligible for the Tianjiao list. The emblem on it represents the Tianjiao list, and possessing this card signifies your qualification for entry into said list. Do you think Zhou Xiao truly cares about that 10,000 yuan? Zhang Daoming's words left Chu Mo momentarily speechless. The Tianjiao list? This card was somehow related to the Tianjiao list. Did this mean that the list was indeed published by Zhang Daoming? Seemingly reading Chu Mo's thoughts, Zhang Daoming continued. However, the Tianjiao list is not solely determined by us. Who qualifies for the list requires detailed data and performance assessments, combined with evaluations of cultivation talent. But worry not. Having slain a medium-level second-tier beast during the warrior trial is more than enough to secure your place on the Tianjiao list. After hearing Zhang Daoming's explanation, Chu Mo finally comprehended that merely slaying a medium-level second-tier beast during the warrior trial was sufficient to qualify for the Tianjiao list, and this bank card was their exclusive token. Thank you, Chief Zhang, for enlightening me that I had assumed that the reward for slaying a medium-level second-tier beast was purely monetary, unaware that there were so many intricacies involved. Chu Mo expressed his gratitude, saying, "It is nothing. Even if you are unaware at present, with your capabilities, it is only a matter of time before you ascend the celestial rankings. Just understand what this card signifies." That he then inquired. By the way, do you have any plans at the moment? Judging by your attire, it seems you have joined the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Daoming replied, "Indeed, I became a member of the Infinite Martial Arts Academy a month ago. As for my future intentions, I am currently contemplating becoming a teacher at the academy after completing my university studies." Chu Mo stated candidly. Zhang Daoming countered, "With your talent, it seems a waste to limit yourself to the academy. Have you considered the military? If you are willing to join, I can offer you double the benefits." That a shiver ran through Chu Mo at the mention of double benefits. That it was evident how much Zhang Daoming valued him to make such an offer. Clearly, his abilities had attracted the attention of many influential figures. However, after a moment's reflection, Chu Mo declined Zhang Daoming's invitation. "Director Zhang, while I do have a great admiration for the military, I have already committed to the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Thus, I do not plan to withdraw in the near future. Furthermore, I have an agreement with the academy, making it unlikely for me to join the military." Chu Mo conveyed sincerely that is quite unfortunate. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence that we can discuss it again after your graduation. If you change your mind, do let me know. Here is my contact information. As for the agreement with the academy, you need not worry. I can assist you with that when the time comes. Zhang Daoming handed Chu Mo a business card. Chu Mo accepted it with due seriousness. "Director Zhang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go." Zhang Daoming smiled as he bid farewell to Chu Mo after leaving the trial base. Chu Mo held the golden celestial card in his hands, captivated by its allure. 70,000, a staggering sum, which, when combined with the 10,000 for becoming a formal martial artist and the academy subsidies, would amount to nearly 100,000 in liquid assets within a few days. While 100,000 might seem trivial to the wealthy, For someone from an ordinary family like Chu Mo, it was a fortune that moment. He could hardly contain his excitement to share the news of his martial artist status with his parents. However, he did not forget his priorities and decided to head to the academy to claim his benefits first. With this thought in mind, he was not hesitant and took a taxi straight to the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Inside the academy, it was bustling with activity. As dinner time approached, the atmosphere remained lively. After much effort, Chu Mo finally spotted Lin Wei and hurriedly made his way over. "Sister Wei," he exclaimed, emerging from behind her. "You startled me. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy?" Lin Wei complained, clearly taken aback by Chu Mo's sudden appearance. "Did I have something to discuss with Sister W? Yeah, do you have a moment?" Chu Mo said apologetically, realizing he hadn't meant to frighten her. She was simply too engrossed in her work to hear him calling out multiple times. "What is it?" Lin Wei inquired as she stepped away from the crowd. "Isn't today the martial artist trial? I passed. When can I collect the benefits mentioned in the contract?" Chu Mo asked excitedly. "Really? You actually passed the martial artist trial?" Lin Wei's face lit up with a joyful smile upon hearing the news. "Of course, with EGS guidance, if I couldn't even pass the martial artist trial, what would I be doing here?" Chu Mo feigned pride. "You seem quite pleased, but even if you pass today, those benefits can't be claimed just yet," Lin Wei replied. "Why not?" Chu Mo queried in confusion. "Don't rush. The reason you cannot claim them now is that your formal martial artist badge hasn't been issued yet. Once the badges are distributed, the benefits will be available for collection. That badge serves as your identification and martial artist number, and it requires online registration," Lin Wei explained. "I see." Chu Mo nodded, realizing it was a premature celebration. He had hoped to receive all the benefits today. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, he would eventually receive them, and a delay of a couple of days was not a significant issue. "Thank you, Sister Wei. I'll go report to EGN now." Chu Mo intended to head home, but since he was already there, he decided to share this good news with Yiru Hua. After searching for a while, he finally spotted Yiru Hua and joyfully ran toward her. "The martial artist trial is over." Upon noticing Chu Mo, Yiru Hua immediately understood what he was about to say. "Yes, the trial went exceedingly well, and I am now a formal martial artist." That he proudly displayed the celestial card. Initially indifferent, Yiru Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the card. "Where did you obtain this card?" "Oh, this celestial card. It was given to me by Supervisor Zhang Daoming." "Why do you ask?" Chu Mo inquired. "He gave it to you." "That makes sense. With your current strength, defeating a mid-level second-tier beast shouldn't be too difficult." Yiru Hua thought back to the earlier combat and realized that Chu Mo's displayed strength made the appearance of the celestial card in his possession less surprising. Indeed, acquiring the celestial card indicates your considerable training talent, and you have certainly garnered the recognition of many. However, remember not to become complacent, nor should you relax your efforts. The path of cultivation is one of constant struggle. You must maintain a relentless desire to grow stronger at all times. Yiru Hua advised. "Don't worry, Yijie. I won't become arrogant." Chu Mo replied with a smile that he understood this principle well. There would always be someone better, and there were greater heights to aspire to. Having just entered the celestial rankings, he was uncertain of his exact standing, but he was confident that with his current abilities, he likely did not rank among the top 10, that the top 10 were occupied by practitioners who possessed psychic abilities. And as of now, he had no knowledge of such powers as long as you are aware. "What are your plans now? Will you continue training or wait for the school term to start?" Yiru Hua returned to her calm demeanor. "That of course. I will continue training. Becoming a martial artist is merely the beginning. My dream is to become a martial master." Chu Mo joked. "Training is fine, but next time, you'll need to pay for it." Yiru Hua remarked casually before turning to leave the training hall. "Jie, given our close relationship, could you possibly waive the fee?" Chu Mo asked with a rueful expression. "Impossible. Those are the rules." Yiru Hua resolutely rejected his request. As he watched Yiru Hua walk away, Chu Mo shook his head in resignation. Bai Qingyang had previously mentioned that this free instruction would only last until the martial artist trial concluded, and it seemed his fortunate days were coming to an end. Chapter 33. Father was attacked. It's time to return home with good news. Fortunately, my parents have not yet finished work. I'll buy some extra groceries on the way back. Having seen Yiru Hua depart, Chu Mo did not linger at the academy, but he found a large shopping center and diligently selected ingredients. Usually, his parents refrained from indulging in better food, and even when they occasionally enjoyed a lavish meal, they mostly let him have the better portions. However, starting today, their family would no longer have to endure the same financial hardships as before. Half an hour later, with a shopping cart full of meat, Chuamo was about to check out and head home when he noticed a sale on clothing and decided to select a few items. Once he finished shopping, it was already past 6 in the evening. He quickly hailed a taxi to return home and knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chuamo called out from outside, but after waiting for a long while, no one answered. Why haven't they returned yet? Even at this late hour? Chuamo set down his bags and took out his keys. Upon entering, he found the house in darkness. His parents had yet to come home. Chuamo did not think much of it. While his parents usually returned home on time, there were occasions when they had to work overtime. Perhaps today was simply one of those days. He turned on the television and sat on the sofa for a while, but as the clock struck 7, he realized his parents still had not returned. Furrowing his brow, he pulled out his phone and dialed his parents' numbers, expecting a prompt response. However, after several attempts, he received only the message that no one was answering. After some consideration, he called the restaurant to inquire. After a brief conversation with his parents' colleagues, he learned that they had already finished work long ago. How strange. Where could they have gone? Could it be that my mother fell ill? Chuamo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With that thought, he could no longer remain patient. He donned his coat and made his way to the restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with customers that night, and after some effort, Chuamo finally reached the kitchen, where he found his father's colleague, Lu Dongming. Uncle Lu, Chuamo called out. Chuamo, what brings you here? Lu Dongming asked, somewhat surprised that do you know where my dad is? It's so late, and he still hasn't come home that I tried calling him, but he hasn't answered, Chuamo inquired. That is not possible. They left right after finishing work. How could they not have come home? Lu Dongming said, astonished. If I knew, I wouldn't have come here. Chuamo replied, half amused that don't worry, I'll ask the boss and see if he knows anything. Lu Dongming said as he set down the utensils he was holding and gestured for Chuamo to wait a moment. All right, thank you, Uncle Lu. Chuamo took a seat and waited patiently. A few minutes later, Lu Dongming returned from the manager's office. I just asked the manager, and he said your father likely went to Xian's place to borrow money. Xian? Who is Xian? Chuamo inquired, filled with doubt that he is a friend of your father's. Fortunately, I have his address. You might want to ask him, Lu Dongming replied, promptly sharing Xian's address with Chuamo. All right, thank you, Uncle Lu, that I'll take my leave now. Chuamo said, departing the restaurant with the address in hand, that he pondered the reason behind his father's need for money, having a vague understanding. With the commencement of classes at Fuzhou University approaching, the family faced financial difficulties. And tuition fees were exorbitant, that if no measures were taken, they would certainly struggle to pay the fees. The thought of his parents borrowing money from friends filled Chuamo with a sense of sorrow. Dad, Mom, wait for me. Chuamo hurriedly dashed towards the address provided by Uncle Lu. The path was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering streetlights. As Chuamo walked down the secluded lane, anxiety gnawed at him. If it were merely a matter of borrowing money, they should have received it by now. Yet, no matter how many times he tried to call, the line remained unanswered, intensifying his worry that he feared that his parents might have encountered conflicts over the borrowed money or faced other unforeseen troubles. Otherwise, they would not have ignored his calls. Glancing at the distance, he noted that there were still over 1,000 meters to go and quickened his pace, before even reaching Xian's home. Chuamo spotted 2 figures slumped on the ground, and his heart sank as he rushed over. The silhouettes were all too familiar. Despite the darkness, he recognized that they were indeed his parents. Dad, Mom, why are you sitting here? Chuamo's voice echoed, prompting the two to hastily rise. Meyer, what are you doing here? Chu Ji was stammered, clearly flustered at the sight of his son. What happened? Why is there blood on your face? As Chuamo approached, he noticed the evident signs of a struggle etched across his father's visage. That it's nothing. Let's just go home, Chu Jiguo insisted, clearly reluctant to divulge the details. Mom, what on earth happened? Chuamo was resolute. He would not return without clarity. Li Fei lowered her head slightly, her expression tensed. It's nothing. We just encountered a small issue, but it's already resolved. You haven't eaten, right? I'll prepare dinner for you, she said, her voice laced with unease and regret. Mom, you were trying to borrow money, weren't you? Uncle Lu told me everything. What exactly is going on? Please, just tell me, Chuamo urged, his anxiety escalating as he sought answers regarding his father's injuries. You know already? Chu Jiguo was taken aback by how much his son understood. Remembering Lu Dongming's involvement, he sighed heavily. Dad, just tell me that I'm an adult now. I have the right to know about family matters, Chimo pressed on. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes brought a flicker of pride to Chu Jiwa's face. Son, it's all my fault for being incapable, but I was thinking about your upcoming school year. We still need over 10,000 for tuition. Plus, your educational expenses are significant, so I thought I could borrow a little from Uncle Xie. But then what? Chimo asked anxiously that we were unfortunate on the way that we encountered two thugs who robbed us of the money we had just borrowed. His mother interjected, her voice quivering as tears threatened to spill. The loss of 20,000 yuan felt devastating, especially with their son's tuition still unsettled. The overwhelming disparity left her feeling nearly hopeless. Rob! Chimo's heart raced as he grasped the situation, clenching his fists in frustration at the thought of his parents' hard-earned money being snatched away. Dad, did you see what they looked like? He asked, striving to remain composed. We did catch a glimpse, but they were cultivators. We could only count ourselves unlucky. Otherwise, it would lead to more trouble than 2,000 yuan, Chu Jigua explained, understanding the gravity of their situation. Chimo surveyed the dilapidated surroundings. The road was desolate, devoid of pedestrians or even a security camera. Dad, don't panic. Describe their appearance to me. Perhaps we can find a way, Chimo reassured him. After a brief moment, he finally grasped the entire situation. It turned out that his father's injuries were inflicted by those cultivators. They had overheard his parents discussing their financial plight en route to Uncle Xie's, which had led to the robbery. With the details laid bare, Chimo began to form a plan. Dad, they also took your phones, right? Yes, it's all my fault for being useless. If only I could. Chu Jigua lamented, but Chimo interrupted. Dad, Mom, trust me that I will find a way to recover the money. And they won't dare to cause us any further trouble. Meyer, please don't do anything reckless. They are cultivators, and we should let it go, his mother cautioned, fear lacing her voice. Mom, have faith in me. I have a plan. You two head home now. I bought plenty of meat and vegetables. Hurry back and prepare dinner. Leave the money issue to me. I won't let them get away with it so easily, as he spoke. An aura of determination radiated from Chimo, his gaze carrying an undercurrent of danger. Chapter 34. Finding someone after much persuasion, Chimo finally managed to send his parents home that he retrieve his phone and dialed Bai Qingyang's number. Chimo, what brings you to me at this late hour? Bai Qingyang's voice was light-hearted. Elder Bai, I have a matter I wish to consult you about, if it's convenient. What is it? Go ahead, that it's about what happened tonight. Chimo recounted the events of the evening in detail. Understanding Bai Qingyang's stature, he was confident that locating a few thugs wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Indeed, such an occurrence. Rest assured, Chimo, I will dispatch someone to investigate immediately. Bai Qingyang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Thank you, Elder Bai. Chimo expressed his gratitude and own need for formalities. Once you've joined the Infinite Martial Arts Academy, we're family that I in the future, the Academy may require your assistance. So this small matter is no burden. However, I cannot overlook the audacity of those cultivators who dared to rob openly, especially targeting the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. I must teach them a lesson. Bai Qingyang was notably angered, much of it stemming from Chimo's extraordinary potential. Though Chimo hailed from humble beginnings, his aptitude for cultivation far surpassed that of many prodigies from affluent backgrounds, recognizing him as a future star. Bai Qingyang was keen to cultivate their relationship, especially after learning of Chimo's impressive performance in the martial artist trials. 370 points. Chimo, you even defeated 7 second-tier beasts. Such a feat eclipses even the most elite talents. Bai Qingyang exclaimed in excitement. That would be very much appreciated. Elder Bai, the way, my parents' phones are still with those thugs. Could we perhaps track their location directly? Chimo suggested. Haha, I had already considered that. We should have news shortly. Bai Qingyang gestured for Chimo to wait a moment. That the way, how come you didn't mention your remarkable performance in the martial artist trials? He inquired that I went to the Infinite Martial Arts Academy this afternoon, but didn't see you. So I plan to tell you tomorrow, Chimo replied sheepishly. Had it not been for Zhang Daoming informing me, I would have remained oblivious to your astounding achievements. 7 mid-tier second-tier beasts. I cannot fathom how you managed to accomplish that. Bai Qingyang remarked in disbelief. After a brief exchange, Chimo's phone buzzed with a location message that I've located your parents' phone. Do you want me to send some people over? Bai Qingyang asked with concern. No need. If I can't resolve this matter myself, I may as well give up being a martial artist, Chimo declined. All right then, proceed with confidence. As long as no lives are lost, I will bear the responsibility for any outcomes. Bai Qingyong reassured him. Thank you, Elder Bai. I understand, Chumo replied before hanging up. That he glanced at the address and vanished in an instant. Inside a tavern, two men lounged on a sofa, engrossed in laughter, with one slender man lewdly rubbing his hands together, causing the nearby girl to squeal in discomfort. Chumo checked the address in his hands, confirming its accuracy before pushing open the glass door. As the entrance swung wide, the cacophony of noise made him frown. It had been ages since he had visited such a place. Hey there, handsome. Would you like a drink? Before Chumo could respond, a smiling young lady approached him. No thanks, I'm looking for someone, he replied, scanning the tavern for his target. Soon enough, he spotted who he was searching for and confidently strode over, plopping down beside them. The two men immediately displayed their displeasure. Who are you? Can't you see this is our spot? The slender man scowled. I'm here to find someone, Chumo stated, lifting a bottle of beer from the table and taking a swig. Do you know him? Upon witnessing Chumo's overly familiar demeanor, the thin man mistakenly assumed he was a person summoned by his older brother. Zheng Hui furrowed his brow, releasing the beautiful woman in his arms to sit upright. Might this brother have business with me? However, you appear rather unfamiliar. Zheng Hui was puzzled by Chumo's presence, as the latter seemed to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Could it be a ploy for tavern marketing? It seems you two have rather poor memories, having just acquired 20,000 yuan. You've already forgotten? Chumo observed the beer in his hand, noting its delightful flavor, categorizing it as an exceptionally fine craft brew. Truly befitting a rogue, spending the money in such a place. Once the funds were depleted, one could only wonder which unfortunate soul would next cross paths with them. Upon hearing about the 20,000 yuan, the expressions of the two brothers shifted, becoming somewhat rigid. What do you mean by that? We seem not to be acquainted. Zheng Hui's younger brother, Zheng Xian, inquired while exchanging glances with his sibling. Who am I? You are spending my money here. You tell me who I am, Chumo replied coolly. Kid, you shouldn't speak recklessly. Be careful that when you leave this door, you don't end up with a broken leg and a hospital stay, Zheng Hui retorted, suddenly realizing Chumo's true identity. Noticing that the other was merely a young man, he felt unconcerned. As a habitual offender, it was inevitable that he would be found by someone. Many had given up on recovering their losses due to his status as a high-level martial artist. Is that so? Are you threatening me? Chumo slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the elder brother, Zheng Hui. You may interpret it that way. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zheng Hui, a high-level martial artist, he declared, revealing a sinister smile that in his view, once he disclosed his status as a high-level martial artist, this young man would surely flee in disarray. However, this time, he miscalculated. Instead of displaying fear at the mention of being a high-level martial artist, Chumo's face contorted with a hint of ferocity. That a high-level martial artist? That puts my mind at ease. What? Zheng Hui, still bewildered by Chumo's words, was abruptly struck in the head by a beer bottle with astonishing swiftness. The intense pain elicited a scream from Zheng Hui. Upon witnessing Chumo's aggression, Zheng Xian immediately reacted, exclaiming, You dare to hit my brother? I'll ruin you. Zheng Xian lunged at Chumo, completely oblivious to how an ordinary person could make a high-level martial artist scream in pain with a mere bottle. Crack! Just as Zheng Xian's hand was about to reach Chumo's face, it was seized by an overwhelming force. He exerted all his strength to free himself, but Chumo's grip was like iron, unwavering to that moment. Zheng Xian realized the gravity of the situation. How could a seemingly youthful, student-like boy possess such immense strength? There was no doubt. The other was also a practitioner. Before he could ponder further, Chumo flung him aside, crashing him heavily to the ground, his back breaking upon impact. Ah! The pitiful cry echoed throughout the tavern, and those who recognized the brothers were struck with shock. Daring to strike my brother. You seek death. Zheng Hui finally comprehended the situation, pulling out a dagger from who knows where and lunging at Chumo's head. Chapter 35. One move to defeat the enemy. Be careful. The serving girl gasped in alarm. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Chumo's head, he suddenly pivoted, causing the dagger to miss entirely. You want to kill me? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chumo's eyes. After all, he had only recently arrived in this world and still carried the notions from his previous life, He had never imagined someone would dare to attempt murder openly in the city. Haha, I'm here to kill you. Zheng Hui believed Chu Imo was afraid. He turned the dagger around and stabbed at Chu Imo once more. Unfortunately for Zheng Hui, he was unaware that this young man was not like those other frightened, ordinary individuals. Merely a high-level martial artist, this level of speed was utterly inadequate in Chu Mo's eyes. Smack! With a swift chop of his hand, Chu Imo knocked the dagger aside, followed by a powerful kick that sent Zheng Hui crashing against the wall. His body collapsing and crushing the sofa beneath him. It was at this moment that Zheng Hui realized the young man before him was indeed a formidable practitioner, even as a high-level martial artist. He was no match. Could it be that this young man had already reached the peak of martial artistry? Though the difference between a high-level martial artist and the peak of martial artistry appeared to be only a step, the foundational strength disparity was a staggering 100 kilograms. This seemingly minor difference held significant implications for the outcome of a battle. Zheng Hui understood he was outmatched, cursing his misfortune internally. After all, he had only just acquired 20,000 yuan, yet he had encountered such a ruthless opponent. Truly, he had left home without consulting the calendar today. As he contemplated an escape, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had spotted a savior. Lin Ge, someone is causing trouble in your establishment. Zheng Hui shouted excitedly at a man in a suit. Calling for help won't do you any good. Seeing the severity with which Chu Imo acted, he decided to incapacitate the other. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been killed by Zheng Hui on the spot. Stop! Just as Chu Imo approached to deliver the final blow, the suited man stepped forward, loudly halting him. Crack! Chu Imo disregarded him, placing his foot firmly on Zheng Hui's arm. With a sickening crack, Zheng Hui's scream resonated throughout the tavern. The suited man had not anticipated Chu Mo's decisiveness and was seething with anger at being ignored. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The suited man advanced, and the onlookers quickly cleared a path. Apologies, it was too noisy. I didn't hear, Chu Imo replied, turning to face the suited man, who wore a furious expression. Judging by his attire, he was likely a person of significance. Who are you? Who am I? Haha, what a joke. You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to cause a ruckus in my tavern. The suited man laughed in outrage at Chu Mo's words that he hadn't encountered anyone bold enough to disturb his establishment in quite some time. It seems you are the owner of this tavern? Perfect, I was looking for you. These two stole my money and came to your tavern to spend it. I trust you have no objections to my actions here. Chu Imo stated candidly, upon learning that Zheng Hui had robbed the young man before him. The suited man's expression shifted, that he then turned to Zheng Hui and his brother. Lin Ge, don't listen to his nonsense. This money is ours. He is looking for trouble, fabricating excuses. Zheng Hui shouted. I didn't ask you to speak. Chu Imo pressed down harder, causing Zheng Hui to nearly lose consciousness from the pain. Release him. Someone, seize him. Although Lin Feng was aware of Zheng Hui and his brother's typical behavior, they were regular patrons of the tavern. That if he couldn't protect them, who would dare to come back, especially since they were distant relatives of his? Despite his words, no one dared to intervene. If Zheng Hui was no match for Chu Imo, then what chance did the security personnel have? Lin Feng cursed his subordinates for their ineptitude. Is this how you handle matters as the owner? Chu Imo remained unafraid. Unless the opponent was a grand martial artist, it would require considerable effort to subdue him. He recalled Elder Bai's earlier words to act boldly, unperturbed by the potential for trouble. I don't care who is right or wrong. Your actions in my establishment have already violated our rules. I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, when the Martial Administration Bureau arrives, you will regret it. Lin Feng threatened. Then why don't you apprehend them first? If I recall correctly, it seems they initiated the attack, right? If you have security cameras, it should be evident, Chu Imo replied, his expression unchanging upon hearing his words. Lin Feng realized that the earlier scene had been witnessed by all, and if someone testified, it would complicate matters for him. With this realization, Lin Feng decided to act decisively. Enough of this nonsense. Once I subdue you, we can interrogate you at our leisure. He sought out an opportunity to strike Chu Imo. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened. The other's speed was evidently superior to Zheng Hui's, indicating he had reached the level of a beginner martial artist. Chu Imo met Lin Feng's advance with an open palm. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight, having seen Chu Mo's earlier strike. He believed the young man had merely attained the peak of martial artistry. He had never considered that Zheng Hui and his brother would confront a practitioner. Why would he fear an attack from someone at the peak of martial artistry? He was a formal martial artist, and the combat prowess of a formal martial artist far surpassed that of a mere martial artist. Before long, he would make the other understand just how vast the chasm was between the peak of martial artistry and a formal martial artist. As Chu Mo delivered his palm strike, Lin Feng smirked, unfazed, and attempted to seize Chu Mo's wrist. Fool! Chu Mo accelerated the speed of his palm strike, creating a resounding thud as his hand struck Lin Feng's chest, the tremendous force propelling him backward and fracturing a rib in the process. Thud. Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, incredulous. How is this possible? How could he be a martial artist? Lin Feng finally grasped that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Having been defeated in a single blow, it became clear that Chu Mo possessed the strength of an intermediate martial artist. Is there truly such a young intermediate martial artist in floating prefecture city? Now, shall we have a proper conversation? Chu Mo retracted his hand, casually pulling up a chair and reclining with one leg crossed over the other. The nearby server, witnessing the scene, quickly offered him a cigarette. Cigarette? Chu Mo paused at the sight of the cigarette. It had been quite some time since he last indulged in such a vice. Lin Feng, sprawled on the ground, looked up at the smoke swirling around Chu Mo. Feeling both bewildered and awestruck, he was no fool and understood that he had provoked a formidable individual. I apologize. It was my recklessness, Lin Feng said, gritting his teeth through the pain as he rose to his feet. Oh, would you like to review the surveillance footage just in case I'm lying? Chu Mo retorted with a hint of sarcasm. How could that be? Forget the footage. I trust your character, Lin Feng replied, his expression shifting dramatically. The tavern staff had never witnessed such a demeanor from their boss before. In just a minute, the atmosphere transformed entirely, and Chu Mo erupted into laughter. Yes, that's so. Yet you previously mentioned summoning the Martial Management Bureau. He remarked nonchalantly. That was my ignorance. Please do not hold it against me. Rest assured, I will visit to apologize with a gift afterward. Lin Feng's countenance fluctuated, eager to expedite the departure of this prominent figure. Very well, the matter becomes straightforward. They stole my family's money. You know what needs to be done, right? Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, Chu Mo could not be bothered with further grievances as long as Zheng Hui and Zheng Xian faced punishment. He would be satisfied. Not a problem. I will summon the Martial Management Bureau to take them away for questioning. Rest assured, I will ensure you recover every penny of your money, Lin Feng hurriedly agreed. Go ahead and contact the Bureau. Chu Mo assented to Lin Feng's plan. Chapter 36. Lu Zi seeks trouble. The Martial Management Bureau, abbreviated as the MMB, is the dedicated department overseeing practitioners. Lin Feng dialed the number. The Bureau's personnel swiftly arrived at the tavern. Zheng Hui and Zheng Xian attempted to flee several times, but were firmly restrained by Chu Mo, unable to move. It was only when the Bureau arrived that they began to feel some relief. Are they the ones who committed robbery? The Bureau officials inquired. Under the icy gaze of Chu Mo, Zheng Hui dared not fabricate lies, and soon all were confessing. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have dared to rob that couple, unaware that they had a son of martial prowess at home. With the main perpetrator's confession, the Bureau wasted no time. After gathering the details, they took both men back to the station. The onlookers in the tavern finally dispersed, leaving behind a scene of chaos. They won't make me cover the damages here, will they? Chu Mo mused as he prepared to leave. Seeing that everyone had been taken away. How could this be blamed on you? Rest assured, this is all on the Zheng brothers. If they dare refuse to compensate, I shall have their limbs severed. Lin Feng responded with a sycophantic grin. Since you were so eager, I shall not interrupt the tavern's business. Do not forget, they stole my money, Chu Mo stated before turning his back on Lin Feng. As Chu Mo walked away, Lin Feng's smile gradually faded. Damn it. Zheng Hui, Zheng Xian, look what you have done. He cursed, wincing as the pain in his chest flared up. On his way home, Chu Mo's mindset underwent a significant transformation. Though this world allowed practitioners and ordinary people to coexist, many aspects revealed the elevated status of practitioners. For instance, had it not been for Elder Bai's assistance and his own formidable strength, that money would have undoubtedly vanished, and even the Bureau would have shown disinterest. He realized that being a practitioner was far from sufficient. With both his parents being ordinary folk, he needed to become more powerful to protect them. Chu Mo set a goal for himself. Fortunately, Once he received his official practitioner badge, his parents would no longer have to reside in such a poverty-stricken area, with the housing allocated by the Infinite Martial Arts Academy. Their family could finally live a life of happiness. Lost in thought, Chu Mo arrived at the foot of his building. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation. As if under the gaze of a sharp blade, that he turned to see a shadow standing silently nearby. "Who?" Chu Mo called out. "Chu Mo, you finally returned." The shadow stepped forward to reveal Lu Zi. "Lu Zi, do you need something?" Chu Mo inquired, puzzled. "Would I come to such a rundown place if it weren't important? I wonder how a practitioner ended up in a place where even dogs refuse to stay. Could be a case of cheating?" Lu Zi's malicious tone caused Chu Mo's brow to furrow. "What do you mean?" "I don't believe I have provoked you," Chu Mo replied, bewildered. "Provoked me? After all my efforts to locate you. Do you think I would be unaware that you stole my exotic beast? I asked Zhou Xiao, and he has never encountered the death bear. Besides him, the only one capable of slaying a mid-tier second-level beast is you. Do you think I would not know you took my points?" Lu Zi retorted angrily. "I asked that what this is about. Don't you realize you nearly died back then?" "I saved you," Chu Mo replied, somewhat speechless, having expected something more significant. "How shameless. You plainly stole my points, fearing exposure, and even moved me aside. But you overlooked that in the martial trial, killing a mid-tier second-level beast will be reported." Lu Zi advanced, his anger radiating as though he wished to kill Chu Mo. Truly ungrateful. Chu Mo thought to himself, reflecting on the saying, "A dog bites Lu Dongbin," not recognizing a good person's heart. Had he not been concerned about Lu Zi's trial qualifications, he would have cared little. Now, after saving him, he found himself blamed. There must be some misunderstanding. "I believe Supervisor Zhang can clarify everything," Chu Mo suggested. "I care not for misunderstandings. Hand over your talented card and kneel to apologize, or I shall make you understand the consequences of stealing from me." Lu Zi declared that it was then that Chu Mo understood why Lu Zi was so furious. It was all about the talented card. "Is it merely a card? Why the fuss? Could it be that this card possesses functions I am unaware of? Do you think I fear you? Had I known, I would not have bothered, and let you lose your trial qualifications instead." Chu Mo's temper flared, the day's troubles having exhausted his patience. "Now you admit it. Hand over the talented card. You are unworthy to possess it." Lu Zi sneered. "Why should I give you my belongings? I advise you to return home and clarify matters. My patience is limited. Farewell, I am in a hurry to eat," Lu Zi said, turning to leave. "Then you shall be down on the ground." A swift sound rushed from behind as Lu Zi's fist aimed at Chu Mo's head. "Is this never-ending?" Chu Mo's fury ignited as he lowered his upper body to evade Lu Zi's punch, then swiftly turned to deliver a kick, sending Lu Zi staggering backward. The dark imprint of his shoe left on Lu Zi's clothes only fueled his rage. He had never been treated this way, especially not by a practitioner from a poor district. "I will ruin you," Lu Zi roared, abandoning all restraint as he charged at Chu Mo with full force. Clang! Chu Mo sidestepped, and Lu Zi's kick struck a nearby lamp post, caving it in significantly. Seizing the moment while Lu Zi was momentarily stunned, Chu Mo gathered his energy and delivered another kick, sending Lu Zi flying several meters into a trash bin. The trash bin shattered upon impact, covering Lu Zi with foul-smelling debris, driving him into a frenzy. "Chu Mo, I will kill you," Lu Zi bellowed. Now in disarray and reeking of filth, he tore off his soiled clothing. His muscles bulging as energy surged throughout his body, that he planning to use martial techniques. Chu Mo's expression hardened. The unusual aura of energy warned him that Lu Zi was preparing to get serious. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Zi radiated intense heat, his fists engulfed in flames. Fiery fist. Lu Zi's figure vanished, leaving only a blazing afterimage in the air. Upon witnessing Lu Zi employ a martial technique, Chu Mo was not one to back down. Lu Zi had struggled against the death bear. What chance did he stand against him? Chu Mo decided to teach Lu Zi a lesson. After all, Elder Bai had assured him that he would be there for any mishap, so Chu Mo felt no fear of consequences. Void Fist. Chu Mo met Lu Zi's attack head-on, and to Lu Zi's horror, this punch sent him reeling back, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing in his arm. "Impossible. How could I lose to you?" Lu Zi finally grasped the terrifying power of Chu Mo with the enhancement of the fiery fist. His base strength exceeded 1,000 pounds, yet this prideful power was utterly futile before Chu Mo already at the level of an intermediate practitioner. Seeing Lu Zi frozen in astonishment, Chu Mo coldly scoffed, "I heard you were a genius. So this is all you amount to? Go home and practice some more." With that, Chu Mo turned away, leaving Lu Zi seething at his retreating figure. It was not until Chu Mo disappeared that Lu Zi regained his senses. "Chu Mo, I will catch up to you." At that moment, Lu Zi understood that with Chu Mo's strength, he had no need to steal his points. Yet the humiliation he faced today only intensified his hatred. "I will make you pay for this punch." Lu Zi turned and departed. Chapter 37. Has my son become a warrior? Chu Mo was unaware of Lu Zi's thoughts. Nor did he care. With Elder Bai as his backing, the other party would not dare to act excessively to this moment. Chu Mo was still oblivious to the fact that Lu Zi's father was a martial master, one of the most formidable cultivators in Fuzhou City. Upon returning home, as soon as he opened the door, his mother rushed over in a flurry. "Amor, are you injured?" "Mom, I'm fine. Look, I brought back your phones." Chu Mo replied, producing his parents' phones from his pocket. Without these two devices, it would have been quite difficult to track down the two robbing cultivators. "You got them back?" his mother asked somewhat incredulously. After all, they were two cultivators. What means had her son employed to retrieve the phones? This thought only deepened her concern, prompting her to scrutinize him from head to toe until she finally sighed in relief upon discovering he'd borne no injuries. "Mom, I really am fine. They were just two cultivators, mere martial apprentices." Chu Mo chuckled at Li Fei's worried demeanor. "What about the money? Did you bring that back too?" His father, Chu Zhigua, finally reacted and inquired. "Of course, the money is right here in my pocket," Chu Mo declared, pulling out a black plastic bag containing a neatly stacked sum of 20,000. This amount was not the same 20,000 that Zheng Hui and the others had stolen. That money was still to be delivered by Lin Feng. Did I ask for why he had so much cash on him? It was because he had withdrawn it from an ATM before returning home. "You really retrieved it?" Chu Zhigua's expression mirrored that of Li Fei. He could not fathom how his son had managed to reclaim the money from the hands of cultivators. Of course. "Mom, I'm starving. Let us eat," Chu Mo said, changing into his slippers. "Oh dear, I completely forgot that you hadn't eaten yet. I prepared dinner. Hurry and eat," Li Fei said, carefully tucking the money away with a sense of comfort. Moments later, the three of them sat at the dining table, savoring the pig's trotters and vegetables that Chu Mo had brought back. His parents did not eat much. They merely sampled a little before focusing on the vegetables. "Dad, Mom, please eat. I bought all this meat just for you." Chu Mo urged that, "You're about to enter university. You should eat more to grow strong, and we will have plenty of opportunities to enjoy meat in the future." Chu Zhigua waved his hand in refusal. "That's right, Mo, come. Eat more. This braised pork I made turned out quite well, don't you think? And the braised trotters. It's been so long since I cooked these dishes. I wonder if I've become clumsy," Li Fei added, placing several pieces of braised pork into Chu Mo's bowl. Seeing his parents behaving as they always had, Chu Mo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. "Dad, Mom, there is something I've been wanting to tell you, but I never found the right moment." "What is it?" Li Fei asked, her curiosity piqued. After all, her son had been acting mysteriously lately, and she was eager to uncover what he had been up to. "Dad, Mom, I am now a bona fide warrior," Chu Mo stated earnestly. "Huh." Chu Zhigua paused mid-bite, then set down his chopsticks to look at his son. "You don't need to comfort me. I know your health isn't great. And I wouldn't force you to become a cultivator. Being an ordinary person is quite fine. There is no need to venture outside the city to battle exotic beasts. You can live a peaceful life within the city, which is no less than those cultivators," Chu Zhigua consoled, thinking his son had been traumatized. "What your father says is correct. Before you were born, we always hoped you would become a cultivator. Yet, as time has passed, we've come to realize that being an ordinary person is not so bad after all, that you've been accepted into university. With hard work, you can achieve something in the future. Just don't end up like us." "Working in a restaurant every day," Li Fei said earnestly. Chu Mo nearly spat out his food upon hearing this. He had anticipated that his parents would find it hard to believe. After all, who would believe that their thin son had suddenly become a cultivator, and a bona fide warrior at that? So many cultivators had failed to pass the warrior assessment, let alone their son. "Dad, I'm telling the truth. Don't you want to know what I did today?" Chu Mo teased, maintaining an air of mystery. You didn't go to witness the warrior trials, did you? Chu Ji was suddenly asked, a thought dawning on him. That is indeed the case. I participated in the warrior trials, Chu Mo revealed. You participated in the warrior trials? Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure of why her son would suddenly fabricate such a tale. It is true. If you don't believe me, look. Chu Mo pulled out the martial apprentice badge, which bore his name engraved on the back. What is this? Li Fei questioned, holding it in her hands. Puzzled. The martial apprentice badge. A martial apprentice badge. My dear wife. Chu Jiguo recognized it immediately, hastily snatching it from her to examine it closely. He had been fortunate enough to see one before, thus remembering its details vividly. Holding the badge, he scrutinized it from various angles, finding no signs of forgery. Son, where did you obtain this? Chu Jiguo asked, unable to contain his curiosity. That, of course, it was issued by the Marshall Building. Would I make one myself? Chu Mo chuckled. I asked this your name on it. Chu Jiguo pointed excitedly at the badge's back. Indeed, I was afraid I wouldn't pass the warrior assessment, so I kept it from you. However, the trials have concluded, and I am now a bona fide warrior. This is merely a martial apprentice badge. In a few days, when the official warrior badge arrives, you will understand everything you say true. Chu Jiguo's mind went blank. He knew that Chu Mo hardly ever lied, let alone joke about something so significant that means. Yes, everything I say is true. If you don't believe me, you'll see in a couple of days. Chu Mo affirmed. Honey, what on earth is going on? Li Fei was still bewildered, as she had little understanding of these matters and was unaware of what the badge signified. Dear, it's a warrior badge. Our son is now a warrior. Chu Jiguo realized that if their son wasn't deceiving them, then they had produced a warrior in their family. One who was not yet 20. Had their son truly become a warrior? Li Fei abandoned her meal, eager to ascertain the truth of the situation. Mom, if you don't believe me, just look. Chu Mo felt it would be best to demonstrate his strength. He retrieved a kitchen knife and, with minimal effort, bent the alloy knife in his hand until it warped into a different shape. Li Fei took the knife, unable to believe that it had been the very tool she used for cutting vegetables just moments ago. She knew the material of the knife all too well. Had her son truly become a cultivator? Seeing this, Chu Jiguo no longer harbored any doubts. His son had indeed become a cultivator and possessed a martial apprentice badge, making the truth of the situation almost irrefutable. This is why I bought so many groceries. Starting this month, I will receive a monthly warrior subsidy of 10,000. Moreover, I have joined the Infinite Martial Arts School, which comes with even more benefits. Chu Mo's words left them feeling as though they were in a dream, struggling to process the information. Chapter 38. Better Life. After a while, the dishes on the dining table were nearly cold as his parents finally regained their composure. Dad, Mom, since we have such joyous news, shouldn't we celebrate together? From now on, our family will never lack for money. We can have meat to eat every day. Chu Mo placed a piece of pig's trotter in his mother's bowl. Every day, we can eat meat. Li Fei hadn't anticipated such a significant change after becoming a warrior. Regardless, her son was bound to have a bright future. Haha, son, you certainly gave me quite a shock with this revelation. I have long hoped for you to cultivate, and now, when I had almost given up, you surprised me immensely. You truly are my son. Chu Jiguo. Chu Jiguo burst into laughter, his eyes glistening with emotion. Stop boasting. You haven't helped him at all. His becoming a warrior is all due to his own efforts, Li Fei said, slightly exasperated. Let us eat quickly. Dad, if you don't hurry, the food will get cold. Chu Mo reminded. All right, I'll eat now. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Chu Jiguo thought, elated at the notion that his son was now a warrior. By the way, once you become a warrior, all university expenses will be waived. This time at Fuzhou University, you won't need to borrow money from your parents. Chu Mo mentioned while enjoying the braised pig as trotters his mother had prepared. Such a benefit exists? Li Fei was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected joy. Yes, Mom, that you've worked so hard at the restaurant for just a few thousand. You can relax a bit now, no need to work yourself to the bone. I can earn the money. Chu Mo planned to shoulder the burden of the family. Typically, their family spent around 8,000 a month. Now, with government subsidies and the martial arts school as allowances, 20,000 a month would be more than sufficient for a happy family life. What our son says makes sense. Dear, you should resign from your job tomorrow, Chu Jiguo suggested. How could that be? This job was hard to come by. If I quit, Where would I find such a good job again? Li Fei countered. Li Fei hurriedly shook her head. Mom, you haven't quite understood why monthly income exceeds what you both earn combined. Additionally, due to my outstanding performance in the Warrior Trial, I was awarded a special bonus of 50,000 a mom. If your health is not well, this money will allow you to rest easy while recuperating. Chu Mo candidly revealed all his savings. Upon hearing her son's mention of health issues, Li Fei's expression shifted. How do you know about that? I overheard you talking that day. Mom, ailments should be treated promptly. The longer they are delayed, the more expensive they become, that we are not lacking anything now. So let me arrange for you to visit a better hospital. Chu Mo had already planned everything in his mind. Though he wondered if this amount would suffice for medical expenses, that if it fell short, he would have to find a way to extort a bit from Lin Feng, that Li Fei hesitated. You should listen to your son. Since he knows, there's no need for us to hide it. Besides, with the tuition fees for your college waived, you truly ought to get a thorough checkup at the hospital. Chu Jihua understood his wife's condition best. Prolonging it was indeed not advisable. That let's have dinner first. There's too much for me to digest all at once. That Li Fei remained silent, merely feeling joy for her son. After a sumptuous dinner, Chu Mo left the living room for his parents. He felt he had said too much, and they needed time to process it. Moreover, once the warrior badge arrived, they would no longer have to reside in this dilapidated old house, contemplating the changes in their future life. Chu Mo began to feel grateful for the system's emergence. That night, he slept particularly soundly. The following day, Chu Mo invited Zhang Feiyu and Zhao Feifei to dine together, but he had initially also invited Lin Wei and Yi Ruhua. But Lin Wei had too many matters to attend to following the conclusion of the warrior trial, and Yi Ruhua had little interest in such gatherings. To her, it seemed that only cultivation mattered. At the restaurant entrance, Zhang Feiyu looked at Chu Mo with a mischievous grin. So, when did you and Zhao Feifei become close? I had no idea. What are you talking about? I merely invited her. Besides, during the last class reunion, Zhao Feifei was the only one who acknowledged me. On that basis, I must say our class leader is quite decent, Chu Mo explained. Fine, I won't meddle in your affairs. Congratulations on passing the warrior assessment. In just a month, you've become a formal warrior. Where do I even put my face now? Zhang Feiyu lamented, feigning a look of despair. Rest assured, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be my brother. Chu Mo patted Zhang Feiyu on the shoulder. Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. With such excellent benefits for warriors, I will have to take advantage of you in the future. Zhang Feiyu joked. That as the two chatted, Zhao Feifei arrived at the restaurant. What are you two so happy about? She approached with a cheerful smile. Seeing Zhao Feifei's outfit today, Chu Mo was momentarily captivated. Her white dress reached just above her thighs, and her fair, moon-like legs were irresistible. The simple ponytail accentuated her exquisite features. She truly deserved a reputation as one of the most beautiful goddesses in the class. Wow, class leader, you look stunning today. Those high heels make you particularly feminine. That if you dress like this regularly, I bet this guy, Chu Mo, wouldn't be able to resist. Zhang Feiyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in admiration. Why does that sound so strange coming from you? Are you even capable of giving compliments? Zhao Feifei retorted, slightly annoyed. Is there a problem with my complimenting? Zhang Feiyu questioned, puzzled. Chu Mo felt awkward upon hearing their exchange. He discreetly kicked Zhang Feiyu, signaling him to stop, that he's just being silly. Come on, class leader, let's go inside, Chu Mo invited. All right, Zhao Feifei nodded and entered the restaurant with the two. Where's Chen Haoran? Didn't he also pass the warrior trial? Zhao Feifei inquired, noticing his absence. Don't mention it. I called him several times, but he didn't answer. He must be off enjoying himself. Wealthy people are indeed different. Their entertainment is on another level. Zhang Feiyu sighed as he picked up the menu. If you can't speak properly, just don't say anything. I feel embarrassed for you, Chu Mo remarked, realizing the implication of Zhang Feiyu's words. Zhao Feifei, perplexed, wondered what they were discussing. I suspect he's busy. After all, passing the warrior trial is a significant event, and perhaps his family is celebrating. Of course, they must be celebrating, though I have no idea how. However, no matter how impressive he is, he can't compare to our Chu Mo. Zhang Feiyu interjected. Don't listen to him. Chen Haoran performed quite well in the trial. He should be among the top few, Chu Mo quickly countered. Among the top few. It seems he has a great chance of making it onto the talented list. Zhao Feifei said, surprised. With his cultivation talent and strength, how could he not make the list? Chu Mo questioned that he should be able to, but until the latest talented list is released, no one can say for sure what it will look like. Zhao Feifei explained. When is the talented list usually published? Chu Mo asked curiously, as he was familiar with the list but had never delved into the details. How can you not know this? You're already a warrior, yet you're unaware of when the talented list is released. If that gets out, people will laugh at you, Zhao Feifei remarked, exasperated that I was just so focused on cultivation that I didn't pay attention to these matters. Chu Mo replied apologetically. Perfect. I'll take this opportunity to enlighten you about the talented list, she decided, recognizing that Chu Mo was somewhat uninformed. The talented list is updated twice a year, both times following the warrior assessments. You are aware of the intermediate second-tier beasts in the trial, right? They are significantly stronger than the primary second-tier beasts and are intended for those aspiring to make the talented list. However, not everyone can slay intermediate second-tier beasts. If one manages to hunt successfully during the trial, it's needless to say that with such potential, they are bound to enter the middle ranks of the talented list. Although Chen Haoran has decent cultivation talent, I've heard that there are too many geniuses emerging in recent years. Even if he makes the talented list this time, he might still be pushed down by others. But it doesn't matter. As long as he has appeared on the talented list once, he will receive a golden card, which is a symbol of status, Zhao Feifei said, her eyes reflecting a longing for that status. A golden card? Chu Mo immediately grasped that Zhao Feifei was referring to the talented card, so, once the talented list is released, my name will surely appear on it. Class leader, do you know what the golden card is used for? Chu Mo asked, recalling something. Yes, the golden card is just a shorthand. Its full name is the talented card. Only those on the talented list are eligible to receive it. The benefits of the talented card are numerous. For instance, it provides an 80 discount on weapons, equipment, and combat skills, which are all essential for a warrior's cultivation. Having an 80 discount would save quite a bit, Zhao Feifei elaborated. Moreover, the talented card comes with many special privileges, such as allowing one entry to the trial tower once a month, which is a fantastic opportunity for enhancing strength, she continued. Upon hearing Zhao Feifei's words, Chu Mo felt as though he had struck gold. It turned out that the talented card had so many advantages. It seemed he had genuinely stumbled upon a great fortune. However, this was his first time hearing about the trial tower that I wish I could have a talented card. I am so envious, Zhang Feiyu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Have the dishes been ordered? Chu Mo inquired. Yes, they have. Waiter, please bring the dishes. Zhang Feiyu handed over the menu, and as Chu Mo glanced at it, he was astonished to see that Zhang Feiyu had ordered all the expensive dishes. He wasn't worried about going broke, fortunately, as he had ample funds now, and this restaurant wasn't excessively pricey, so he let Zhang Feiyu be. Before long, all the dishes were served. Chu Mo relished the lamb. Feeling delighted, the taste of lamb in this world surpassed that of Earth by far. If it were sold back on Earth, it would fetch at least 1,000 per pound. So, Chu Mo, what are your plans for the future? Zhao Feifei asked, picking up a slice of meat. Well, I will definitely be going to school, that in a month, Fuzhou University will start, and I am quite looking forward to the life there, Chu Mo said, a smile unconsciously appearing as he remembered his university days. That I recall you applied for the arts program, right? Zhao Feifei suddenly recalled. Yes, I forgot to apply for the martial arts program, so I ended up in the art stream. Fortunately, my scores were good enough to get into Fuzhou University. Chu Mo fabricated a clumsy excuse, thinking he couldn't reveal that he wasn't a cultivator before applying. What a pity. I suggest you find a way to switch your major from arts to martial arts. Remaining in the art stream would not be beneficial for your future cultivation. You must know that the 3 years of university are crucial for cultivators, Zhao Feifei advised. So after school starts, I should definitely inquire about that, Zhao Feifei said thoughtfully. Chu Mo took this matter to heart. After lunch, he returned the money he had borrowed to Zhang Feiyu. Zhang Feiyu accepted it nonchalantly, although he had consumed a considerable amount of Chu Mo's funds. He exhibited no sign of embarrassment. Feiyu, I need to focus on my training at home for a while. You should too. Don't waste your time. Your talent may not be exceptionally high, but becoming a martial artist is certainly within your reach. As long as you double your efforts, it's not impossible to achieve that by the end of your first year. Chu Mo, noticing Zhang Feiyu's usual carefree demeanor, cautioned him. Chu Mo, why are you nagging me like my mother? Zhang Feiyu replied, his face contorted in a frown. I know, but being with you guys lately has really bruised my self-esteem. Only under pressure can one progress. Once you become a martial artist, Your rewards will surpass what you have now. Chu Mo tempted him with the benefits of the martial arts school. All right, I understand. Since there's still some time before school starts, I will diligently train at home. Zhang Feiyu acquiesced. After exchanging a few more words, the two parted ways and returned home. Today, Chu Mo's mother had taken the day off work to rest at home. After inquiring about her health, he sighed in relief, thankful that her condition was not severe. Given the current level of medical care, there was no doubt she would recover. However, the treatment costs amounted to over 100,000, which was why she had refrained from hospitalization. Mom, I can handle these chores. You should lie down on the sofa, Chu Mo insisted, snatching the cloth from her hands. His mother was relentless. Even while resting at home, she was intent on doing housework, as if being idle made her uncomfortable. You don't need to do such trivial tasks. You are a martial artist now. Your focus should be on training. Leave these matters to me. That Li Fei attempted to continue her chores, Mom, once you recover. You can do as much housework as you want in a few days. We will be moving to a new place, so it's unnecessary to keep this one spotless that I can just call a couple of cleaners to tidy up before we leave. Chu Mo disclosed their moving plans. Moving? Where to? Li Fei asked, puzzled that you forgot. I am now affiliated with the Infinite Martial Arts School. They offer a benefit that provides a free apartment as long as I become a martial artist. And it's located right beside the city center. That place is far superior to where we currently reside. Chu Mo elaborated on the conditions presented to him by the Infinite Martial Arts School. Is it really that good? Li Fei was astonished by the perks of the Infinite Martial Arts School. To possess such benefits simply by becoming a martial artist was unfathomable. Even a lifetime of hard work would not equate to the wealth of a martial artist. The Infinite Martial Arts School wouldn't deceive you, would they? Why would they offer you such generous conditions? Li Fei inquired, concerned for her son, that, oh please, the contract is already signed. How could they possibly deceive me? Besides, this benefit isn't exclusive to me. Although some privileges are reserved for a select few, Chu Mo reassured her. The average martial artist at the Infinite Martial Arts School usually only receives housing. And their locations are certainly not as prime as yours, he continued, confident in his exceptional talent. Bai Qingyang had already planned for him. Even after becoming a grand martial artist, the benefits would only improve. Seeing her mother still doubtful, Chu Mo urged her to relax on the sofa. Mom, just watch some television. You haven't had a proper rest in ages that I'll take care of dinner tonight. Without waiting for her approval, he strode into the kitchen to begin preparing the meal. After 2 days at home, Chu Mo finally received a call notifying him that it was time to collect his official martial artist badge. Hanging up the phone, he excitedly hopped into a taxi and headed straight to the martial artist building. Upon arrival, he found the place bustling with people. Many who had passed the martial artist assessment were eagerly awaiting their badges. Chu Mo, here is your badge. Congratulations, from today onwards, you are officially a martial artist. This is your martial artist manual, which contains advice and living knowledge for new martial artists. You may want to read it carefully. The attendant said as he handed Chu Mo a shiny new badge and a thick manual. The badge gleamed brightly. Aside from its more vibrant color compared to the provisional one, the only significant difference was the special charm the words martial artist exuded. I finally have it, Chu Mo exclaimed, admiring the badge in his hand. With this martial artist badge, he could claim the benefits that came with being part of the Infinite Martial Arts School. Returning to the martial arts school, he found Lin Wei attending to the students. As he approached her, he tapped her shoulder from behind. That I knew you would come today, Lin Wei remarked, not surprised to see him. As several martial artists had already come to collect their benefits. Here is my badge. Could you please register it for me, beautiful Lin? Chu Mo presented the golden badge. Of course, just a moment. Lin Wei took the badge and placed it before a computer. Soon, Chu Mo's information appeared on the screen. Verification successful. Your identity as a martial artist has been acknowledged by the Infinite Martial Arts School. Please provide your account details. From now on, you will receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 yuan for training. Lin Wei returned the badge to Chu Mo. Thank you. Here is my bank card. He handed her the Tianjiao card. Upon seeing the Tianjiao card, Lin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Did I ask this? The Tianjiao card? Yes, what is wrong? Chu Mo replied. This is your bank card. She asked, incredulous. Chu Mo nodded. Upon confirming that the Tianjiao card belonged to him, Lin Wei finally grasped the extent of Chu Mo's training potential. The Tianjiao card was a rare honor. Only a handful were distributed each year across the entire floating continent. She was thrilled to have spent the past month interacting with someone who might become an illustrious figure. Wow, I had no idea you were so impressive. She teased it and you ask. He countered, can this card receive the martial artist training stipend? Of course. I've already set up your account. The funds should have been transferred by now. Lin Wei swiftly conducted the necessary operations to bind the Tianjiao card. Why is he receiving a stipend of 10,000 yuan? Does the Infinite Martial Arts School play favorites? A nearby martial artist, who had just collected his stipend, expressed his disbelief upon noticing Chu Mo's larger sum. As long as you make it onto the Tianjiao list, you can receive 10,000 yuan too, Lin Wei replied curtly. The martial artist fell silent. Realizing that this young man was actually on the Tianjiao list, he quickly glanced at Chu Mo, relieved that the latter seemed unconcerned. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. Chu Mo, your apartment is located near the city center. Here are the keys. Would you like me to take you to see it? Lin Wei asked, retrieving a set of keys from her drawer. Sure. Chu Mo's eyes lit up at the sight of the keys. That in his previous life, he had worked tirelessly to purchase a modest home. Yet now, merely by becoming a martial artist, he was being allocated such a splendid apartment in a prime location. Life was indeed fascinating. Let us go. By the way, Elder Bai also promised you could choose a car worth up to 500,000. Do you want to take care of that now as well? Lin Wei inquired. Absolutely, that would be great, Wei Jie. Chu Mo agreed. Stop calling me Wei Jie. It makes me feel old. Just call me Wei Wei from now on. Let us go check out the cars. She laughed, redirecting her attention to the remaining martial artists waiting to register for benefits. Acquiring a car is one of the most exhilarating experiences for a man. Chu Mo had already decided that. As he would be attending university and wouldn't need a car often, he would buy one for his father, who commuted daily over a considerable distance that he had even selected the model online beforehand. Under Lin Wei's guidance, within just a few hours, Chu Mo had driven away in his new car. The elegant Sancha star glimmered under the sunlight as he sat behind the wheel, unable to resist caressing the steering wheel. He imagined the delight on his father's face when he returned home to see this car. It would surely make him ecstatic. They arrived at a bustling area adjacent to the city center, where Lin Wei led him into an upscale residential community. Your allocated apartment is in this vicinity, where most residents are martial artists. The security is top-notch, and the environment is exceptionally pleasant, Lin Wei explained as she took small steps. Though this community was situated near the city center, it was quite expansive, with abundant greenery. Chu Mo was thoroughly impressed. Its proximity to the city center would make shopping and outings exceedingly convenient. Entering the elevator a few minutes later, he finally stood before the entrance to his new home. This apartment is where you will be living. Feel free to open the door and take a look, Lin Wei said, handing him the keys. Chu Mo accepted the keys, his heart racing with excitement. What kind of dwelling had the Infinite Martial Arts School provided for him? Curious, Chu Mo inserted the key, his fingers trembling with anticipation. As the door swung open, he was greeted by a spacious hall, complete with a staircase. Taken aback, he marveled at the fact that this house was, in fact, a duplex. The European-style decor exuded simplicity, yet retained an air of elegance. The gray and deep green color scheme lent the living room an aura of sophistication. Furthermore, various styles of artwork adorned the walls, imparting a distinct artistic flair. Is this truly my room? Chu Mo questioned the reality of the beautiful living space before him. Would such a stunning house indeed belong to him in the future? Yes, this is the residence arranged for you by Elder Bai. Initially, I was perplexed as to why he assigned it to you, but now it seems quite fitting. Lin Wei expressed a hint of envy, for she had never resided in such a lovely home. Thank you, Infinite Martial Arts Hall. This is truly a delightful surprise. Chu Mo exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. If you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me directly. By the way, let me take you inside for a closer look. Lin Wei slipped off her high heels, her petite feet encased in black stockings making contact with the cold floor. Upon entering, Chu Mo found the interior style to his liking. The master bedroom on the first floor embraced a Chinese aesthetic, though simple. It radiated a sense of luxury. The upper floor featured decor that appealed to the younger generation. After half an hour of exploration, Chu Mo reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly content. Do you see anything you are dissatisfied with? Lin Wei inquired. Satisfied? I am exceedingly satisfied. Chu Mo's heart soared. This would be his future residence, and his parents would surely be overjoyed to see such a house. Chapter 41. The shock of parents. The black sedan glided along the dilapidated road, attracting the gaze of numerous onlookers. That it was a rare sight to behold such an opulent vehicle in this area, naturally drawing attention. Whose car is that? It looks splendid. Li Fei, returning from her grocery shopping, couldn't help but inquire of her neighbor upon spotting the car parked outside her home. Oh, Li Fei, you're finally back. Where on earth did your son strike it rich to afford such a fine vehicle? The neighbor's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Li Fei. What are you talking about, my son? Li Fei was utterly bewildered. Spare me the act. We all know your son has become quite the big shot. This car must be worth hundreds of thousands. Li Fei, we've known each other for years and have often helped your family, that if anything good comes your way, don't forget about us. The neighbor ingratiated. All right. Good. Li Fei felt increasingly confused. Suddenly, she recalled her son's recent achievement in becoming a martial artist. Could it be that this car was lent to him? That rascal, learning from others at such a young age. If he accidentally damages someone else's car, it could cost a fortune. No, he must return it immediately. It cannot stay here. Li Fei worried about the crowded and chaotic nature of their neighborhood and the potential for someone to inadvertently damage the vehicle. She hurried to her front door, swiftly opened it, and placed her groceries on the table. Li Fei called for her son, still in her shoes. Mom, where have you been? I was just looking for you, Chu Mo responded as he got up to greet her. Is that car downstairs yours? Yes, it just arrived a little while ago. When Dad gets home tonight, I'll let him take a look. Why did you bring someone else's car home? Li Fei interrupted. That car looks expensive. What if it gets scratched? Hurry and return it to its owner, and be careful on the way. After hearing his mother's words, Chu Mo realized she had misunderstood. Mom, you're mistaken. That car is mine. It's yours. Where did you get so much money? Li Fei gasped in shock. Of course. It was gifted to me by the martial arts hall. I could never afford such a car on my own. Chu Mo chuckled. Gifted by the martial arts hall? Why would they give you such a fine vehicle? Li Fei's mind raced at the thought of such a generous gesture. It's simply because my son is exceptional. Haven't I mentioned that besides the training stipend from the hall, there are many other benefits? This car is just one of them, Chu Mo explained with pride. Really? Li Fei observed her son's expression, sensing he was not lying. Absolutely. Look, the keys are right here, along with the registration and temporary driving permit. Chu Mo produced the documents, handing them to his mother. Upon inspection, Li Fei discovered that the car was indeed registered in her son Chu Mo's name. So, the car truly belongs to our family? Li Fei felt as though she were in a dream. In just a few days, their lives had transformed dramatically. There's no doubt about it. Additionally, there is something else I'll tell you once Dad returns. Chu Mo said with a mysterious smile. Something else? Li Fei felt numb. She had never heard of anyone receiving such treatment after becoming a martial artist. Could her son truly be different? That evening, when Chu Jigua returned home, he also mentioned the car parked downstairs. Dear, did a big shot come by today? There's a Mercedes parked outside. Chu Jigua inquired curiously. Jigua, you're back. Quickly come sit with our son and hear what he has to say. Li Fei eagerly pulled him to the sofa. What is going on? Chu Jigua was utterly perplexed. Dad, here's the thing. That car was a gift from the martial arts hall. With school starting soon, I thought you could use it. Consider it a token of appreciation for all your hard work over the years, Chu Mo said, producing the car keys. That car is yours. Chu Jigua was astounded. As a man, he understood the vehicle's worth, around 500,000, that how could such an expensive car belong to his son? It's not mine. Starting today, it's yours, Chu Mo corrected him. Impossible. Even if you've become a martial artist. The hall wouldn't offer you such treatment. To be honest, where did that car come from? Chu Jigua was skeptical of Chu Mo's explanation. Dad, it truly is a gift from the martial arts hall. Look, I have the contract right here, Chu Mo exclaimed. Surprised that his father didn't believe him, he produced the signed contract with the martial arts hall and handed it to his father. As Chu Jigua read through the electronic contract, his astonishment grew. The benefits outlined exceeded his expectations. They even gifted you a house. Is a martial arts hall really that wealthy? Chu Jigua quickly noted the key detail. Incredulously, yes, I was just about to tell you. The house is located in a neighborhood near the city center. From today onward, we will have our very own apartment, Chu Mo elaborated. Half an hour later, his parents remained in a state of shock. Chu Mo chose not to elaborate further. They would come to accept it in due time. By the way, Dad, take a day off tomorrow. and we'll go see that house together. I promise you'll love it, Chu Mo suggested. All right, I'll inform my boss. Chu Jiwa hesitated for a moment before dialing that it wasn't that he didn't believe it. The sudden influx of benefits was so extraordinary that he still suspected he was dreaming. After dinner, Chu Mo received an unknown call. Hello. Who is this? He answered that I asked this Chu Mo. You remember me, right? I'm Lin Feng, came the familiar voice on the other end that a smile crept across Chu Mo's face. He was just about to seek out Lin Feng when the call arrived. Has the matter with Zheng Hui been resolved? Of course it has. The reason I'm only telling you now is that I've been busy preparing a gift for you these past few days. Do you have time to visit my shop? I would love to treat you well. Lin Feng's tone was humble. Sure, I'll come by shortly. Chu Mo replied that he disliked procrastination, since the other party had prepared. He was more than willing to conclude matters today. Upon arriving at the tavern, Chu Mo immediately attracted the attention of several women. Handsome, are you here to drink? I have a few friends who'd love to share a table with you. Before he could reach the entrance, a few alluring women approached him. Sorry, I'm busy. Chu Mo politely declined as he made his way inside, where Lin Feng had been waiting eagerly. Brother Chu, you finally made it. I've arranged for a few lovely ladies. They've been looking forward to your arrival. Lin Feng beamed at the sight of Chu Mo, his expression resembling that of a long-lost brother. Although Chu Mo initially held little fondness for Lin Feng, he chose to overlook it, as it was unwise to strike at someone who bore a smile, and no need. I prefer to finish up quickly, as I have other matters to attend to. Chu Mo expressed his desire to leave the tavern soon. Although the atmosphere was pleasant, he was no longer the impetuous youth he once was. His maturity surpassed that of many. That one do. Last time, my friend was in the wrong, and he is here to apologize that I've personally selected several lovely ladies for you. Rest assured, they are all first-timers. Just say the word, and you can take anyone you fancy out of here. Lin Feng, wary of Chu Mo's shyness, leaned in and whispered in his ear, Let's first discuss the matter of the robbery. I recall that in Xia country, it's considered a serious crime to rob the family members of martial artists. How does Boss Lin intend to handle this situation? Chu Mo replied directly, there's no rush. Let's enjoy a couple of drinks first. Lin Feng, a seasoned veteran in such social settings, would not allow Chu Mo to refuse and led him to a somewhat secluded table. Chapter 42. Qi Blood Pill. As soon as they were seated, drinks were swiftly served. Without needing Lin Feng's prompting, two statuesque girls, each with legs measuring 1.20 meters, gracefully took their places beside Chu Mo. He felt a slight unease. Although accustomed to such scenes in his previous life, the beauty of these two girls was simply astonishing. Zhao Feifei was undeniably a top-tier beauty, yet these two girls were equally striking, albeit slightly lacking in the same refined aura. Each girl possessed her own charm. One appeared gentle as flowing water, while the other resembled a friendly neighbor, perpetually adorned with a sweet smile. Hello, Chu Gij. I'm Shasha, and this is my best friend Xianxian, introduced the girl with a neighborly demeanor. Feigning indifference, Chu Mo ignored the two, yet Shasha was exceedingly warm, promptly pouring him a cocktail and cheerfully raising a toast. With no choice but to indulge her, he sipped the drink. After several rounds of toasts, Lin Feng finally broached the main topic. My brother, I sincerely apologize for what happened last time. To be candid. Zheng Hui and Zheng Xian are distant relatives of mine, albeit quite distantly related. However, I cannot simply turn a blind eye when they encounter trouble. That I truly regret having offended your family. Lin Feng raised his glass in apology. Boss Lin must have been aware of their ways long before. Chu Mo countered, not willing to show Lin Feng favor due to his apology. Indeed, I have some knowledge, but I cannot say much. They have faced consequences for this matter before. However, you know how it is. Cultivators require substantial funds. Coupled with their extravagant spending habits, money inevitably becomes scarce. That I've spoken to them many times, but to no avail. So I chose to turn a blind eye. This whole matter is my fault. I've managed to retrieve the money they stole last time, Lin Feng stated, producing a large bag and handing it to Chu Mo. Chu Mo was taken aback. Upon opening it, he discovered not the 2,000 that had been stolen, but rather a substantial stack, roughly 10 times that amount. Whose intention is this? Chu Mo asked faintly. Of course, it's my intention that I made you unhappy last time, so this is entirely my fault. Please accept this small token of appreciation that I asked for them. Rest assured, they have been sentenced to 10 years in prison. Which is they're just deserts, Lin Feng explained with a smile. All right then, let us consider this matter settled. The compensation exceeded Chu Mo's expectations, and with Zheng Hui receiving his due punishment, he no longer felt the need to dwell on the issue. Seeing Chu Mo's acceptance, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy and proceeded to refill his drink. Surrounded by such beautiful girls toasting him, Chu Mo began to feel a bit lightheaded, just as he contemplated an excuse to leave. Lin Feng shifted the conversation to another topic. That "My brother, you appear to be around 18 or 19, that's such youth, and already a martial artist. May I ask who your father is?" "Boss Lin, you worry too much. I come from an ordinary family, with no noteworthy background," Chu Mo replied, shaking his head. "No background. Then you truly are a genius. That as far as I know, the children of martial masters find it exceedingly difficult to attain your level of prowess. You are indeed a dragon among men," Lin Feng praised. "Such accomplishments are nothing. With diligent cultivation, rewards will naturally follow." "Does Boss Lin have any other matters to discuss?" Chu Mo inquired. "Indeed, my brother is impressive. It is a stroke of luck for me, Lin, to meet you. Coincidentally, I have a business proposition that I wonder if you'd be interested in." Lin Feng's ulterior motives became apparent. His invitation was not without reason. "A business? What sort of business?" Chu Mo, intrigued but not rushing, asked. "Are you familiar with Qi blood pills?" Lin Feng queried. "Qi blood pills are essential for cultivators, effectively enhancing vitality and cultivation levels. However, there are restrictions. They are suitable only for martial artists and above. That if martial apprentices consume them, not only will they be ineffective, but they may also harm the body due to their potent effects," Chu Mo acknowledged. Having familiarized himself with the martial artist manual over the past few days, you know that the primary ingredient of Qi blood pills comes from the antlers of golden elk. "Oh, I hadn't inquired about that. Are you suggesting that Boss Lin's invitation pertains to Qi blood pills?" Chu Mo responded, momentarily taken aback. "Precisely. The preparation of Qi blood pills necessitates grinding the antlers of golden elk into powder and combining them with other ingredients. Due to the complexity of the process, the price is exorbitant, with each pill costing no less than 100,000, Lin Feng explained. "You may not be aware, but although I am a tavern owner, I occasionally take on private jobs. Recently, someone has invited me to hunt golden elk. Would you be interested?" Chu Mo understood Lin Feng's intentions. He sought to recruit him for the hunt. Golden elk were known to be second-tier exotic beasts, with strength ranging from mid to high second-tier. As a novice martial artist, Lin Feng was no match for such a creature. However, if they gathered enough people, they might be able to surround and capture it. Hunting a mid-tier second-class beast shouldn't be too difficult, right? We just need some firearms, don't we? Chu Mo queried without immediately agreeing. "Certainly, but firearms have limited power. They are effective against low-tier second-class beasts. But for mid-tier second-class beasts, unless one has expensive weaponry, it is quite challenging to deal with them," Lin Feng clarified. Chu Mo was aware of this. High school curricula included a specialized subject on weaponry, which covered the nuances of arms. The disparity between low-tier and mid-tier second-class beasts was significant. Standard ammunition could only deal with first-tier beasts, while specialized bullets were required to take down low-tier second-class beasts. Such ammunition was not cheap, and its lethality was limited, not to mention the difficulty of slaying mid-tier second-class beasts. Moreover, golden elk could possess strengths beyond mid-tier. If they encountered a high-tier beast, they might be caught unprepared before they could even wield their weapons. "What are Boss Lin's plans?" Chu Mo asked. Naturally, I wish to invite you to participate in this endeavor. I believe you possess the strength of a mid-level martial artist. With your talent, dealing with mid-tier second-class beasts should pose no problem," Lin Feng elucidated. "What's in it for me? If you agree to join, regardless of the outcome, I will provide you with 3 Qi blood pills afterwards," Lin Feng proposed. Point 3. Chu Mo hesitated. The market price of a single Qi blood pill was 100,000, meaning he could earn 300,000 simply for participating in one venture. A lucrative offer indeed. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Mo refrained from immediate acceptance, scrutinizing Lin Feng that he deemed the proposed reward to be insufficient. 300,000 for me to risk my life hunting a golden elk. This deal is not worth it. Chu Mo shook his head. How can it not be worth it? It's merely a single operation, and we want to be the only ones involved, Lin Feng hastily interjected. Since you are aware of the golden elk strength, you should understand that some golden elk possess combat capabilities reaching high-tier second-class. 300,000 for me to hunt a high-tier second-class beast? I have no interest, Chu Mo firmly rejected. What is your stance, then? Lin Feng, noting that Chu Mo had not immediately departed, recognized an opportunity for negotiation. 5 pills. Regardless of the outcome, I want 5 Qi blood pills, Chu Mo stated resolutely. Very well, 5 it is. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chu Mo smiled slightly, extending his right hand to shake Lin Feng's. Chapter 43. The eve of moving half an hour later, Chu Mo left the tavern with satisfaction. The gains from this meeting exceeded his expectations. Not only had he secured 100,000 in compensation, but he also stood to gain 5 Qi blood pills. With these 5 pills, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. As Chu Mo departed, Lin Feng smirked coldly. Hunting golden elk was indeed a sound plan. But they had their own means to handle a mere second-tier beast. The reason for involving Chu Mo was to exact revenge. Zheng Hui and Zheng Xian were not merely his distant relatives. Their sister was Lin Feng's lover. Such a debt could not be easily forgotten. As for the claim that weapons would struggle against second-tier beasts, that was a fabrication. If they could afford to spend hundreds of thousands, they could certainly acquire the necessary weaponry that, if not for Chu Mo, Zheng Hui and his associates would never have faced sentencing. Enjoy your moment of triumph, boy. For daring to cripple Zheng Hui, I will demand your life in return. Once you leave the city, you'll see what awaits you. Lin Feng wrapped his arms around a young girl, his rough hands caressing her smooth, stocking-clad legs. Chu Mo, being relatively inexperienced in the world of cultivators, was unaware of Lin Feng's intentions. His limited exposure to practitioners left him with scant knowledge about their realm, particularly the fact that in the martial world, taking a life had become a commonplace affair. However, one had to tread carefully within the confines of the city. Outside its borders, the rules shifted dramatically. Without governmental oversight, a death could go unnoticed. The following day, Chu Mo took his parents to their new residential complex. Named Jinhua, a haven for martial artists. The community was not only populated by practitioners, but also housed many of their families. Dad, the 19th floor is our home, and I'm sure you'll love it once you see it. Chu Mo said, pressing the elevator button. The trio swiftly ascended to the 19th floor. Upon reaching the security door, Chu Mo produced the key and unlocked the door. The minimalist yet elegant decor of the living room left Chu Zhigua speechless. Is this truly going to be our home? He asked in disbelief, having never resided in such a high-end dwelling before, momentarily hesitant to step inside. And of course, Mom and Dad, please come in. The slippers are in the shoe cabinet. Chu Mo encouraged, retrieving 3 pairs of slippers. Li Fei gingerly donned her slippers and stepped into the living room, bathed in warm lighting that cast an almost dreamlike glow upon her face. Chu Mo then guided his parents through their bedrooms, their eyes lighting up with joy at the luxurious Chinese-style decor. Dad, what do you think of this room? Do you like it? Chu Mo inquired with a smile. I love it, absolutely. Chu Zhigua exclaimed, his hands caressing the grand bed, his face alight with excitement. Then, when shall we move in? The furniture and appliances are all set up. We should leave the old stuff behind. Chu Mo began to strategize their relocation. Isn't that wasteful? Li Fei lamented. What does it matter? Bringing along our old items would only make things feel out of place. Rest assured with me around. Our home will be financially secure, Chu Mo asserted confidently. Perhaps we should discuss it thoroughly when we return home. We can't just discard our clothes, Li Fei replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Mom, your status will change as well. Those old clothes won't be suitable here. How about this? Since Dad is off today, I'll take you both shopping for some new outfits. It will make a better impression, Chu Mo suggested. But you only have a few thousand. We should save it. You still need to find a wife. After all, you can't be without funds when the time comes for a wedding. A house, a car, and the dowry. You'll need at least a few 100,000. Li Fei began to calculate. Chu Mo was momentarily taken aback. He was still not even 19, and marriage was far off. Oh, Mama, don't worry. By the time I reach marriageable age, I might very well be a martial master. At that point, this amount of money will be trivial. There's no need to fret now. He reassured her, gently grasping her arm. After a half-hour tour, his parents were finally persuaded to visit the mall. They entered a brand-name store. Xiao Mo, please attend to them, the manager Lu Yao instructed with a frown as she observed the trio's modest attire, deeming it beneath her status to assist them. Certainly, Yao Jie, Mo Yan nodded, greeting them with a warm smile, choosing not to judge them based on their clothing. Hello, Are you looking to purchase some clothes? Mo Yan inquired elegantly. Yes, I see you have quite an array. Could you help me select a few outfits for my parents? Chu Mo requested. Of course. We have plenty of new arrivals that would be perfect for your uncle and aunt. Mo Yan replied, leading Chu Mo's parents to the new clothing section. Dear, these clothes are all so beautiful. Li Fei exclaimed, rarely having visited such stores, usually only casting a glance from the entrance. Absolutely, Annie. Our brand offers the most comprehensive selection. Look at this summer collection. It would suit you perfectly, Mo Yan said, showcasing a lovely dress that Li Fei's eyes sparkled upon seeing the black dress, its exquisite texture appealing to her current age. Noticing her admiration, Mo Yan invited her to the fitting room to try it on. This dress might not be suitable for me. My workplace is quite dirty, and it would be a waste to buy it. Li Fei hesitated despite her fondness for the dress. Mom, just give it a try. I think the dress would look great on you. Besides, trying on one cost anything if you truly dislike it. We want buy it, Chu Mo urged. Well, all right then, Li Fei conceded, taking the black dress from Mo Yan. Moments later, she emerged from the fitting room, carefully wearing the black dress. Upon seeing her, Chu Jiwa's eyes lit up. It looks stunning, he exclaimed, realizing how beautiful his wife still was, despite never having had the opportunity to truly dress up due to work and life's demands. This thought filled him with a twinge of guilt. Does it really look good? Li Fei, suppressing her joy, stood before the mirror, her appearance resembling that of a refined lady. How much is this dress? She inquired, clearly enamored. Please hold on. Let me check, Mo Yan replied. Examining the price tag, this dress is $562. Currently, we have a promotion. If you recharge $5,000 to become a member, you can get in 15 discount point $560. That's too expensive. Forget it. Li Fei immediately rejected the idea upon hearing the price. Mom, you truly look lovely in this dress. Chu Mo interjected, seeing his mother's intent to take it off $500 could buy several other outfits. Let us not waste money like that. It's enough to feed us meat for a month. Li Fei maintained her previous mindset, recalling the necessities of life. Annie, this dress really suits you. Want you reconsider? Mo Yan chimed in. Forget it. Do you have anything a bit cheaper? I'm afraid that if I wear something so nice, it'll be ruined in no time. Li Fei offered an excuse. Seeing that his mother genuinely liked the dress, Chu Mo stepped in. Stopping her, he turned to Mo Yan. Don't mind my mother. Please wrap it up at Mo Air. You really don't have to, Li Fei said, feeling anxious at her son's insistence. Mom, today I'm calling the shots, all right? You should pick something beautiful to match our new home, Chu Mo declared firmly, proceeding to purchase the dress. Chapter 44. Departure after 2 hours of shopping. The clothes Chu Mo selected had piled up into a small mountain. All right, I think we have enough. How much is it in total? Chu Mo finally halted, seeing the abundance of clothing. Please hold on. I'll tally it up for you, Mo Yan said, feeling a bit anxious. The trio did not appear wealthy, and she wondered if they could afford such a purchase. However, she kept these thoughts to herself, concentrating on calculating the total. Hello, handsome. I've calculated everything. There are 21 items, totaling 9,326 yuan. If you take the membership discount, it comes to 7,927 yuan. Mo Yan announced with the calculator in hand. All right, I'll recharge 10,000 and buy everything, Chu Mo stated before his mother could object, pulling out his Tianjiao card. Lu Yao, who had been anticipating a spectacle, was taken aback upon seeing Chu Mo produce the bank card. These country bumpkins can actually afford this many clothes? She thought, incredulous. When Mo Yan saw the golden card, her pupils constricted. What kind of card is that? It's a bank card. Is there a problem? Chu Mo asked, puzzled. This isn't an ordinary bank card, is it? Mo Yan's hands trembled slightly, and Lu Yao leaned in curiously. Tianjiao card? Upon seeing the golden card, Lu Yao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. She looked around in astonishment, confirming that it was indeed a Tianjiao card. Is this truly a Tianjiao card? Mo Yan was increasingly shocked. She had only heard about such cards during her training and never expected to see one in person. Yes, can't this card be used for payment? Chu Mo inquired, surprised. If it couldn't be used, it would be troublesome. No, that is not it, sir. Let me check if it's a Tianjiao card. You can enjoy a 30% discount on your purchases here. Mo Yan quickly placed the golden card on the reader, and soon the total appeared. Just over 6,500. Such a good deal. Chu Mo was pleasantly surprised that he had heard Zhao Feifei mention the benefits of the Tianjiao card, but had yet to experience them. Now he realized it was indeed a valuable asset. All right, let us go with that price. Please pack these items for me. Chu Mo did not hesitate to make the payment directly, upon noticing this. Chu Jiguo realized that the bank card his son had produced was extraordinary. Even the attitude of the brand store was remarkably favorable. It seemed his son was more accomplished than he had imagined. Very well. The payment has been successfully processed. Here is your card. Please keep it safe that I will wrap your clothes right away, Mo Yan said excitedly as she returned the golden card to Chu Mo and proceeded to pack the items. Li Fei was still lamenting the sudden expenditure of over 6,000 yuan, while Chu Jihua understood that such an amount was likely trivial for his son. After about 10 minutes, all the clothes were packed. Although Li Fei felt a twinge of regret, her face was illuminated with happiness as she carried the large bags. Young lady, what is your name? Li Fei inquired, noticing that Mo Yan seemed quite pleasant. Hello, Annie, my surname is Mo, and my first name is Yan, she replied. Yan, what a lovely name. Given your age, you must still be in university, correct? Yes, I just graduated from high school and am working here during the summer to earn some pocket money. Mo Yan answered honestly. Earning money is commendable. Indeed, it is rare to find a girl as sensible as you that if my son could marry someone as beautiful and capable as you, it would be wonderful. Li Fei expressed with satisfaction. Mom, what are you talking about? Chu Mo interjected hastily, only to see Mo Yan's face flush crimson. What is wrong with that? You both just graduated. I think you are quite compatible. Li Fei remarked, completely unaware that her son was still quite young and that she was broaching matchmaking right in front of him. Chu Mo felt a wave of speechlessness. Indeed, parents in Xia country were all the same. Whether on Earth or Blue Star, dating was prohibited in high school, and by university, parents were practically eager for grandchildren. Miss, please pardon my mother's idle chatter. We must be on our way, Chu Mo said quickly, pulling his mother along. Chu Jihua chuckled at the scene, but said nothing that he was also quite fond of this young lady, unlike another woman who had looked down on him, once outside the shopping mall. Chu Mo sought his parents' opinions. Dad, Mom, why don't we move today? There are many things at home that we don't need to bring along. I can just call a truck to bring over what we need. I.S.T. that a bit too hasty. Li Fei hesitated, still unprepared to leave the house she had inhabited for decades. Mom, Dad rarely has time off, and it won't be easy to take leave again. I really believe moving today is the best option, Chu Mo urged. Dear, what do you think? Li Fei asked her husband uncertain. All right, let us move today that if we wait for another time, who knows when it will happen. Chu Jihua said, quite fond of the new home, especially the soft mattress that made one reluctant to get up. Then I will call a moving truck right now. Let us hurry back to pack. Chu Mo exclaimed joyfully, having long wished for his parents to live in the community, which boasted a good environment suitable for his mother's recovery. Upon returning home, Li Fei was indecisive, wanting to take everything, unable to part with any item. Chu Mo understood that his mother had lived in poverty for too long. It would take time to change her mindset. Mom, I will have plenty of money in the future. Let us leave these things behind. Just take the clothes you can wear, and don't bother with the torn ones. He persuaded her for quite some time before she finally agreed, after over an hour of packing. The house appeared much neater. Looking around the empty room, Li Fei felt a pang of nostalgia. Honey, we've lived here for over 20 years, haven't we? She said. Yes, it's been 20 years in a flash. Time really does fly, Chu Jihua reflected. This small home, though modest, was filled with warmth and had witnessed their struggles over 2 decades. Come on, dear, we can't stay here forever. Some things must be left behind. The truck is waiting downstairs. Let us move our things, Chu Jihua encouraged, tugging at Li Fei's sleeve. All right, I'm coming down, she replied, casting one last glance at the empty room before picking up a cardboard box to leave the house. Old Chu, where are you moving to? The curious neighbors asked as they saw the Chu family with their luggage. Ha, old Zhao, we are leaving. We have a new house now, so we might not see each other often. Chu Jihua said with a hint of melancholy. Leaving this place meant that the previous neighbors would soon feel like strangers, and he was uncertain if they would meet again. New house, you say? Where is it? Old Zhao inquired at ITS in the city center, Jinhua community. It's my son's house, Chu Jihua replied proudly. Congratulations. I've seen it coming. This kid, Chu Mo, is destined for greatness. The Tio think he has already bought a house right after graduation. How enviable. Old Zhao felt a twinge of jealousy at the sight of Chu Jigua's improving fortunes, but he was primarily happy for him. That we are off then. Let us drink together when we have the chance. Chu Jigua called to the workers to load the items onto the truck. All right, welcome back. Old Zhao waved as the other neighbors also bid farewell. Moments later, the truck and the Mercedes-Benz drove away towards Jinhua community. Chu Mo glanced back for one last look, vowing that from now on, he would ensure his parents' lives would only get better. Farewell, my home of 18 years, Chapter 45. A new battle with Iruhua a few days later. At the Infinite Martial Arts Hall, in the training area, Chu Mo diligently practiced the sword techniques taught by Iruhua. Through continuous sparring, his skills had improved significantly. Chu Mo, would you like to spar with me? Iruhua appeared behind him without him noticing, and upon turning to see the striking young lady, Chu Mo smiled knowingly. Sure, but you won't charge me for this, will you? He joked. Consider yourself lucky. I won't take any payment, but don't expect me to go easy on you. Iruhua replied, cracking her knuckles. That's so. Sister Ruhua, you are a great warrior. Is it really fair to bully me like this? Chu Mo exclaimed. Who knows if your strength is truly that of a warrior? You could be deceiving me. Iruhua recalled Chu Mo's previous use of the Void Fist, a technique that even advanced warriors found hard to resist. Haha, that was indeed my full strength, but after some time, I've made slight progress, Chu Mo admitted bashfully. All right then, let me suppress my strength to that of an elementary great warrior. If you agree, let us not waste time. Iruhua stated decisively. Chu Mo nodded, growing serious. Eager to gauge how far he was from the realm of great warriors, that Iruhua leaped to the center of the training area, and the surrounding students quickly gathered to watch the impending match. Who is this guy? He dares to train with Iruhua. The newcomers whispered curiously. You must be quite ignorant. This young man is Chu Mo, a warrior who has slain a mid-level second-tier beast. His strength should not be underestimated. An experienced student explained that he has killed a mid-level second-tier beast. And he is so young. The newcomers felt a wave of pressure upon learning Chu Mo's formidable reputation. Indeed, and it is said that he has likely reached the level of advanced warrior now. Many students began to feel excited at the prospect of learning from him. Sister Ruhua, it seems like many people are watching us. Chu Mo noted, scanning the crowd. Enough talk. Let us get started, Iruhua replied, taking her stance and beckoning him with a gesture. All right, here I come. Chu Mo swung his large blade, channeling his energy into it without reservation. Feeling the force of the blade, Iruhua was slightly taken aback. She had watched Chu Mo grow. When they first met, he was just a boy with the strength of a warrior. Yet now, in just over a month, he could exude the aura of an advanced warrior, an astonishing pace of cultivation. No formula blade technique. Chu Mo's eyes sharpened as his blade moved, enhanced by the spirit wind steps. Causing his figure to vanish from sight, that Iruhua smirked, fully aware of the weaknesses of such a familiar technique, that as she anticipated Chu Mo's movement, she swiftly kicked forward, striking him squarely in the chest. Chu Mo chose not to evade, recognizing that in a contest of skill, he would have no chance. Only through relentless offense could he hope to prevail. The blade turned, and Chu Mo decided to exchange injury for injury as he aimed to strike at Iruhua. Iruhua did not expect Chu Mo to be so reckless. Though surprised, she reacted swiftly, not allowing his sudden attack to intimidate her. She raised the back of her blade to block in front of her chest, effortlessly neutralizing Chu Mo's strike. This outcome was anticipated. While Chu Mo's strength was formidable, he had yet to reach the realm of great warriors. Even if he sought to trade injuries, he would gain little advantage. However, Chu Mo's tactics were not so simple. Employing the same technique again, he secretly infused the Void Fist into his large blade. Realizing Chu Mo's continued assault, Iruhua guessed his intentions. I want to fall for the same trick again. Iruhua wielded her blade and struck at Chu Mo with a fierce slash. The clash of two mighty swords reverberated through the air, producing a resounding clang, as an immense force propelled Chu Mo several steps back. Observing Iruhua, he noted her unwavering stance, seemingly impervious to the encounter. Such formidable strength. Chu Mo felt a jolt of surprise. He had exerted all his energy into the first layer of the Void Fist technique, yet against Iruhua, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. However, reassured by the knowledge that she was merely a junior martial artist, he felt somewhat better that if the first layer proved insufficient, then he would attempt the second layer. Without hesitation, Chu Mo activated the Spirit Wind steps and unfolded the second layer of the Void Fist technique. Each successive strike in the Void Fist technique doubled the power unleashed. Although employing a large blade might prevent him from achieving the technique's utmost perfection, he had no choice. Iruhua would surely not opt for a direct confrontation otherwise. Indeed, as Chu Mo charged forward once more, Iruhua displayed little wariness. Having already experienced the full force of Chu Mo's strike, she anticipated a similar outcome, regardless of how many times he would attempt it. "Break!" Chu Mo shouted, his momentum akin to a rushing tide, as his blade surged towards Iruhua like a rampaging dragon. This power? As Chu Mo's blade drew near, Iruhua suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She had assumed that his previous strike represented his limit, unaware of the depths he had concealed. "Let me see just how much you have yet to reveal." Iruhua activated her combat technique, and in an instant, two flashes of cold light cut through the air. The collision of their techniques unleashed a wave of energy that nearly toppled the spectators nearby. Astonishing, witnessing the explosive force emanating from the training ground. Many new students felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively retreating a few steps. "This is bad." Sensing the strength emanating from Chu Mo, Iruhua's eyes widened in shock. She had intended to give him a lesson, only to discover that his power surpassed hers. How is this possible? The last time he utilized the combat technique, he was not nearly this formidable. With little time for contemplation, Iruhua's internal energy surged, amplifying her combat technique's potency and forcing Chu Mo back. Crack! The large blade in Chu Mo's grasp shattered under the pressure of their clashing techniques, sending him flying several meters away due to the resulting shockwave. Gasp! Chu Mo struggled to regain his balance, eventually kneeling on one knee as blood almost surged from his mouth. "That I concede," he quickly declared, fearing Iruhua might strike again. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, were already astounded. To stand against Iruhua to such a degree was an impressive feat, considering she was a mid-level martial artist. Even when she suppressed her strength to that of a junior martial artist, she remained significantly stronger than ordinary counterparts. Unbeknownst to them, she had indeed tapped into her mid-level martial artist prowess moments ago. Hearing this, Iruhua retracted her energy, refraining from further attack. "Irujie, did you truly unleash your full strength just now?" Chu Mo inquired, his curiosity piqued. "You little rascal, tell me, what is your current realm?" Iruhua countered without answering that I end this battle. Any other junior martial artist would have already lost. She remarked that I should be approaching the high-level martial artist realm. "I believe," Chu Mo mused. "You're already a high-level martial artist?" Upon realizing Chu Mo's true level, Iruhua was taken aback that a high-level martial artist nearly defeated her. "How could this be? You aren't hiding any strength." "Are you?" Iruhua questioned skeptically. "Did I assure you? I'm not. If it weren't for our clash of brute strength, my combat skills would have failed against you," Chu Mo explained with a wry smile. "As long as you understand," Iruhua nodded, "that I in their earlier encounter, she indeed had not fully utilized her combat skills. Otherwise, Chu Mo would have never come close to wounding her. You truly are the fastest progressing practitioner I have ever witnessed. I believe it won't be long before you ascend to the rank of a great martial artist." Iruhua's assessment left the surrounding audience speechless. Tio reached the realm of a great martial artist so soon? Was he truly that formidable? "By the way, Irujie, I happen to have some questions for you. Would you be available?" Chu Mo asked after a moment of contemplation. "Let us head to the rest area." Iruhua replied affirmatively. "Did I in the rest area?" Chu Mo reclined on the sofa, lifting a glass of icy watermelon juice. This watermelon juice is simply delightful," he exclaimed, finishing the drink in one gulp. "Now speak. What do you wish to discuss?" Iruhua inquired as she sipped her coffee. "That a few days ago, someone sought my assistance to hunt a golden elk." "Irujie, do you think my current strength poses any danger?" Chu Mo asked. "Golden elk? Are you seeking a blood chi pill?" Iruhua swiftly grasped Chu Mo's intention. "Indeed, with a blood chi pill, my training speed would accelerate significantly. That he promised me 5 blood chi pills as compensation." Regardless of the outcome, Chu Mo elaborated on his transaction with Lin Feng. "If it were merely to hunt the golden elk, they likely wouldn't have called upon you," Iruhua remarked. "Why is that?" Chu Mo inquired, puzzled. "Golden elks are social creatures, typically found in herds of 50 to 100, including mid-tier and high-tier beasts. Unless your group is exceptionally large, hunting golden elks is akin to chasing a fool's dream. Moreover, golden elks possess acute hearing that if your numbers are too great, they will detect you before you even approach. Once one of their own is harmed, they will unite to protect each other, making it even more challenging to get close. Thus, hunting golden elks requires a contingent of seasoned martial artists. Otherwise, the best course of action would be to employ remote high-tech sniper rifles to target isolated golden elks. One shot, one kill. This method is far more effective than relying on martial artists. Iruhua elucidated, "Did I see?" Chuimo nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he recalled that high school knowledge had mentioned the keen hearing of golden elks. The larger the group, the easier it was for them to be detected. Coupled with their gregarious nature, hunting them proved exceptionally difficult. This was precisely why a single blood chi pill was valued at 100,000 Irujia. "Why do you think they approached me?" Chuimo asked. "There are likely two possibilities. Either they are unaware of the golden elk's characteristics, or they have ulterior motives that I lean toward the latter. Those who become martial artists are not fools. Especially when facing beasts, where they value their lives greatly. If an issue can be resolved with high-tech means, they would certainly avoid risking their lives. Additionally, while decent high-tech sniper rifles can be expensive, they only cost a few million. If they are willing to offer you 5 blood chi pills as compensation, do you think such a team would be unable to afford high-tech sniper rifles?" Iruhua's analysis sent a shiver down Chumo's spine. Previously, he had not considered this deeply, becoming entirely ensnared by the allure of 500,000 now. Through Iruhua's insight, he finally recognized the inconsistencies. Indeed, if they are willing to offer 5 blood chi pills as remuneration, that certainly indicates a significant investment. Such a team would undoubtedly possess high-tech weaponry, suggesting that everything he told me was merely a facade. Chuimo concurred with Iruhua's reasoning. Thus, they must have ulterior motives. Reflect on it carefully. What could his true aim be? Iruhua probed. "That I do not know. I am not familiar with him, only that he is the owner of a tavern. If I had to speculate, could he be seeking to teach me a lesson?" Chuimo expressed his conjectures regarding Lin Feng. After hearing this, Iruhua took a sip of her coffee. "So, you have this connection as well. I recommend you decline the offer. That if I'm not mistaken, he may be seeking revenge against you." "Revenge against me?" Chuimo was taken aback. "Could this be due to the incident involving Zheng Hui?" "Precisely. Hence, I suggest you disregard this matter. That if he truly harbors ill intentions, inform me, and I will intervene on your behalf," Iruhua asserted firmly. "All right. Thank you, Irujia." Chuimo expressed his genuine gratitude, although Iruhua's temperament was somewhat brusque. She was, after all, a woman of passionate heart beneath her seemingly indifferent exterior. "But if I recall correctly, the semester is yet to begin, so will you continue training at the Martial Arts Academy?" Iruhua suddenly inquired. "I suppose so, if there are no interruptions," Chuimo estimated. "Good. When you have time, engage in more combat with others. It will greatly enhance your practical experience," Iruhua advised, illuminating a new perspective for Chuimo. "Indeed, how had I not considered seeking combat with others of my level?" Chuimo mused. Iruhua's swordsmanship surpassed his own, leaving him at a disadvantage. Hence, he had always relied on brute strength in their matches. However, with other students, he could unleash his full potential. That a subtle smile crept upon Chumo's face. Having endured Iruhua's relentless training for so long, it was time to vent his frustrations on others. Thus, the Martial Arts Academy soon became the battleground for a burgeoning combat enthusiast, leaving countless opponents who sparred with Chuimo lamenting their experiences. That a week later, the latest list of the top talents was unveiled. Upon hearing the news, Chuimo hurriedly checked the updated rankings, and to his astonishment, he found Chun Haoren ranked 46th. This fellow truly deserved a spot on the list. Additionally, he recognized several familiar names: Lu Zi at 43 and Zhou Xiao at 39. Zhou Xiao ranked only 39. Chuimo was somewhat taken aback. Zhou Xiao was capable of hunting intermediate second-tier exotic beasts during the warrior trials, yet such talent was ranked a mere 39th. This revelation truly exceeded his expectations. Continuing to peruse the rankings, Chuimo finally located his position. 21st. Upon seeing his rank so high, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Although this ranking did not definitively reflect his absolute strength, it nonetheless represented a recognition from others. Being placed at this level likely meant that many would inquire about him. Iruhua, upon learning that Chuimo was ranked 21st, was not surprised. A practitioner not yet 19 was on the verge of stepping into the realm of great warriors that in her view, this ranking was somewhat low. Chuo, however, was indifferent. The rank significance was trivial, as no one could ascertain the hidden strengths of those behind the rankings. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. Chuo pulled it out to find it was a call from Lin Feng. Sister Ruhua, look. He pointed at the caller ID. Answer it and see what he intends. Ruhua replied nonchalantly. All right, Chuo pressed the answer button. Brother, it's Lin Feng. Do you remember the matter I mentioned before? Lin Feng got straight to the point that of course I remember. How could I forget something as vital as the blood chi pill? Chuo laughed heartily that it's good that you recall. We've nearly prepared everything. When do you have time? Let us head out of the city together. Lin Feng inquired. Chuo glanced at Ruhua. Uncertain how to respond, agreed to him, she urged. Chuo was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Agreed to him. I will accompany you, Ruhua reiterated. Surprised, Chuo had not intended to involve her, yet she had changed her mind. Brother, can you hear me? Lin Feng, noticing the prolonged silence, pressed that I can hear you. I'm available whenever you need. Just let me know your arrangements, Chuo replied. Excellent. Let us set the time for tomorrow. How does that sound? Lin Feng proposed. Sure, Chuo agreed, finalizing the time before hanging up in the hotel room. Lin Feng ended the call with a cold smirk. This plan was proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had expected Chuo to back down, but as the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food, and ultimately, his target had taken the bait. Unfortunately, this transaction was not a beautiful dream, but rather the entrance to hell. Brother Lin, you must avenge my brother. Zhenghui cried beside the bed. He was so close to becoming a warrior, and now he has been reduced to this state. How will he survive in the future? Do not worry. He can bask in glory today, but tomorrow will mark his demise. Lin Feng sneered, watching the girl kneeling on the floor with great effort. Chapter 47. Leaving the city after hanging up. Chuo turned to Ruhua. Sister Ruhua, why did you want me to agree to them? It's just a bit of boredom. It's a good opportunity to see what they really want. I isn't it? Ruhua replied dismissively. Chuo remained speechless. Was it truly wise to gamble with one's life? What should I do tomorrow? He inquired. Simple. Borrow a set of intermediate combat gear from the martial arts school. And just follow their arrangements tomorrow, Ruhua suggested. The combat gear at the martial arts school was categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Beginner gear could effectively withstand attacks from warriors. Intermediate gear could resist assaults from great warriors. While advanced gear was designed to withstand attacks from martial masters, of course, it was important to note that defense was not absolute. It merely absorbed force, yet it provided a significant protective function. Shouldn't I bring something else, like high-tech weapons? Chuo voiced his concerns that you're not part of an adventure team. Why would you bring extra weapons? Besides, with your current strength, very few weapons can pose a threat to you. They wouldn't be foolish enough to spend millions on intermediate weapons just to deal with you, would they? That would be too much of an overestimation that, of course, if we are mistaken, it's no matter. I can also hunt a few golden elk and gather some blood chi pills to sell, Ruhua explained. Indeed, if he were to carry intermediate high-tech weapons, Chuo would undoubtedly recognize them. Otherwise, he wouldn't deserve the high scores he earned in his humanities exams. Thank you, Sister Ruhua. I'll let you know when we leave the city tomorrow. Chuo felt relieved, with a great warrior secretly protecting him. What was there to fear? It was an opportune moment to uncover Lin Feng's true intentions. Borrowing a set of intermediate combat gear from the martial arts school cost Chuo 20,000 yuan. This was merely a one-day rental, and should it be damaged, he would likely have to pay a substantial amount. Beginner combat gear ranged from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, while intermediate gear soared to 1 million, far beyond Chuo's current purchasing power. Being a practitioner was indeed an expensive endeavor. Looking at his savings, Chuo couldn't help but sigh. He had thought 20,000 yuan was a significant amount, yet it was insufficient to purchase even a piece of intermediate combat gear. However, he was now officially a warrior, and there would be ample opportunities to earn money in the future. If everything went well tomorrow, he was sure he could make a small fortune. The following morning, Chuo barely had time for breakfast before receiving a call from Lin Feng. We'll meet at the city gate at 9 o'clock. Brother, are you on your way? Oh, all right, I'm heading out now. By the way, do you have a weapon? I need a large knife that no problem. I'll prepare one for you, Lin Feng assured, after ending the call. Chu Mo hastily ate a few bites before informing Iru Hua the departure time and location. Soon, Iru Hua sent an okamoji. With her presence, Chu Mo no longer worried about Lin Feng's potential schemes. Even if the other party possessed high-tech weapons, they would likely be ineffective against Iru Hua. After all, how could they possibly anticipate that she was on the verge of becoming a high-level great warrior? Upon arriving at the city gate, Chu Mo quickly spotted Lin Feng and his companions at that moment. Lin Feng was clad in black combat gear, which appeared to be merely beginner level based on its material. Chu Mo had deliberately donned an outer layer to conceal what he was wearing underneath. Boss Lin, long time no see, Chu Mo greeted as he approached. Brother, you finally made it. Everyone has been waiting for you. Lin Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with a broad smile. Who are these individuals? Chu Mo inquired, gesturing towards the burly men behind Lin Feng. Oh, I forgot to introduce them. These are members of the Silver Wolf adventure team. They organized this hunting expedition. This gentleman is the team leader, Xiao Han, a high-level warrior, Lin Feng introduced, pointing to a bald man. Greetings, team leader, Chu Mo offered politely. Xiao Han merely nodded slightly, since Chu Mo's arrival. He had been sizing him up, finding the young warrior before him rather incredulous, to the point of doubting whether Chu Mo truly possessed warrior capabilities. Boss Lin, is this the person you referred to? One of Xiao Han's team members asked. Don't underestimate him. Although Chu brother is young, even I am no match for him. Lin Feng feigned admiration. Listening to their conversation, Chu Mo was slightly astonished. Could it be that Lin Feng and Xiao Han were not in cahoots? Or were they merely acting? All right, everyone is here. Let us set off, Xiao Han declared, not wasting any time as he announced their departure from the city. Outside the city, 2 armored vehicles had been waiting for quite some time. Upon inspecting the equipment mounted on them, Chu Mo felt a jolt of alarm. Each armored vehicle was outfitted with a heavy machine gun. Weaponry capable of devastating initial second-tier exotic beasts that he wondered if Sister Ruhua could neutralize these 2 armored vehicles. Once inside the vehicles, Chu Mo began to observe his fellow companions. Through their unguarded conversations and expressions, he discerned that the so-called team leader and Lin Feng did not appear to be allies, yet their occasional exchanges of glances hinted at a subtle danger. Chu Mo clenched his fists, feeling a wave of anxiety. With the Silver Wolf adventure team and Lin Feng combined, there were 6 individuals, and should a conflict arise, he was uncertain if Iru Hua could arrive in time. The armored vehicles traveled for over an hour, and the silhouette of Fuzhou City had long since disappeared. The atmosphere inside the vehicle had grown somber. Chu Mo remained on high alert, wary of Lin Feng's potential betrayal. Eventually, the armored vehicles came to a halt in front of a forest that we have arrived at the territory of the golden elk we previously explored. They are extremely sensitive to sound, so we cannot drive in. From now on, we will proceed on foot, Xiao Han instructed as he opened the vehicle door. Why aren't we making a move? Chu Mo pondered, unsure if he had misinterpreted the situation. Was their purpose simply to hunt golden elk? Come on, brother. We are starting to walk, Lin Feng said as he opened the door, shouldering a large gun. Chu Mo glanced at the firearm. It appeared to be a beginner-level energy gun, capable of taking down exotic beasts. Yet insufficient for intermediate second-tier beasts. Lin Feng was well aware of this. The reason he had brought this gun was not to hunt intermediate second-tier beasts, but rather for protection. Brother, this is your weapon. While it may not be the finest, it is still quite decent, Lin Feng said, retrieving a large knife from the vehicle's trunk and handing it to Chu Mo, who brightened at the sight. Taking the knife, he found it to his liking. What a marvelous blade! Chu Mo grasped the great sword and swung it with abandon. It was undeniably superior to the training blades at the martial arts school. Indeed, this blade, known as Blood Blade, was one of the most common cold weapons among adventurers. Lin Feng explained, "Thank you." Chu Mo familiarized himself with the feel of the weapon before slinging it across his back. Is everyone ready? We shall depart now. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered their belongings, Xiao Han gestured for one person to remain behind as the others ventured into the forest. Chapter 48. The Hunt for the Golden Elk as they traversed the path. Chu Mo was engulfed in confusion. Observing that Xiao Han carried no particularly advanced technological weaponry, he pondered how they planned to hunt the golden elk with such limited means. Chu Mo refrained from questioning, silently trailing behind. Perhaps the advanced weaponry was stowed away in their backpacks, concealed from view. After walking for over half an hour, they finally reached the depths of the forest. "Shu, we have arrived," Xiao Han raised a hand to signal the group to halt. Chu Mo curiously peered ahead, where a lake lay in the distance, occasionally revealing glimpses of strange beasts. Are there golden elks here? Chu Mo could not help but inquire. Of course, Xiao Han replied. Not long ago. We discovered this place while hunting strange beasts outside the city. To our surprise, we stumbled upon the golden elk. However, unlike typical golden elks that live in herds, those here are different. That he shared this information with the group. From our previous observations, the population of golden elks in this area is extremely sparse, numbering only about 16, that under normal circumstances, we would not dare to engage them. But with just 16, we should be fine. When we spot a golden elk, do not act hastily. You must follow my lead. You all understand the nature of the golden elk, correct? Once we engage, it becomes a fight to the death. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution, taking them down one by one to avoid casualties. After listening, Chu Mo nodded in understanding. It was no wonder they had not brought advanced weaponry, both due to cost and the limited number of golden elks. Relying on martial artists alone was sufficient. Prepare yourselves. It is the golden elk's nap time, that if we encounter a solitary golden elk, we shall encircle and eliminate it. Xiao Han signaled for everyone to find suitable positions, ensuring they remained concealed. Chu Mo drew the blood blade from his back and climbed a sturdy tree, which afforded him a clear view of the entire lake. Should any danger arise, he would be the first to know. Half an hour passed, and Chu Mo began to feel drowsy. During this time, he had maintained intense focus, searching for any signs of the golden elk, yet had seen nothing. Is there really a golden elk here? He mused. Just as he was about to take a break, a commotion erupted in the distance. They're coming. Black antlers emerged from the underbrush, followed by a body gleaming like gold. Chu Mo immediately perked up. The creature before him was their target, the golden elk. The golden elk retained the appearance of a typical elk, yet its size was immense, with slightly red pupils that suggested it was no ordinary beast. At that moment, the golden elk had yet to notice Chu Mo and his companions. It leisurely approached the water's edge to drink, completely unaware of the lurking danger. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. Now, Xiao Han shouted without hesitation. As soon as the command was given, the drinking golden elk lifted its head to face the direction of Xiao Han. Upon seeing several humans brandishing weapons, it expressed surprise, quickly followed by an enraged roar as it summoned its companions. Act swiftly. It was calling for its allies. Xiao Han leaped forward, swinging his massive sword toward the golden elk. Yet, the golden elk was not defenseless. It raised its antlers to meet the oncoming strike. The collision of over 2,000 kilograms of force erupted in a shower of blue sparks. Miraculously, the blow only left a white mark on the golden elk's antlers. Xiao Han was taken aback, having not anticipated the antlers' formidable hardness. Despite his full strength, he could not sever them. Everyone, avoid attacking the golden elk's antlers. Taking advantage of the recoil, Xiao Han jumped back and warned the others. Without needing further prompting, various weapons descended upon the golden elk. After all, the creature had only one set of antlers, leaving its other areas vulnerable. As it defended against Xiao Han's assault, the golden elk found itself quickly surrounded by the group. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Mo charged forward. He did not unleash his full power, but instead maneuvered carefully, ensuring he did not draw attention. In mere moments, the golden elk lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. With its strength at the intermediate second tier, it could not withstand the onslaught of so many martial artists. However, before they could celebrate, trouble arrived in swift succession. The golden elk's response was alarmingly quick. Upon hearing its companion's distress, the resting elk nearby sprang to their feet. Quickly hide. Its companions are coming. Xiao Han retrieved a black object from his backpack, and to Chu Mo's astonishment, it was a bomb. He swiftly concealed the explosive beneath the fallen golden elk's body before retreating. At Xiao Han's command, the others hastily found concealed positions, awaiting the next opportunity to hunt. Within half a minute, Chu Mo heard the hurried footsteps of the golden elks approaching. In the blink of an eye, over 10 golden elks rushed from the forest, encircling the fallen body of their companion. They cautiously searched for the enemy, yet found nothing amiss. Eventually, the lead golden elk raised its hoof to assess the injuries of its fallen comrade. Upon realizing its companion had perished, it let out a mournful cry. What a perfect opportunity! Prepare yourselves. Seeing all the golden elks gathered together, Xiao Han ignited the bomb hidden beneath the carcass in an instant. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the lake, sending many unsuspecting golden elks flying amidst a shower of blood and flesh. "Brothers, charge! Our fortune rests on this moment," Xiao Han shouted, rallying the adventurers to close in once more. What a brilliant tactic! Initially, Chu Mo had doubted the feasibility of hunting the golden elk without advanced sniper rifles, but Xiao Han had cleverly minimized the difficulty of the task. Truly, he was a seasoned member of the adventurers group, possessing far more experience from frequent encounters with strange beasts than the martial artists within the city. Seeing Lin Feng and the others rushing forward, Chu Mo cast aside his hesitations and joined the fray. Despite the bomb's devastating power, the number of golden elks remained significant. With a total of 16, only 5 or 6 were severely injured, while the rest had merely sustained minor injuries and retained their combat abilities. Yet, this outcome was already quite favorable. With their group of 6, each person only needed to contend with 1 or 2 golden elks. Moreover, given that the golden elks were all wounded, the hunt became relatively straightforward. The leader of the golden elks was a high-level second-tier beast, having sustained the most damage due to its proximity to the bomb, though it should have been the primary target of concern for Chu Mo and his companions. The bomb had significantly reduced the difficulty of their hunt. With the blood blade in hand, Chu Mo infused his energy into the weapon, and as he activated the wind spirit step, each swing he made inflicted deep gashes upon the golden elk. Witnessing his companion under siege, the injured leader's pupils grew increasingly bloodshot. Despite its agony, it roared defiantly, its originally golden body gradually turning a vivid crimson. "This is bad. It has entered a state of rage," Xiao Han exclaimed upon witnessing the transformation. The leader of the golden elks had a chance of succumbing to a berserk state when gravely injured. In this condition, its speed and strength surged dramatically. Fortunately, the duration of this fury was brief. It was a power gained at the cost of life, and it would exhaust itself within 2 minutes. Chu Mo looked curiously at the enraged leader of the golden elks. This was his first time witnessing a strange beast in a state of fury. The enraged golden elk disregarded its wounds, fixating its gaze upon Xiao Han, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Chapter 49. Death Naturally. Xiao Han felt the weight of the golden elk leader's stare and trembled at the sight of its bloodshot pupils. Though he was a high-level martial artist, the sight of a berserk beast evoked a sense of fear within him. Before he could dwell further on his apprehension, the golden elk leader charged at him, its antlers poised to strike, moving with a speed that reached the pinnacle of high-level martial artists. Xiao Han hastily dodged, feeling a pang of trepidation, yet his weapon did not waver. In the midst of evading, he brought his massive sword down onto the back of the golden elk leader, but this time, the wound was noticeably smaller than before. This creature's defenses have strengthened. Chu Mo marveled inwardly that in a berserk state, not only did the beast's power increase dramatically, but its defensive capabilities also became formidable. It appeared that Xiao Han would struggle to gain the upper hand. Indeed, the golden elk, realizing its attack had missed, became even more enraged. It exhaled 2 jets of scalding breath from its nostrils, swiftly pivoting its body to deliver a powerful kick toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly raised his sword to block, but the sound of metal clashing resonated as he was sent staggering back several dozen paces, the ground beneath him caving in by several centimeters. What immense strength! Xiao Han's heart raced as he observed that the Golden Moose leader showed no signs of halting its assault. He struggled to endure the discomfort coursing through his body and once again evaded its attack. After several exchanges, Xiao Han found himself at a distinct disadvantage. He realized that he could not persist in this manner. The Golden Moose had become a tenacious adversary that seemed invincible, and confronting it head-on was not a prudent strategy. The duration of its berserk state was limited. If he could merely withstand this period, the creature's strength would inevitably wane. That moment, he could strike decisively while it was fatigued. Understanding this, he swiftly retreated, intending to employ a guerrilla tactic to exhaust his foe's strength. The Golden Moose leader was also aware that its power could not be sustained for long, that if it failed to eliminate this human swiftly, it would become vulnerable once its rage subsided. However, Xiao Han's constant evasion proved frustrating for the leader, whose colossal form lacked the agility of humans. After several futile attempts to attack, the Golden Moose leader grew increasingly irritable and turned its gaze towards other warriors. "Haozi, be careful." Xiao Han sensed something amiss and had barely issued the warning when the Golden Moose leader charged towards another warrior, who was engaged with a different golden moose. The warrior, known as Hauzi, was caught off guard. A tempestuous force pierced through him like a blade. The moose's antlers punctured his chest, saturating his upper body with blood. Hauzi coughed up blood, his eyes reflecting a sense of bitterness. He knew he could have survived, yet the golden moose leader had chosen him as its target, in his final moments. He could only look toward Xiao Han, his expression filled with confusion and regret. Hauzi, witnessing his brother's demise, filled Xiao Han with profound sorrow. They had grown up together, always managing to escape perilous situations. But this time, Hauzi was the first to perish before his eyes. "I will kill you, you beast," no longer willing to evade. Xiao Han understood that if he continued to retreat, the golden moose leader would slaughter his remaining comrades before its rage dissipated. Fueled by Hauzi's unfulfilled desire for survival, he brandished his broadsword and leaped forward. As the golden moose leader noticed Xiao Han's focus shift towards it, a glimmer of mockery flickered in its eyes. Instead of confronting Xiao Han, it stomped the ground violently, cleverly redirecting its assault towards another warrior. "You beast, don't run," Xiao Han cried out in desperation. Fortunately, due to Hauzi's fate, the others had grown wary of the golden moose leader. This time, it only severely injured another warrior rather than delivering a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Han rushed towards the golden moose leader, his sword descending to behead it. However, the leader reacted with remarkable speed, its antlers clashing with Xiao Han's sword in a stalemate. Despite failing to land a hit, Xiao Han felt the reverberation of immense force make his arms numb. This time, he chose not to retreat. He had calculated that a minute had passed since the golden moose leader entered its berserk state. If he could endure a little longer, the creature would soon become a mere shadow of its former self. Chu Mo, too, was not idled. He remained entangled with another golden moose. Yet he refrained from delivering a lethal strike, keeping his attention fixed on the golden moose leader. He knew that a careless misstep against the leader could result in his own injury. As Xiao Han once again engaged the golden moose leader, Chu Mo waited patiently for the leader's rage to subside. The golden moose he was grappling with was incredibly agitated, no matter what tactics it employed. It seemed unable to inflict damage upon its adversary. The foe before it moved with an enigmatic grace, effortlessly dodging every attack. Unbeknownst to the golden moose, although Chu Mo had not perfected his wind spirit steps, he was more than capable of evading the strikes of a mid-level second-tier beast. After 2 minutes of this relentless exchange, the golden moose leader's movements began to slow. Xiao Han's eyes brightened at the sight. He recognized that the moment had arrived. "Beast, prepare to meet your end." The broadsword in his hand shimmered with a pale blue glow, emanating a chilling aura. The golden moose leader, sensing its berserk power waning and recognizing its impending doom, summoned its remaining strength to charge at Xiao Han. The chilling sword met the golden moose leader. The latter's antlers became encased in frost within the blink of an eye. A battle technique. Chu Mo gasped, momentarily halted by the sight. He had never encountered an ice-based combat skill before. He watched as the golden moose leader's movements grew, increasingly sluggish under its influence. Finally, as the berserk state dissipated, a layer of frost enveloped the golden moose leader's body. Crack! The broadsword pierced mercilessly into the abdomen of the golden moose leader, shattering the frost and causing it to collapse heavily to the ground. It uttered something incomprehensible, its eyes filled with despair. Sensing the leader's life force waning, the other golden moose looked on with sorrowful expressions. Their morale surged, and each attack seemed to be fueled by desperation. "It's done," Lin Feng exclaimed upon witnessing the golden moose leader fall, realizing their mission had been a resounding success. The most formidable challenge had been vanquished. Fortunately, they had prepared traps in advance. Though the golden moose leader was powerful, it lacked the cunning of humans. The ensuing battle was considerably easier, and Chu Mo wasted no time, dispatching his opponent swiftly. With Xiao Han's assistance, the remaining golden moose posed little threat. Within a matter of minutes, they had dispatched all the golden moose, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and corpses in their wake. Observing the battlefield, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. The antlers of a single golden moose could yield at least 10 life-replenishing pills. Having slain over a dozen of them, they had struck a significant profit. The others shared similar thoughts, yet Xiao Han's eyes were clouded with sorrow as he gazed upon Hauzi's lifeless body. The gaping wound in his chest a haunting reminder of their loss. Chapter 50. The true intentions. After several minutes of silence, Xiao Han finally raised his head, that we must hastily clear the battlefield. There may be other beasts lurking nearby, drawn by the commotion of our battle. Remove the hides and antlers, and leave the rest behind. Xiao Han understood the urgency. They were still deep within the forest, and the arrival of additional beasts could spell disaster. Drawing from his extensive experience, he knew the importance of expediency. Following his command, the others immediately began to gather the spoils. Chu Mo approached the slain golden moose. Chopping off the antlers of the one he had killed, it took them over 20 minutes to clean up the remains of the dozen golden moose, with their arms laden with treasures. They began their journey back along the path they had come. Captain, the remaining team members greeted them with expressions of joy, but their elation was short-lived as they noticed one member was missing, and another was being carried, gravely weakened. They hurriedly assisted the injured warrior into the vehicle. "Captain, where is Haozi?" one of the team members inquired. "He's dead," Xiao Han replied, his demeanor icy and somber, though they had suspected as much. The confirmation of Haozi's death brought a wave of sorrow over the remaining members. Yet in the perilous world of adventurers, casualties were an unfortunate reality. The risks and rewards were intertwined. After all, they stood to gain millions in profits from this venture. A considerable sum. "Captain, I'm so thirsty. Could I have a bottle of water?" The injured warrior rasped from the back seat. Upon hearing his request, a team member quickly retrieved a bottle and handed it to him. The injured warrior gulped down half the bottle, but before he could lower it, blood erupted from his mouth and nose, spilling the previously consumed water onto the floor. "Xiao Hao, what is wrong with you?" Xiao Han rushed to inquire upon seeing the injured warrior's distress. I think, before he could finish, blood spewed from his mouth once more, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Xiao Han examined his condition for 2 full minutes before rising. "Captain, is Xiao Hao going to be all right?" Another member asked anxiously. Xiao Han shook his head, sorrow etched across his face. His insides were crushed by the Golden Moose leader's kick. For him to endure this long is a testament to his strength. His words plunged the team into a heavy silence. Although their haul was bountiful, the cost was painfully evident. 2 warriors had perished at the hands of the beasts. It had been a long time since their group had borne such a heavy toll. "Captain, what about him?" a member asked, his voice tinged with reluctance, as if hoping for a miracle. Without answering, Xiao Han drew a handgun and aimed it at the injured warrior. "Rest easy. Your family will receive a substantial compensation from me." Bang! The gunshot echoed, and a new bullet hole appeared in the injured warrior's forehead. The remaining team members remained silent, their gazes filled with sadness as they looked at the lifeless body in the back seat. After a long pause, Lin Feng finally spoke. "Captain Xiao, this mission has concluded. What are your thoughts?" He regarded Xiao Han, uncertain if he remembered the promise made earlier. "I am aware," Xiao Han responded, raising his hand and aiming the gun at Chu Mo. "Captain, what do you mean by this?" Though Chu Mo had his suspicions, witnessing Xiao Han unwaveringly aim his gun at him sent a tremor through his heart. After all, it was a firearm, despite his remarkable agility. The mere presence of a gun made him feel a sense of trepidation. As a martial artist, he had never formally faced a handgun and was uncertain whether his current defenses could withstand a bullet. If there were someone to blame, it would be for provoking the wrong individual. Xiao Han did not immediately pull the trigger. Instead, he began to explain that "I do not quite understand the intentions of Captain Xiao. I, Chu Mo, do not believe I have ever offended you." Chu Mo's body remained tense as he fixed his gaze on his opponent's eyes and inquired, "You indeed have not offended the captain. But do you truly believe that our grievances have been resolved?" Lin Feng finally revealed his fangs, bursting into laughter. "Boss Lin, do you wish to kill me?" "Why?" Chu Mo asked coldly. "Why? Haha, do you not know that Zheng Hui is also my brother-in-law? You have reduced him to a state of utter uselessness. Do you truly think I would allow you to live?" As Lin Feng recognized the dire situation, he no longer concealed his intentions. "So this was your premeditated scheme all along. The reason you wanted me to partake in this operation was to lure me outside the city and eliminate me?" Chu Mo queried. "Exactly. I know you are a genius. At under 19, you have already entered the ranks of the prodigies. To be honest, when I saw your ranking, I could hardly believe it. However, upon reflection, if you were not among the prodigies, how could you possess such strength at such a young age? Unfortunately, The prodigy list cannot protect you, that if I do not deal with you now, I will have even less opportunity in the future. Speak your last words quickly. However, I must thank you for this operation. Lin Feng appeared relaxed. Although Chu Mo was formidable, he was merely a mid-level martial artist, and thus Lin Feng felt no concern about his ability to escape. Captain Xiao, I see you are a person of deep emotions and loyalties. Are you truly going to kill me? Chu Mo ignored Lin Feng and instead addressed Xiao Han. Though it is regrettable, there is nothing to be done that I owe Boss Lin a favor, and now is the time to repay it. However, considering your assistance, you may inform me of your home address, and I will send 1 million over later. Do you have any last words? We must return. Xiao Han explained a favor. It seems I have overthought this. After understanding the situation, Chu Mo shook his head helplessly. It appears that Sister Wan was indeed correct. Such a generous reward must come with complications. However, Boss Lin, are you not afraid of repercussions afterward? I am from the Infinite Martial Arts School. If I were to accidentally perish out here, you would not escape unscathed. Infinite Martial Arts School? Haha, and so what? I could simply tell them you died at the hands of a ferocious beast. Even if they do not believe it, you are already dead. At worst, I would pay a little compensation. Lin Feng scoffed at I in this wilderness. Do you truly believe they would mobilize to uncover the truth? Boy, you have only yourself to blame for being too young and ignorant of the dangers of society. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Indeed, I always thought martial artists should unite against external foes, that the true enemies should be the beasts. Yet, unexpectedly, the lives of martial artists are held in higher regard by ordinary people, while to you, they are nothing. Chu Mo sighed deeply. Enough with the idle chatter. If there are no last words, I shall send you on your way. Xiao Han was eager to resolve matters swiftly and urged. Chu Mo nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. Captain Xiao, I respect you as a person of stature. If you are willing to lower your gun and depart, I can pretend that nothing has occurred. Ha 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 ha. Chu Mo, are you still dreaming? Things have reached this point, and you still think you can survive? Lin Feng laughed, looking at Chu Mo as if he were a fool. Xiao Han frowned, irritated by Chu Mo's demeanor and last words, then farewell. With a slight movement of his finger, Xiao Han aimed at Chu Mo and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot towards Chu Mo like a bolt. But he had anticipated this, gathering his energy beneath his feet and sidestepping just in time. Seeing Chu Mo unharmed, Xiao Han was taken aback. Chu Mo, I advise you not to struggle, with so many of us here. Do you truly believe you can escape? Lin Feng, though surprised, felt little concern. Sister Wan, if you do not come out now, I may truly be finished. Chu Mo shouted into the void. What? Xiao Han was puzzled by Chu Mo's actions. Before he could speak, a deafening gunshot rang out. By the time he processed what had happened, blood had already blossomed from his forehead. Chapter 51. The world of martial artist Lin Feng initially assumed the gunshot had come from Xiao Han. But as he saw Chu Mo unscathed, an ominous sensation began to settle in his heart. Captain Xiao, what are you? He glanced at Xiao Han, whose pupils widened in shock. That moment, Xiao Han was covered in blood. His eyes filled with confusion as he collapsed to the ground. The team members were terrified at the sight. The captain is a high-level martial artist. He just died like that? Chu Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Having seen no sign of Yi Ruin along the way, he had thought she had lost track of them. Fortunately, Yi Ruin had intervened just in time, albeit in a manner quite different from what he had anticipated. In his plan, he had envisioned Yi Ruin making a grand entrance, but instead, she had concealed herself and employed high-tech weaponry. Who did this? Show yourself. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, scrambling into the armored vehicle. Once secured, he shouted outside. The other team members hesitated, still in shock from the captain's sudden demise. Lin Feng's words faded. A flash of red emerged from the shadows, slowly approaching. Everyone fixated on the crimson figure. And when they realized it was a woman, their astonishment deepened. Who are you? Why did you kill our captain? The armored vehicle provided a sense of security, and the team members felt emboldened to question her loudly. Chu Mo is one of us from the Infinite Martial Arts School. Do you truly think he is so easily slain? Yi Ruin smiled slightly, her stunning beauty rendering them momentarily speechless. You are from the Infinite Martial Arts School? Lin Feng's realization struck him, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The Infinite Martial Arts School was one of the most powerful forces in Fuzhou City. If it became known that Lin Feng intended to harm a disciple of the school, He would likely find no refuge in the entire city. You are not as foolish as I thought. Do you have any last words? Rest assured, I am not concerned with whether you have any. I truly do not care. Ruin wasted no time, raising her hand and firing a shot. Lin Feng, having anticipated this, quickly ducked to evade, but the bullet penetrated the armored vehicle, which was supposed to be reinforced with steel. Witnessing such destructive power, the crew inside the vehicle felt a wave of insecurity wash over them. The driver immediately attempted to accelerate, but aside from the roar of the engine, the armored vehicle remained stationary. Perplexed, the team members looked up to discover that Chu Mo had somehow positioned himself in front of the vehicle, using all his strength to prevent it from moving forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as the tires of the armored vehicle exploded. Inside, Lin Feng's face turned ashen. He had missed his chance to escape, and now, fleeing seemed an insurmountable challenge. Miss, let us speak civilly. Let us speak civilly. That I was wrong before. I can make amends. I can compensate. Lin Feng's mind raced as he sought a way to survive. Compensate? Weren't you just planning to kill me? Chu Mo smashed the glass and yanked Lin Feng from the vehicle. At this moment, Lin Feng was devoid of his previous bravado, kneeling on the ground and pleading desperately. I was merely momentarily dazed. Brother Chu, I beg you to spare me. I implore you. I have a great deal of money. I can pay you whatever you desire. Realizing that the woman in red was a member of the Infinite Martial Arts School, he felt no inclination to resist, that if even the high-level martial artist, Xiao Han, could be killed without hesitation, how could a mere junior martial artist like him hope to escape? His only chance of survival lay in the mercy of his adversaries. Begging for mercy? When you were intent on killing me just moments ago, did you show any kindness? Chu Mo's cold gaze fell upon the kneeling Lin Feng, devoid of any compassion. The moment he learned of Lin Feng's murderous intent, his resolve had already solidified. Even a child understands the wisdom of leaving no future troubles. How could he be oblivious to this truth? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's complexion turned ghastly pale, that he realized at this time he was likely facing certain death. Yet, he never expected that fate could turn so swiftly. One moment he was in control, and the next he was standing at the threshold of death. Will you handle this yourself? Or shall I? Ruin asked dispassionately. That I will take care of it. Chu Mo replied after a moment of contemplation. The world of martial artists was not as he had once imagined, since he was destined to face this moment sooner or later. He might as well resolve himself now that he approached Xiao Han's lifeless body and picked up the handgun, ignoring Lin Feng's desperate pleas that I will fight you. Seeing that nothing he said could sway his opponent, Lin Feng's expression contorted into a vicious snarl. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger had appeared in his hand. That as Chu Mo drew near, he channeled his energy and lunged with all his might toward Chu Mo's heart. Bang! Chu Mo pulled the trigger, and the dagger halted mere centimeters away from him. Lin Feng glared at Chu Mo with resentment, his body unwillingly retracting. Witnessing Lin Feng's demise, the team members inside the vehicle grew increasingly terrified. Brother Chu, this matter has nothing to do with us. Can you spare us? They pleaded, eyes wide with fear. Rest assured, we will definitely keep today's event secret. We don't even want the golden elk. Please. The team members looked at Chu Mo in sheer panic, fearing he would unleash his wrath upon them. Sister Ruhua. Chu Mo was at a loss on how to deal with these team members, that if he were to let them go, they could indeed become a threat. Yet he hesitated to kill them. Kill them. Regardless of their involvement in this operation, they are witnesses. You wouldn't want today's events to be exposed, would you? Ruhua lacked any sense of compassion. She intended to illustrate to Chu Mo how one must survive in the world of martial artists. Eliminate them all? Chu Mo hesitated, surprised that the stunningly beautiful Ruhua would utter such words. Things like this are common outside the city, that don't forget, they could also be informed individuals. Ruhua reminded him, that I understand. Chu Mo steeled himself, having made his decision that we'll fight him, that he is all alone. If worst comes to worst, we'll perish together. One of the team members, seeing no hope for mercy, pulled out a grenade menacingly. Observing this, Chu Mo no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger directly at the vehicle's interior. However, the bullet did not strike as intended. A faint barrier intercepted it. Chu Mo was taken aback, realizing that his energy could be utilized in such a manner, and that ordinary bullets could not penetrate. Let's die together. The team member pulled the pin on the grenade, determined to take Chu Mo down with him. Apologies, Chuimo certainly could not grant his enemy's wish. He delivered a powerful kick to the armored vehicle, which overturned with a resounding crash. Boom! The grenade exploded within the vehicle, while Chuimo and Iruhua had already distanced themselves, watching the flesh and debris launched into the air beside the armored vehicle. His stomach churned violently. Iruhua appeared accustomed to such scenes, her expression remaining impassive. Well done. You are far more decisive than I had anticipated. Hearing Iruhua's praise, Chuimo found no joy in it. IV killed. The act, once unimaginable, had now become his reality. Was crossing over to this world a stroke of luck or a misfortune? He couldn't help but ponder. Stop thinking. Collect the spoils and then burn this place to the ground. Iruhua advised, putting away her high-tech gun. That it was only then that Chuimo noticed she wielded a high-tech sniper rifle. Chapter 52. The training room. Several hours later, Chuimo drove the remaining armored vehicle back to Floating Island City. Shall we find a place to have a drink? Iruhua casually reclined in the passenger seat. Sister Ruhua, do you often kill? Chuimo turned to ask, what do you take your sister Ruhua for? A murder? Iruhua chuckled lightly to no, it's just that Chuimo struggled to find the right words. Rest assured, while I am accustomed to such matters, I do have my principles. Remember, outside the city, there are no laws. Once interests are involved, such incidents are easily provoked. You are a prodigy on the genius list. I do not wish for you to perish at the hands of your own kind due to unforeseen circumstances. Which is why I wanted you to face these realities earlier. Do you understand my meaning? Iruhua looked at Chuimo earnestly. Did I understand? Chuimo nodded, glancing at the back of the vehicle, which was filled with spoils worth millions. However, you performed quite well, better than I did at that time. Let us go for a drink. It will lighten your heart. That Iruhua directed him. Chuimo did not object. Indeed, he needed to unwind. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. That he entrusted all the spoils to Iruhua for management, as she was more adept in this area. He truly had no idea where to begin if he handled it himself. After dinner, lying in bed, Chuimo reflected on everything that had transpired that day. Initially, he had been skeptical about Lin Feng's intentions to kill him, but now he understood clearly that the world was far more complex than he had imagined. In the fight against alien beasts, humanity indeed stood united. Yet when faced with interests and conflicts, the resolution was often brutally simplistic. Previously, as an ordinary person, he had no opportunity to encounter such matters. However, having embarked on the path of a cultivator, he must cultivate an unwavering heart, both now and in the future. Why dwell on such thoughts? He should focus on becoming a great martial artist. He wondered how much longer his lifespan would extend after achieving that. If it were merely an additional year, it would indeed pose a problem. The notion of a brief lifespan had always weighed heavily on Chuimo's heart. He had initially thought that becoming a martial artist would afford him a lifespan comparable to that of ordinary people. Yet the system's words shattered his illusions that To truly live well. He must continue to cultivate. Without delay. Soon, he would be heading to university. He should prepare adequately for that, as well. That a few days later, Chuimo met Iruhua at the Martial Arts Academy, holding a box full of vitality pills. He felt a surge of excitement. Sister Ruhua, how do I use these vitality pills? This was his first encounter with them, and he had many questions. The method of using the vitality pills is quite simple. Just swallow them. However, there are a few points to note. Iruhua gracefully sat on the sofa, her beautiful legs elegantly crossed, exuding allure. The reason vitality pills aid martial artists in cultivation is due to their rich vitality, which allows for a quicker absorption of the world's essence. Therefore, when consuming a vitality pill, be sure to find a quiet place free from disturbances. You must refine it immediately after consumption. Otherwise, you will waste the pill's efficacy. Since this is your first time using a vitality pill, you can choose to do so in the training room of the Martial Arts Academy. That if any issues arise, there will be instructors available to assist you promptly. However, the use of vitality pills is not about consuming more for better results. A martial artist's limit is 10 pills. After consuming 10, the efficacy will saturate, and the body will produce antibodies. Thus, I have only given you 10 vitality pills. As for the other spoils, they have all been converted into cash for you. That's how it is. There is a limit to the vitality pills. Chuimo nodded in understanding that in addition to the pills, Iruhua also transferred 5 million to him. As for the remainder, It had naturally been collected by Yi Ru Hua under the pretense of assistance, to which Chu Mo had no objections. By the way, suddenly having such a large sum of money might tempt you to spend lavishly. However, I advise you not to rush. The expenses of a martial artist are quite significant. Weapons and battle gear each come at a hefty price. 5 million may seem substantial, but it can vanish in an instant. Additionally, money can be exchanged for contribution points that if you seek martial skills, you can acquire them in this manner. And since you have the genius card, exchanges can be discounted, Yi Ru Hua reminded him. Thank you, Sister Ru Hua. I will go try the vitality pills now. Chu Mo expressed his gratitude. Go ahead, and if you encounter any problems, just come find me. Yi Ru Hua refrained from mentioning tuition again, perhaps due to the spoils received. With Yi Ru Hua's credentials, Chu Mo eagerly made his way to the training room. You wish to use the training room? Lin Wei looked up and asked. Yes, Chu Mo nodded. The basic training room costs 10 contribution points per day, the intermediate training room 100 contribution points per day, and the advanced training room 1,000 contribution points per day. Which one would you like to choose? Chu Mo was taken aback. He had assumed the training rooms were free of charge. Of course. Did you think the training room was just an ordinary place? Lin Wei replied with exasperation. Chu Mo rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He genuinely had no idea what made the training room special, that I currently have no contribution points. Can I exchange money instead? Chu Mo inquired. Yes, 1 contribution point equals 100. How much would you like to exchange? Lin Wei asked. Let us start with 10,000. Chu Mo retrieved his genius card. You have a genius card? You can get a 30 discount. I'll charge you 7,000. Lin Wei took the genius card and quickly processed the transaction on the computer. In no time, 7,000 was gone. Here is your identity card. All your contribution points are stored within use the training room. Just swipe your card to enter, Lin Wei explained, handing him a Martial Arts Academy identity card. All right, thank you, beautiful lady. Chu Mo took the identity card with a smile and waved his hand as he arrived at the training area. Curiously, he glanced at the instructions for the training room. The training room offered various modes of use. Not only could one summon combat robots for practice, but it also allowed for training with an array of weapons. Furthermore, the most intriguing feature was its ability to simulate any scenario. Although fictitious, it sparked a sense of novelty in Chu Mo after swiping his card to enter the training room. He finally understood why contribution points were necessary. Inside the training room, the energy was abundant, far surpassing that of the outside world. The vitality in the primary training room was 5 times that of the external environment. Thus one could cultivate at a speed that was also 5-fold. What a splendid place. Feeling the rich energy within the training room, Chu Mo regretted not discovering this location sooner. To be able to cultivate at 10 times the speed was certainly far more efficient than his practice at home. After taking a moment to breathe, Chu Mo wasted no time that he opened a wooden box, revealing 10 neatly arranged Qi blood pills. Unsure of their quality, he figured they must be worth their steep price. He took 1 Qi blood pill and sat cross-legged. Chapter 53. A little short Qi blood is the foundation of a cultivator. Generally, an ordinary person has a Qi blood level around 8. But cultivators are different. By absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, their Qi blood is significantly enhanced. Once Qi blood reaches 200, one is considered a martial artist. Chu Mo checked his attributes. Qi blood, 1434. 7 physique, 483.9 strength. 1,226 kilograms speed, 28.9 ms mental power, unknown comprehension, 42.3 spiritual power, 54.2 at this moment. His Qi blood had already surpassed 1,400. Once it reached 2,000, he would be deemed a great martial artist. Of course, this was merely the standard for Qi blood. One must also achieve a foundational strength of 2,000 kg. System. Why is my physique so low? Chu Mo wondered, puzzled by the physique value. Physique corresponds to physical defense and requires specific training for rapid enhancement. Currently, the host has not trained the physique, which is why the value is relatively low. The system replied. Understanding dawned upon him. It seemed he would need to find some techniques for training his physique when the opportunity arose. Let me first try this Qi blood pill. I'm curious about its effects. Chu Mo set aside thoughts of his physique and focused entirely on his cultivation. The Qi blood pill was the size of a thumb. He took one and placed it in his mouth, where it quickly dissolved. Before long, the Qi blood pill transformed into a warm current that spread through his meridians. Hot. As the Qi blood pill dispersed, Chu Mo instantly felt his body heating up. No wonder one cannot consume chi blood pills before reaching the martial artist realm. It was indeed intense. He quickly calmed himself and began to circulate his cultivation technique, and soon the fundamental cultivation method commenced, causing the energy within him to erupt in joyous celebration. After consuming the chi blood pill, Chuimo noticed a remarkably evident change that if previously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth felt like drinking water through a straw, now it was akin to directly uncapping a bottle. Coupled with the five-fold energy of the training room compared to the outside world, his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. Chuimo felt as though he were ravenous. With the continuous influx of energy from the training room, his strength gradually increased. Before long, an hour passed, and he had entirely digested the chi blood pill. Chuimo opened his eyes, exhilarated. How can it be over already? I need another. He opened the wooden box and stuffed another chi blood pill into his mouth, feeling the warm current surge again as he hastily circulated his technique for continued absorption. An hour later, why is it gone again? The effect of this chi blood pill is rather short. Chuimo was bewildered. In just 1 hour, he had spent 100,000, and if every cultivator experienced this, even the wealthiest would find it hard to keep up with the expenses. He paused to check his attributes. His chi blood value had risen from 1,434.7 to 1,535. Wow, is this the effect of the chi blood pill? In just 2 hours, my chi blood increased by 100 to at this rate. 1 chi blood pill is equivalent to 50 chi blood points. What a bargain! To think that even the system only provides me with around 20 points of chi blood a day. And with cultivation, it averages to about 30. Now, I can gain 50 points in just 1 hour. Indeed, money well spent. With this thought, he eagerly swallowed another chi blood pill that if he were to consume all 10. How high would his chi blood value reach? 10 hours later, Chuimo finally finished all the chi blood pills that an wonder martial artist could only use 10 chi blood pills. From the third one onwards, the effects noticeably diminished. By the 10th pill, it only added 10 chi blood points, which was less than what he could gain from half a day of breathing. Had he known this, he wouldn't have spent so much money. Feeling a tinge of regret, Chuimo soon brightened upon examining his attributes. Chi blood, 1,713.6 physique, 532.1 strength, 1,426 kg speed, 37.2 ms mental power, unknown comprehension, 45.1 spiritual power, 59.6 in just half a day's time. His strength had significantly improved. With his foundational strength of 1,400 kg, combined with the Void Fist technique, even the Golden Elk leader would likely struggle to withstand a single punch. If my strength breaks through to that of a great martial artist, I wonder if Yi Ruhua would be able to handle it. Chuimo mused with anticipation. Outside the training room, Yi Ruhua chuckled lightly, preparing to head home. The sky had darkened, and since Chuimo had not yet emerged, it seemed there were no issues. She could rest assured about returning home that a chi blood pill requires about 5 hours to digest. At this rate, he should only have digested the second one by now, that if he were to speed up a little, by tomorrow, he might just manage to digest 5, that Yi Ruhua speculated that as she was about to leave. The tightly shut door of the training room suddenly swung open, and Chuimo excitedly emerged. Sister Ruhua, you're still here? Surprised to see Yi Ruhua still at the martial arts school, Chuimo inquired. How did you come out so soon? Yi Ruhua was taken aback, then reproached him. Do you not know how expensive the training room is? Although you have money now, you shouldn't spend it so frivolously. Some things still need to be saved that you've only digested 2 chi blood pills, right? Hurry back and digest a few more. Chuimo was left bewildered. Sister Ruhua, what are you talking about? I've already finished all the chi blood pills. Finished them? Oh wait, you're done? Yi Ruhua initially did not comprehend, but upon seeing Chuimo's calm expression, she confirmed once more, you've digested all 10 chi blood pills I gave you. Yes, I've been cultivating for 10 hours. And it was just right to finish. Otherwise, why would I come out? Chuimo affirmed that Yi Ruhua let out a slight gasp, her gaze fixed on Chuimo with a strange expression. This guy never ceases to surprise her. To have fully digested all the chi blood pills in just 10 hours was something she had never heard of before. That Yi Ruhua scrutinized Chuimo, but found no signs of anything amiss. Sister Ruhua, what is wrong? Chuimo asked curiously. Are you feeling unwell? Unwell? No, not at all. I feel much better than before when I end up. By the way, that training room is truly remarkable. The energy inside is so dense. If it weren't for the tedium of cultivation, and having consumed all the Qi blood pills, I would have definitely stayed in there all day, Chuimo remarked. Monster, Iruhua thought, at a loss for words to describe him. Initially, she had intended to advise him against consuming too many at once, but since he had already absorbed them all, she suggested, I recommend you train more during this time. After all, the improvements gained from the Qi blood pills need to be solidified. Sure, thank you for your guidance, Sister Ruhua. Are you heading back now? Chuimo asked with a smile. Yes, since you're fine, I should head home for dinner. Iruhua nodded. Perfect, I was just about to head home as well. Sister Ruhua, how about you accompany me? Chuimo finally expressed his true thoughts. All right then, Iruhua replied with a slight smirk. Chapter 54. School begins morning dawn.mo air. Hurry up. I've already prepared your clothes. Come eat breakfast quickly. As the sun streamed through the curtains, the urgent voice of his mother, Li Fei, echoed from downstairs that I'm coming. Chuimo hastily tidied himself and made his way to the dining room. The table was already set with an exquisite breakfast. Fearing her son might not be full, Li Fei had specially cooked a large bowl of noodles. His father, Chu Jigua, was already seated at the table in a suit, looking somewhat like a businessman. Why are you so slow? Hurry up. We need to leave for registration. Seeing Chu Mo's leisurely pace, Li Fei urged, Mom, we have a whole day for registration. What is the rush? Chu Mo explained, this is for university. We need to be a bit more proactive. Come on, let me taste how today's breakfast cooked by Mom is. Li Fei replied eagerly, it's delicious. Chu Mo took large bites of noodles, not forgetting to savor a piece of the fried egg. The delicate yolk had a wonderfully elastic texture and an exquisite flavor. Darling, your culinary skills have improved immensely, he praised. Chu Jigua couldn't help but commend her as well. Since moving into the Jinhua community, Li Fei had been recuperating at home due to her illness, and to stave off boredom, she turned her attention to the art of cooking. Now, her breakfasts were increasingly fragrant as she learned new recipes daily from social media. Hearing their praises, a satisfied and blissful smile graced Li Fei's face. After today, I don't know how long Moer will be unable to dine at home, so I must prepare something special. This egg is a pearl egg that I specifically asked the shopkeeper to find for me. It is indeed a bit pricey, but the taste is certainly unparalleled, Li Fei remarked as she removed her apron and sat down. Mom, that's the right attitude. Money is meant to be spent, as the saying goes. The more you use, the more you have. Now that I'm not home, you mustn't deprive yourself, Chu Mo encouraged. Over the course of a month, Li Fei's mindset had gradually transformed. She no longer felt reluctant to spend money on anything. Concerned that his parents might hesitate to spend, Chu Mo had even given them a bank card with 500,000 that when you get to school, make sure to listen to your teachers. Understand? Also, build good relationships with your classmates and avoid conflict. That I've heard that many students who get into Fuzhou University come from wealthy and influential families. So be cautious, Li Fei advised while enjoying her breakfast. Chu Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I know all these things. Besides, once everyone learns that I'm a martial artist, they'll want to befriend me instead. I won't need to curry favor with anyone. Li Fei paused, suddenly remembering that her son was indeed an extraordinary talent in cultivation. Now that you mention it, my worries seem a bit unfounded, she realized, understanding that her son was no longer the child who relied on her for everything. Darling, Moer will know how to conduct himself. That don't forget, our current life is thanks to him, Chu Jigua interjected. After finishing breakfast, Chu Jigua picked up his luggage while Li Fei carried daily necessities. Chu Mo, however, was empty-handed and had nothing to do. Fuzhou University was located in the northern part of Fuzhou City, and it took about half an hour by car, although he would be staying on campus. Returning home shouldn't be too difficult. Upon arriving at the school, they found the entrance bustling with people, many parents escorting their children to the registration area. Observing this scene, Chu Mo felt a surge of nostalgia as he once again experienced the sensation of attending university after so many years. Memories of his past life at university flooded his mind, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips at the registration desk. Chu Mo handed over his admission notice. The teacher took it, and his pupils widened in surprise. You are the top student in the arts, Chu Mo? The teacher exclaimed. Top student in the arts? Chu Mo recalled that indeed, his score in the college entrance examination ranked second in Fuzhou City, earning him that title. However, at that time, his focus had been solely on becoming a martial artist, and he had almost forgotten about it until the teacher mentioned it that he had even turned down requests for interviews from reporters. Hello, that should be me, Chuo replied with a smile and a nod. Haha, great. I'll handle your enrollment procedures right now. The tuition and accommodation total 12,000, plus 1,000 for the campus card, making it 13,000 altogether. The teacher said amiably, Teacher, can I change my major? Chuo inquired. Change your major? What do you want to switch to? The teacher asked, puzzled that I forgot to apply for the martial arts major. Chuo admitted, producing his martial artist badge. You want to switch to martial arts? The teacher appeared to find it amusing at first, but upon seeing the badge, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. You must be the Chuo on the genius list, right? Well, unless there's someone else with the same name, it should be me, Chuo confirmed with a nod. Seeing Chuo's acknowledgement, the teacher became quite excited. What were you thinking? How could you not apply for the martial arts major for the entrance exam? What use is the arts, even if you're the top student in the arts? It will only hinder your cultivation. Chuo felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed wished to apply for the martial arts major, but had missed the opportunity. Teacher, the thing is, there was an unexpected incident during the application process, which is why I didn't apply for martial arts. Now I'm hoping to switch. Is there any way to do so? Chuo asked hopefully. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll help you apply for the transfer. The reception teacher responded without hesitation, and Chuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Domora, you're switching to martial arts? Li Fei asked curiously. Of course, Mom, but I'm now a cultivator. If I stay in the arts, it will delay my progress in cultivation. Chuo explained, it's all my fault for not asking you back then. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Teacher, is there any issue with this transfer? Chu Jigwa said with regret. There definitely won't be any issues. A martial artist on the genius list transfer into martial arts? I bet the teachers in the martial arts department would be eager to accept you. The reception teacher assured that he then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Director Yao, there's a student here whose situation I need to discuss with you. Yes, he forgot to apply for the martial arts major and now wants to switch. Why the delay? But he's capable, so I'll inform the student. After the reception teacher hung up, Chu Jigwa urged, Chuo, here's the thing. You should first report to the arts class. The transfer process won't be resolved so quickly, as it involves files and other matters. But rest assured, the transfer will definitely be fine, and you can handle the paperwork after school starts. The reception teacher said awkwardly. Initially, he had been confident, but for some reason, Director Yao temporarily rejected the transfer application. I see. Then let's proceed with the enrollment procedures first. Hearing the reception teacher assure him, Chu Jigwa laughed heartily. Yes, let's get the enrollment sorted out first, Li Fei added hastily. Teacher, I'm a martial artist. I should be eligible for a tuition waiver, right? Chuo inquired. Of course, but this is the first time I've encountered such a situation, the reception teacher said with a strange expression. Generally, martial artists who attend university enroll in martial arts, and tuition waivers are quite normal. However, he had never heard of anyone waiving tuition while enrolling in the arts. A few minutes later, Chuo's information was entered into the school system. Holding his campus card, Chuo bid farewell to his parents. Dad, Mom, you can leave it here. I can find my way to the dorm myself. Aren't you going to set up your bedding? Let me help you with that. Li Fei said, concerned that Chuo might struggle with such tasks. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I can handle these things. Chuo replied with a bemused smile. All right, dear, Moer is already in college. He can manage this much. Let's just leave him be, Chu Jigwa said, more rational. Okay then, remember not to neglect yourself at school. Make sure to eat well, understand? And for your clothes, if there's a washing machine, be diligent about washing them. Li Fei advised, repeating herself several times before reluctantly leaving the university. Watching his parents drive away, Chuo took a deep breath. Fuzhou University, here I come. Chapter 55. Roommate with the dormitory number assigned by the reception teacher in hand. Chuo inquired several times around the campus before finally locating his residence. Upon reaching the door, he found it ajar. The dormitory was designed for 4 occupants, with 2 bunk beds on either side. The upper bunk served as a sleeping area, while the lower one was equipped with desks and chairs for studying. Inside, a slender figure was tidying up one of the beds, presumably one of his new roommates. Hello, Chuo greeted as he wheeled in his suitcase. Hearing the voice, the slender figure turned to face Chuo, a glimmer of excitement crossing his features. Finally, a new roommate. Hello. My name is Qin Liang, and I'm your roommate. Qin Liang greeted enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Chuo. Chuo replied with a smile, extending his hand. Are the other 2 still not here? he asked, gesturing towards the empty beds that were among the early arrivals. So don't worry too much. Let's hurry and set up the beds, Qin Liang said, his enthusiasm palpable as he came over to help the no. It's all right. I can manage, Chu Mo smiled, declining the offer. After all, having lived for many years, setting up a bed was not a daunting task. Once he had arranged his sleeping space, the two began to chat. Chu Mo, why does your name sound somewhat familiar? Qin Liang mused, racking his brain to recall where he had heard it. Is that so? Perhaps you are mistaken, Chu Mo replied, not intending to reveal his identity, that if his classmates discovered he was a martial artist, it might complicate their interactions and diminish the simplicity of their friendships. Oh, I remember now, Qin Liang suddenly exclaimed, causing Chu Mo's heart to skip a beat. Would his identity be exposed so soon? You are the Chu Mo who ranks second in the arts at Fuzhou University, right? Am I correct? Qin Liang said, his excitement palpable to that matter, Chu Mo sighed in relief. You are indeed that academic star? Wow, I'm so lucky. Qin Liang was exceedingly excited to share a dormitory with the top academic achiever in the city. A situation that would undoubtedly evoke envy in many, but it's just a stroke of luck on my part, he modestly remarked. However, Chu Mo, being serious, noted that his score of 668, while impressive, would not have secured him the title of the top liberal arts student the previous year. Perhaps due to a slight increase in difficulty this year, the leading score in liberal arts had only reached 675. Qin Liang, however, held a different perspective, although he acknowledged that liberal arts might not hold the same prestige as the sciences. He believed that becoming the top student in liberal arts would inevitably lead to a promising future. Moreover, since they were now roommates, he felt it imperative to cultivate a good relationship before it was too late. Consequently, Qin Liang's enthusiasm only intensified, making Chu Mo feel somewhat bashful. As mealtime approached, Qin Liang suggested they head to the cafeteria. Chu Mo, intrigued, had heard that the dining facilities at Fuzhou University were quite exceptional, and this presented the perfect opportunity. With eager anticipation, they arrived at the cafeteria, only to be astonished by its decor. Instead of the typical high school cafeteria with long queues, they were greeted by rows of plush leather sofas. Additionally, there were numerous bookshelves adorned with exquisite decorative items, giving the entire cafeteria an ambience reminiscent of a high-end restaurant. The variety of dishes was overwhelming. The cafeteria boasted 3 floors, with dozens of options available on just the first level, all at remarkably low prices. An all-you-can-eat steak for only 35 yuan. This university is simply extravagant, exclaimed Qin Liang, whereas Chu Mo appeared unfazed. While the cafeteria was indeed impressive, it was not vastly different from the one at his school, which also offered a commendable dining environment. Chu Mo, let us indulge in steak. 35 yuan, and we can eat as much as we want in addition to the steak, Qin Liang exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the steak buffet. Sounds good, but could you try to contain your drool? Chu Mo teased. An hour later, both Chu Mo and Qin Liang lay back on the sofas, content and satiated. The steak was merely average in taste, yet the portion sizes were generous, and with the buffet options, Chu Mo had truly indulged as a cultivator. His appetite was substantial, and he had devoured quite a bit of the buffet offerings. You were teasing me about drooling. Yet look at you. You've eaten far more than I have, but I reckon the owner is on the verge of tears. If there were more like you, he'd be bankrupt, Qin Liang joked, glancing at Chu Mo. What do you know? I'm not the only one eating excessively. Look at that classmate over there. He has devoured 5 or 6 loaves of bread. Chu Mo pointed at a fellow student indulging in his meal. Haha, that is clearly a cultivator, while you're just a liberal arts student. Qin Liang continued to jest. All right, we've eaten enough. It's time to move around a bit. Let us explore the campus, Chu Mo suggested. Qin Liang had no objections, and after a brief rest, the two began to familiarize themselves with the university. Upon returning to their dorm, the other 2 roommates had also arrived on campus and were seated. Engaged in conversation. You're finally here. Chu Mo and I have been wandering around the school all day. Greetings, I'm Qin Liang, with Liang meaning good conscience. He introduced himself warmly as all the roommates gathered. Chu Mo? You live here too? What a coincidence. The other 2 roommates, having overlooked Qin Liang's introduction, turned their attention to Chu Mo with surprise. What a small world. Chu Mo responded, somewhat taken aback to discover that both of his new roommates were his high school classmates. You know each other? Qin Liang inquired, puzzled. Yes, this is Sun Yang, and the one wearing glasses is Li Yi. Chu Mo introduced that you're all from the same class. That is quite the coincidence. Qin Liang quickly deduced their connection. It is indeed, Li Yi replied cheerfully, while Sun Yang remained relatively calm, that I wonder if Chen Haoran has reported in yet, that I heard the accommodations for the science students have improved greatly. Since we have nothing else to do, why don't we check it out? Sun Yang proposed. Sounds good. I was also curious about the science dorms, Li Yi added, piqued by Sun Yang's suggestion. Arriving at the science dormitory, they were instantly awed by its opulence. The science dorms were twice the size of the liberal arts ones, with each room being a private suite, even furnished with a sofa and coffee table, resembling a luxurious hotel room. This place is incredible. I suddenly feel a twinge of envy, Qin Liang remarked upon witnessing the stark contrast in living conditions. Despite being university students, the disparity in treatment between liberal arts and science students was glaring. Don't worry, at least the cafeteria is the same for everyone, Chu Mo comforted. Now that you mention it, I seem to be able to accept it a little better. Qin Liang quickly recovered from his moment of disappointment. After searching the dorm, they discovered that Chen Haoran was not present, and a phone call revealed he had stepped out for an errand. What are you all doing here? A senior frowned at them as they wandered around the dorm. We're looking for a friend, Sun Yang explained with a smile. That a friend? Do you even know this is the science dormitory? Who allowed liberal arts students to come here? The senior retorted arrogantly. Is there a rule against us coming? Qin Liang exclaimed in surprise, sensing the senior's hostility. Get out. Liberal arts students should stick to their own territory, that if I see you here again, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The senior barked, issuing an eviction order. Why are you speaking like that? Li expressed his irritation. Oh, let it be that it was our mistake to come here. Apologies, senior. We'll leave right away, Qin Liang quickly interjected, pulling Li Yi away while signaling for the group to exit. Chapter 56. Unwritten rules. Why are you dragging me? Even if he is a science student, he shouldn't act like that. What a ridiculous situation. Once outside the science dorm, Li Yi fumed. Calm down. You should consider where you are, Qin Liang cautioned, covering Li Yi's mouth to silence him. Let me go. Li Yi struggled against his grip. Just stop talking. You might provoke those seniors, Qin Liang urged. And what if I do? Do they really dare to hit someone on campus? Li Yi complained. Shoo. Qin Liang insisted as he led the group away. Finally, exhaling in relief once they were out of earshot, Lie, if you wish to throw yourself into danger, don't drag us along with you. Qin Liang reproached. What did I do wrong? He was clearly in the wrong first. Li defended himself that it's evident you haven't familiarized yourself with Fuji University. Didn't you know that liberal arts students are prohibited from clashing with science students? Qin Liang replied dryly. What is going on? Chu Mo queried, equally puzzled. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise. Qin Liang began to boast, sensing their confusion. Although Fuji University distinguishes between science and liberal arts students, interactions are rare. Firstly, science students tend to be arrogant, considering themselves superior to us. Secondly, they are wary of potential conflicts. How can that be? If a conflict arises, won't the school intervene? Sun Yang asked, perplexed. Intervene? How would they? I've heard that when liberal arts teachers see science teachers, they treat them with the utmost respect, as if they were the principal. Just think, science teachers are cultivators. They hardly regard ordinary people with any respect. If an issue arises, we can only report it to the school. The best outcome would be a lecture, but if a conflict occurs, it's invariably the liberal arts students who suffer. In summary, it's best to steer clear of science students in the future. We are no match for them, and it's wise to avoid unnecessary confrontations. If that senior had decided to throw a punch, you might not make it to class tomorrow, Qin Liang advised earnestly. Is it really that extreme? Li felt a wave of trepidation wash over him as he contemplated Qin Liang's words. Upon reflection, it certainly seemed plausible. Cultivators inherently held a higher status than ordinary individuals, and in the event of a dispute, it would undoubtedly be the liberal arts students who bore the brunt of the consequences. I'm starting to think that university isn't quite what I envisioned, Sun Yang sighed. As long as we avoid conflicts with science students, we should be fine, Qin Liang reassured them, indifferent, knowing that interactions between the two groups would be minimal. This was, after all, an unwritten rule at Fuji University. All right, let us head back, Li said, his enthusiasm waning. The group promptly returned to their dormitory. That evening at dinner, they encountered the same senior again, but thankfully, Li, now aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from any outburst. By the way, After dinner, we should gather in our classroom, that I suspect they'll be selecting class leaders tonight. Chu Mo, are you planning to run for class president? Qin Liang inquired as he savored his meal. Class president? No, I think I'll pass. Chu Mo shook his head, but he did not disclose to them his intention to transfer, feeling that competing for class president would be pointless since he would not remain in the liberal arts class for long. Why not? You're the top liberal arts student. If you don't run for class president, who will? Qin Liang questioned, perplexed that it's simply a lack of interest. Chu Mo replied, offering no further explanation. What a pity. Qin Liang remarked, sensing the lost opportunity. Qin Liang found it difficult to comprehend why Chu Mo chose to give up and could only shake his head in regret. The role of class monitor in university differs significantly from that in high school. Despite sharing the same title, the authority is considerably greater. For instance, various scholarships within the school are solely under the control of the class monitor. After finishing their meal, they should head to the classroom. As it is time to meet their new classmates, Sun Yang quickly concluded his dinner and said, Wait for me. I will finish shortly. Qin Liang hurriedly increased his pace to by 6 o'clock. The classroom was already quite lively. Due to their differing majors, there were only a few familiar faces among them. That it appeared that being assigned to the same dormitory as Sun Yang and others was a deliberate arrangement by the school rather than mere coincidence. Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Fang Yao. If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to approach me at any time, she remarked. After a brief introduction, Fang Yao outlined several important guidelines regarding Fuzhou University. Chu Mo, this university is truly remarkable. Just look at how young and beautiful our homeroom teacher is. That slender waist, those legs. Tut tut tut, I estimate she is only around 30, Qin Liang whispered, lowering his head. I hadn't noticed. You are quite observant, Chu Mo teased. What's this? It's not boasting. Do you believe me when I say I can tell if a woman is new with just one glance? Qin Liang proudly declared. New, Chu Mo smirked, immediately realizing what the other meant. That skill of yours is impressive. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Of course. Hence, reading more books is undoubtedly beneficial, Qin Liang responded, brimming with pride. This next point is vital, and I hope you will remember it at all times, for it may determine your survival in university. As she reached the last point, her expression turned serious, and she spoke with utmost sincerity. Hearing Fang Yao's grave tone, the students in the class also perked up. You must remember at Fuzhou University, never provoke students from the martial arts class. They are all practitioners. And if a conflict arises, even 10 of you would not stand a chance against them. Students from the martial arts class, do not hold back. For your safety and to ensure you graduate peacefully from Fuzhou University. This must be etched in your minds, understood? Fang Yao's words left the students feeling somewhat unsettled. Why was there such a stark contrast among students of the same institution? Soon enough, a student raised a question. Teacher, does that mean if we are bullied, we cannot retaliate? Although it might seem inappropriate to voice such a concern, the answer was indeed correct. If you are bullied, my suggestion is to report it to a teacher instead of engaging in conflict on the spot. Fang Yao advised. Why should that be? The students protested, feeling dissatisfied. Fang Yao refrained from elaborating, simply instructing them to remember her words. All the astute students quickly grasped the underlying rationale. While conflicts with ordinary martial arts students might be manageable, encountering prodigies could lead to dire consequences. Even if the latter was at fault, the school would likely impose minimal penalties. After all, the life of a talented martial artist is far more precious than that of an ordinary student. Well then, I have conveyed all the essential points you need to be aware of. From the moment you step into this school, you have entered a miniature society. Learning how to survive here will greatly aid you in your graduation. Fang Yao concluded. The next segment involves selecting class leaders. She asked if anyone wished to self-nominate. Shortly, Fang Yao noted several positions on the electronic screen, writing down the names of those who self-nominated. Only after no one else stepped forward did she place her electronic pen down. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed that Chu Mo's name was absent, which puzzled her. Chu Mo, don't you wish to run for a position? The students around him turned to look, intrigued by the teacher's apparent interest in Chu Mo. Who is Chu Mo? The teacher seems quite eager for him to be elected as a class leader. One wondered, you all don't know? He is our class's top student in the arts, another exclaimed. Top student in the arts? Goodness, what score did he achieve on the college entrance examination? The classmates exchanged astonished glances as they learned of Chu Mo's impressive results. Teacher Fang, I prefer a more leisurely pace. Chu Mo explained. Hearing this response, Fang Yao was both amused and exasperated. While being a class leader entails certain responsibilities, these tasks are not without rewards. They significantly contribute to future credits and scholarship opportunities. Moreover, I believe every position will hone your skills, and you will thank these roles after graduation. Fang Yao encouraged him. Thank you, teacher, but I think I'll pass. Chu Mo reiterated his refusal, seemingly caught off guard by Chu Mo's stubbornness. Fang Yao relented. All right, those who wish to run for class leader have already put their names down. Now let us begin your self-introductions, starting with the candidates for class monitor. After the elections concluded, it was already past 8 in the evening. Fang Yao announced the end of class and informed them of the schedule for the upcoming lessons. Let us head back to the dormitory. Qin Liang exclaimed, filled with an inexplicable enthusiasm as he stood up, that I didn't expect to have evening study sessions in university as well. Sun Yang lamented, that's just how university life is. Evening study sessions are meant for us to acquire more knowledge or to host activities. Chu Mo noted, well-versed in the university structure, having been a student council minister before his transmigration, that I heard others say that university is quite relaxed, but with this schedule, we even have classes on Saturday. It's not as enjoyable as I thought. Li Yi remarked, disappointed that it seemed that university was not a place for unbridled freedom. Judging by the packed schedule, it offered little in terms of liberty, that you'll get used to it. Did you really think university was just for fun? The specialized courses are far more profound, aimed at cultivating talent for the nation, not just for idleness, Qin Liang explained, already familiar with the university's reality, that in simple terms, university serves as a training ground for talents for society. The state and the military. For instance, weaponry studies and exotic beast studies differ significantly from high school, which merely involves basic learning. University demands the ability to design weapons and study the weaknesses of exotic beasts. Through such training, students who excel are often swiftly recruited upon graduation, with some research companies eager to hire them. Though the two worlds differ in environment, the principle remains the same, that be the way. Which field do you plan to focus on? I think combat mechas are really cool. I want to major in mecha studies, Li said, discussing the subjects that I also like mecha studies. If I could own my own mech. Even martial artists would have to back off, Sun Yang chimed in, lost in fantasy. Combat mechs are high-tech weapons specially developed by the state for the military, given the limited number of martial artists. Relying solely on them to fend off exotic beasts is clearly insufficient. Thus, empowering ordinary soldiers with the capability to eliminate exotic beasts becomes paramount, leading to the design of combat mechs. The first generation of combat mechs was quite heavy, with relatively short operational times, heavily reliant on supplies. However, after continuous research, the current combat mechs have reached the 10th generation, utilizing special exotic beast crystal cores as energy reserves, and employing both high-tech and alloy weaponry in battle. Such mechs can even rival martial masters. Of course, operating a combat mech comes with rigorous demands. Mecha studies in university are not primarily focused on training operators of combat mechs, but rather on cultivating researchers who can manufacture them. Forget about mecha studies. Unless you possess exceptional talent or extraordinary mental prowess, having your own mech is highly unlikely. That I think weapon studies are quite promising, even if I cannot become a soldier. Designing more suitable high-tech weapons would still contribute to humanity, Qin Liang declared, having already formulated his goals. Chu Mo, which subject do you plan to major in? Li inquired curiously, that I haven't decided yet. I will figure it out later, Chu Mo replied, shaking his head. Although he outwardly claimed uncertainty, in his heart he contemplated mastering all these subjects. Practitioners and ordinary individuals differ. They possess sharper minds and superior memory. Many concepts that ordinary individuals need to review multiple times to remember can often be grasped by gifted practitioners after just one look. Therefore, even if he eventually transfers to the martial arts class, he aims to thoroughly understand these subjects, which does not seem overly challenging for him. His comprehension and mental acuity far exceed that of ordinary individuals, naturally accelerating his learning pace exponentially in the days that followed. Chu Mo gradually adapted to university life as a liberal arts student. Of course, he did not neglect his training. Every night, while practicing, Sun Yang would mock him for not giving up. Chu Mo, however, paid him no heed. Little did Sun Yang know, he had not only become a practitioner, but was also nearing the level of a great martial artist. However, for some unknown reason, there had been no news regarding the transfer program. How odd. Perhaps I should ask the teacher for an update. Chu Mo felt a sense of urgency. The learning methodology in the martial arts class is entirely different from that in the liberal arts, encompassing not only superior training techniques, but also tactical maneuvers and combat strategies. With this in mind, Chu Mo resolved to inquire with the teacher who had initially welcomed him. The following day, during the lunch break, he approached, "Hello, teacher." After a prolonged search, Chu Mo finally encountered the reception teacher from before. "What brings you here, classmate?" The reception teacher inquired without lifting her head. "Teacher, I am Chu Mo. I would like to ask about the matter of my department transfer from last time." Chu Mo responded. Upon hearing his name, the reception teacher abruptly raised her head. "Chu Mo, dear, how forgetful of me. Has the director not informed you about your transfer yet?" she asked, puzzled that no, not yet. Chu Mo shook his head. "That is strange. How about I take you to inquire?" The reception teacher, assuming the director had simply overlooked the matter, decided to personally accompany Chu Mo to ask. "Thank you, teacher." Chu Mo expressed his gratitude with a nod. Under the guidance of the reception teacher, Chu Mo traversed a long corridor to arrive at the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. The reception teacher rapped on the door. "Come in," a languid voice called from within. Upon entering, Chu Mo caught sight of the director, who appeared to be in his 40s, somewhat balding, a common affliction of middle age. "Shi Ming, what brings you to see me?" Director Yao inquired, lowering his legs from the desk. "Director Yao, do you remember the student I mentioned at the beginning of the semester?" Shi Ming asked with a smile. "Which student?" Director Yao glanced at Chu Mo, a look of confusion crossing his face. "It's him, the one who forgot to apply for the martial arts department and now wishes to transfer. You see," Shi Ming introduced Chu Mo to Director Yao. "Oh, I remember now. How could I forget?" Director Yao slapped his forehead, bursting into laughter. "You're the student Shi Ming spoke of, aren't you?" Director Yao chuckled and then asked, "Hello, Director Yao." Chu Mo nodded so. "What is your situation?" Director Yao inquired, opening his thermos. Chu Mo promptly reiterated his previous reasoning, that "I see. Your situation is somewhat complicated." Director Yao sighed. "What should I do?" Chu Mo quickly asked. "Your case is quite special. Let me inquire on your behalf, that if it's feasible. I will have Teacher Shi notify you," Director Yao promised with a determined expression. "All right, thank you, Director Yao," Chu Mo replied, accepting the help. Once outside the office, Shi Ming appeared apologetic, that "I'm sorry. There might be some issue on the martial arts department's end. Don't worry. Director Yao will certainly assist you. It's no trouble at all." "Thank you, Teacher Shi." Chu Mo expressed his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Teacher Shi, Chu Mo's expression darkened, that he had sensed something amiss about Director Yao from the very first glance. He even suspected that Director Yao had not taken his transfer request seriously, or perhaps had not communicated it to the martial arts department at all. "Never mind. I'll remain in the liberal arts for now. If necessary, I can always find a time to ask a teacher in the martial arts department." Chu Mo resolved. He was reassured by the support of the system, even if he did not enter the martial arts class. His progress would not lag behind theirs. Arriving at the classroom, he found his classmates engaged in animated discussion. "Chu Mo, where have you been?" Qin Liang casually asked upon seeing him return, that "I had something to attend to at noon." "What are you all discussing?" Chu Mo inquired, curious. "That we're thinking of visiting the library, that I heard that the library at Fuzhou University has many books on cultivators available for everyone to peruse. Although we can't cultivate. We're still quite curious," Qin Liang explained. "Hey, Chu Mo, I remember you mentioning wanting to sign up for the martial artist assessment. So, have you made any progress in your cultivation?" Li suddenly recalled what Zhang Feiyu had said earlier. "It's not bad, is it true that the library really has books on cultivation?" Chu Mo asked with interest. "That of course. Didn't you see everyone discussing it?" Qin Liang pointed to the chattering girls in the class. "What, are you interested too?" "Yes, I'd like to take a look." Chu Mo nodded. "Then let us go together after class. That if we can find a method to cultivate, perhaps I could also join the martial arts class." Qin Liang exclaimed excitedly. "It's quite rare for ordinary people to access cultivation books. They've hardly seen them in their lifetime. Now that we have this opportunity, of course we're eager to explore." Sun Yang remarked dismissively, "Don't get your hopes up. Ordinary people need to meet certain standards to cultivate. That if it were that easy, wouldn't everyone be cultivating?" "How do you know?" Li asked, half in disbelief. "I know because a high school classmate of mine told me. By the way, he is already a martial artist now." Sun Yang replied, a hint of pride in his expression. That's unfortunate," Qin Liang said with a hint of regret. "It's fine. We're just going to take a look. It's good to gain some knowledge," Qin Liang insisted. All right, then after class, let us head to the library together. Qin Liang's words piqued Sun Yang's interest. Although he understood the challenges of cultivation, what if they could find a method in the library? With such thoughts, he became increasingly distracted during class. Finally, when the class ended, those interested hurriedly made their way to the library. Upon their first visit, they were immediately awestruck by the library's exterior. The library comprised 2 buildings, each covering over 2,000 square meters, with a total of 8 stories, despite Fuzhou being a small city. The library housed a considerable collection of books, encompassing nearly all worthy tomes, with some available in print and others in electronic format. Chu Mo was the first to step into the library, discovering that the first floor featured a vast exhibition hall, complete with a leisure area and numerous artificial plants. From the second floor onward, the area was designated for viewing books. After swiping his campus card, Chu Mo successfully entered the second floor. Do you know how to search for books? Li Yi asked, looking around with curiosity. Are you silly? There are smart screens over there. Just go ask them. Qin Liang pointed towards the intelligent systems nearby. Hello, I would like to find books on martial artists. Chu Mo approached a screen and stated. Please place your campus card in the slot before making your inquiry, the intelligent system prompted. Chu Mo inserted his campus card. And soon after, information popped up on the screen indicating that the cultivation books were located on the 4th floor. Let us go check it out. With the confirmation that the library indeed had books on cultivation, Chu Mo eagerly rushed to the 4th floor. The decor on the 4th floor differed from the other levels. As soon as the door opened, an ancient scent of books enveloped them. Inside was a large exhibition hall, where a woman in her 30s sat at a desk, supervising. Hello, teacher. May we go in and take a look? Chu Mo approached and asked. The supervising teacher lifted her head, glanced at Chu Mo and his companions. Her expression indifferent. You aren't students from the martial arts class, are you? We are from the liberal arts class that we're just curious about what the martial arts books are like, Chu Mo explained. You can go in, but remember to keep your voices down. Doubt if you disturb the martial arts students while they're reading and a conflict arises, don't say I didn't warn you. The supervising teacher replied coolly, as if she had grown accustomed to such situations. Thank you, teacher. Chu Mo politely expressed his gratitude before quietly stepping into the nearby bookcase. The 4th floor bookcases were numerous, leading to a corridor that connected to the other building. Judging by the layout, this level contained solely cultivation books, foundational cultivation insights, essential knowledge for cultivators, the 9 great rules of martial arts cultivation. The sheer volume of cultivation literature left Chu Mo astounded. He longed to take every book back and examine them one by one. Wow, there are so many books. Is this what the world of cultivators looks like? I am envious, Qin Liang exclaimed, equally amazed by the vast collection that he eagerly opened one book, discovering it was about foundational cultivation insights. After reading a few pages, he scratched his head perplexed. Although he recognized the characters, he couldn't grasp the meaning when they were combined. Chu Mo, however, comprehended most of it, having learned the basics of cultivation from his teacher, Yi Ruhua. The girls in the class also began selecting books to read, their excitement leading to animated discussions, completely forgetting the supervising teacher's admonitions. Which class are you from? Don't you know this is a library? A martial arts student approached, visibly irritated by the noise, and questioned them loudly. The class leader, Yu Man, hurriedly apologized and then exchanged a knowing glance with several female classmates, who promptly lowered their voices. This matter should have ended there. However, a male student from the martial arts department, upon spotting Yu Man, immediately brightened. Not only was Yu Man the class leader in Chu Mo's class, but she was also exceptionally beautiful, with a pair of enchanting, sparkling eyes and a delicate oval face that had undoubtedly earned her extra points during her campaign for class leader. Sensing the presence of such a stunning beauty, the approaching martial arts student felt a stirring in his heart, his pupils flashing with a hint of desire. Hey classmates, let's go over there and not disturb you, he said. Yu Man felt uncomfortable under his lingering gaze and, after speaking, pulled a few girls along, intending to leave. Stop. Who said a mere apology would suffice? The martial arts student directly seized Yu Man's arm, calling out, classmate, please let go. Yu Man struggled to break free, which only piqued the martial arts student's interest. Let go. You need to apologize properly first. The martial arts student gazed at Yu Man's graceful figure, his eyes betraying his desire without reservation. What kind of apology do you want from me? Yu Man, just a young girl, found it impossible to break free from his grasp. seeing that he was relentless. She could only ask in a low voice, "How should I apologize? I really need to think about it. But judging by your demeanor, you must not be a student from the martial arts department, right? Hasn't the librarian informed you that you shouldn't disturb our studies here? If I were to inform the librarian, I wonder how she would discipline you." The martial arts student did not specify a clear way to apologize. Instead, he spoke with a hint of menace. Upon hearing this, Yu Man's body stiffened, and her struggles weakened. "Let her go." Chu Mo, who had been engrossed in his cultivation materials, approached after hearing the commotion. "Kid, are you talking to me?" The martial arts student glared at Chu Mo, seeing Chu Mo's fair and delicate appearance. He immediately assumed he was Yu Man's suitor and sought to show off that isn't this a bit excessive? Is it permissible for martial arts students to casually grab their classmates without consent? Chu Mo stood before the martial arts student, fixing him with a cool gaze. "Heh, you want to show off with this woman? Don't forget where we are, that if it comes to blows, I fear your slight frame won't withstand it." The martial arts student wore a haughty expression, convinced he could dominate both of them. Chu Mo, "Just let it go. Don't let this escalate," Yu Man quickly interjected, recalling the librarian's prior warning against disturbing the martial arts students. After all, they were indeed in the wrong to begin with. The martial arts student's expression grew even more smug upon hearing her words. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and scram." His arrogant tone made Chu Mo's brows furrow. Even if they were at fault initially, they have already apologized. What more do you want? Are martial arts students truly so unreasonable? Chu Mo remained undeterred, his tone calm, that an apology must be sincere. "How about you treat me to a meal alone? Just the two of us." The martial arts student expressed his ulterior motives upon hearing this. Yu Man's expression soured. She realized that he was deliberately seeking trouble, intending to take advantage of his status as a martial arts student to harass her. However, with the upper hand in his possession, if a conflict were to ensue, none on her side would stand a chance against him. Class leader. The surrounding girls looked worried, unsure of how to handle such a brazen martial arts student. "Don't push your luck. This is a school, not your home." Chu Mo's voice grew louder. "I'm the one pushing it. What are you going to do about it?" As a martial arts student, he had no fear of the liberal arts students. Provoked, he escalated his actions, seemingly eager to see what Chu Mo would do. "I said let her go." Chu Mo seized the martial arts student's wrist, exerting tremendous force, causing him to wince in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Man swiftly broke free, lightly rubbing her arm, where it had been gripped, now slightly reddened. "Thank you." Yu Man felt a surge of gratitude for Chu Mo's assistance, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion as she glanced at his face. "Kid, how dare you show off in front of me?" The martial arts student, enraged by the grip on his wrist, felt his anger boiling over, frustrated by the lack of effect from his threats. He decided to strike back. However, as he attempted to free himself from Chu Mo's grasp, he discovered that Chu Mo's hand was unyielding. No matter how hard he fought, Chu Mo merely looked at him with indifference. "No wonder you dare to stand up. It turns out you're also a cultivator." The martial arts student, realizing he couldn't escape, wore an expression of astonishment. "Don't think that just because you're a martial arts student, you can do as you please. Remember, you are still human." After delivering this meaningful line, Chu Mo turned to leave. The martial arts student, hearing this, felt his face darken. Clenching his fists, veins bulging, he swung a punch toward Chu Mo's back. "Watch out!" A scream echoed through the room, followed by a resounding thud as the punch struck Chu Mo. Everyone expected Chu Mo to be severely injured, yet his fist was firmly grasped the moment the martial arts student threw his punch. Chu Mo sensed the approaching wind from behind him. After numerous practical training sessions, how could he be ambushed by a mere martial artist? Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Chu Mo tightened his grip, twisting the martial arts student's arm until it was contorted painfully. "It seems your teacher has only taught you how to cultivate, but not how to conduct yourself. Today, I'll give you a lesson on manners." Chu Mo understood that martial arts students from Floating Island University often held an air of superiority, looking down on ordinary people, and this was the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. With a crunch, the martial arts student's arm dislocated with a scream, causing him to fall to his knees, sweat beads forming on his forehead. "That my arm. It's broken. Call a doctor, call a doctor." The martial arts student, face twisted in agony, saw the surrounding girls panic, having never witnessed such a scene before. Seeing no one calling for help, the martial arts student grew increasingly frantic. What are you doing? Hurry and get someone. Once my arm is healed, I won't let you off easily. Is that so? Chu Mo seized the other arm, twisting it again with another crack, causing the martial arts student to nearly faint from the pain. Chu Mo, we should call the teacher. Yu Man, startled by Chu Mo's actions, quickly tugged at his arm, but don't worry, it's fine. After all, he was the one who acted first. Even if the teacher comes, it won't be my fault. Chu Mo remained unfazed, instead crouching down in front of the martial arts student. Now do you still want our class leader to apologize? Upon hearing this, the martial arts student finally feared for his safety. Looking into Chu Mo's icy gaze, he quickly shook his head, just hoping for the pain to end. Chapter 60. The teacher has arrived. Chu Mo's intervention left the surrounding girls utterly astonished. Their eyes filled with admiration. They had never imagined a liberal arts student could defeat a martial arts student. Given such strength, why didn't he choose to take the martial arts exam? Before the girls could ponder this, several boys, drawn by the martial arts student's cries, approached. Xiao Jun, what are you kneeling here for, proposing? The leading boy did not rush to help, but instead teased. Long Gu. Upon seeing the leading boy, Xiao Jun felt a surge of hope, as if he had found a savior. Long Gu, they set me up. You have to help me take revenge. Xiao Jun twisted the facts, blaming others for his own actions. That you're talking nonsense. You were the one who attacked our classmate first. A female student couldn't bear it and immediately rebutted. You were the one who set up my classmate. The boy known as Long Gu turned his gaze to Chu Mo, the only one in the vicinity who appeared somewhat robust. Who are you? Chu Mo looked at the boy, feeling a sense of familiarity. That I'm Yao Long. Everyone calls me Long Gu. You injured our classmate. Shouldn't you give an explanation? Yao Long exuded a wild aura, speaking proudly. Yao Long? Chu Mo was taken aback, realizing why he seemed familiar. This guy couldn't possibly be Director Yao's son, could he? Chu Mo, are you all right? Just as Chu Mo was pondering, Qin Liang and others gathered. And upon hearing Yao Long's introduction, his expression changed dramatically. You are Yao Long? You know him? Chu Mo asked curiously, noticing the change in Qin Liang's demeanor. Don't you know the talented student list? He's a freshman ranked 49th on the list. With impressive cultivation talent. Almost everyone in the school knows him. Chu Mo, how did you provoke him? Everyone in the school knows. Looking around, Chu Mo noticed the sudden change in expression among the students upon hearing Long Ji's name. Even class leader Yu Man appeared somewhat frightened. Seeing the liberal arts students react so apprehensively to his name, Yao Long's pride swelled. But what irked him was that Chu Mo remained unfazed. Kid, are you ignoring me? Long Gu is asking you a question. Noticing Chu Mo's inaction, a classmate beside Yao Long spoke up. What kind of explanation do you want from me? This Xiao Jun not only harassed the class leader, but also attacked me. If anyone should be demanding an explanation, it should be us asking him. Chu Mo did not feel intimidated by the other party's identity. Ranked 49th on the Tianjiao list, it's likely that even Chen Haoran would not be able to defeat him. If Chen Haoran were to learn that he had become a mere unit of calculation, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude. Upon hearing the conflicting statements from both sides, Yao Long felt a tinge of impatience. Regardless if it was right or wrong, all I see is our Xiao Jun injured, so you must provide me with an explanation for this matter. Yao Long was too disinterested in the truth. The injury of a student from the martial arts class could not allow them to lose face in front of the liberal arts students. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo let out a chuckle. He, who was clearly outmatched, expected me to provide an explanation. If you martial arts students lack common sense, I suggest you pay a visit to the hospital. Chu Mo's words instantly enraged all the martial arts students present, and Yao Long's aura became increasingly terrifying. Kid, do you realize that your actions are provoking me? Yao Long squinted his eyes and warned threateningly. That Dragon Gu, I believe there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Shall we call a teacher to resolve it? Qin Liang, sensing the situation was turning dire, hastily interjected. Yes, this classmate, we all witnessed it. Even if you are martial arts students, you cannot be so unreasonable. Yu Man, suppressing her fear, also stood beside Chu Mo. Seeing this, Yao Long's expression soured. If he was in the wrong, he truly had no course of action and no need. Provoking, EISNT worthy, Chu Mo blocked Qin Liang and Yu Man. Finding Yao Long's attitude exceedingly distasteful, but he had long been aware that students from the martial arts class could be somewhat temperamental, yet he never anticipated that the ones he encountered would be of such ilk. You have quite the audacity. Yao Long was enraged by Chu Mo's words, laughing in disbelief. Since the start of the semester, it was the first time someone dared to speak to him this way. Did he truly disregard his ranking on the Tianjiao list? Initially, he had only wanted the other party to apologize, but with such disdain shown towards him, if he did nothing, it would appear that Yao Long was afraid. With that, Yao Long's vital energy surged, intending to make a move in the library. Chu Mo, witnessing this, was also on alert. Should there be any movement, he would retaliate immediately. Stop! Just as the tension reached a freezing point. A furious shout halted both of them. Chu Mo turned to see the library management teacher approaching. What is going on? Who permitted you to quarrel in the library? The management teacher frowned, clearly displeased. Teacher, it was this student who attempted to provoke our class leader. A female student, seeing the teacher as a beacon of hope, immediately began to voice her grievances. The management teacher, upon noticing the agonized Xiao Jun on the ground, was taken aback. How could a martial arts student end up like this? Is that truly the case? The management teacher questioned Xiao Jun. Teacher, they are lying. It is clearly this brat who has a grudge against me and is bullying me. Look, my arm is dislocated. Xiao Jun, upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, immediately donned a look of grievance. How can you be so shameless? The female student felt disgusted on his behalf, easily dismissing her previous actions as if they had never occurred. While they were engaged in this exchange, Li glanced up but unfortunately did not spot any cameras. This area happened to be a blind spot. You should get up, with both sides presenting their arguments. The management teacher found herself in a difficult position. Seeing that Xiao Jun was severely injured, she decided it was best to address his injuries first. Xiao Jun was already in so much pain that cold sweat was pouring down his face, and he reluctantly agreed to rise, only for the management teacher to grasp his hands. Crack! Another wave of excruciating pain surged through him as his arm was reset. Who did this to him? After tending to the injury, the management teacher began her inquiry. It was me. Chu Mo stepped forward confidently. Aren't you from the liberal arts class? The management teacher was somewhat surprised. She distinctly remembered Chu Mo entering alongside the liberal arts students. How could he have caused such a situation with a martial arts student? Teacher, I am indeed from the liberal arts class. Chu Mo replied with a nod. Upon hearing his admission, the management teacher was astonished. A liberal arts student dislocating the arms of a martial arts student. How does that even happen? Seeing the doubtful look from the management teacher, Xiao Jun's ears burned with embarrassment. Being defeated by a liberal arts student is a sheer disgrace for martial arts students. Yet he simply could not fathom how the other possessed greater strength than him. Why did you strike him? The management teacher continued her questioning. Chu Mo recounted the series of events in detail. And by the end, the management teacher was already convinced of a significant portion of his account. From Chu Mo's narrative, it was evident that this indeed resembled the conduct of martial arts students. Since you were at fault first, let us consider this matter settled. Should you dare to cause any disturbances in the library again, I will revoke your access privileges. Understood? The management teacher admonished Xiao Jun. Upon witnessing the management teacher siding with the liberal arts students, Yu Man and the other girls let out a sigh of relief. Had the teacher been indiscriminate in assigning blame, the situation would have been difficult to resolve. Teacher, my classmate has sustained such a serious injury. It seems rather unreasonable to penalize him. Just when everyone thought the matter was concluded, Yao Long unwillingly stepped forward. Chapter 61. Yao Long's provocation upon hearing a student challenge her judgment. The management teacher felt a flicker of annoyance. Do you have an issue with the teacher's statement? Although you are the teacher, it does not necessarily mean you are fair. It is evident to any discerning person that they were in the wrong. If we are to be reprimanded as well, would that not render our martial arts class a laughingstock? Yao Long was determined not to let Chu Mo off the hook. He was greatly displeased by Chu Mo's earlier attitude. How do you propose to resolve this? The management teacher, well aware of Yao Long's status, kept her composure and retorted that of course, an apology is in order. Furthermore, given the severity of my classmate's injuries, compensation for medical expenses and emotional distress must not be neglected. In my opinion, a sum of at least 100,000 is warranted. Yao Long demanded exorbitantly. How can you be so unreasonable? Yu Man exclaimed in alarm. 100,000? That's not compensation. It's outright extortion. The management teacher also found the compensation to be excessive. This is a library, not your playground. This matter ends here. While you may be martial arts students, Do not forget that your ancestors were also ordinary people. You all better remember this. Should you dare to cause further disturbances, I will personally have you all expelled. Although this area lacked cameras, the management teacher had already noticed the slight redness on Yu Man's arm upon her arrival. She had a favorable disposition toward liberal arts students and coupled with Yao Long's attitude. She immediately sided with Yu Man, seeing the teacher's stance. Yao Long, despite his temper, could not express it. He glared at Chu Mo, his eyes filled with fury. Kid, do you dare to tell me your name? My name is Chu Mo. If you wish to vent your anger, come at me directly. However, if you lay a hand on my classmates, I will look down upon you. Chu Mo retorted defiantly. All right, Chu Mo. Is it? I will remember you. This matter is far from over. If you have the guts, dare to compete with me. Yao Long, infuriated by Chu Mo's words, would have certainly made a move were it not for the teacher's presence. Yao Long, the management teacher, was also somewhat irked. For a practitioner on the Tianjiao list to lay hands on a liberal arts student was simply tarnishing the reputation of the Tianjiao list. Teacher, it's fine that it's just a competition, and I accept. Chu Mo casually referred to the teacher as teacher, nearly causing Yao Long to spit blood in rage. Sunday, at the martial arts arena, those who do not dare to come are cowards. Yao Long pointed forcefully at Chu Mo. I will be there. Do as you wish. Chu Mo smiled innocently. Let us go. Yao Long lost the desire to remain any longer upon receiving Chu Mo's agreement. He left without a backward glance. Once all the martial arts students had departed, the management teacher cast a worried glance at Chu Mo. I advise you not to attend the martial arts competition on Sunday. Although he spoke arrogantly, he is, after all, a practitioner on the Tianjiao list, that if you engage him in combat, it will certainly not end well for you. The management teacher cautioned. Thank you, teacher, but it's all right. I have my methods. Chu Mo expressed his gratitude. Seeing that Chu Mo remained unfazed, the management teacher chose not to press further. When the time came, the other party would naturally understand that his words were not mere empty threats. Very well. Remember to avoid any similar incidents from occurring again. With that, the management teacher departed. Once the teacher left, Yu Man and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. That I was terrified just now. I thought you were going to the infirmary. Yu Man expressed her concern. Indeed, Chu Mo, how come I didn't realize you were so formidable? Even martial arts students are no match for you. You must be a practitioner too, right? A female student, Zhang Ting, asked curiously. Not really, I practiced for a while before. Chu Mo casually scratched his nose. You were so impressive yet kept it hidden from us. Even I, your roommate, was unaware. Honestly, is there anything else about you that we don't know? Qin Liang chimed in. No, I have nothing to hide. Chu Mo replied vaguely. After the commotion, they decided to leave the library. The earlier events had dampened their spirits, and besides, they were not practitioners. Even if they had the books on cultivation before them, they would struggle to comprehend them. On the way back to the dormitory, Yu Man and Chu Mo walked side by side. Chu Mo, thank you. Had it not been for your help earlier, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Yu Man, cradling a textbook for a compulsory course, lowered her head in gratitude, exclaiming, Oh dear, it's all in the past now. That it was merely a small favor. Anyone else would have surely found it unbearable. Chu Mo, seemingly unconcerned, replied, Regardless, I still owe you my thanks. But why did you agree to his challenge? Yu Man lifted her head, her expression tinged with worry. It's just a duel. After all, he can't possibly do anything to me. Chu Mo, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, but that Yao Long is a practitioner on the talented individuals list. While I may not fully grasp the intricacies of practitioners, anyone on that list must be formidable. Wouldn't you agree? As a humanities student, Yu Man had only occasionally heard discussions about the talented individuals list. Although her understanding was limited, she was aware of its significance. The talented individuals list, it's decent, I suppose. But you've heard, he's ranked 49th, lingering at the bottom of the list. Not that impressive, she responded. Chu Mo consoled her. Is that so? Yu Man, somewhat bewildered, inquired, By the way, how did you end up in the humanities? That's a long story. Yu Man mused. In short, there was an unexpected turn of events, and now I'm trying to transfer to the martial arts department. Chu Mo candidly acknowledged. No wonder you didn't run for class president. Yu Man instantly recalled the scene where Chu Mo had declined to run for class president. He must have known he wouldn't be in the humanities for long. Hence his decision. After all, with Chumo's stellar grades in the humanities, securing the position of class president would have been a walk in the park. That's about right. There's no point in me running for class president when I'll be leaving eventually. Chumo acquiesced to Yuman's deduction that I in that case. Should I be thanking you for vacating the class president position? Yuman jested. Haha, not at all. I've never been fond of handling affairs. It's far more fitting for a beauty to take on the class president role. It truly reflects our class's charm. Chumo joined in the light-hearted banter, and upon hearing his compliment, Yuman felt her cheeks flush. Chumo's good looks, coupled with his recent assistance, began to stir feelings of affection within her. In any case, thank you. Oh, we've arrived at the dormitory. I must take my leave. Yuman quickened her pace, pointing towards the dormitory entrance nearby. All right, take care, class president, Chumo replied, watching her retreating figure to be by the way, this Sunday I'll be there to cheer you on. Halfway down the path, Yuman suddenly turned to shout. Chumo flashed an OK sign with his hand, and upon seeing Yuman's flushed face depart, he couldn't help but laugh. The life of a university student is truly delightful. As a seasoned individual, he easily discerned Yuman's reaction. He believed that with just a little initiative on his part, he could win over the charming class president. Dating sounds appealing, but is my age as a mature man truly appropriate? Chumo pondered, then swiftly dismissed the thought. Chapter 62. Without a shared name, pushing open the dormitory door, Qin Liang and the others have been waiting for some time. Our great hero has returned. How was your date with the lovely class president? Hurry and share your progress. Qin Liang interrogated. What date? What are you all imagining? Chumo replied, exasperated. These guys were jumping to conclusions without a shred of evidence. You say it's not. But in the library, you stood up for Yuman that if I were a girl, I'd certainly have feelings for you. Li joked that no, really. Yuman and I are just friends, Chumo expressed with a helpless expression. Seriously, I noticed Yuman specifically wanted to return to the dormitory with you. Could you honestly claim nothing has transpired between you two? Qin Liang looked skeptical. College romances are quite common, and given Chumo's unique status, it was implausible to believe Yuman was entirely indifferent. They had already sensed something was off between the two in the library, that if Chumo had known their thoughts, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. If you don't believe me, there is little I can do to I really need to hide such matters as dating. Chumo retorted, It seems not, Qin Liang mused, seemingly in agreement with Chumo's sentiment. The group continued to tease him, while Sun Yang remained unusually quiet. Chumo, confess honestly, how did you become a practitioner? We're in the humanities class, after all. You handled Xiao Jun so effortlessly. It should be no problem for you to enter the martial arts department. Right? Qin Liang queried that I genuinely wished to join the martial arts department, but some unforeseen events occurred, and now I'm trying to transfer, Chumo explained, fabricating a tale about why he hadn't taken the martial arts exams. I see. That's unfortunate, that if you remain in the humanities, you'll lag behind those martial arts students in terms of cultivation progress. Li lamented that I heard during the graduation gathering that Chumo intended to participate in the martial artist assessment. I can't believe you've actually become a practitioner. So, how is the transfer situation progressing? With your outstanding talent, surely there must be teachers who favor you. Qin Liang pressed that I'm not sure. I've already submitted my request to the director, but he told me to wait, Chumo said, pulling out a chair to sit down. By the way, what is the deal with Yao Long? Why does he seem to resemble Director Yao? Chumo suddenly recalled to ask, Yao Long? He is Director Yao's son. Didn't you know? Qin Liang replied, astonished that no wonder. This complicates matters, confirming his suspicions. Chumo felt a sense of unease. His transfer depended on Director Yao. And now he had clashed with Yao Long. How would he navigate this predicament? Chumo, you absolutely must avoid the duel with Yao Long this Sunday. You lack sufficient information about the martial arts department. And that Yao Long is a practitioner on the talented individuals list. While I'm unsure of your strength, you're certainly no match for him. In my opinion, you should come up with some excuse to decline. After all, you're a humanities student. It's not shameful to refuse. Qin Liang suddenly adopted a serious tone. Seeing his roommate's concern made Chumo feel touched, yet he was indifferent to Yao Long's reputation. The top 20 on the talented individuals list might warrant his caution, but 49th place? Chumo wondered if revealing his own ranking would leave Yao Long terrified that 49th is nothing to worry about. Trust me, he has no match for me, Chumo declared confidently. Stop bragging. If 49th is nothing to you, do you think you're some sort of prodigy? You can't possibly be that Chumo from the talented individuals list. Can you? Qin Liang suddenly recalled something and gasped. Chumo calmly nodded. signaling for everyone to remain composed. That IT really is you. I always thought it was just a namesake. Upon Chumo's admission, Qin Liang's jaw dropped in disbelief. The 21st on the talented individuals list is actually my roommate. Who would have thought? Is it really you? Qin Liang still found it hard to believe that if there is no other Chumo, it should be me. Chumo replied nonchalantly that, oh my goodness, we've been sharing a room for so long, and you're only telling me now. After confirming, Qin Liang leapt up in excitement. Watch your words. Don't give anyone the wrong idea. What do you mean we've been sharing a room for so long? I'm still a virgin, you know. Chumo quickly clarified. Learning that Chumo was indeed the 21st rank practitioner on the talented individuals list left Li Yi and Sun Yang equally astonished. Matching Qin Liang's shock, the 21st on the talented individuals list. How could we, as high school classmates, not know about Chumo's exceptional talent? Especially Sun Yang. Had he known Chumo was this impressive, he should have built a rapport back in high school. At least they were roommates now, which wasn't too late to sow. There is really no need to worry about that Yao Long. That why only concern is clashing with him. What if his father pulls strings behind the scenes? Chumo sighed. After hearing his viewpoint, the three agreed with him. So what now? Are you still going to participate in the duel this Sunday? Li asked anxiously. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I don't want to be childless in the future. This is about continuing the family line. Chumo stated matter-of-factly. Good man, brother, I support you. Qin Liang was the first to clap Chumo on the shoulder in solidarity. That I support you too. That Yao Long was insufferably arrogant today. If the teacher hadn't intervened, he surely wouldn't have let us off easily. Honestly, martial arts students are quite detestable, looking down on us humanities students just because they're practitioners. That it's infuriating to think about. Li Yi expressed his disdain for the martial arts students' attitude. Not all martial arts students are like that, right? I suspect it's the intense competition among practitioners that forces them to adopt such behavior. However, many martial arts students do go too far. If I encounter one again, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Reflecting upon the actions of Xiao Jun towards man, Chu Mo felt a surge of indignation. If they behaved in such a manner within the confines of the school, how unrestrained would they be once outside its walls? It seemed that only the Martial Management Bureau could rein them in. While I cannot speak for all, the few martial science students I have encountered recently have exhibited a distinct lack of reason. That I recall the beginning of the semester when we ventured to the martial science students' dormitory, only to be unceremoniously expelled. Qin Liang remained troubled by the previous incident. That if you were truly angry, he advised, focus on your studies. That if you excel academically in the future, perhaps you could continue your education at a military academy and pilot a mech, thereby matching the martial science students. Chu Mo offered a comforting reply. I understand, but piloting a mech is not as simple as it seems. Qin Liang sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. You all continue your discussion. I must devote my attention to these books. Chu Mo retrieved the cultivation text he had borrowed from the library from his backpack. His identity as a cultivator was now common knowledge among his classmates. So he felt there was no need for concealment, that he could only hope that his status as a cultivator would not taint the friendships he had forged. Chapter 63. Have you finished reading? The library boasted an overwhelming array of cultivation texts, making it impossible for Chu Mo to borrow them all at once. Cultivation must progress naturally. One cannot expect to achieve mastery overnight. Thus, he initially borrowed just 2 books, one titled Fundamental Cultivation Principles and the other Intermediate Cultivation Techniques. The Fundamental Cultivation Principles primarily addressed the challenges and solutions faced by martial apprentices and warriors, while the Intermediate Cultivation Techniques served as an advanced version of the fundamental methods. Upon reaching the warrior stage, the fundamental techniques no longer suffice for daily practice, hence the emergence of the intermediate techniques. Although there existed an intermediate cultivation text in the Infinite Martial Hall, Chu Mo had not exchanged for it at the time due to contribution requirements. He had intended to acquire it during his next visit to the Infinite Martial Hall, only to discover that the university library had it available. Of course, the intermediate cultivation techniques were not accessible to everyone. One had to be a warrior to borrow them. The managing teacher initially refused, but upon seeing Chu Mo produce his warrior badge, her objections fell silent. Well, it seems my earlier concerns were unfounded. Chu Mo is indeed a warrior, she thought to herself as she assisted him in borrowing the books. Let us see how effective this intermediate cultivation technique truly is. Chu Mo was particularly intrigued by the cultivation methods. An effective technique could yield remarkable results and provide a significant advantage from the outset. Upon opening the first page, he found a synopsis of the intermediate cultivation techniques. It stated that these techniques, derived from the fundamental methods, boasted a cultivation speed twice that of the latter. However, mastering them was no simple feat through extensive testing. It was noted that the top 10 on the Genius rankings required half a month to fully grasp this method, while those ranked 50 needed a month. As for ordinary cultivators, a minimum of 2 months was necessary to learn it. After reading the introduction, Chuimo could already sense the advantages of the intermediate cultivation techniques. The prospect of doubling his cultivation speed was enticing. He lamented not having acquired it sooner. Reflecting on the time he had lost in his cultivation endeavors, he eagerly delved into the text. An hour later, he had thoroughly absorbed the intermediate cultivation techniques, memorizing the breathing methods and the pathways of vital energy within the body. Let me give it a try. Closing the book, he mentally reviewed the techniques several times to ensure accuracy before commencing the practice of the intermediate cultivation method. At first, the technique felt rigid, possibly due to a conflict with the fundamental methods, rendering the practice less than smooth. However, Chuimo was well aware that the introduction to the intermediate techniques had already indicated that achieving mastery would require at least half a month. He was not in a hurry. Uncertain of how great the gap was between himself and the top 10 on the Genius rankings, he decided it was an opportune moment to gauge his progress with this new method. Gradually, as he recalled the techniques from memory, he transitioned from discomfort to ease. Unbeknownst to him, the vital energy he absorbed began to circulate through his body, and when he opened his eyes, dawn had broken outside. Finally, I have altered my cultivation method, but the speed seems a bit slow. Checking the time, he noted that there were still 2 hours until class. Seizing the moment while the feeling persisted, he decided to attempt it once more. During his second practice, the surrounding vital energy surged into his body, and in less than half an hour, he completed a full cycle. Have I learned it? Chuimo marveled at the increase of vital energy within him. Wasn't it stated that mastering this method would take at least half a month? Why did it seem that he had grasped it in just one night? Could it be that I am merely at the threshold? He pondered, surprised at having learned the intermediate cultivation techniques so swiftly and beginning to question whether he had made some error in his practice. However, the results indicated that he had indeed mastered the intermediate techniques. To solidify his understanding, Chuimo returned to his dormitory and continued his practice. This time, his cultivation speed exceeded his previous efforts, requiring less than 20 minutes to complete a cycle. After several cycles, he managed to reduce the time to a mere 10 minutes before finally halting. It appears I have reached my limit. Completing a cycle takes at least 10 minutes, but this speed seems to be 3 times that of the fundamental methods. Clearly, the synopsis understated its efficacy. Chuimo was convinced that he had truly mastered the intermediate cultivation techniques. Perhaps this was a reflection of his heightened comprehension. Having accomplished this, he turned his attention back to the fundamental cultivation principles. Even though he had grasped the intermediate techniques, the fundamental principles remained essential reading for any cultivator. This text elucidated the principles of cultivation and the basics of absorbing vital energy. Mastering it could potentially allow one to create their own cultivation methods upon reaching certain heights. While everyone's initial cultivation methods may be similar, they would gradually diverge over time and through varying combat styles that progress further along the path of cultivation. One must discover methods suited to their unique combat approach. In this search, the foundational principles could lead to the development of various specialized methods, including combat techniques as a form of cultivation. Chuimo became engrossed in his reading, realizing that the foundational cultivation principles held far more significance than he had previously understood. Though he had heard some elucidations from Iruhua, it was only through sincere study of this text that he grasped the complexity inherent even in the most rudimentary cultivation methods. Through the principles outlined in the foundational text, one could derive various specialized cultivation methods and subsequently create combat techniques. The intricacies involved could not possibly be encapsulated within a single volume. How wondrous! I once thought such claims were exaggerated, but if I could thoroughly comprehend the principles of cultivation, I too might develop the most suitable methods and even combat techniques. Closing the book, Chuimo felt as though he had unlocked the gates to a new realm. Indeed, the university library was replete with treasures. Having perused merely 2 books yielded immense benefits. What heights of understanding might he attain if he were to read through the entire collection? With a goal of 3 books per week, the prospect of exhausting the library's resources seemed daunting. Chu Mo felt a twinge of frustration. A vast treasure lay before him, yet he could not pocket it. It seems I must take my time. One cannot expect to achieve great things all at once. Moreover, contemplating the creation of combat techniques at my current level would be premature. I must at least attain the Master Warrior stage first. Chu Mo resolved not to overreach, but rather to return these 2 texts and explore other offerings. Upon arriving at the library, he found the same managing teacher present. Her eyes brightened upon seeing him. You've returned. Were you able to comprehend those 2 books? The managing teacher inquired with genuine concern that I understood them well. I am here to return the books and to borrow 2 more. Chu Mo replied, presenting the fundamental cultivation principles and intermediate cultivation techniques. Have you given up already? These 2 texts are of great importance to cultivators. I advise you to take them back for further study. The managing teacher expressed her dissatisfaction upon witnessing his return of the books. Teacher Liu, I have already finished reading them. Chu Mo replied nonchalantly. You have completed them? Teacher Liu was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. Chu Mo nodded. You mean to say you've also finished the intermediate cultivation techniques? Teacher Liu pressed further. Once again, Chu Mo nodded in affirmation. That do you not tell me you have fully mastered the intermediate cultivation techniques? Teacher Liu continued to inquire. Seeing Chu Mo's nod once more, she felt her worldview shatter. In less than 5 days, you have mastered the intermediate cultivation techniques? This student is truly extraordinary. Teacher Liu suddenly felt a premonition. She was about to witness the birth of a prodigy. Chapter 64. The martial arena emerging from the library. Chu Mo now possessed several additional cultivation texts. These included explanations of combat techniques, strategies for their application, and even some information on exotic beasts. Through his conversation with the managing teacher, he learned that upon entering the martial science class, one could freely select beginner combat techniques for cultivation. This opportunity piqued Chu Mo's interest. It seemed he needed to transition to the martial science class sooner rather than later. The following day, a Sunday, the campus was relatively empty as most students remained ensconced in the warmth of their beds. However, outside the martial arena, a throng had gathered. Why isn't the door opened yet? One impatient voice queried. Calm down. The martial arena doesn't open until 8 o'clock, another replied. You must be new here. The surroundings are abuzz with commotion, as the majority of individuals have gathered to witness a martial arts competition at Fuzhou University. There exists a tradition. Every Sunday, numerous martial arts students converge upon the arena to engage in contests. This not only highlights the unique character of Fuzhou University, but has also become a weekly pastime for the students. The competition arena is as expansive as a sports hall, flanked by grandstands on either side, with the martial arts platform positioned centrally. The rules of engagement are rather straightforward. As long as no life is endangered, one must simply demonstrate their prowess without causing serious harm. That it is precisely for this reason that many grievances among martial arts students are often resolved within this arena. Have you heard? It seems that today, freshman Yao Long is set to duel someone that is not the one ranked 49th on the talents list. Indeed, that is him. He has already made it onto the list in his first year and possesses remarkable training aptitude. His future strength will undoubtedly be something to behold. I am not so sure. Not every individual who enters the talents list becomes a significant figure. There are many who shine briefly, only to be overshadowed by later practitioners. Indeed, it appears that this year's freshmen have several formidable contenders. That I recall that fellow Chen Haoren is also a martial artist on the talents list. Is he not? That is not the crux of the matter. What is most important is, do you know who Yao Long is set to duel? Who is it? A liberal arts student. What? A liberal arts student? As discussions unfolded at the entrance of the arena, an increasing number of individuals became aware of Yao Long's upcoming duel. Is that true? Yao Long is a martial artist on the talents list. Why would he bully a liberal arts student? This would surely be the subject of ridicule. I know. A certain freshman eagerly divulged the backstory, revealing that the liberal arts student had offended Yao Long in the library, prompting a wave of sympathy for the unfortunate student. Within the dormitory, Chu Mo stretched lazily. Chu Mo, hurry up. The arena has already opened. Why are you still asleep? Qin Liang urged from below the bed, worried that Chu Mo might be late, having even procured breakfast in advance. What is the rush? It's only just past 8. Chu Mo glanced at the clock and slowly got out of bed. Do you not know that arriving late might result in no available seating? Qin Liang replied, "Surely that cannot be the case. Is it really that crowded today?" Li Yi and Sun Yang inquired curiously. Of course. The martial arts students at Fuzhou University typically choose to compete today. It has become a customary practice. Tell me, do you think there will be a large audience today? Qin Liang's information was indeed well informed, as he seemed to know everything that's so. Does this mean we will witness numerous martial arts students battling? Li Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Exactly. So let us hurry. If we arrive late, we will end up standing. Qin Liang urged once more. After hearing this, Chu Mo decided not to dawdle and quickly dressed and groomed himself. A few minutes later, he was ready. Let us go. Chu Mo adjusted his hair and addressed the trio. Here, let us eat breakfast on the way. A full stomach will give us the strength to face that guy. Qin Liang handed several meat buns to Chu Mo. What about our breakfast? Sun Yang asked hastily, noticing that Qin Liang had given all the buns to Chu Mo. You're not competing, so go buy your own breakfast. Qin Liang replied rather irritably, oh dear, such misfortune in choosing companions. Observing that Qin Liang had only bought breakfast for Chu Mo, Li Yi and Sun Yang began to complain. Upon exiting the dormitory, the four of them boarded a small school bus heading to the arena. The entrance to the competition venue had already opened, and despite the early hour, many students could be seen entering the arena. Chatting and laughing, is this the competition arena? Chu Mo gazed at the arena, which resembled a sports hall, and felt a surge of excitement. Fuzhou University, being the finest institution in Fuzhou City, attracts the most exceptional practitioners from across the city. Here, one can often witness duels between those listed on the talents list. Come on, let us hurry inside. The class monitor has already reserved our seats. Qin Liang urged. The group passed through the arena's entrance and ascended the stairs, where the stands were already densely packed with spectators. Over here. Upon receiving the news, Yu Man stood up and called out to Chu Mo and the others. Thankfully, Chu Mo's keen hearing and vision enabled him to quickly locate Yu Man's position. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that all of their classmates had gathered. Why are you all so late? Yu Man quickly beckoned the others to sit beside her. Qin Liang exchanged glances with Li Yi and Sun Yang, who immediately understood the cue and vacated a space beside Yu Man for Chu Mo. There are quite a number of people today. I didn't expect the arena to be so lively, so I overslept a little. Chu Mo apologized. Quickly take your seat. The first duel should be commencing shortly. Wai Yu Man urged Chu Mo to sit down. Indeed, it wasn't long before the arena quieted considerably. And as the referee's whistle blew, two martial arts students stepped onto the platform, one after the other. As the two martial arts students prepared themselves, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. However, the ensuing duel left Chu Mo feeling somewhat fatigued. What he anticipated to be a thrilling contest turned out to be a rather lackluster exchange, with the two competitors engaging in a series of entangled moves that evoked a sense of embarrassment regarding their combat techniques. It seemed almost inferior to the Infinite Martial Arts Hall. Chu Mo muttered under his breath. Yet upon reflection, he understood they were merely students, many at the apprentice stage, and had likely not undergone any formal training. In contrast, those who train at martial arts halls are usually seasoned apprentices or martial artists, possessing far superior combat skills compared to these students. Moreover, the students at the martial arts halls occasionally take on tasks. And if they were to participate in such competitions, the battles would have concluded much sooner. Of course, this does not imply that these martial arts students are lacking. Given their age, after honing their skills at university, they would not be inferior to the students of the martial arts halls. In Chu Mo's eyes, amidst the glaring flaws in the fighting, one martial arts student finally seized upon an opponent's weakness and emerged victorious. As the opponent conceded, the audience erupted in another round of cheers. Chu Mo, how do you feel? Noticing Chu Mo's apparent disinterest, Yu Man inquired with concern. It's all right. These two martial arts students seemed quite inexperienced in terms of combat techniques. There were numerous opportunities they failed to capitalize on, particularly the one in black at the start. Chu Mo began to express his thoughts. Observing Yu Man's puzzled expression, he chuckled softly. I forgot. Discussing this with you might be rather perplexing. It is perfectly fine. I find your insights quite reasonable. Yu Man quickly reassured him, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Before long, the second duel was about to commence, and Chu Mo pulled out a bun and took a hearty bite. Attending this competition has proven to be quite enjoyable. It pairs well with the meal, he mused. Hello. Just as he was immersed in the delectable taste of the meat bun, a melodious female voice called from behind. Chu Mo turned around, his face displaying a look of astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Chu Mo exclaimed, surprised to encounter her. "It's truly you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else just now." The girl wore a look of delight, albeit slightly awkward. The girl greeting him was indeed the sales associate he had met previously at the mall. If memory serves, her name should be Mo Yan. "What a coincidence. I didn't realize you were also a student at this university." Chu Mo smiled. "Indeed, it is quite the coincidence. You left in such a hurry last time that I didn't have the chance to learn your name." Mo Yan inquired. "Oh, I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Chu Mo, a student in the liberal arts class of 2030. Chu Mo introduced himself with a smile. "Chu Mo? Huh. Aren't you a practitioner? Why are you in a liberal arts class?" Mo Yan recalled the talents card Chu Mo had presented while shopping, looking puzzled. "It's due to my personal reasons. Perhaps I will transfer to the martial arts class in the near future." "What about you? Are you also a freshman?" Chu Mo asked. "Yes, I'm in the liberal arts class as well. I was working at that store before. I heard that the competition arena is quite interesting. So I decided to come and see for myself," Mo Yan said, her cheeks suddenly flushing, perhaps recalling their earlier encounter at the mall and what Chu Mo's mother had said. "How fortunate. Let us exchange contact information." Chu Mo took out his phone and opened his WeChat. Upon seeing this, Mo Yan quickly regained her composure, and the two soon became friends on the app. "Hey, I remember my brother mentioning that their essay duel today, where Yao Long is set to face a student from the liberal arts class. It wouldn't be you, would it?" Mo Yan suddenly recalled after confirming the friend request. "Your brother?" Chu Mo was somewhat taken aback. "Yes, my brother is a third-year student, and he is quite impressive." When talking about her brother, admiration glimmered in Mo Yan's eyes. "Of course, you're remarkable as well," Mo Yan shyly replied as she noticed Chu Mo's gaze. "Not at all. I'm merely a freshman, surely not a match for your brother's prowess," Chu Mo hastily responded. "Are you going to duel that Yao Long fellow?" Mo Yan asked again. "Yes, there was a slight altercation in the library earlier, but the teacher intervened. Yet, that guy doesn't seem inclined to let it go, so we arranged to settle it in the competition arena." Chu Mo succinctly explained the situation. My brother mentioned that while Yao Long may not be the strongest, he is still quite formidable, and if you are set to duel him, I hope everything goes smoothly." Mo Yan inquired with concern. "You seem to have forgotten. I am indeed a holder of the Tianjiao card." Chu Mo let out a hearty laugh, dismissing her words. Upon mentioning the Tianjiao card, Mo Yan paused, realizing the truth of her statement. After all, both were prodigies on the Tianjiao ranking, so how could Chu Mo possibly lose to Yao Long? "That's good. My spot is over there, so I shall take my leave now." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mo Yan bid farewell to Chu Mo. As she walked away, Yu Man curiously approached. "Who is she? I've never seen her before. She was a sales assistant who attended to me at the mall. I thought she looked quite young. I didn't expect to run into her here." Chu Mo explained. "Are you not also quite young? And yet you dare to call others small. That I find her rather beautiful," Yu Man remarked, her tone inexplicably tinged with jealousy. I suppose so. Class monitor, with your looks." "Yuri not lacking either," Chu Mo casually replied. "Really? Then tell me, between her and me, who is more attractive?" Yu Man asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chu Mo found himself at a loss for words. If he claimed Yu Man was more beautiful, it would belittle Mo Yan. "You are both beauties, each with your own merits. As for who is more beautiful, that is indeed a difficult choice." After pondering for a moment, he settled on this response. Upon hearing his answer, Yu Man appeared somewhat displeased. The competition continued, and soon 2 second-year students appeared on the stage. The second-year students clearly differed from their first-year counterparts. Their strength was already at the level of martial artists, and their combat experience was significantly richer. "They are so impressive," Yu Man exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she watched the 2 second-year students engage in combat. The audience around them was equally stirred, with cheers and shouts of encouragement erupting from the crowd. "Indeed remarkable." Chu Mo nodded in agreement. Many second-year students in the martial arts program could pass the martial artist trials, and even those who hadn't still reached the level of martial artists. After 2 hours of watching the competition, Chu Mo stifled a yawn. He had been sitting for so long, and Yao Long had yet to make an appearance. Just as he began to feel impatient, his phone suddenly pinged with a message. "In the next round, I'll be waiting for you on the competition stage." The number was unfamiliar to Chu Mo, but a glance was enough for him to deduce that it must be Yao Long finally. "He has arrived," Chu Mo said, stretching lazily as he stood up. "Are you going on stage?" Yu Man asked upon noticing. I'll be right back," Chu Mo replied nonchalantly. "Good luck." "Defeat him soundly." Qin Liang and the others cheered, aware that Chu Mo was also a practitioner on the Tianjiao ranking and confident he could handle Yao Long. "Go, Chu Mo," the girls chimed in, offering their encouragement. "Not a problem." Chu Mo signaled an okay gesture before heading towards the competition stage. As he approached the area beneath the audience seats, he swiftly spotted Yao Long, who appeared at ease, seemingly unconcerned about the impending match. Upon seeing Chu Mo, a smirk crept onto Yao Long's face that, "Oh, I thought you would be too frightened to show up, that I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to come down." "Frightened? Why would I fear someone weaker than myself?" Chu Mo feigned confusion. "You think I'm weaker than you?" Yao Long exploded with rage, akin to a lit powder keg out of course, as a martial arts student. Seeking to bully a liberal arts student, surely that indicates a lack of strength. "Alas, it seems you have chosen the wrong opponent," Chu Mo retorted with unabashed mockery. Interesting that I was considering giving you a bit of leeway during our match. But since you're so confident, don't blame me for being too harsh," Yao Long declared, making a slicing motion across his throat. "Letting you win is out of the question. I wouldn't want to win unfairly. However, there are some terms that must be clarified in advance. If I win, you must steer clear of our class in the future. Do you understand? Win against me." "Haha." Chu Mo laughed heartily, as if hearing the greatest joke. "If I were to lose to a liberal arts student, I might as well write my name backward. Prepare for medical assistance. I fear you might need it." With that remark, laughter erupted not only from Yao Long, but also from the surrounding martial arts students. As for Xiao Jun, he glared at Chu Mo, silently cursing him, "That I estimate you'll soon be writing your name backward. And as for medical assistance, it would be better suited for you," Chu Mo replied without anger, knowing that reality would prove everything, as long as the other party could accept defeat. After some verbal sparring, it was soon their turn to compete. The TO heightened the audience's excitement. The referee introduced their identities once more. "In the next bout, we present our first-year martial arts student, Yao Long, and his opponent from the liberal arts class, Chu Mo." The brief introduction ignited the students' enthusiasm that a martial arts class pitted against a liberal arts class. It was indeed a first. "Is that really Chu Mo?" On the audience seats, Chen Haoran, Zhang Feiyu, and Zhao Feifei sat together, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Initially, when they heard Yao Long was targeting a liberal arts student, they felt sympathy for the latter. However, upon learning the name of the liberal arts student, their expressions shifted dramatically. That a practitioner ranked 49th on the Tianjiao list facing one ranked 21st. If Yao Long knew the true identity of his opponent, would he regret his arrogance? Chu Mo has indeed brought Yao Long bad luck by simply being here. Chen Haoran was already indifferent to the outcome of the match. It would be difficult for Yao Long to defeat him, let alone Chu Mo. Is he really going to be fine? Zhao Feifei still held some concern that of course he will be fine. "Though this is hard to admit, even I cannot match him," Chen Haoran remarked. Smirking, "Exactly. What could this guy possibly use to compare with Chu Mo?" Zhang Feiyu expressed his unwavering confidence in Chu Mo. Is that so? Then that's reassuring. Zhao Feifei felt comforted by their conviction. However, others in the audience were less convinced. They were unaware of Chu Mo's true strength and could not fathom linking a liberal arts student to the Tianjiao ranking. Who is this Chu Mo? To have the audacity to directly challenge Yao Long. Does he not realize Yao Long is a genius on the Tianjiao list? Perhaps he is the Chu Mo ranked 21st on the Tianjiao list. Otherwise, how could he dare challenge Yao Long? He cannot possibly be the one on the Tianjiao list. If he were, he wouldn't choose to study liberal arts. That IT must be a coincidence of names. I agree. He should count his blessings and hope Yao Long shows him mercy. Otherwise, I doubt he can withstand more than 3 moves. That I doubt he'll last even 1 move done on the competition stage. The referee observed Chu Mo with curiosity. He saw no trace of fear or worry on the student's face, as if he were entirely unconcerned about the bout ahead. His mental fortitude is commendable. Too bad he is a liberal arts student. Otherwise, he might excel in the martial arts program, the referee mused. Yao Long stretched his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Teacher, I'm ready. Let us get started." He urged impatiently, already envisioning the moment he would knock his opponent to the ground and claim victory. Are you certain you wish to participate in this match? As your teacher, I must remind you that even as a practitioner, the gap between you and a martial arts student is immense that I do not know where your confidence stems from. But you should be aware that Yao Long is a genius on the Tianjiao list. You cannot possibly be his match, that I suggest you resolve any conflicts privately. There is no need to bring them to the competition stage, the referee advised, having been aware of the conflict between Yao Long and Chu Mo. He truly wished to avoid seeing Chu Mo suffer a beating from Yao Long. Thank you, teacher, that I have made up my mind. Please do not worry, Chu Mo replied gratefully. Seeing that Chu Mo was not swayed, the referee ceased further persuasion. Very well, I'll briefly explain the rules of the match that I end the competition. Should either party concede, the other is prohibited from continuing to attack. Moreover, lethal force is strictly forbidden. We are all classmates. Harmony is paramount. We should strike only to a point. Yao Long, do you understand? The referee emphasized to Yao Long, teacher, do not worry. I will be careful. Yao Long replied with a dismissive smirk. All right, let the match commence. Upon the referee's command, he stepped away from the competition stage, and the match officially began, with neither participant making a move at first. You seem rather at ease. Do you know you are destined to lose? And thus you have chosen to relax your mindset? Yao Long mocked, unwilling to let the match conclude so swiftly. Your chatter is tiresome. If you do not strike soon, I fear you may miss your chance. Chu Mo said, rolling his neck, that he merely hoped this opponent could withstand a bit more. If it ended in one swift blow, it would be dreadfully dull. Even facing death, you remain unafraid. Just don't cry out for mercy when the time comes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yao Long's figure darted towards Chu Mo, throwing a punch with great swiftness that he deliberately restrained his strength, lest Chu Mo be knocked down in a single blow, rendering the match rather dull. Brother Long, knock him out, shouted Xiao Jun from below the stage, brimming with excitement. Ever since he had been humiliated by Chu Mo in their previous encounter, he had been seething with suppressed anger. Seeing Chu Mo about to face defeat, he couldn't help but cheer loudly. Bang! In the face of Yao Long's seemingly feeble punch, Chu Mo raised his right arm, palm facing forward, and met the punch head-on. Contrary to expectations, the situation was not as one-sided as anticipated. Chu Mo firmly caught Yao Long's punch to. Not only Yao Long, but also the students in the audience were taken aback. Yao Long's punch had actually been blocked. Did he hold back his strength? Not bad. No wonder he dares to speak to me like that. This punch made Yao Long realize that his opponent possessed considerable skill, although he had diminished his strength. Even a first-year martial arts student should not have been able to so easily withstand his blow. To have you eaten? Chu Mo said flatly, gripping Yao Long's fist. This remark once again ignited Yao Long's fury. After assessing Chu Mo's capabilities, Yao Long decided to abandon his restraint, unleashing his energy in an instant. Yao Long intended to retract his fist for a follow-up attack, but to his embarrassment, it felt as if his fist was glued to Chu Mo's palm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. What kind of bizarre combat technique is this? Yao Long quickly assessed that his opponent had employed a battle skill. He gathered all his energy to yank back his fist, only to be caught off guard when Chu Mo suddenly released him, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. His clumsiness elicited laughter from the audience, having heard tales of Yao Long's prowess beforehand. They were surprised to see that he was not all that impressive after all, that you're playing me for a fool. Yao Long thought, feeling utterly humiliated, nearly toppling over on the arena, which felt like a slap to his face. Seeing Chu Mo's amused expression, he resolved to hold nothing back this time. 0.7 stars fist. Energy transformed into starlight, surged into Yao Long's arm. The referee below the stage, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm. What is going on? He's using a battle skill right from the start? What happened to showing mercy? The referee quickly prepared himself, ready to intervene should Chu Mo falter. 0.7 stars fist. How intriguing. Chu Mo concentrated his energy, forming a barrier. While other martial artist barriers were merely thin layers, his was a full centimeter thick. Boom! The 7 stars fist collided with Chu Mo's barrier, producing an explosive sound. The crowd expected Chu Mo to be knocked down, yet he remained steadfast, as if the punch carried no force at all. Of course, the students didn't genuinely believe the 7 stars fist lacked power. The resounding impact indicated that the punch had enough force to topple a small car. Chu Mo's immobility, however, spoke volumes about his superior strength compared to Yao Long. Impossible. Yao Long was taken aback by the outcome. Although this punch was not his full strength, his opponent should not have been able to absorb it so effortlessly. You're a martial artist. Yao Long finally realized that Chu Mo was not to be underestimated. The seemingly harmless Chu Mo was actually a martial artist? Chapter 67. The reason for not allowing the transfer. The referee below the stage also recognized Chu Mo's true capabilities, breathing a sigh of relief. His expression complex that he could hardly fathom when a liberal arts student had become so formidable. With such talent, entering the martial arts program should be a cinch, right? Yao Long, too, was perplexed. He had initially thought Chu Mo was an easy target, only to discover he had encountered a tough opponent. What a lunatic! A martial artist attending a liberal arts class. Doesn't your teacher scold you for that? Yao Long cursed inwardly. Do you remember our previous agreement? Just as Yao Long was lamenting, Chu Mo suddenly spoke. What? Yao Long was taken aback, unsure of Chu Mo's intent. What I mean is, it's my turn now to my apologies. In an instant, Chu Mo's figure blurred as he dashed towards Yao Long. Swish, boom, a tremendous force sent Yao Long flying, leaving him with no time to react whatsoever. This punch rendered the arena silent, and after several seconds, Yu Man was the first to erupt with screams and cheers. Chu Mo is amazing. Despite having anticipated the outcome, seeing Yao Long sent flying by Chu Mo's punch made Qin Liang and the others leap up in excitement. Did I it over this quickly? The referee stared in astonishment at the fallen Yao Long. The match, lasting less than 3 minutes, had already surprised him multiple times. That you concede. Chu Mo approached Yao Long, looking down at him. Pfft. Yao Long attempted to retort, but the pain in his chest caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. After a long wait, he finally begrudgingly uttered 3 words. I concede. Yay, as the referee announced Chu Mo's victory. The audience erupted into a frenzy. Many had come specifically for this match. A liberal arts student battling a martial arts student, and the outcome was like this. The university's journalism department had even prepared headlines. Even if the liberal arts student lost, a little embellishment and emotional flair would undoubtedly make for sensational news. They never expected the result to be even more dramatic than they had imagined. The liberal arts student had won, and so effortlessly, against a genius from the talent rankings. In that very moment, countless headlines raced through their minds. That on the arena, Chu Mo gazed at the disheveled Yao Long and delivered a final remark. If I ever catch you bullying students from the liberal arts class again, next time it won't be so simple as a match. As Chu Mo swaggered away, Yao Long felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, recalling his earlier bravado, the eager gaze of Xiao Jun, and his previous dismissive attitude. It felt as if everything had transformed into a merciless slap across his face, leaving a stinging pain. You bastard. It's impossible. How can you be this strong? Yao Long clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Come on, let's go greet him. In the audience, Zhao Feifei stood up. Seeing martial arts students approach, Yu Man's heart tightened, fearing they were coming to cause trouble. What do you want? As the class monitor, she felt responsible for protecting her fellow students. Zhang Feiyu. Long time no see. Chu Mo's voice rang out from the staircase of the audience. Yu Man was taken aback. So they were acquainted. Chu Mo, it's great to see you. Didn't you say you were going to transfer to the martial arts program? Why has there been no news for so long? Zhang Feiyu exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to pat Chu Mo on the back. Enough about that. What brings you all to watch the match? Chu Mo inquired. Glancing at Chen Haoren and Zhao Feifei behind Zhang Feiyu, we heard you were going to face off against Yao Long, so we came to cheer you on. Zhao Feifei replied, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Oh, I see. Well, I truly appreciate your support. Chu Mo invited them to sit down. Forget it, the upcoming match is one TV worth watching. I heard that some of the top 20 from the talent rankings were supposed to compete. But unfortunately, it was cancelled due to certain circumstances, Chen Haoren suggested, feeling the next matches would lack excitement. That moment. Mo Yan also approached to congratulate Chu Mo, noticing it was mealtime. He invited her to join them as well. Arriving at an off-campus restaurant, they casually took their seats. Go ahead and order. This meal is on me. Chen Haoren habitually handed the menu to the others, and upon hearing this, Zhang Feiyu unhesitatingly took the menu. A big spender is treating us. I must order something extravagant. Zhang Feiyu gazed at the dazzling array of dishes, nearly drooling. Chu Mo, Which class are you planning to transfer to? Chen Haoran asked casually. I am not sure. I don't know much about the martial arts program. Plus, after offending Yao Long today, I'm uncertain if his father will make things difficult for me. Chu Mo expressed his concerns. Director Yao? Zhao Feifei was somewhat aware. Director Yao was the head of the liberal arts program, overseeing related matters. Given that Chu Mo had embarrassed Yao Long in the arena, it was indeed possible that Director Yao would create obstacles for him. That complicates matters. Should I have a word with the head of the martial arts program? But why hasn't your transfer been arranged after nearly half a month? Chen Haoran pondered that I don't know. Logically, I should have transferred at the beginning of the semester, but Director Yao has been stalling. That IT feels as if he is deliberately preventing my transfer, but that doesn't make sense. There shouldn't be such rules in the school. Right? Chu Mo also found it perplexing. Could it be related to the entrance exam? After listening to their conversation, Mo Yan suddenly interjected. Entrance exam? What is that? Chu Mo asked curiously. Did I only heard my brother mention it? He is a third-year student in the martial arts program, so he is familiar with some matters regarding it. The entrance exam takes place about a month after the semester begins. Each year, when new students enroll, the school holds one, and its format is quite similar to a match, Mo Yan explained. What does my transfer have to do with the entrance exam? Chu Mo inquired. Of course it matters. If you were an ordinary student, it would be one thing, but you are a prodigy from the genius list that if you were to transfer to the martial sciences class now, it would significantly affect your performance in the entrance exam. As far as I know, the rewards for the top 5 in the entrance exam are exceedingly generous. Not only can they select an intermediate martial skill, but they also receive a cleansing elixir. Although Yao Long is indeed a genius on the genius list, it will still be quite challenging for him to enter the top 5 this year, that if Chu Mo were to transfer to the martial sciences class. His chances of receiving rewards would diminish even further. That Mo Yan analyzed the situation. That is that really the case? Chu Mo asked, astonished. Our teacher has also mentioned the entrance exam, that if the reward is indeed a cleansing elixir. That is a prized item. It sells for $1 million outside, Chen Haoran suggested, believing it to be quite plausible. How can this be? That Director Yao is truly a scoundrel, Qin Liang exclaimed, immediately defending Chu Mo upon hearing this. This is merely our conjecture. It's not set in stone. Chu Mo reassured Qin Liang that I simply cannot stand that Yao Long like father, like son. I suspect Director Yao is of the same ilk. Qin Liang spoke frankly, unrestrained in his words, that if that is the case, we should go straight to the school authorities and lodge a complaint against him. Let us see if he can still obstruct you, Zhang Feiyu suggested while ordering food, also expressing his grievances. How about this? Director Yao must have his reasons for not allowing you to transfer. That I'll ask my brother. He should know more about it, that if there is anything significant. I'll let you know, Mo Yan volunteered. Thank you very much. Chu Mo expressed his gratitude, that no need for formalities. Mo Yan replied, her demeanor suddenly turning shy. Chapter 68. Mo Yan's brother. Upon witnessing Mo Yan's expression, the others began to speculate. The Yu man pouted, feeling a twinge of discontent. Although she was uncertain if she had feelings for Chu Mo, seeing him surrounded by so many beautiful girls stirred discomfort within her. Chu Mo, if you do transfer, you must join our class. I find it exceedingly boring alone. As a brother, you must come keep me company. Zhang Feiyu resumed this topic. That don't listen to him. If you transfer, you must join our class. Their teacher is merely an intermediate grand martial artist, while ours is a senior grand martial artist. Far superior, Zhao Feifei interjected promptly. Zhang Feiyu, despite his average performance in martial sciences, had managed to enter Fuzhou University. But his assigned class was rather mediocre. In contrast, Chen Haoran and Zhao Feifei were in a class where the teachers were all seasoned senior martial artists, allowing for a much faster cultivation pace under their guidance. There's no rush to think about that. The transfer matter isn't even settled yet, and you're already considering class selections. Perhaps the classes are predetermined by the school, leaving me with no choice at all. Chu Mo mused, temporarily dismissing these thoughts. However, when the time came, he would likely choose Chen Haoran's martial sciences class. Although intermediate grand martial artists were formidable, they paled in comparison to senior grand martial artists. As they chatted idly, the dishes Zhang Feiyu had ordered began to arrive one after another. Familiar with Chen Haoran's family's affluence, Zhang Feiyu ordered lavishly, selecting a variety of expensive dishes. Qin Liang and the others, having not enjoyed such a sumptuous feast in ages, immediately began to devour the food voraciously. Dragon brother, calm down. This defeat I due to your lack of skill. That fellow is simply too strong. I specifically looked it up, and guess what? That guy is actually Chumo, ranked 21st on the genius list. Had we known earlier, we wouldn't have humiliated ourselves, they remarked as they AT that moment. A familiar voice echoed from the entrance. Chumo turned to see an unwelcome sight. They had crossed paths once more. What are they doing here? Yu Man grimaced upon spotting Xiao Jun. Yao Long soon noticed Chumo and the others as well. What bad luck. Let us change places, he grumbled, intending to turn away. However, a striking figure nearby halted his steps. Yan, what are you doing here? Yao Long hesitated, but ultimately approached her. Mo Yan looked up, and, upon seeing Yao Long, frowned slightly, disliking his presence. Yao Long, I've told you I'm not interested in you. Why do you keep following me? She replied, striving to maintain a calm tone. That S nodded. It is already noon, and we thought we'd grab a bite. Who knew we'd run into you? Isn't this fate? Yao Long softened his previously arrogant demeanor, speaking gently. Hearing Yao Long's words, Mo Yan felt it difficult to complain, while Chumo observed their brief exchange. Though it was merely a couple of sentences, he discerned the nature of their relationship. Yao Long was indeed infatuated with Mo Yan. How amusingly coincidental. Yan, why not join us at our table? I'll order you some delectable dishes, Yao Long suggested with a smile. No need. I'm already full. Mo Yan promptly declined, casting a concerned glance at Chumo, seemingly anxious that he might misconstrue their relationship. You know him. Yao Long's eyes narrowed as he noticed the exchange of glances between Mo Yan and Chumo. Yes, Mo Yan confirmed. Why are you dining with him? Yao Long pressed. Yao Long, let us get one thing clear. I don't need your permission to eat with anyone. If you keep this up, I'll tell my brother. Mo Yan retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Upon hearing Mo Yan mention her brother, Yao Long grew flustered. No, I was just asking, don't take it to heart. With that, he chose a nearby seat. Dragon brother, didn't you say you didn't want to eat here? Xiao Jun questioned, puzzled. Who said I didn't want to eat here? Sit down and bring the food. Yao Long snapped, venting his frustration on Xiao Jun, who became an unwitting scapegoat. Meanwhile, Chumo and Mo Yan struck up a conversation. Do you know Yao Long? Chumo inquired. Sort of that I encountered him at the beginning of the semester, and he's been pursuing me ever since. Initially, he was quite aggressive and persistent, but he toned it down after my brother intervened and warned him. Mo Yan recounted, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, as if reluctant to recall their first encounter. This fellow truly exemplifies the worst traits of martial sciences students. Chumo chuckled. Regardless, I have no ties to him, that if he persists, I might genuinely become angry. Mo Yan puffed her cheeks adorably. Would you like me to speak on your behalf? Chumo, also feeling a strong aversion to Yao Long's conduct, offered that no, that would be too much trouble for you. Besides, with my brother around, I can just call on him if needed, Mo Yan replied, her expression brightening at the mention of her brother. Chumo, you must be exhausted after expending so much energy today. Be sure to eat more to replenish yourself. Noticing the friendly rapport between Chumo and Mo Yan, Yu Man inexplicably felt a tinge of jealousy and, for reasons unknown, began serving food into Chumo's bowl. Even exchanging glances with Mo Yan, that I can manage myself. It's quite effortless, Chumo said, feeling a bit bashful at the attention that I asked your girlfriend. Mo Yan asked, observing the closeness between Yu Man and Chumo. No, she is my class monitor, Chumo replied instinctively, unaware that his words caused Yu Man to pause momentarily. Your class monitor is rather attractive. You two seem quite compatible, Mo Yan remarked. Please don't say such things. It might lead others to misunderstand and complicate my monitor's feelings. Chumo quickly signaled to Mo Yan to refrain from matchmaking. That won't happen, Yu Man muttered. What did you say? Chumo asked, not catching her words. Nothing, Yu Man murmured, her expression dimming. Oblivious to Yu Man's subtle change in demeanor, Chumo was curious about the brother Mo Yan had mentioned. Yan, what is your brother's current strength? My brother. I'm not entirely sure. But he recently made it onto the genius list, so he must be quite formidable. Mo Yan tilted her head as she spoke. Your brother is also a practitioner on the genius list? Chumo expressed surprise. Yes, before meeting you, I had never seen a genius card. Think I've encountered it twice in a month is quite a coincidence. Mo Yan beamed with pride regarding her brother's achievement. Chumo recalled the rankings on the genius list. If Mo Yan's brother was indeed on it, he would certainly share their surname. Mo, could it be him? A name crossed his mind. Mo Qingfan. Chapter 69. The martial sciences teacher arrives. Chumo remembered that Mo Qingfan was ranked 10th on the genius list. An extraordinary feat for a practitioner who had never entered the list before, that if he was not mistaken. Mo Qingfan must have experienced some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to secure a position within the top 10. How formidable must the top 10 be, Chumo pondered. Given that he, a senior martial artist, was ranked 21st, what kind of extraordinary beings occupied the top 20 spots? Rumor had it that those in the top 10 had even awakened psychic abilities. Could it be that Mo Yan's brother had entered the top 10 due to such an awakening? Chumo's reckless speculation was interrupted as the lunch reached its conclusion, with several individuals having indulged to the point of round bellies. Nearby, Yao Long observed the interaction between Chu Mo and the girl he fancied, his heart already itching with anxiety that he and Chu Mo had never seen eye to eye, and the stark contrast in the girl's attitude towards Chu Mo compared to her behavior towards him left him utterly perplexed. Was there truly such a chasm between him and Chu Mo? Long Go, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your taste? Xiao Jun inquired, noticing Yao Long's unusual demeanor. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about? Yao Long snapped back, his irritation flaring further at Xiao Jun's question. Sensing the rising tension, Xiao Jun chose to swallow his grievances, knowing well that Yao Long was a prodigy on the genius list. Shall we leave? Everyone must be full now, Chen Haoran suggested, taking a sip of water as he observed the group sprawled on the couch in repose. Let us go. Chu Mo rose, casting a glance at Yao Long seated beside him before turning to exit the dining hall. Mo Yuan. Yao Long called out as he saw Mo Yuan following Chu Mo, but she ignored his plea, trailing after Chu Mo without so much as a backward glance. Damn it. Yao Long slammed his right hand on the table, the sturdy surface barely withstanding his fury. That we're leaving. With his appetite extinguished, Yao Long stood up to settle the bill. Longu, there is still so much food left. Aren't you going to finish it? A student from the martial arts department inquired. Keep it if you want. Yao Long tossed out a genius card, causing the cashier to gasp in admiration upon seeing the golden card and its intricate design. What a pity, several students from the martial arts department muttered, shaking their heads at the unfinished dishes on the table. That evening, Yao Long chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead went home. Upon seeing his son sullen and withdrawn, Yao Yongchang's expression softened. Long Air, a momentary setback is nothing. You will surpass him eventually. Father, you knew? Yao Long was taken aback by his father's words. The news of your competition has spread throughout the university. As the director, how could I possibly remain oblivious? Yao Yongchang gestured for his son to take a seat on the couch. Father, who exactly is this Chu Mo? Why is he in the liberal arts class? Yao Long was baffled, as Chu Mo could easily have been a prime candidate for the martial arts class, yet he had chosen to study the liberal arts instead. Had it not been for this, Yao Long would not have underestimated him so. Cough, cough. This matter is partly my fault. Yao Yongchang's expression turned slightly awkward. Father, what does this have to do with you? Yao Long queried, confused. Isn't it for your sake? Chu Mo applied to transfer to the martial arts department at the start of the semester, and I should have approved it outright. However, upon learning that he ranked 21st on the genius list, I declined his request. Dio, you know why? Yao Yongchang explained slowly. Could it be because of the entrance exam? Yao Long quickly deduced. Indeed. While you made it onto the genius list and possess considerable talent and strength, Chu Mo vastly outstrips you. Moreover, several incoming freshmen have also made it onto the genius list that if we were to add Chu Mo to the mix, your chances of securing a top 5 position would diminish significantly. Yao Yongchang elucidated the rationale. So that's how it is. Yao Long felt dejected. It turned out his father's actions had inadvertently led to his own embarrassment. It seemed that his father's good intentions had backfired. Father, you absolutely must not let him transfer. If he joins the martial arts department, I will have no chance of catching up to him. Yao Long suddenly realized. Sigh. Under normal circumstances, I would have found a way to delay until after the entrance exams. But your actions today, Yao Yongchang sighed. Due to the news of Yao Long being bested by a liberal arts student circulating the entire school, numerous teachers had already inquired about wanting to recruit Chu Mo, the prodigy. His original plan was to concoct an excuse to buy time, but it seemed that hope was dwindling. Yao Long was not naive. He understood that because of today's events, Chu Mo had become renowned. A liberal arts student defeating a member of the genius list from the martial arts department had never occurred in the history of Fuzhou University. Such an exceptional talent. How could the teachers from the martial arts department not wish to transfer him into their class? He was destined to become a future star. "Father, what do we do now?" Yao Long asked anxiously. The treatment of martial arts students compared to that of liberal arts students was worlds apart. Chu Mo would receive no training resources while in the liberal arts class. But if he transferred to the martial arts class, his cultivation speed would differ entirely. I'll see what I can do. Delaying for a while would be ideal. If that fails, I have other strategies, Yao Yongchang replied, falling into contemplation. Yao Long ceased to disturb him, knowing that Chu Mo would become his formidable rival. The competitive pressure between the martial arts and liberal arts classes was entirely different. In the liberal arts class, even those with poor grades could enjoy equal teaching conditions. However, the martial arts class operated on merit, and once Chu Mo entered, his training resources could be significantly diminished due to Chu Mo's presence, something he could not accept. Thinking of Mo Yuan's attitude towards Chu Mo compared to her demeanor towards him, Yao Long felt a surge of anger. "Chu Mo, you better not harbor any thoughts about her. Otherwise, I will make it my mission to ruin you." Yao Long seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The next day, as Yao Yongchang arrived at the school, he was immediately surrounded by several teachers from the martial arts department. "Director Yao, you've finally arrived," exclaimed a teacher clad in white, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yao Yongchang. "Teacher Kong, what brings you here?" Yao Yongchang smiled as he responded to ITS about Chu Mo. "His transfer requires your approval. Please expedite the process," Kong Mingzhe urged anxiously. "Old Kong, I was here first. I isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to say that," a rotund man interjected from behind, revealing himself to be teacher Duan Xiao from the martial arts department. "Duan, why are you here?" "Oh, Ren Laosher is here too. It's rare to see all of you together today." Yao Yongchang feigned surprise. Glancing at the young man in green robes behind the two teachers, that I came for Chu Mo as well, but seeing how eager teacher Kong and teacher Duan are, it seems I have no chance. Ren Wenyuan remarked with a bitter smile, knowing that his class was the least desirable among the three. "Let us all head inside and sit down," Yao Yongchang suggested, a gleam in his eye as he opened the office door, inviting everyone in. Despite knowing the odds were slim, Ren Wenyuan chose not to give up and followed the three into the office. Soon, they settled onto the sofa. "It's a rare occasion for the three of you to visit me. I happen to have some exquisite spirit tea. Consider yourselves fortunate," Yao Yongchang said with a smile. Opening a cabinet to retrieve a beautifully crafted clay jar, he placed it on the coffee table and gently opened it, releasing a fragrant aroma that was invigorating. Chapter 70. Snatching students as they gazed at the exquisite spirit tea within the jar, the eyes of the three teachers widened in surprise. "Director Yao, this is a remarkable find. Where did you acquire it?" Ren Wenyuan exclaimed, astonished. Spirit tea was unlike ordinary tea leaves. It not only boasted a unique flavor, but also had health benefits and could enhance one's vitality. If an ordinary person consumed spirit tea regularly, over time, they could meet the basic requirements for cultivation. Many sought after spirit tea, yet it rarely appeared on the market, and even if one wished to purchase it, a pound could fetch an exorbitant price. "Haha, I managed to snag this at an auction. Fortunately, there were no competitors, and I bought it for $1 million. That had there been other big shots interested, I might not have secured it." Yao Yongchang chuckled, placing a few leaves into a teapot. "That you're quite generous. Spending $1 million for just this little amount of tea. If it were me, I would have opted for cultivation resources instead." Kong Mingzhe lamented, considering it a waste to use such a fine product merely for drinking. Yao Yongchang smiled without elaborating. He hadn't actually paid for it. He merely used it as an excuse. The spirit tea had been gifted to him by a board chairman, as a means to discreetly facilitate the admission of students whose grades were subpar, but whose parents were eager to secure a spot in the martial arts department. This jar of spirit tea was a result of that arrangement. Had it not been for that unaccomplished student, he wouldn't have gotten his hands on such a treasure. Today is indeed a treat. "Director Yao, you didn't bring this out just to chat with us, did you?" Although surprised by Yao Yongchang's hospitality, Duan Xiao quickly surmised that his intentions extended beyond mere conversation. Wouldn't you want to taste such fine spirit tea first?" "We have plenty of time. Any important matters can wait," Yao Yongchang poured the brewed spirit tea into cups. Seeing this, Kong Mingja eagerly lifted his cup to his lips that as the spirit tea graced his palate. He closed his eyes to savor its exquisite flavor. After a long while, he emerged from the delightful reverie the tea induced. The tea was fragrant like orchids, with a full-bodied and pure taste that left a sweet aftertaste. One sip felt dreamlike, truly deserving of its title as spirit tea. Kong Mingja raised his thumb in praise, while Duan Xiao and Ren Wenyan, after tasting the tea, subtly nodded in agreement with his assessment. Of course, this is no ordinary spirit tea. In my opinion, it qualifies as a medium-grade spirit tea, he remarked with undisguised satisfaction. After a few cups, Kong Mingja eagerly inquired about Chu Mo Director Yao. I want tea beat around the bush. May I ask when Chu Mo can be transferred to our class? Being impatient by nature, Kong Mingja directly laid the question bare. What do you mean by transferring him to your class? Director Yao, we had an agreement that Chu Mo must come to my class. Duan Xiao immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. How could such a talented student be given away? Teacher Kong, Teacher Duan, look at the students in your class. Their talents are already so high that shouldn't this opportunity be given to me? As the two began to vie for the student, Ren Wenyan did not back down either. What talented students do we have in our class? Even those at the bottom of the prodigy rankings don't count. Duan Xiao quickly countered. Exactly, Teacher Ren. A genius like Chu Mo would be better taught by me. I watched yesterday's footage, and his combat style resembles mine. I believe it would be more beneficial for him to join my class. Kong Mingjie reiterated his request. Naturally, Ren Wenyan and Duan Xiao disagreed, and soon the three were embroiled in a heated argument, forgetting their roles as teachers. Yao Yongchang noted their expressions, realizing that Chu Mo's significance seemed to exceed his expectations. He had intended to take this opportunity to discuss matters with them, but it appeared they were unlikely to agree. Director Yao, please help us settle this. Which class would be better for him? Seeing the stalemate, Kong Mingja grew weary of the dispute and tossed the dilemma to Yao Yongchang. Indeed, arguing here is a waste of time. Director Yao, you decide. Duan Xiao and Ren Wenyan fell silent, directing their gaze toward Yao Yongchang. After a moment of hesitation, Yao Yongchang donned a troubled expression. Actually, Chu Mo could go to either class, but there is a rather tricky issue at hand. He began. What issue? Kong Mingjie immediately inquired, with the other two also pricking up their ears. Yao Yongchang took a sip of tea, then slowly continued. Chu Mo is a cultivation prodigy, and if he joins the martial arts department, he will undoubtedly shine. However, I sometimes hesitate to send him there, because the rewards for this semester's entrance test include an additional opportunity for the trial tower. Normally, one can only enter once a month. But with this quota, he could enter twice. That if I send Chu Mo there, what will happen if my son longer loses his chance? Yao Yongchang's words caused the three to frown. Kong Mingjie was the first to express displeasure. Director Yao, what do you mean by that? Shouldn't Chu Mo come to our martial arts class? If he is thrown into the liberal arts, wouldn't that be a waste of his talent? He is ranked 21st on the prodigy list. Not 41st. Your thinking is quite selfish. Anticipating Kong Mingjie's reproach, Yao Yongchang remained silent. Director Yao, I recall your son is quite capable as well, isn't he? He has also made it onto the prodigy list. Wouldn't he be one of those who can't even break into the top 5? Would he? Duan Xiao, rather than accusing Yao Yongchang like Kong Mingjie, inquired about Yao Long's situation. Indeed, my son Longer is not weak. But as you all know, this cohort has several prodigies in their first year, such as Zhou Xiao and Lu Zi. Each one is a formidable opponent for Long, not to mention a few other students whose abilities are on par with my son's. For him to break into the top 5 is already challenging, and adding Chu Mo to the mix would make it even more difficult. Yao Yongchang sighed. That may be so, but we shouldn't delay Chu Mo's cultivation progress for that reason. Ren Wenyan expressed his discontent with Yao Yongchang's approach. This is a university, a place meant to nurture talent. How can we let personal interests hinder someone else's growth? Please don't rush. I am fully aware of that. That's why I wanted you all to sit down and discuss this. Initially, I planned for Chu Mo to transfer to the martial arts department after the entrance test, but after yesterday's incident, you all came to me immediately. Yao Yongchang explained that don't blame me for keeping this from you. Although I am the school's director, I am first and foremost a father, and I must consider my child's future. Dante, you agree? He said earnestly. After hearing this, the three were unsure how to respond. Indeed, from a father's perspective, Yao Yongchang's actions did not seem excessive. "Oh, how do we resolve this now?" Kong Mingjie asked, somewhat impatiently. "There are only two options. Either transfer him now or wait until after the entrance test," Yao Yongchang replied. "What do you think?" Duan Xiao did not voice his opinion, but instead turned the question to Kong Mingjie and Ren Wenyan. The two exchanged glances, unsure of the best course of action. Seeing that the three could not reach a conclusion, Yao Yongchang chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling somewhat embarrassed that I know this is a difficult issue, which is why I've been contemplating solutions. "After much thought, I have come up with an idea," he said, hesitating to reveal the rest. "You have a solution? Do share. If it's feasible, we wouldn't need to deliberate further," Kong Mingjie urged eagerly. "Well, here is my thought," Yao Yongchang began. "The main reason I am reluctant to let Chu Mo transfer to the martial arts class is my fear of him pushing my son Longer out of the top 5. If Longer could significantly enhance his abilities within this half-month, then losing one quota wouldn't be too much of an issue. Enhance his abilities? In half a month? That seems rather difficult." Ren Wenyan shook his head. "Cultivation is a gradual process. To achieve rapid improvement comes with a hefty price. Moreover, with time being of the essence, success is even less likely. Director Yao, what you propose seems impractical. The only way to achieve quick enhancement would be through temporary medication. But we both know that the school prohibits the use of banned substances." Kong Mingjie expressed his dissatisfaction, "that I am well aware of that. I would never intentionally break the school's rules that if discovered, I would no longer be able to serve as director." Yao Yongchang seemed to have anticipated Kong Mingjie's objections. "Then what do you mean?" Kong Mingjie said, growing frustrated as the conversation circled back to the beginning. "Teacher Kong, please remain calm. Since I proposed this idea, there must be some feasibility to it. You may not be aware, but my son Longer is on the verge of awakening his psychic abilities." Yao Yongchang suddenly stated, "What? Awakening psychic abilities? You can't be serious." The revelation landed like a bombshell, causing the three to leap from their seats in disbelief that I certainly wouldn't joke about such matters. That Longer was tested for his psychic talent years ago, and it was conducted by Master Zhou. The results are undoubtedly reliable, Yao Yongchang clarified. Master Zhou assisted with the testing. Upon hearing the name, the three were more inclined to believe him. And now, has he awakened his abilities? Kong Mingjie asked urgently, with Duan Xiao and Ren Wenyan also leaning in, eager not to miss any details, that if he had awakened, I wouldn't need to worry. However, I consulted Master Zhou, who mentioned that Longer is very close to awakening. He just needs one more opportunity, that if he relies solely on himself, it may take him another year or two, but with the assistance of several teachers, the outcome would be different. Are you implying that you want us to help? Duan Xiao quickly grasped Yao Yongchang's true intention. Exactly. If the three teachers could join forces to assist Long, I would be immensely grateful. Yao Yongchang clasped his hands together, speaking earnestly. This old Duan. Do you think we can pull this off? Kong Mingjie did not immediately agree, but sought Duan Xiao's opinion. After pondering for a moment, Duan Xiao nodded that if Master Zhou truly said that, then Longer's talent is indeed remarkable. Once he awakens his psychic abilities, breaking into the top 10 of the prodigy list would not be an issue. That I believe we can assist in this. And you, Teacher Rin? Kong Mingjie inquired again, that if even Teacher Duan thinks it's feasible, I'm certainly on board. Regardless of whether Longer can awaken his psychic abilities, we should help produce another genius for our school. Ren Wenyan declared without hesitation. Since both of you have agreed, it would be embarrassing for me to refuse, Duan Xiao remarked, nodding in agreement. Seeing that all three teachers had consented, Yao Yongchang felt a surge of joy. Then I thank you all in advance. As for the method to awaken his psychic abilities, I have already consulted Master Zhou. With the help of the three teachers, I am confident we will succeed this time. Yao Yongchang expressed his gratitude. Rest assured, for the honor of our school, I will give my all to help. Duan Xiao pledged, feeling proud that Longer was one of his students. Ha, old Duan, if Longer awakens his psychic abilities, you will certainly reap great benefits. But let me make it clear. If Longer truly awakens, Chu Mo cannot compete with me for him. Kong Mingjie asserted preemptively, no problem. If we succeed, Chu Mo will be yours. Duan Xiao promptly agreed, recognizing that if Yao Long were to awaken his telekinetic abilities, he would undoubtedly ascend the rankings of the Tianjiao list rather than fall behind. Even Chu Mo would pale in comparison. He was acutely aware of the weight of this situation. With a student of Yao Long's immense potential, relinquishing Chu Mo to Kong Mingjie would not be a significant loss. Only Run Wenyan felt somewhat awkward, realizing that this student was destined to be beyond his reach. Were it not for his inferior cultivation level compared to the two, he would have fought tooth and nail for this opportunity. It was unexpected to discover Yao Long possessed such talent. "Director Yao, you are indeed fortunate," he remarked. Kong Mingjie reclined on the sofa, enviously exclaiming, "Haha, indeed, indeed. Once Long awakens his telekinesis, we will have a greater chance in the intercollegiate competition." Yao Yongchang's spirits lifted considerably at this thought. "Indeed, I recall last year, when the students from Yenching University thoroughly trounced us, that it was outrageous that a freshman had 2 students awaken their telekinesis. I remember our principal was nearly driven to despair that as the topic of the intercollegiate competition arose. Ren Wenyan's thoughts drifted back to those years. Yenching University was somewhat larger than Fuzhou University, resulting in a significantly greater number of students in past competitions. Although they had suffered more losses than victories, it had never been as devastating as the previous year, where they were utterly defeated. The opposing freshmen even challenged the sophomores and juniors of Fuzhou University. Point 1 could only imagine the extent to which a cultivator's strength would be enhanced after awakening their telekinesis if Yao Long were to awaken his abilities. He might just bring us considerable surprises this year, that if Yenching University lacks any students with awakened telekinesis, victory in this year's freshman competition would be assured. Duan Xiu expressed with anticipation. "Have no fear. It is certainly achievable," Kong Mingjie replied confidently. Additionally, he held considerable faith in Chu Mo, believing that his effortless defeat of Yao Long indicated that his strength was far from ordinary. The group of teachers conversed a bit longer on the sofa before dispersing. At this moment, Chu Mo remained unaware that he had been reserved by other teachers, that he was currently familiarizing himself with the trial tower. Possessing a Tianjiao card allowed him to enter the trial tower for training once a month. But he had not yet taken advantage of this opportunity. With the end of the month approaching, he intended to utilize this month's chance to avoid wastage. "Haran, do you know what the trial tower is?" Chu Mo inquired over the phone. "You haven't been yet?"